Hangzhou 3rd High School. Inside the senior teaching and research office, Li Yu, just sign it. Li Jianguo sighed and took a sip of his goji berry tea. This is the best choice for you. The agreement was merely 2 thin pages, yet it was sufficient to change Li Yu's life forever, surrendering his ownership of the liberal arts exam scores in exchange for a compensation of 1 million long coins. 1 million. In a world dominated by martial artists, where the average monthly salary of regular people was 3,000, it would take an ordinary person 100 years to save up such money. All he needed to do was sign, and that money would be his. Li Jianguo added, Zhao Zhe has a martial arts vitality score of 9.8. If his liberal arts scores improve slightly, he can easily secure a spot at the Great Xia capital's top martial arts university. Li Yu, you and I both know you are an orphan, living off part-time jobs. Your liberal arts scores are exceptional, but in this world, only martial artists matter. Li Jianguo's words felt like a dull blade cutting into Li Yu's heart. Having transmigrated for 3 years, he was well aware of the status martial artists held. Giant beasts roamed the wilderness beyond the city, and only martial artists could protect humanity. Day and night, he trained relentlessly, but his vitality score had risen from 0.5 to just 0.8, still far below the passing threshold of 6, not to mention the perfect score of 10. His natural talent was utterly abysmal. Zhao Zhe set down his phone and walked up to him, his height towering over Li Yu by half a head as an oppressive aura emanated from him. Martial arts is all about pouring money into it. The common saying goes, poor scholars, rich martial artists. Look at yourself. You eat the cafeteria's cheap starch-laden meat every day, while I feast on first-tier beast meat and century-old ginseng soup. I've got personal martial arts teachers nurturing me with massages. Even if I gave you this spot, could you afford university? Cultivation techniques, elixirs, weapons, none of it comes cheap. You've got no background, no resources, and you think sheer passion and hard work will get you anywhere? What a joke. If effort alone mattered, why would people care about talent or family? Every word pricked like a thorn into Li Yu's heart. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his skin, but he couldn't muster a rebuttal or slap the agreement onto the table to shut Zhao Zhe up. Deep down, he knew that even if he somehow got into a university, no amount of superior cultivation techniques would change the fact that his talent and financial circumstances were pinned down by an insurmountable weight, the 0.8 vitality score that shackled him like an immovable mountain. Don't be foolish, Li Yu. Li Jianguo noticed his struggle and attempted to persuade him. Just perform at your normal level during the exams. That's all we're asking. The Zhao family will take care of the rest. The scores will naturally go to Zhao Zhe. With this 1 million, you can live a comfortable life for the rest of your days, maybe even open a small shop, marry a pretty wife. Isn't that better than scraping by in a liberal arts university? As long as you don't stir up trouble, everyone wins. Everyone wins? Li Yu sneered coldly in his heart. Buying out someone's 10 years of tireless study with a stack of money, was that what they called a win-win? Could he refuse? If he did, the Zhao family had 1,000 ways to ruin his life in Hangzhou, leaving him unable to even retain his pitiful liberal arts scores. What was he, after all, but an orphan with no power, no influence? In this brutal world where only the strong thrived, the weak didn't even get the luxury of choice. Li Yu slowly unclenched his fists, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. His gaze fell upon the black signature pen on the table as he reached out his hand. Maybe this was just reality. With that 1 million, at least he wouldn't have to worry about rent anymore. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the pen, a sudden icy mechanical voice erupted in his mind. Detected that host is at a critical life decision point. Activating the pay-to-win cultivation system. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Li Yu's hand froze in mid-air, his pupils contracting sharply. A system? A cheat ability? This system is dedicated to helping the host reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the most simple and direct manner. Core functionality. Pay money to buy cultivation progress. Exchange rate. 1 long coin equals 1 year of cultivation progress. Note: cultivation progress refers to the results of 1 year of perfect training. No eating, sleeping, or resting. Li Yu was stunned. His brain, battered by 3 years of hardship, momentarily froze from the overload. 1 long coin for a year of cultivation progress? A bottle of mineral water costs 2 long coins. 2 coins could buy 2 years' worth of cultivation results? He swallowed hard as realization dawned on him. A realization so wild it seemed insane. If 1 coin could buy 1 year of cultivation progress, he had 1 million. 1 million years of cultivation progress. Who cared about passing the vitality test? Even if he were a pig, he could ascend directly to the heavens. Li Yu. Li Jianguo called out when he saw Li Yu's hand hovering over the pen, a frown forming. Not satisfied with the price? Zhao Zhe sneered, raising his eyebrows. 1 million is already the cap. Don't get greedy. You'll choke if you bite off more than you can chew. 1 million was indeed an astronomical amount. For an orphan who had to calculate every penny to afford synthetic starch-based meat, it was overwhelming. Yet, Liu withdrew his hand steadily. He lowered his head, his gaze deepening, while the gears in his mind spun furiously. 1 coin for a year of cultivation progress. Right now, he had 328.5 long coins in his WeChat account. That equated to 328 years of cultivation. His talent was terrible. Practicing on his own for an entire year only increased his vitality by 0.1. Multiply that by 300 years, and his vitality would soar by 30 points. The martial arts entrance exam's perfect score was only 10 points. With just the spare change in his pocket, he could crush those so-called martial arts prodigies in Hangzhou and drag their faces across the ground. If he could pass the exam on his own, why would he sell? 1 million versus a spot at a top-tier martial arts university. Which one is more valuable? Hesitate for even a second, and it's a sign of disrespect toward the high warrior world. In this world, key resources are absolutely monopolized. The government, the military, and the aristocratic families hold a firm grip on the pathways to advancement. What does a martial arts university offer? Free access to gravity chambers, spirit energy rooms no outsider can enter, advanced techniques refined by grandmasters, one-on-one mentorship with elite instructors. Any one of these resources would cause a desperate scramble on the black market for 10 million. The Zhao family offered 1 million for this university spot because they, more than anyone, understood its value, potentially tenfold or even 100-fold the money they were putting on the table. Not to mention, martial artists are members of a privileged class. Get admitted to a top-tier martial arts university, and upon graduation you can serve as an officer, enjoy tax exemptions, and earn a legal license to hunt colossal beasts. In this era, obtaining this immunity token is synonymous with securing survival. Even from a less ambitious perspective, setting privilege aside, a martial arts university is still his most urgent shield of protection. If Liu were to take this 1 million today, forgo the entrance exam, and suddenly display the prowess of a battle god on the streets tomorrow, he wouldn't be seen as a genius. He'd be deemed an anomaly. The authorities would whisk him away to a secret lab in an instant, slicing him open to study his secrets. But if he passed the entrance exam and officially entered a martial arts university, if he shone on the university's arena, then everyone would marvel in admiration. A late bloomer and a peerless genius. The authorities would protect him, the military would recruit him, and the elite families would invest in him. Before acquiring the system, he could only watch helplessly as opportunities slipped through his fingers. But now, with the system in his possession, he finally had the qualifications to sit at the table and join this game.
Li Yugoslavia.
Li Jiangguo, observing him retract his hand, furrowed his brows even more deeply. Why aren't you signing the papers? Zhao Zhe, seated leisurely on the sofa, put down his phone. The warmth on his face vanished, replaced by an icy glint in his eyes. Not enough. Zhao Zhe's voice was calm but carried an oppressive weight. Fine. 120,000. This was a sum of money an ordinary family could never hope to see in their entire lifetime. Liu lifted his head and met Zhao Zhe's condescending gaze. Shaking his head with calm determination, he replied, Zhao, I appreciate your offer, but I won't be signing this. The research office fell into utter silence. The hum of the old air conditioning unit suddenly seemed especially grating. Li Jiangguo's eyes widened as if he'd just heard something incomprehensible. Li Yu, have you lost your mind? 120,000. Do you even know what you're saying? I know. Li Yu's voice was steady, his eyes deep, emanating a maturity and weariness that far exceeded his age. I want to try it myself. Even if, in the end, I only manage to get into a third-rate martial arts university, I want it to be through my own efforts. He wasn't boasting, nor could he reveal the existence of the system. A worthless student with a blood vitality level of less than 1 suddenly becoming arrogant? That would only invite trouble. For now, the priority was to rush home and test the system, converting every last bit of those 300 yuan into real cultivation power. Zhao Zhe's face darkened, the courteous mask he wore shattering to reveal his cold and vicious nature. 150,000. He fixed his gaze on Liu as if he were staring at a pile of garbage. Know your place. Don't think you can drive up the price with some humanities grades. This isn't about money. Liu slightly bowed, polite but distant. Teacher Li, if there's nothing else, I'll head home to study now. With those words, he turned around without a moment's hesitation. Stop right there. An icy voice echoed behind him, devoid of any warmth, laced with threats. Won't take a toast when offered, huh? Must want a drink the hard way. Liu paused briefly in his stride but didn't turn. Instead, he gripped the door handle firmly and walked out. Bang! The door slammed shut, severing the oppressive atmosphere. The research office fell into deathly silence once more. Crack! The black fountain pen in Zhao Zai's hand snapped in half under his force. Sharp fragments of plastic tore into his skin, and drops of ink mixed with blood stained the leather sofa. Young Master Zhao! Li Jianguo scrambled in fright, hastily offering tissues. Get lost! Zhao Zai shoved Li Jianguo aside, his chest heaving violently in rage. In his 18 years of life, he had only ever given charity to others. Since when had someone from the bottom rung dared to refuse him 150,000 to buy a spot? This was a handout from him, and yet not only did the other party not appreciate it, but they had walked away without a second thought. Wants to try it himself? Even if it's for a third-rate university? Fine, very well. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Zai's eyes flickered with malice. If not for the strictness of the law, Li Yu would have long been finished at his hands. While the law doesn't allow murder, it doesn't regulate what goes on in the shadows. What did Li Yu really think those measly grades could ensure his safety after rejecting the Zhao family? Could he still expect to peacefully participate in the entrance exams? Naive, Zhao Zai leisurely wiped the ink and blood off his hands. If he wouldn't accept the toast, he wouldn't even dream of getting a single penny. Taking out his phone, he dialed a hidden number. His voice regained its haughty tone. Old M.O., I have a student for you to deal with, Hangzhou High School senior student, named Li Yu. No need to kill him, just find a few quick guys, cover him with a sack, knock him out. Zhao Zai stared out the window, his gaze locking onto the figure briskly walking along the tree-lined path on campus. A cold, cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Break both his legs. Make him stay in the hospital for half a month. Before the college entrance exams, I don't want to see him in the examination hall. Money? 200,000. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Zai casually tossed a blood-stained tissue into the trash can. The dignity of the lower-class people. Worthless in the face of money and power. Under the glow of the setting sun, Li Yu stepped out of the school gates, heading along the pedestrian path towards his rented room in the old city district. His steps were not hurried, but they were resolute and stable. The mechanical voice in his mind had long since faded, but the faintly visible translucent panel still lingered, reminding him that all of this was indeed real. Pay-to-win cultivation system. Balance. 328.5 yuan. Available for cultivation exchange. 328 years. Li Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling blood within his chest. Calm. The more critical the moment, the more one needs to stay calm. There were only 3 days left until the college entrance exams. Liberal arts wouldn't be a problem. His years of hard studying had engraved the material into his memory. The challenge lay in martial arts. In the Xia Kingdom, the passing threshold for the martial arts entrance exam was a vitality index of 6 points, with a full score of 10 points. An average student achieving 6 points could enroll in a regular martial arts university. But Li Yu's goal went far beyond the ordinary. The system had granted him the opportunity to reach for the best, the pinnacle, the #1 martial arts university in the capital of Xia. It was the sacred ground where countless geniuses dreamed to be, heavily funded by both the military and prominent families. Getting in was akin to leaping through a dragon's gate. But achieving the full score of 10 points in vitality was still not sufficient. This world was far too cruel. In Xia's 36 provinces, with a population of tens of billions, martial arts geniuses were as common as carp crossing the river. For those children of aristocratic families raised on medicinal baths and exotic high-grade beast meat from a young age, 10 points in vitality was merely the starting point. Every year, there were about 1,000 martial artists with full scores. However, the #1 martial arts university in the capital only accepted 100 students annually. Not even one more. Martial arts wasn't about numbers. It was a contest of the strongest. With limited resources, the aim was not to train 10,000 average martial artists, but to forge supreme masters. Once the number of full scorers exceeded 100, a second round of filtering ensued, the combat assessment. Vitality was no longer the criterion. Combat ability was. 3 days. Li Yu calculated in his mind. With 3 days' time, pouring in 328 years of cultivation was enough to meet the vitality requirement. But martial techniques and combat experience would still need time to internalize. Just as he was deep in thought, from the street corner ahead, behind the trunk of a robust phoenix tree, a portion of a neat pleated skirt peeked out. Li Yu halted his steps and sighed softly. It was Lin Xiaoxiao, the recognized school beauty of Hangzhou #3 High School, a young lady raised in a luxurious villa. Usually, she would take a private car even to the city center, yet here she was, wandering alone in this dilapidated old street. Truthfully, Li Yu already knew why she often came here. A summer ago, By the lakeside outside the city, he'd been handing out flyers when he saw her accidentally fall into the water. At the time, a crowd had gathered by the shore with their phones out, none daring to jump in. Liu, being a strong swimmer, hadn't hesitated to dive in and save her. He'd left without leaving his name after ensuring she was safe. Unexpectedly, this young lady had scoured the entire grade to locate him, and since then, she had become his persistent trouble. Liu understood her mindset. As a noble and self-respecting heiress, she dreaded owing anyone a favor, especially a life-saving debt. Lin Xiaoxiao had once attempted to repay him with money, only for him to flatly refuse. Though poor, Liu hadn't saved her expecting a debt in return. This, however, only deepened the psychological burden on her. Over the past year, she had orchestrated countless coincidental encounters, racking her brains for ways to repay him and ease her internal discomfort. Just like now. Oh! Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly jumped out from behind the tree, her hands folded behind her back, an exaggerated look of surprise plastered on her face. What a coincidence, Liu. You walk this way too. Liu glanced at her, his expression calm. The evening wind was biting, and Lin Xiaoxiao had clearly been hiding behind the tree trunk for a while. Her nose tip reddened from the cold, her voice faintly trembling as she spoke. Silently, Liu shook his head internally. Her family lived in the east side of the city, yet here she was all the way in the west, in this impoverished slum, just to coincidentally run into him. All for the sake of repaying a debt that couldn't truly be repaid. She'd rather endure the cold to fabricate this natural-seeming encounter. Liu didn't bother exposing her pretense, fearing it would only make her feel awkward and escalate her repayment schemes into even greater headaches. Quite the coincidence, Liu replied calmly. Are you here to buy something? Yes, to buy something, Lin Xiaoxiao answered, a little flustered. She hadn't expected Liu to go along so readily, and she quickly shifted the topic. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Which university are you planning to apply for? She asked cautiously, aware of Liu's situation. Ranking in the top 10 for liberal arts but dead last in martial arts, with a vitality index of 0.8, a wound no amount of effort could conceal. She was afraid of poking at his sore spot. Looking at the concern in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Liu fell silent for 2 seconds. If he didn't answer truthfully, this girl would undoubtedly keep prodding. But if he told the truth, then, she was afraid he would feel uncomfortable. He spoke in a low voice, the first martial arts university of Daxia, Kyoto. The air suddenly froze. The evening breeze stirred the fallen leaves. Lin Xiaoxiao's smiling face stiffened abruptly, as if time itself had stopped. She was completely stunned, doubting whether she had heard him correctly. What did you say? Her eyes widened, her voice choking. Daxia, Kyoto First Martial Arts University.
Li Yugoslavia Nuda.
You, Lin Xiaoxiao blurted out. A blood energy value of 0.8? The moment she said it, she wished she could slap herself. It was so hurtful, but it was too absurd to believe. The First Martial Arts University of Kyoto was a dreamland only the most elite geniuses in the nation could aspire to. Even Zhao Zhe, the most arrogant student in their class with a blood energy value of 9.8, wasn't confident about getting in. Yet Liu, with a blood energy value of less than 1, had set his sights there? That wasn't a dream. It was sheer fantasy. Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of doubt, a mix of shock and disbelief. Liu sighed, having already anticipated her reaction. Just half an hour ago, his past self would also have thought it was insane upon hearing these words. Is it impossible? Liu countered. No, not impossible. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hands, forcing a fake smile as though trying to encourage him. Deeply shaken, she felt she couldn't crush his confidence. Maybe he was just talking nonsense under pressure? Having a dream is a good thing. She patted Liu's shoulder. Without dreams, one ends up being a salted fish. Who knows? Maybe you'll step out tomorrow, fall off a cliff, and just so happen to pick up a divine manual, or run into some white-haired old man who teaches you a century's worth of martial arts. Or maybe an asteroid hits you, causing your genes to mutate. At that point, forget Kyoto Martial Arts University. You'd be a direct entrant to the Divine Warrior Camp instead. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke with such excitement, as if she could already see Liu soaring to greatness. Liu looked at the elaborate story she had spun and felt the corners of his mouth lift into a small smile. Yeah. Following along, he added with a soft laugh, maybe one day, ding, and a system gets bound to my mind. What sounded like a joke concealed an undeniable truth. Lin Xiaoxiao was briefly dazed by Liu's rare smile. Today, he seemed different, completely unlike the usual boy with furrowed brows and wearied eyes. He radiated an inexplicable composure, like a sword that had been sheathed far too long, finally revealing its sharp edge. She dropped her playful tone and edged closer step by step, locking eyes with Liu. Her voice now carried unprecedented seriousness.
Li Yugoslavia.
Tell me the truth. Do you really want to get into the first martial arts university of Kyoto? Liu's smile faded. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with unwavering determination in his eyes, devoid of even a hint of doubt. Yes, the word was simple yet powerful. Lin Xiaoxiao studied him for several long seconds. She saw no pretense or jest in his gaze, only genuine resolve. Biting her lip, as though making an enormous decision, she whispered, "Well then, my family has a special recommendation spot. Do you want it?" The evening wind stirred softly, rustling the leaves in response. Liu froze for a few seconds before asking, "A special recommendation? For where? Hangzhou Martial Arts University or some other key university in a major province?" He quickly calculated in his mind. Based on the financial power of Lin Xiaoxiao's family, securing a guaranteed admission spot at a local university or somewhere nearby might be difficult, but not impossible. It would already be an almost unthinkable gift. But Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and said slowly, "Daxia Kyoto, the first martial arts university." At that, Liu's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. A special recommendation spot for the first martial arts university of Kyoto? Everyone knew what kind of privilege such a position represented. It was a gem furiously contested over by powerful elites, representing unfathomable resources and authority. A family like the Zhao clan, with over $1 billion in assets, still struggled to purchase a single regular entrance exam spot. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao's family could easily offer a special recommendation. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, Liu's perspective on her completely shifted. He had always known she came from wealth, but this was far beyond ordinary riches. "You!" He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. "Don't ask me how I got it." Lin Xiaoxiao avoided his gaze, her tone hurried. "All you need to do is agree. The spot's yours. No need for college entrance exams. No need to fight for a place. A guaranteed admission." The streetlights flickered on. Their dim light cast a soft glow across Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Liu fell silent. A shortcut to the peak lay right before him. One word from him and he could enter Kyoto's martial arts university without exposing his system or taking any risks. But as he closed his eyes, an image flashed through his mind. Zhao Zai's mocking face. No connections, no resources, just relying on passion and hard work? Then what's the point of talent and family background? Deep down, Liu knew that accepting this opportunity would mean incurring a weighty debt of gratitude. Furthermore, this spot came from Lin Xiaoxiao's family. The cost she would bear was unimaginable. He thought of the system he now carried and the 300 measly yuan in his pocket. Why couldn't he rely on himself to get in? Why couldn't he trample those so-called geniuses underfoot with his own effort? When his eyes opened again, the shock was gone. What remained was calmness and unshakable pride. "Xiaoxiao." His voice was soft but resolute. "Thank you, but no." Lin Xiaoxiao froze. Under the faint yellow glow of the street lamp, her shadow lingered. Drawn out, she gazed at Liu, who stood there in his worn-out school uniform. His calm demeanor almost terrifying, and felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. The special admission spot for Kyoto's top martial arts university. Something countless high-ranking officials and elites across the entirety of Great Xia coveted. And he simply refused it? "Liu, do you have any idea how important this spot is?" Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward anxiously, her tone brimming with exasperation and frustration, as if she couldn't bear his response. "This means you won't have to squeeze through the single-plank bridge with millions of senior high school students across the nation. Even if your blood energy value is just 0.8, you can still enjoy the pinnacle of martial arts resources in Great Xia. Didn't you always dream of going to Kyoto Martial University? This is your only chance." She locked her gaze on Liu, hoping to find a trace of stubbornness or impulsiveness in his eyes. But there was nothing. Liu's eyes were like a dried-up well, devoid of ripples or emotion. "I know." His voice was light, but the resolve that underpinned it was immovable. "But I can't take it." He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed face, brought on by her anxiety, and understood her good intentions. A special admission spot of this caliber was a priceless favor in this high martial world of survival of the fittest. But he couldn't accept it. What right did the Lin family have to offer such a precious opportunity to an outsider? Lin Xiaoxiao's insistence stemmed from a life-saving favor, but would the elders of the Lin family agree? More importantly, he had the system and 328.5 yuan. "Xiaoxiao, saving you a year ago, it was just on a whim." Liu turned around, his back facing the street lamp, half of his face cloaked in shadow. "You don't owe me." and I never intended to trade that event for anything. See you at the college entrance exams. His tone was icy, leaving no room for further conversation, as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his school uniform and strode away toward the dimly lit and worn-down streets, disappearing into the darkness. Resolute and decisive, no hesitation. Lin Xiaoxiao stood there, watching his figure slowly blend into the darkness, biting her lip hard. Stubborn fool. Her voice trembled with frustration as she stomped her foot in anger, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. She believed Li Yu was merely trying to protect his fragile pride. A commoner with a blood energy value of only 0.8 had rejected a shortcut, choosing instead to crash headlong into the harsh wall of reality. Fine, you want to take the exams on your own? She shouted at his fading silhouette. 3 days until the martial arts college entrance exam. Let's see how you even pass. There was no reply, only the echo of falling leaves swept up by the wind. Back in his dilapidated rented room, Liu locked the door, pulled shut the yellowing curtains, and shut out the last traces of light. The room plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the faint blue glow of his phone screen. Sitting on the hard wooden bed, he took a deep breath and called up the system interface. Current balance, 328.5 yuan. Exchangeable cultivation, 328 years. His pulse quickened. Even though he had experienced 2 lifetimes and was generally a calm individual, at this moment, he could not contain his excitement. Let's test it with 10 yuan first, he murmured cautiously. System, recharge 10 yuan to exchange for 10 years of cultivation. Ding. Deduction successful. Blood energy value permanently plus 1.0. Boom. As soon as the notification sounded, an enormous, pure surge of heat exploded from his lower abdomen, surging through his entire body like a rampaging wild horse. Hiss! Liu sucked in a cold breath. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet, within the pain was an indescribable sense of euphoria. His bones crackled, his shriveled muscles swelled, and his meridians expanded. Within 10 seconds, the surge of heat had completely fused into his body. Liu snapped his eyes open, a sharp glint flashing through the darkness. He clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. His previous strength had been like stagnant water. Now it flowed like a lively stream. My blood energy value? It's definitely over 1 point now. A fiery passion ignited in his eyes. For someone as untalented as him, 10 years of perfect cultivation could only increase his blood energy value by 1 point. Yet, with the system, he had just leaped from 0.8 directly to 1.8. Though he was still far from the 6 points required to pass the college entrance exam, he had just proven something. The system was real. 1 yuan could indeed buy 1 year of cultivation. Let's keep going, he declared without hesitation. System, recharge 100 yuan. Ding. Deduction successful. Blood energy value permanently plus 10.0. Rumble. This time, the energy within him surged 100-fold stronger than before. What had been a lively stream was now a raging flood. Liu groaned and was thrown off the bed, crashing heavily to the ground. His entire body turned crimson, like a boiled prawn, as sweat mixed with black impurities poured out of his pores. All of it, the strength, the sweat, the impurities, was the result of 100 years of painstaking cultivation, now forcefully crammed into his body by the system with ruthless precision. 5 minutes later, Liu struggled to his feet, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze with an intense, unyielding light. 11.8. He muttered under his breath. No one understood their bodies better than a martial artist. Without any machines to measure it, he could still clearly sense his blood energy value. 11.8. Exceeding the supposed limit of 10. That exalted martial arts prodigy, Zhao Zhe, who ate exotic beast meat daily and soaked in medicinal baths, only managed a blood vitality level of 9.8. But he, with just 110 yuan spent, completely pulverized that wealthy second generation in terms of blood vitality levels. Awesome! Liu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. 3 years of pain and suppression dissolved instantly into nothingness. But this wasn't enough. A blood vitality of 11.8 might place one at the top level in Hangzhou City. However, in Great Xia and the immensely powerful first martial arts university in the capital, it was nothing worth mentioning. He needed more strength. Liu glanced at his phone's balance. Just over 200 yuan left. A meager amount that wasn't even enough for scraps. Without hesitation, he opened a green app on his phone. The Good Loan app popular in Great Xia. His credit score was low, allowing only a small limit of 1,000 yuan. Borrow it all. Liu immediately chose to withdraw the full amount. Ding. 1,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Without an ounce of hesitation, he transferred it all into the system directly. Transaction successful. Blood vitality permanently plus 100.0. Boom! This time, Liu didn't even have the chance to scream before an overwhelming surge of power rocked his body, forcing him to his knees. A millennium's worth of cultivation accumulation sparked a qualitative transformation. His blood no longer remained ordinary liquid, it began to faintly vaporize. His bones turned to jade-like hardness, and his muscles became like cast iron. Blood vitality reached 100. There was a cardinal rule in the martial arts world of Great Xia. When one's blood vitality exceeded 100, they broke past the human body's limits, ascending into the realm of a true martial artist. A martial artist could even serve as a squad leader in the military. In Hangzhou City, martial artists walked with impunity, as long as they didn't provoke the local powers. In just 30 minutes, Liu surpassed a threshold that countless people could never cross in their entire lifetime. He exhaled a deep breath of filth, and the air exploded with a sharp, resounding bang. Standing up, he casually waved his hand, and the damaged, one-legged wooden desk nearby instantly shattered into pieces. Liu stared at his own hands, his brows furrowing slightly. He had strength now, and his blood vitality had reached the required level, but he didn't know how to fight. Raw strength alone isn't enough to unleash the full killing potential of a martial artist. Liu calmly analyzed his situation. In his current state, he was like a 3-year-old holding a Gatling gun. Immense firepower, but no idea how to aim or shoot properly. If he encountered an experienced opponent, he'd be suppressed and defeated in minutes.
Martial technique.
In his mind, he recalled the basic martial art taught for free at school, the 5 Elements Fist. This was the most widely practiced martial technique in Great Xia, and it was divided into 4 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, and perfection. For an ordinary high school student, reaching proficiency in 3 years was considered decent. Those skilled enough to achieve mastery were hailed as geniuses, while reaching perfection required decades of intense practice and exceptional insight. Liu tentatively asked the system, "Can martial techniques be purchased with credits?" "Yes. 1 yuan equals 1 year of martial technique comprehension." His eyes lit up with excitement, but upon checking his balance, it was already empty. He had exhausted all legitimate loan options. No one would lend him money anymore. He was an orphan with no relatives. Other than Lin Xiaoxiao, no classmates were willing to help him. Borrow money from Lin Xiaoxiao. The thought had barely surfaced when he resolutely suppressed it. Lin Xiaoxiao could easily secure a special admission spot at the first martial arts university in the capital, indicating the immense power of the Lin family behind her. For someone as lowly as Liu to suddenly borrow a large sum from her, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Lin family elders. Once their intelligence network discovered the anomaly in his blood vitality skyrocketing dramatically in a short time, the secret of his system wouldn't remain hidden. Until his strength reached an absolute level, he absolutely couldn't attract the attention of such major powers. Liu's gaze shifted to the corner of his smartphone screen, to a black app, Black Gold IOU. It was a high-interest loan application developed by an underground faction in Hangzhou City. The interest rates were astronomical, where losing an arm or a leg over defaults was not uncommon. Disappearing without a trace was an even lighter end. Normal people wouldn't dare touch it, even if they were starving. But Liu wasn't afraid. He was a martial artist. Once he aced the university entrance exam and gained entry to the first martial arts university in the capital, what did a petty high-interest loan from Hangzhou matter? He opened the app, registered, completed facial recognition, and applied for a limit of 10,000 yuan. Ding! Your bank account has received 10,000 yuan. Liu tapped on the screen, smirking. System. Deduct 1,000 yuan first. Boost my 5 Elements Fist. Transaction successful. 1,000 years of 5 Elements Fist comprehension experience has been granted. A sudden jolt shook his mind. An endless flood of scenes, punches being thrown and stances practiced, flashed before him like a rapid conveyor of film reels. The starting stance, the strike, the finishing posture, all those tedious moves seemed to replay millions upon millions of times in his mindscape. Within just 1 second, he reached beginner level with the 5 Elements Fist. 10 seconds later, proficiency, mastery, and perfection were all achieved. Liu's eyes shot open, feral and sharp like a tiger's. 1,000 years of relentless practice would turn even a pig into a fierce fighter. And what the system provided wasn't just training, it was the realization of absolute perfection. Every technique, every precise muscle movement within the 5 Elements Fist was engraved into his very bones, etched into his instincts. Only then, after prolonged deduction, Liu broke through the constraints of the 5 Elements Fist. He flawlessly merged the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Murmuring to himself, he whispered, the 5 elements as one. In the narrow confines of his rented room, he slowly took a stance. With a sudden flourish, he threw a punch, utilizing no energy or blood essence, relying solely on the strength of his physical body. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as the air rippled. A wave of white energy erupted from his fist, instantly shattering the dressing mirror 2 meters away into splinters. Looking at the shards of broken glass scattered on the ground, Liu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This punch was impossibly powerful. If Zhao Zhe were in front of him now, he wouldn't even need to exert his full force. Just this one punch would be enough to beat him senseless until even his own mother couldn't recognize him. Remaining balance, 9,000. Taking in a deep breath, Liu suppressed his excitement. He glanced at the account from which he'd borrowed, a high-interest loan of 10,000 yuan. He had just paid back 1,000, leaving 9,000 yet to be used. If I'm aiming to get into Kyoto's top martial arts university, if I want to grab resources beyond those provided for special admissions, then I might as well go big. His gaze turned wild. System. Bet it all. All 9,000. Convert it all to cultivation. Transaction successful. Permanent increase. Blood energy plus 900. Rumble. This wasn't a mere flood. It was a tsunami. A volcanic eruption. Liu's whole body trembled violently. Clenching his teeth tightly, he held back a cry, refusing to make a sound. Veins bulged and twined like azure dragons beneath his skin. His blood energy surged frantically. 100, 200, 500. The air inside the rented room began to distort. Invisible waves of energy radiated outward, pulsing from his body. Plaster fell from the walls. Overhead, the dim light bulb flickered twice amidst the energy fluctuations before shattering completely with a deafening crack. The room plunged into darkness. Yet in the inky blackness, a faint crimson glow emanated from within Liu's body, a sign that his blood energy was nearing the ultimate intensity, on the brink of a breakthrough. In the martial arts canon of the Great Xia civilization, 10 blood energy points were the peak score in the nation's university entrance exams. 100 points signified the breakthrough into becoming a martial artist. At 1,000 blood energy points, Liu's internal blood essence surged like a colossal dragon, and his inner energy burst outward all at once. He had officially stepped into the realm of the martial master. In a place like Hang City, a middle-tier province-level city, being a martial master was sufficient for one to establish and dominate their own martial school. Even the city's ruling leaders would address such an individual with reverent honorifics as Sir. Yet now, as an 18-year-old high school senior, Liu was sprinting toward a goal revered by countless others. Break! A silent roar erupted within Liu's chest as the invisible shackles inside him crumbled with a thunderous crack. His blood energy surged past 1,000 points, establishing him firmly as a martial master. The previously turbulent energy within him quickly settled, restoring absolute quiet to the room, save for the rhythmic pounding of his heartbeat. After a long moment, Liu slowly opened his eyes. He could now see clearly in the darkness, every corner of the room vividly outlined in his sight. Rising to his feet, he noticed how his body was covered in a sticky, foul-smelling substance. Residue expelled as his 9,000-year cultivation purified his body's impurities. He made his way to the bathroom, turning on the cold water to cleanse himself. Looking into the mirror, he was greeted by the reflection of a flawless physique. Although his muscles were not exaggerated, every inch of his frame held dormant, unparalleled destructive power. His cold, deep gaze radiated a resilience forged through trials and tribulations. Clenching his fist, Liu felt the apocalyptic strength coursing through his body. He was now an 18-year-old martial master in Hang City, an unprecedented existence unmatched by history or peers. However, his brows furrowed slightly as he quietly muttered to himself, "Breaking through so rapidly, I haven't yet grasped the full extent of my abilities." The Great Xia Empire spanned a vast territory, and Kyoto's top martial arts university gathered the finest talents from across the nation, particularly those descended from prestigious families who were raised consuming high-grade meat from legendary beasts and taking the pinnacle of natural treasures. Just how powerful were they? Was his current strength sufficient to rank among the national top 10 for the entrance exams? Top 3? Or even number 1? Forget it. No point overthinking. He dried off his body and changed into clean but worn-out clothing. In 3 days, there's the practical combat test. I'll find out then. Pulling open the shabby curtains, he gazed at the brilliant starlit night sky. In the distance, the neon lights of Hang City's bustling center illuminated the battlefield of the future. Inside the bathroom, droplets of water slid down his chiseled, defined muscles. After finishing his shower, Liu did not rest. Instead, he returned to his desk. Sitting on a lopsided, broken chair propped up by a stack of old books, He opened his most important humanities review book, The Modern and Contemporary Martial History of Great Xia. Although he had just undergone the transformation of 9 millennia's worth of cultivation, with his blood energy skyrocketing to 1,000 points and unlocking the realm of martial master, he had not forgotten his plan for the upcoming university entrance exams in 3 days, achieving a perfect score in the humanities section. In this brutal world where the strong devoured the weak, strength was the foundation, but intelligence was equally vital. As his gaze swept across the dense text and endless timelines on the pages, Liu suddenly froze. To his astonishment, every word and every date leapt into his memory effortlessly, engraved into his mind with perfect clarity. He possessed photographic memory. Breaking through 1,000 blood energy points not only transformed my body but upgraded my brain as well, he muttered to himself, struck by this unexpected benefit. What previously would have required hours of grueling overnight study, he now mastered in less than 10 minutes, gleaning not only the content but also nuances and applications. Closing the book, he turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. He moved to his plain, hardwood bed, undressed, lay down and shut his eyes. Meanwhile, in a dim, dilapidated alley in the old part of town, 3 dark figures clung to the shadows against the wall, their gazes fixed on a window of Liu's small rental room, the one that had just gone dark moments ago. At the forefront of the trio stood a man named Lao Mo. He wore a tattered black leather jacket, a cheap cigarette hanging loosely from his lips. The moonlight highlighted a fierce scar that ran from the corner of his eye down to his chin, giving his face a menacing edge. Lao Mo had a notorious reputation in Hang City's underground black market. He was an infamous thug but also a bona fide martial artist. Although his vitality value was only 110, ranking him among the weakest of all martial artists, in the old quarter, that was more than enough to let him walk with impunity. Brother Mo, one of his lackeys with yellow-dyed hair, gulped nervously, his voice trembling. Are we really doing this? Lao Mo shot him a cold glance, his eyes chillingly sharp. What? You scared? Of course, I'm scared. Another lackey, a chubby man standing next to them, kept his voice low, his tone filled with unease. He's just a high school student, about to take his college entrance exams. It's a national mandate that seniors preparing for exams are under strict protection during this period. If we get caught crippling a student right before their exams, we're done for. The fat lackey was trembling all over and didn't dare say anything more, knowing this was no laughing matter. Smack! Lao Mo delivered a sharp slap to the back of the fat lackey's head. Coward! What's there to be afraid of? The state only protects those geniuses capable of getting into the martial arts university. An ordinary high school kid has, what, maybe 10 points of vitality at best? Even those so-called geniuses at Hang City number 1 high only have 100 vitality points. Tops. He sneered coldly, pulling out his cell phone. The dim glow of the screen reflected off his scar, making him look even more ferocious. Besides, according to Zhao Xiao's intel, this Liu kid's vitality value is only 0.8. Lao Mo jabbed at the number on the screen with his finger. 0.8? Do you know what that means? Even a stray dog on the street has more vitality than this. He shoved the phone back into his pocket, his eyes brimming with disdain. With such a meager vitality value, he can't even take on an ordinary person. If I can't subdue him without making a sound, then Lao Mo, might as well smash my head against a wall and call it quits in Hang City. Yellow Hair was still uneasy. He rubbed his hands together nervously. Brother Mo, but what if? What if what? What if this piece of trash gets all worked up and causes a ruckus, waking up the neighbors? Not a chance. Lao Mo cut him off decisively. With his 0.8 vitality, I can silence him with one move. He won't even have time to let out a fart. Glancing at his watch, Lao Mo noted the time. 11:45 p.m. Wait a bit longer. Once he's in a deep sleep, we'll make our move. Zhao Xiao's orders are clear: break both his legs. If he spends the next half-month in the hospital and misses the exams, we've done our job. Pull this off and we've got 200,000 in our hands. I'll take you guys to Nightshade for a few days of fun. Hearing the mention of that sum, the 2 lackeys' breathing turned heavy. Greed quickly pushed aside their fears. The trio stood like lurking wolves, their eyes fixed on that pitch-black window. Time crawled by. 12:30 a.m. The old district had fallen into complete silence. Only the occasional meow of a stray cat broke the stillness of the night. Let's move, Lao Mo said, flicking away his cigarette butt and grinding it out under his heel. The 3 of them crept stealthily into the decrepit apartment building. The hallways reeked of mold and staleness. Stopping in front of Liu's door, Lao Mo sized it up. The door was old, its lock rusty and frail. He pulled out a thin piece of wire and expertly slid it into the keyhole. Inside the room, on a hardwood bed, Liu's breathing had been slow and steady, but when the wire touched the lock cylinder, it paused ever so slightly. After breaking through to the level of martial master, his five senses had been honed to an inhuman degree. The sound of someone tampering with his lock? For Liu, it was as clear as hearing water droplets from the neighboring building. Through his heightened perception, he sensed all three of them outside the door. Two ordinary people. Heartbeat rapid, breathing nervous, clearly filled with tension. And one more. A steady heartbeat, strong blood flow, it was unmistakable. This was someone who had surpassed the limits of an average human, a formally trained martial artist. However, in Liu's perception, the martial artist's vitality fluctuations were weak, akin to a flickering candle. Compared to the vast ocean-like energy coursing through Liu's own body, it was utterly negligible. Far too weak. Too weak for him to even feel remotely concerned. Lying still in the darkness, Liu's body didn't move, but his mind raced. In the dead of night, a formal martial artist bringing along two ordinary lackeys to break into my home? Liu sneered internally. He was a penniless orphan who could barely make ends meet and was struggling just to keep up with his rent. The most valuable possessions in the entire room were likely just his review materials. This clearly wasn't some random burglars looking for loot. No, they were here for him. Liu's life over the past 3 years had been one of isolation. He avoided trouble and stayed far away from any dealings with the city's underworld. The sole exception occurred just hours earlier. He had refused Zhao Zai's offer to buy his test results. Now, as expected, the reprisal had come swiftly. Zhao's rich and entitled young patron hadn't wasted a moment. Since he couldn't get what he wanted through negotiation, he had resorted to brute force. This was typical behavior for the privileged class in a world of high martial arts. To them, ordinary people were like ants beneath their feet, disposable at any moment. If this had been a few hours ago, and if Liu had faced the same situation, a formal martial artist and two underlings breaking in at midnight, the outcome would have been devastating. Breaking both his legs, leaving him like a dying dog on the ground, and robbing him of any chance to change his destiny wasn't just a possibility. It would have been a certainty. But now the lock made a light click, and the wooden door was pushed open a crack. The moonlight from the hallway poured in, casting distorted shadows on the ground. Liu, lying on the bed, instantly opened his eyes. Those deep, icy eyes showed no panic, only indifference, as if from a high vantage point, looking down on these overconfident ants. Old Mo, swift as a night-prowling cat, entered the room first and gently closed the door. The room plunged into darkness once more. His gaze quickly locked onto Liu lying on the bed. Sleeping like a dead pig, Old Mo ridiculed inwardly and gestured for his two subordinates to restrain Liu's hands. At the same time, he pulled out a solid steel rod from his waistband. The cold steel rod radiated an ominous chill. Old Mo took a deep breath, channeling 110 points of blood energy within him, concentrating it into his right arm. His intent was clear, to shatter both of Liu's legs on the spot, inflicting comminuted fractures that even the most skilled orthopedic surgeons in Hangcheng couldn't repair. Silent in his movements, Old Mo approached, carefully raising the steel rod, preparing to land a devastating blow. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the darkness. "How much did Zhao Zai offer you?" The voice was calm and steady, yet it struck like a thunderclap in the still air. Huang Mao and the fatty trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. Old Mo's pupils shrank sharply, and the raised steel rod froze mid-air. This kid was awake? He had been utterly silent in his approach. How had he been detected? However, Old Mo was no novice. Amidst his surprise, his eyes flared with ferocity. "Awake? So what? If you're courting death, I'll be happy to oblige." With a low growl, his muscles tensed, and the rod, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, crashed down toward the figure on the bed. If this blow landed, even a skull would fracture. He was out to kill. "Brother Mo, stop!" the fatty called out in panic, but Old Mo paid no heed. He knew he couldn't afford to let this boy utter another sound. Yet, just as the fatal strike was about to land within 5 centimeters of its target, the steel rod abruptly halted, as though it had collided with an unyielding iron mountain. It couldn't advance another millimeter. Old Mo froze in shock, his wide eyes staring ahead. In the faint light spilling from the window, he beheld the most unbelievable and despair-inducing sight of his life. The boy who was supposed to be lying on the bed was now sitting up. That solid steel rod, capable of channeling all of Old Mo's blood energy and powerful enough to crush granite, was now held between the boy's index and middle fingers, effortlessly pinched mid-air. A hoarse, guttural sound escaped Old Mo's throat. He tried with all his might to pull the rod back, but it wouldn't budge. Those two slender, Pale fingers gripped the steel rod like a hydraulic press. With this level of strength, you dare to take on dirty jobs? Liu muttered softly as he sat in the darkness, slightly tilting his head. A trace of disappointment flickered across his eyes. As he finished speaking, he exerted a bit more force. The steel rod screeched audibly, emitting a piercing metallic crack. To Old Mo's horror, it snapped into two pieces as deep indentations of Liu's fingers appeared on its surface. The recoil sent Old Mo stumbling backward. Staring at the half-rod in his hand, he was dumbfounded. Just two fingers had snapped a solid steel rod? What kind of person was this? A so-called waste with just 0.8 blood energy capable of such strength? Even the vice president of the Hangqing Martial Arts Association, a master with 500 blood energy, couldn't do such a thing. Who the hell are you? Old Mo's voice trembled, terror coursing through his very bones. In an instant, clarity dawned on him. Zhao Zai's intel was entirely false. This wasn't an opponent to be handled casually. This was an ancient, feral beast in human disguise. Run! Freezing in blind fear, Old Mo's mind went blank. Without uttering another word of bravado, without even glancing at his subordinates, he darted toward the door in a frenzy. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Liu's voice was calm, yet it resounded like the whisper of death. In a split second, without utilizing any martial arts techniques or activating any blood energy, Liu relied purely on his physical strength. He leaped forward, bridging the 2-meter gap instantly, appearing directly behind Old Mo. A chilling sensation crept across Old Mo's back, followed by a violent force slamming into his spine. Boom! His body flew through the air like a broken kite, colliding violently with the solid wall. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his organs spewed forth. Old Mo slid limply down the wall, not uttering a single cry of pain, losing consciousness instantly. It was a complete annihilation. A formal martial artist with 110 blood energy had been incapacitated by Liu before even managing a single move. And Liu hadn't even exerted a tenth of his strength. The room fell into a deathly silence. Huang Mao and the fatty stood frozen, staring at their lifeless boss on the ground, then turning toward the young man who was slowly facing them in the dark. A warm, damp sensation spread down Huang Mao's pants. He had wet himself in fear. Big brother. Huang Mao's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees, frantically kowtowing. We have nothing to do with this. It was all Zhao Zai. He promised 20 grand, just to break your legs. Please spare us. Please spare us. The fatty sobbed, kneeling with snot and tears streaming down his face. Liu gazed coldly at the two of them. There was no pity or anger in his expression, only a detached, all-knowing indifference. The strong eat the weak, that was reality. If not for the system granting him advancement to a martial master, these two would have already shattered his bones and left with their blood money for a night of revelry. Without speaking, Liu slowly, raising his hand, he delivered 2 swift and clean chops to the back of their necks. The blonde-haired man and the fat man rolled their eyes and collapsed limply to the ground. After dealing with the 3 nuisances, Liu turned on the light, a blinding brightness flooding the room. He took a glance at the unconscious trio sprawled on the floor, then at the cracked wall where Lao Mo had slammed his body. Stepping to Lao Mo's side, he squatted and directly reached into his pocket. It didn't take long before he pulled out a phone and a black unregistered bank card. Using Lao Mo's fingerprint, Liu unlocked the phone and opened the banking app. The balance was displayed clearly, 253,000 yuan. Clearly, this sum was the dirty money Zhao Zai had secretly handed over. Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been troubled by the fact that even the 10,000 yuan he had borrowed from those high-interest lenders wasn't enough, and the system was a money-burning bottomless pit. Now, as if by fate, the money had delivered itself right to his doorstep.
Zhao Zai.
He tucked the black card into his pocket, his gaze darkening. This pre-exam gift of yours, I'll gladly accept it. As for the combat assessment 3 days from now, I'll repay you with interest. The dimly lit rental room reeked of blood and sweat. Calmly, Liu transferred the money into his own phone and, without hesitation, opened the dark, ominous black gold debt contract app to make repayments. 2 loan payments, amounting to a total of 11,000 yuan, were deducted. The screen displayed a successful repayment notification, and the balance owed was now cleared. Liu felt as if the weight pressing on his chest shattered into dust. A feeling of relief washed over him. The card still had 242,000 yuan remaining. This amount astonished him, almost unthinkable for someone who, across 2 lifetimes, had never seen such a fortune. System, he called in his mind. Recharge my vital energy value. The moment the words left his lips, he forcibly suppressed the urge to throw more money into the system. His vital energy value was already as high as 1,000 points, officially stepping into the martial master realm. In a small place like Hang City, having prowess of that level was like a blinding beacon against the night sky. Too conspicuous. Without absolute strength, a high vital energy value was more of a death sentence, an invitation to calamity. He glanced at the system panel. It was always ready to exchange money for cultivation strength. It was like having a portable superpower battery. Stay low-key, save money, and if trouble came knocking, he could explode with power on site. No rush to spend this money. Shutting off his phone, Li Yu's gaze fell back on the three sprawled bodies on the floor. Lao Mo's rib cage had been crushed. His breathing labored and faint, barely clinging to life. The blonde-haired man and the fat man, knocked unconscious by his palm strikes, lay on the floor like lifeless pigs. Call the police?
Li Yugoslavia snarat.
The laws in the Great Xia Kingdom were strict, but they were enforced selectively. Zhao Zai's family had assets worth over $1 billion, and their martial arts schools were spread throughout Hang City. If the police got involved, the Zhao family could easily suppress the matter with little more than finding a scapegoat to take the fall for a few years in prison. And if Li Yu's vital energy levels were exposed, it would undoubtedly provoke the Zhao family, inviting unrelenting and frenzied retaliation. He might not even make it safely to the assessment hall for the martial arts exam 3 days later. In this high martial world of survival of the fittest, mercy was nothing short of a death wish. Since Zhao Zai had already decided to destroy him, Li Yu saw no need to show any mercy in return. His gaze instantly turned frigid, cold enough to pierce to the bone, like the heart of winter. He walked to Lao Mo's side, and without hesitation, stomped directly on his throat. A slight application of force. Crack! The faint sound of snapping cartilage echoed. Lao Mo's body spasmed a few times before going completely limp and unresponsive. Next, Li Yu repeated the same motion on both the blonde-haired man and the fat man. 3 crisp cracks. Clean, efficient, and without the slightest unnecessary movement. Li Yu's face remained expressionless throughout. With 2 lifetimes of experience and the tempered mindset of a martial master, he was as calm and precise as a killing machine. Killing was only the first step. The more crucial part was the disposal of the bodies. From under the bed, he pulled out 3 large woven bags, methodically stuffing the 3 lifeless bodies into them as if packing waste. Moving the bodies might have been nearly impossible for an ordinary person, but with a vital energy level of 1,000, a martial master like Li Yu found it as effortless as carrying 3 sacks of cotton. Grabbing the bags with one hand, he pushed open the window. In the late hours of Hang City's old district, the streets were deserted. The surveillance cameras had long been broken. Like a shadowy feline, Li Yu melded into the darkness, silently slipping out through the window. His legs burst with a surge of power. Boom! The ground beneath his feet dented with 2 shallow pits as his body shot forward like a cannonball, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. His speed was extraordinary, leaving faint afterimages trailing in the air. 10 minutes later, at the edge of Hang City's western suburbs lay an abandoned landfill, a foul-smelling, unregulated wasteland that perpetually reeked of stench. The area was home to numerous wild dogs that scavenged on garbage laced with mild radiation and remnants of exotic beast meat, growing even larger than normal wolves and becoming uncommonly bloodthirsty. Standing atop a mountain of waste, Li Yu drew a dagger from Lao Mo's belt and, without hesitation, sliced several deep gashes into the corpses, cutting all the way to the bone. The tang of blood instantly dispersed into the air with the night wind. A woo! In the distance, a terrifying howl echoed. Countless green, ghostly eyes began to light up in the darkness. Li Yu tossed the 3 woven bags filled with bodies into the deepest trench of the landfill, turned around, and leapt up. Abandoned concrete pillars. In less than half a minute, dozens of mutated wild dogs plunged madly into the garbage pit. The sounds of gnawing, chewing, and bones being crushed echoed piercingly. It was like a cruel symphony. Li Yu stood silently, watching for hours until the 3 corpses were devoured to nothingness. Not even scraps of flesh were left. The bones had been gnawed to pieces and swallowed, leaving no trace of their existence. Even the City Defense Bureau's most advanced genetic testing equipment could not extract any useful DNA from the pile of foul-smelling dog feces. Li Yu jumped down from the concrete pillar and threw his blood-stained dagger and 3 empty bags forcefully into a bottomless pool of toxic industrial waste in the distance. Gulp! Bubbles churned, and all traces completely disappeared. Dawn broke, and the sky lightened with the first blush of morning. On his way back to his rented apartment, Li Yu fetched a bucket of clean water and meticulously wiped away the bloodstains left by old Mo, scrubbing 3 times until no trace of blood lingered in the air. Grumble! His stomach suddenly let out a thunderous protest. The consumption of a martial teacher-level body was astonishing. After a night of physical exertion, Liu felt that he could eat an entire cow right now. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes and stepped out of his room. At the street corner, a breakfast stall had just opened. Boss, 20 baskets of soup dumplings, 10 fried dough sticks, 5 bowls of soy milk. 15 minutes later, full and satisfied, Liu patted his stomach, stood up, and stretched lazily in the morning sunlight. It was time to get down to business. Holding more than 200,000 yuan in cash, he couldn't just let the money sit idle in the bank earning interest. Money only has value when it's transformed into strength. For now, his qi and blood couldn't be recklessly cultivated, so he had to focus on martial arts techniques. Last night, he spent 1,000 yuan to perfect his 5 elements fist technique, even comprehending the hidden 5 elements unity internal force, a powerful insight. However, the 5 elements fist was ultimately the most basic and common fist technique in Great Xia, with limited potential. When confronted with experts or the higher-grade martial arts of noble family offspring, an ordinary fist technique was far from enough. He needed more advanced martial skills, techniques with greater destructive power. Half an hour later, Liu stood before a grand, fortress-like building in the heart of Hang City, the Hang City Martial Arts Library. This place housed all the publicly known martial arts texts and was the only access point for ordinary people seeking higher-level martial arts. After swiping his card to pass security, Liu went straight to the second-floor martial arts sales section. Yes, martial arts were for sale. In Great Xia, aside from the basic body forging technique and 5 elements fist, any practical, battle-ready martial arts had to be purchased. Standing before a self-service inquiry terminal, he entered martial skill grades. The screen displayed the grading system: Heaven, Earth, Mystical, Yellow, the 4 major ranks, each divided into low, middle, high, and top grades. He searched for his 5 elements fist. 5 elements fist, yellow rank, low grade. He sneered and scrolled down to the prices. Yellow rank low grade martial arts, 1,000 dragon coins per manual. Yellow rank middle grade, 5,000. Yellow rank high grade, 20,000. Yellow rank top grade, 100,000. The price disparity made his heart race. Taking a deep breath, he scrolled the screen to open the Mystical Rank Martial Arts directory. Mystical Rank, low-grade martial arts, starting at 500,000 dragon coins. 500,000! Liu gasped audibly, and that was just the starting price. To buy a Mystical Rank middle-grade technique, he'd probably need to shell out over 1,000,000 dragon coins. As for Earth Rank and Heaven Rank martial arts, the screen displayed no prices, only a cold prompt: insufficient clearance. Please visit the Provincial Martial Arts Association for inquiries. Liu muttered. What a money pit! He had thought that the 240,000 yuan in his account amounted to modest savings. But faced with top-tier martial arts resources, it was clearly a drop in the bucket. At most, he could afford 2 top-grade yellow rank manuals, but what use would that be? He shook his head in disapproval. Yellow rank martial arts would rapidly become obsolete by the time he reached university. Liu was determined to get into Kyoto's top martial arts university. There, as long as he earned enough credits, mystical rank martial arts or even earth rank techniques would be available for free. Spending tens of thousands now on something that would soon be outdated was sheer foolishness. Quality steel should only be used where it matters most. The 240,000 yuan was better saved for practical use during combat evaluations. With that decision made, he decisively exited the query interface and prepared to leave. As he stepped out of the library's main hall, his peripheral vision caught sight of a massive holographic advertisement. Hang City Martial Arts Library Centennial Celebration. Exclusive benefits. Free trial of mystical rank techniques. Liu's footsteps halted mid-stride. A free trial of mystical rank techniques. He turned toward the booth beneath the advertisement, packed with a crowd of people. In this resource-monopolized world, the government offering mystical rank techniques worth over 500,000 dragon coins for free use was unheard of. There had to be a catch. But mystical rank techniques were mystical rank. A glimmer of curiosity crossed his eyes as he leisurely made his way toward the booth. There were a dozen or so virtual reality pods at the booth, and one had just become available. A young martial artist had just removed his virtual headset. Sweating profusely, his face pale, he cursed loudly, "This garbage. The meridian pathways are as convoluted as a labyrinth. It's impassable." Liu ignored it and stepped forward to scrutinize the introduction on the screen. Asterisk Concealment Art Star. A mid-tier auxiliary technique of the mysterious rank. Effect. Perfectly hides one's blood energy fluctuations, allowing one to disguise their external level of cultivation up to 3 ranks lower. Even top-tier experts will find it nearly impossible to detect. Liu's heart started to pound wildly. This was practically tailor-made for him. A god-tier ability. From now on, even if his blood energy value skyrocketed, This concealment art would ensure he remained undetected. Without hesitation, he climbed into the virtual training pod and donned the neural interface helmet. Identity verification passed. Loading trial version of mysterious rank mid-tier skill, concealment art, asterisk asterisk. After a slight dizziness, a complex and profound map of the technique's pathways seared into his mind. Begin. Liu immediately mobilized the vast ocean of martial artist-level blood energy within him, forcing it to circulate as per the guidance of the technique. Pain. Intense, stabbing pain. Mysterious rank techniques were 100 times more intricate than basic 5-element forms. His blood energy had to navigate minuscule, secret meridians, akin to forcing a roaring river through a fine tube. He gritted his teeth but didn't let out a single groan of pain. He could feel the overwhelming pressure shrouding his body gradually diminishing. 1,000 points, 800 points, 500 points. It was working. Liu felt a surge of excitement. He continued to drive his blood energy, charging toward the final barrier of the technique's first layer. As long as he broke through, he could fully activate the blood energy lock and perfect the disguise. Charge. His blood energy surged forward like a blade piercing through the bottleneck. Just as he was on the verge of success, beep, a grating electronic sound reverberated in his head. Trial progress limit reached. To access the complete version of the technique, please make a payment of 800,000 dragon coins. Boom! His blood energy suddenly lost guidance, violently rebounding. Liu let out a muffled grunt as if a massive iron hammer had slammed into his chest. A bitter taste rose in his throat, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Snapping his eyes open, he tore off the helmet and sat up abruptly from the virtual training pod. Breathing heavily, rage smoldered in his eyes. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Liu cursed internally. This is outright robbery. His stomach churned with frustration. This wasn't some sort of benefit. It was an obvious marketing trap. The technique's initial, most effective portion had been offered for free to lure people in. And once the practitioner was fully immersed, with their meridians already adapted to this framework, they cruelly cut it off at a critical juncture. It was the same suffocating frustration as holding your bladder for 3 days and 3 nights, only to have someone clamp the flow shut midway. With severed meridians and the agonizingly turbulent backlash of blood energy, anyone would be driven mad with discomfort. No one would resist buying the remaining part to immediately resolve the pain. But the price was cruel, 800,000 for the complete technique. Liu glanced at his phone balance. It was only 240,000, nowhere near enough. He forcefully tamped down the chaotic surges of his blood energy, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. Though he couldn't afford the full version, he'd memorized the most critical introductory part. He didn't need to buy the manual. He had another, more ruthless option. System, he said coldly in his mind, a resolute tone brooking no argument. Microtransaction. The sharp pain from severed meridians continued to echo faintly near the edge of the training pod. 80,000 dragon coins for the complete skill set? A pipe dream. He repeated his command. System. 1,000 coins to forcibly deduce concealment art. Ding. Payment successful. Remaining balance. 241,000. 1,000 years of comprehension for concealment art granted. Boom. Liu's consciousness was dragged into an endless expanse of pure white. There were no manuals, no instructors, only himself and the fragmented pathways of blood energy circulation. The system compressed 1,000 years into the span of mere seconds. In the first year, Liu repeatedly tried to reconnect the severed meridians, but the blood energy reversed, the pathways snapped, and failure reigned. By the 10th year, he finally located a secret secondary meridian, managing to push his blood energy forward slightly. By the 100th year, through sheer force and ceaseless attempts, he deduced over 100 possible reconnections, enduring countless instances of backlash and near insanity in search of the singular correct path. By the 500th year, the foundation of the blood energy lock began to take form. His previously turbulent blood energy now mellowed, gradually retreating into his bones and muscles. By the 1,000th year, Liu's eyes snapped open. The library was still bustling and noisy, oblivious to his presence. A glint of sharp determination flashed in his gaze. The so-called 80,000 coin manual, crippled and incomplete by official design, had been totally reconstructed by his 1,000 coin gamble, a miraculous pathway forged through relentless simulation. Not only had he fully restored the technique, but his 1,000 years of simulated comprehension had also propelled his understanding far beyond the grasp of its original author. Now, he could not only conceal his blood energy, but also modify its attributes and simulate the pressure of martial artists of varying levels. Yet his brows furrowed tightly. Still not enough. He knew that the chi and blood lock within his body was not stable enough. It might suffice against ordinary masters or grandmasters, but if he encountered terrifying entities like martial spirits or martial kings, or the top-tier chi and blood detection instruments in the military, he would still be exposed. The martial artist hierarchy in this world was crystal clear. Martial artist, martial master, master, grandmaster, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint and martial god. A mid-tier, profound-rank cultivation technique ultimately had its limits.
Li Yugoslavia pundarat.
The balance in his bank account stood at 240,000. No problem. Deduct another 1,000. Continue deducing the breath concealment technique. Ding. Transaction successful. 1,000 years of experience credited. Boom. Once again, his consciousness was engulfed in a flash of white light. He shattered and restructured the completed technique over and over, repeatedly breaking and recombining it. He abandoned the cumbersome meridian structures and engraved the secret of concealing chi and blood into each cell. Liu sat back in the virtual cabin and let out a long breath. No sound, not even a ripple in the air. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. At this moment, if Liu were to close his eyes and stand still, those around him probably wouldn't even sense his presence. The 1,000 points of chi and blood belonging to a martial master within his body were firmly locked away in his dantian and bone marrow by some mysterious power, not a trace leaking out. Let's test the effect. Liu thought as he began to operate the breath concealment technique. The overwhelming chi pressure of a martial master quickly dissipated, dropping from 1,000 points all the way to 0.8 points, almost indistinguishable from someone without any chi and blood. He looked at his hands, his muscles relaxed, his eyes dimmed, and even his breathing pattern reverted to that of the useless student he once was. At 0.8 chi, the trash who ranked last in the entire Hangzhou High School number 3 was back again. Liu stood up and took a few steps, feeling no incongruity in his movements. If he were to undergo a medical examination at Hangzhou number 3 High School, their outdated chi and blood testing device would surely display that glaring 0.8. Too weak. He shook his head. A chi level of 0.8 wouldn't even meet the threshold to enter the college entrance exam's martial arts section. He needed a reasonable number that ensured admission to a prominent martial arts university without drawing attention from the top clans. He adjusted the chi and blood lock within his body once more, gently loosening it. A stream of pure chi and blood began flowing into his limbs, slowly increasing from 0.8 to 9.8, nearly reaching the limit. A chi value of 9.8 was already considered top-tier talent in Hangzhou, easily qualifying him for letters of recommendation from elite high schools. However, when placed in the Great Xia Nation's #1 martial arts university in the capital, a haven of exceptional talents, this number would merely be decent and wouldn't attract undue attention. Hands buried in his pockets, Liu casually strolled toward the library's entrance. With only 2 days remaining until the college entrance exam, everything was prepared, just missing the final touch. On the other side, in the wealthy district of Hangzhou's East Half Mountain, within the Zhao family's villa, in a lavish training room filled with the scent of medicinal herbs, a central white jade bathtub bubbled with a dark red medicinal liquid. It was a supreme medicinal bath brewed from rare ginseng, deer antler, and exotic beast blood essence. There was only one person here, Zhao Zhe. Shirtless, he leaned against the edge of the tub, the medicinal liquid soaking his well-built muscles, though his face was clouded with gloom. Still no news. Zhao Zhe shot a glare at the bodyguard dressed in black at his side, his tone filled with irritation. The bodyguard bowed his head and reported, "Young master, Mr. Mo's phone has been off the entire time, and none of his subordinates are picking up their phones either. We've checked the places he frequents, but we found no trace of him." Zhao Zhe abruptly stood up, the medicinal liquid streaming off his muscles. "Useless. Can't even deal with a high school student. He took my 200,000 and then disappeared. From the moment he issued the order last night until now, 12 hours had passed. By all rights, Mr. Mo should have sent him a photo of Liu lying with broken legs this morning, yet not a single bit of news had come his way. What's going on? Did Liu die or not?" A sense of unease began creeping into Zhao Zhe's mind. The college entrance exams were drawing near. If that trash actually made it into the exam hall, where would Zhao Zhe's reputation go? He had spoken bold words in front of everyone, swearing that Liu would be stuck in a hospital bed for half a month. Beside him, the family butler, dressed impeccably, stepped forward and handed Zhao Zhe a robe. "Don't worry, young master." The butler, a trusted confidant of the Zhao family and also the deputy curator of their martial arts hall, reassured him. "It'll definitely get done." As he helped Zhao Zhe don the robe, the butler spoke with a confident smirk. "Think about it, young master. What kind of trash is that Liu kid? A chi value of just 0.8. With such a waste, let alone Mr. Mo, Even one of my newly recruited apprentices could crush him single-handedly. The butler sneered with contempt. How could he possibly fight back? Bash his head against them? Zhao Zhe tightened the robe's belt, his brows still furrowed. But why isn't Mr. Mo answering his phone? What if? He slumped onto the sofa in frustration and took a sip of wine, hesitating to finish his thought. What if Mr. Mo failed? What if Liu called the police? Absolutely impossible. The butler interrupted sharply. Mr. Mo is a martial artist with a chi value above 100. Dealing with someone with only 0.8 chi is like using a tank to crushing ants, even with eyes closed, would never go wrong. Even if something went wrong somehow, old Mo would contact you immediately. No news now means only one thing. The butler lowered his voice, his gaze cold and merciless. Old Mo probably went too far and killed that kid with a single stick. The wineglass in Zhao Zhe's hand paused mid-air. In the Great Xia Kingdom, killing an exam candidate during the national college exams is a serious crime. It would definitely attract the attention of the City Defense Bureau. The butler continued. Old Mo must be avoiding the trouble. He probably went out in the middle of the night to handle the body. Cleaning up the evidence takes time, and the phone must remain off. Once everything is dealt with, he'll naturally contact you. Zhao Zhe finally relaxed his furrowed brows and nodded slightly. Exactly, how could a piece of trash with a blood vitality value of 0.8 survive at the hands of a warrior? Old Mo must have beaten him to death and was likely burying the body in the wilderness by now. That makes sense. Zhao Zhe exhaled and downed the rest of his wine in one go. The gloom on his face dissipated, replaced by arrogance and composure. If he's dead, that's fine. He sneered, tossing the empty wine glass onto the expensive carpet. Refusing $1 million, only to throw his life away. This is the tragedy of the lower class, never recognizing their own station. He stood up, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window to overlook the bustling Hangxing below. The sunlight illuminated his face, pride filling his eyes. Forget it, no point dwelling on the dead. Turning around with outstretched arms, the butler and bodyguards immediately began helping him change into his custom-made martial arts attire. Tell the kitchen to stew the Tier 1 saber-toothed tiger meat that was just delivered. I want my blood vitality at its peak. Preparing myself for the college examinations. His eyes sparkled with boundless ambition. 2 days from now, in the exam hall, I, Zhao Zhe, will surely shine brighter than ever. 2 days later in the early morning, sunlight filtered through the thin mist of the old city district, casting its glow across the narrow streets. Liu splashed cold water onto his face in front of the rundown bathroom mirror. Droplets trickled down his sharp, angular face. The reflection in the mirror revealed calm, deep eyes, like a pool of still water. Over the past 3 days, he neither spent money heedlessly nor stepped outside to test the powers of a martial master. He stayed in his rented apartment like an ordinary senior-year high school student, meticulously combing through the humanities revision materials. With his eidetic memory, he etched all the key points into his mind. The rest of his time was spent perfecting his practice of the advanced art known as the hidden breathing technique. Now, his internal blood vitality was perfectly sealed, 1,000 points compressed deep within his bone marrow, outwardly appearing as a mere 9.8. Liu dried his face with a towel, then put on a freshly washed, faded short-sleeved shirt and loose, clean sweatpants, simple yet neat. He carried no bag and nothing extra. Pushing the door open, he headed downstairs. Today was the day of the Martial Arts National College exam. The entire Hangxing seemed to awaken at this moment, caught in a whirlwind of fervor and excitement. The streets were lined with bold red banners declaring, "Prosperity in martial arts, glory to humanity," and wishing Hangxing students great success in their trials. The normally congested motorways were closed off entirely for the occasion. Every 50 meters, a soldier from the City Defense Army, armed with live ammunition, stood guard to maintain order. The martial arts college exam was regarded as the most sacred of laws in the Great Xia Kingdom. Anyone causing trouble on this day would be executed immediately. Hands in his pockets, Liu sauntered calmly along the pedestrian path toward the exam venue, Hangxing's #1 martial arts high school. It was the city's largest exam center, equipped with the most advanced facilities. The area outside the testing grounds was already teeming with people. Parents, students, and media journalists packed the square. A mix of tension, excitement, and anxiety filled the air. Some were practicing deep breathing exercises wildly. Others sipped on expensive blood-enhancing fluids under their parents' urging, while a few were so nervous that their pale faces trembled uncontrollably. Liu stood on the outskirts of the crowd, expressionless, appearing as if merely an observer. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced through the clamor. "Liu!" He turned slightly, spotting Lin Xiaoxiao waving ferociously from beside a black bulletproof SUV not far away. She was dressed in a tight-fitting black martial arts uniform, her tall and slender figure complemented by a neat ponytail. For bodyguards in black suits with steady auras stood emotionlessly behind her. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed past the bodyguards and jogged up to Liu, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "You really came?" She scrutinized him up and down, her eyes filled with astonishment and faint worry. 3 nights ago, in the old street, Liu had turned down her family's special recruitment offer. She had assumed he was just putting up a front and would give up on attending the exam upon reflection. Unexpectedly, he actually came. And he brought nothing, walking with the ease of someone out for a casual stroll. "I told you, see you at the exam," Liu replied calmly. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, glancing around before lowering her voice with urgency. "Liu, are you crazy? This is the martial arts exam, not the academic one. The very first round is the blood vitality test, with a passing mark of 6. You only have 0.8. As soon as you step onto the machine, the alarm will go off and you'll be kicked out on the spot. Thousands of people will be watching you. Can you handle that humiliation?" She understood the brutal elimination and shame that came with it. It was the public stripping of one's dignity. Liu looked at her, an anxious expression appeared, and his heart stirred slightly. This girl was incredibly stubborn, treating a life-saving favor, not yet fully understood, as more important than her own dignity or self-interest. "I know what I'm doing," he said without offering further explanation. Lin Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in frustration at his obstinacy. "You know what? That's nonsense." She spun around suddenly, pulling out an exquisite metal bottle and thrusting it into his hand. "Here, this is blood surge pill liquefied extract that my dad prepared for me last night. Drinking it can forcibly increase your vitality by 2 points for half an hour. It might not be much, but at least it'll provide some dignity and keep you from being outright disqualified by the machines. No side effects. Hurry up and drink it." Liu felt the coolness of the bottle in his hand, catching a whiff of an intense, medicinal aroma. Drugs that boosted vitality forcefully were both incredibly expensive and exceedingly rare, yet Lin Xiaoxiao handed it to him without a second thought. "Thank you," Liu said seriously as he looked at her. "But I don't need it." With that, he reversed the action, shoving the bottle back into Lin Xiaoxiao's pocket. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, almost amused but mostly infuriated. "How can you be so damn stubborn? Can pride feed you? Can it be converted into vitality?" She was about to forcefully pour the medicine down his throat when a commotion erupted at the plaza's perimeter. "Look, it's the Zhao family motorcade. The young master of Hongqing's Zhao Martial Hall, Zhao Zhe, is here. I heard his vitality is nearly maxed out. He's one of this year's top talents with a real shot at getting into Kyoto Martial University." The crowd instinctively parted, forming a wide avenue. 3 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms smoothly rolled into the designated parking area outside the examination center. The car doors opened, and 8 burly bodyguards in black suits quickly stepped out, forming 2 intimidating lines beside the vehicles. Zhao Zhe emerged from the middle car, dressed in a custom-made pure white martial arts uniform. His hairstyle was meticulously styled, his chin slightly raised, exuding arrogance as he surveyed the masses like a king among commoners. Behind him trailed his butler, who sported a distinctive mustache. "Young master, how are you feeling today?" The butler bent low, handing him a warm towel with a smile. "Never been better," Zhao Zhe replied, taking the towel to wipe his hands before tossing it aside. He took a deep breath, basking in the reverential, envious, and jealous gazes surrounding him. This was the treatment he deserved. He, Zhao Zhe, was born to stand at the top. "Did you handle that garbage, Liu?" Zhao Zhe asked casually while walking toward the center of the plaza. In his mind, he'd already concluded that Liu was as good as dead. Still, before entering the exam venue, he wanted confirmation for good luck. "Rest assured, young master," the butler replied smoothly, lowering his voice with a sly smile. "You know the efficiency of Lao Mo's work, don't you? That boy is probably nothing but dust by now. Everything was done cleanly. No flies will disturb your peace." Zhao Zhe curled his lips in satisfaction. "Good." His gaze swept indifferently over the crowd ahead. To him, these ordinary examinees were no more valuable than crops waiting to be harvested. But as his eyes roamed toward a corner on the edge of the plaza, they suddenly froze. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. It was as if he had been struck on the head with a sledgehammer, leaving him paralyzed. "Young master? What's wrong?" The butler noticed Zhao Zhe's unusual reaction and followed his gaze. His face turned ghostly pale, his mustache quivering. How is this possible?" In the distance stood a young man wearing a washed-out short-sleeve shirt, his hands in his pockets, quietly standing there. The sunlight glinted off his face, every fine hair visible in stark detail. He was alive, completely unscathed, not even a scratch on him.
Li Yugoslavia.
Zhao Zhe felt as though his mind was exploding, a deafening roar surging through his head. A wave of disorienting dizziness hit him, almost knocking him off balance. What was going on? How could he be here? What happened to Lao Mo? A martial artist with vitality exceeding 100. Didn't he break Li Yu's legs? Didn't he kill him? Why was this boy with a measly 0.8 vitality standing here perfectly fine at the entrance of the examination venue? Zhao Zhe's breathing quickened, his chest heaving violently. The composed and arrogant face he wore a moment ago was now twisted in shock and disbelief. Li Yu seemed to sense something. He turned his head slightly, and from tens of meters away, amidst the crowd, his gaze locked unerringly onto Zhao Zhe. There was no anger, no hatred, just an icy cold indifference, like someone looking at a dead man. Li Yu's lips twitched into a subtle smirk, exuding an air of ridicule. Boom! To Zhao Zhe, that smirk was like a bomb, an unambiguous act of provocation. He knew. Zhao Zhe knew he knew everything. His eyes turned bloodshot instantly. As the fear subsided, it was consumed by the raging fury of being humiliated. Shoving the butler aside, Zhao Zhe strode toward Li Yu. Out of my way! Everyone move! Zhao Zhe bellowed, shoving other examinees aside as if he were an enraged lion. The bodyguards quickly followed behind him, clearing the path with feral intensity. Lin Xiaoxiao, still trying to persuade Li Yu, noticed the uproar and turned her head. Her brows furrowed tightly. Zhao Zhe? Is he insane? She instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Li Yu. Zhao Zhe stopped just 3 meters away, glaring at Li Yu with eyes that threatened to ignite. His chest heaved uncontrollably, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. You! Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, finally squeezing out one word through the gaps between them. He wanted to ask where old Mo had gone, wanted to know how Li Yu had survived. But he couldn't utter a single word. This was an examination hall. The city's defense forces and surveillance were everywhere. Even a single slip of the tongue, and the Zhao family wouldn't be able to protect him. Li Yu observed Zhao Zhe's expression, frustrated, as if he wanted to bite someone, but too afraid to open his mouth. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Li Yu's lips. What's wrong? His voice was soft but carried clearly to Zhao Zhe's ears. Young Master Zhao, is that a face you make when you've seen a ghost? A light remark, yet it pierced like a dagger straight into Zhao Zhe's weakest nerve. Zhao Zhe's face darkened to a pale green, his heart sinking. Li Yu definitely knew something about Old Mo had failed. No, something had happened to him. But how? How could a useless 0.8 level weakling survive an encounter with a professional martial artist, let alone have the audacity to mock him? Li Yu. Zhao Zhe's gaze bore into him, eyes filled with venomous hatred. His voice was low, pitched only for the two of them to hear. I don't care what kind of tricks you pulled, but if you dare step into this examination hall today, I promise you'll regret ever existing in this world. I'll make you understand. In the face of true strength, your little tricks amount to nothing. Faced with such a threat, Li Yu didn't even flicker his eyelids. He couldn't be bothered to engage him. Excuse me, Li Yu said lightly, sidestepping Zhao Zhe and heading toward the exam hall entrance. You're asking for death. Zhao Zhe snarled, unable to contain his anger. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Li Yu's shoulder. Zhao Zhe, what are you doing? A sharp voice rang out. Lin Xiaoxiao slapped away his hand, glaring icily at him. This is an examination hall. Are you out of your mind? Do you actually want the city defense forces to gun you down right here? Zhao Zhe's hand froze in midair when he noticed the nearby city defense soldiers resting their hands on their holstered guns. Forcing himself to swallow his fury, he lowered his hand. Lin Xiaoxiao, this has nothing to do with you, he sneered coldly, retracting his hand. I was just reminding classmate Li that, without the necessary strength, he shouldn't embarrass himself by showing up here. Let's wait and see. He stared daggers at the retreating figure of Li Yu before turning and storming down another corridor. His butler hurried to catch up and asked quietly, Young master, what now? Why panic? Zhao Zhe growled through clenched teeth, his eyes sinister. So what if he survived? He's still a useless 0.8 level weakling. When it's time for the blood energy test, he'll be exposed and kicked out of the hall in shame. Even if he somehow lucks his way into the combat part of the exam, I have 100 ways to wreck him publicly. At 9 in the morning, with the reverberation of a single chime, the massive gates of Hangzhou No. 1 Martial Arts High School slowly creaked open. Examinees, please have your admission tickets and identification cards ready and line up to enter the examination hall. a cold electronic voice announced over the speakers. The first test, Fundamental Blood Energy Assessment. Passing threshold, 6.0. Anyone failing to meet this requirement will be immediately disqualified. The crowd began moving forward in an orderly fashion. Liu followed the flow of people into the expansive training grounds. At the center were 10 sleek, silver testing machines, specifically engineered by the Great Xia military, so precise that even the smallest decimal point was accurate, with zero chances for tampering. The examinees were divided into 10 lines. Liu was placed in the middle of the 7th line. Coincidentally, Zhao Zhe stood just a few spots ahead of him. The testing process moved along quickly. Li Chong, Blood Energy 4.2, failed. Disqualified. Wang Tao, Blood Energy 5.8, failed. Disqualified. Zhao Ming, Blood Energy 6.1, passed. Enter the waiting area. The mechanical voice repeated again and again, accompanied by the cries of some and the cheers of others. The atmosphere was tense, unrelenting. Such was the nature of martial arts. Succeed, and everything fell into place. Fail, and you plummeted into the abyss. The line moved steadily forward. Soon it was Zhao Zhe's turn. He took off his jacket, handing it to the invigilator. Taking a deep breath, he brushed off the turmoil Liu had caused him earlier. His eyes burned with fervent confidence. Stepping up to the testing platform, he placed his hands firmly on the sensor pad. Buzz, the testing machine let out a deep hum. A red beam of light surged upward inside a transparent glass tube. 1.0, 3.0, 6.0, 8.0. The beam shot past the 8.0 mark with no signs of slowing down. All eyes were fixed on it. Even the invigilators stood at attention. Finally, the beam stabilized at a dazzling height. Zhao Zhe, blood energy level, 10.3. Rating? Excellent. The field erupted into a frenzy. 10.3. That's 0.3 above the full score. As expected of the Zhao family's young heir. What astonishing talent. He's bound to catch the attention of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Zhao Zhe withdrew his hands, exhaling a long breath, his expression soaked in satisfaction. This was his stage, where he truly belonged. He cast a sharp, condescending glance at Liu further down the line, his eyes brimming with disdain, as though silently declaring, "Did you see that? You'll never measure up to me." Unperturbed, Liu ignored him entirely, his eyes serene as he observed the other examinees concluding their tests. Calmly, he stepped up to the testing platform. He didn't take a deep breath, didn't ready himself. He simply placed his pale, slender hands leisurely on the sensor pad. Beep! The testing device activated with a low mechanical hum emitting from the silver-white machine. Liu's hands remained steady as always. He had originally intended to control his blood energy value at 9.8, a number neither too conspicuous nor too low, just enough to secure his admission into a top martial arts university. But the moment he caught sight of Zhao Zhe's 10.3 and the arrogant gleam in his eyes, he changed his mind. If he were going to crush someone, he'd do it completely. With a single thought, the blood energy gate sealed by the breath suppression technique inside him subtly cracked open, just a tiny sliver. In an instant, the red light pillar erupted. It soared upward without any hesitation. 1.0, 3.0, 6.0. The passing line was instantly obliterated. Look at that speed! A few test takers in the back exclaimed in shock. The field, which had just been stunned by Zhao Zhe moments earlier, focused its attention on the machine, once more with rapt silence. Who is it? Which class? Liu from Class 3? That bottom-ranked liberal arts student? Don't mess around. Can someone with just 0.8 blood energy explode like this? The red light pillar continued to rise unabated. 8.0, 9.0, 10.0. The perfect score was surpassed in a blink. Finally, the red light stabilized at the top of the glass tube without a hint of fluctuation. Liu, blood energy value, 10.4. Rating, exceptional. The announcement was cold and piercing, reverberating across the training field. Deathly silence followed. All eyes locked onto this moment in sheer disbelief. 10.4? Breaking the 10-year record held by the top martial high school in Hangqing, surpassing the previously dazzling 10.3 of Zhao Zhe. Clang! The thermos in Class 3's homeroom, teacher Li Jiangwo's hands fell abruptly, spilling scalding wolfberry water all over the ground. Yet he was so stunned he didn't even notice. His eyes widened, fixated on the slender figure standing atop the testing platform. His lips quivered silently, his shock hitting him like a sledgehammer to the chest. He knew all too well about Liu's background. Just 3 days ago, the research office measured his blood energy at a mere 0.8. The same orphan whom he had berated as trash and coerced into signing a transfer agreement. How could he possibly erupt with a staggering 10.4 in just 3 days? Even more terrifying was Li Yu's composure. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of shocked eyes, he stood as still as a mountain, his breathing not even irregular. There was no cheering, no excitement, not even a second glance at the dazzling score displayed behind him. He carried himself as though accomplishing something utterly insignificant. Li Jiangwo's legs gave out, nearly sending him to the ground. Fear and disbelief churned within him. This kid had just scored 10.4. A once-in-a-century genius. If he reported this to the school, how much money and accolades would rain down. Yet now, he realized with horror that he had personally alienated such a prodigy. Beside the testing platform, Lin Xiaoxiao stood in stunned silence. The small vial in her hand containing diluted explosive blood essence nearly slipped from her fingers. You? Her eyes widened as she stared at Li Yu walking down from the platform. She couldn't even finish her sentence. The next second, her eyes turned red, but her lips curled into a bright, genuine smile. It was a smile filled with pure joy, untarnished by any impurities. She finally understood. 3 days earlier, in the dim alley near her family's recruitment office, the calmness in Li Yu's eyes when he refused their special offer now made sense. Claiming he would aim for the capital's #1 martial arts university in the Xia Empire, it wasn't arrogance, stubbornness, or a desperate bluff. He truly had the strength to back it up. You liar? Lin Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath, but a radiant glow of excitement flickered unmistakably in her gaze. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhe stood frozen at the front of the line, his body rigid as though struck by lightning. The previously smug sneer on his face twisted into an unseemly grimace. Impossible! His eyes remained glued to the screen displaying the staggering figure. 10.4. A low growl escaped his throat, guttural and disbelieving. This is absolutely impossible. The machine must be broken. That has to be it. How could someone leap from 0.8 to 10.4? A tenfold increase. Even consuming the Xia Empire's most advanced genetic enhancement serum couldn't yield such a reality-defying transformation in 3 mere days. A thought flashed through Zhao Zhe's mind. That lowlife must have gotten insanely lucky and stumbled upon some legendary treasure of heaven and earth. Jealousy gnawed at Zhao Zhe like a venomous serpent. Why? How could a bottom-dwelling failure, someone who couldn't even afford synthetic meat, have such fortune? But then a cold sweat broke out on Zhao Zhe's back as the face of old Mo, who had mysteriously disappeared last night, surfaced in his mind. If Li Yu truly had a blood energy value of 10.4, no. Zhao Zhe's head shook violently as he subdued his rising panic. Even if it were 10.4, that was merely the peak of what a genius in martial studies could achieve. Whereas old Mo, he was a certified martial artist with blood energy exceeding 110, far beyond ordinary human limits. 10.4 and 110. The gap between them was a boundless chasm that could never be bridged. There was no way Li Yu could pose a threat to old Mo. Someone must have been protecting him in the shadows. Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, desperate for an explanation to alleviate his growing fear. Or maybe, old Mo, that damn bastard, took the money and didn't follow through. Yes, that had to be it. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zhe forced his panic into submission, replacing it with frigid killing intent. So what if you're at 10.4? Eyeing Li Yu as he walked toward the assessment zone, Zhao Zhe's lips curled into a cruel smile. Martial arts aren't about the rigid numbers of your blood energy. You, a nouveau riche whose blood energy surged by sheer luck. What do you know about martial techniques? What do you know about power control? I only scored 10.3, but I've been soaking in medicinal baths since childhood, and I've mastered a practical martial technique of the profound rank low grade. In the combat assessment, I will personally shatter your arrogance and show you the gap between commoners and noble families. With a cold snort, Zhao Zhe turned and walked away towards the rest area. The testing progressed, but Li Yu's score of 10.4 was like the straw that broke the camel's back, casting a shadow over all subsequent results, no matter how good they were. Occasionally, someone would score above 8.0, considered exceptional, but it could no longer stir the crowd. Until, next, Lin Xiaoxiao. The voice rang out and instantly, all eyes on the field turned to a girl with a high ponytail, dressed in a black, form-fitting martial arts uniform. She was the recognized school beauty of Hangzhou No. 3 High School, and a mysterious heiress from a wealthy family. No one knew what her family actually did, but it was known that she was escorted to and from school by bodyguards, and even the principal showed her respect. Lin Xiaoxiao paid no mind to the gazes upon her and turned her eyes to the waiting area where Li Yu stood. Suddenly, she blinked playfully at him, her eyes carrying a trace of mischief but also a sense of relief, as if letting down her guard. Watch carefully, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured softly, her voice only audible to herself. She stepped forward, walking confidently to the testing platform, placing her palms gently on the sensing panel. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek broke out. Not the deep hum the machine typically emitted, but a sound akin to a system on the verge of collapse. A crimson light shot up violently, not gradually rising but instantly surpassing the maximum score of 10.0. The light column continued its frantic ascent. 20.0, 50.0, 100.0. The limits of a martial artist exceeded in a single moment. Alarms began blaring from the testing device, sharp red lights flashing continuously. Designed to accurately measure up to 100 blood energy points, the standard testing unit struggled under the immense energy far beyond its capacity, cracks spreading across the glass tube. Every person present, tens of thousands of students, parents, and even the city defense soldiers, froze in place, their breathing halted. The light column surged further, 200.0, 300.0, until a dense, dark red glow filled the entire glass tube. The machine emitted a sharp crack and finally stopped. The display screen flickered repeatedly before revealing an utterly unbelievable figure. Lin Xiaoxiao, blood energy value, 406.0. Evaluation, unable to assess. System overload. The proctor's clipboard slipped from his trembling hands and clattered to the ground as his jaw dropped, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. 406? Was she even still a high school student? In Daxia, martial art realms were clearly defined. A score of 10 indicated the peak for a beginner. The limit for martial artists was 100. But a score of 406 signified she wasn't merely a junior martial artist. It marked her entry into the ranks of intermediate warriors. Hangzhou was a third-tier city with a population exceeding tens of millions, yet martial artists with blood energy surpassing 100 were considered elite, figures to be revered. Martial artists with scores above 400, however, were seasoned veterans who had ventured into the wilderness countless times and survived battles against high-level beasts. These were the elite warriors leading assaults for city defense armies and the accomplished instructors in top martial academies. Even among past martial arts exam champions nationwide, those who scored this high after 4 years of rigorous training were practically non-existent. And now, an 18-year-old high school girl had achieved a score that rivaled these legends during her pre-exam test. She wasn't just a genius. She was an anomaly, a monstrous talent groomed with countless top-tier resources. The field fell into a dead silence. For a full minute, no one spoke or even breathed. All eyes turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, standing serenely on the testing platform, their gazes filled with reverence, as if they were beholding a deity. In the rest area, Zhao Zhe slumped in his seat. His pride in his own blood energy score of 10.3 and the resources of his noble family now seemed utterly insignificant, less than dust in the face of 406. This is the true foundation of a top-tier family, he mumbled, his eyes unfocused. In the assessment zone, Liu crossed his arms, silently watching the radiantly shining Lin Xiaoxiao. A blood energy value of 406. It was indeed astonishing and enough to dominate 99% of candidates nationwide. This explained why she could effortlessly secure a special admission offer from the top martial academy in the capital of Daxia. Her family must wield immense influence in the capital. Yet Liu lowered his eyes slightly, sensing the terrifyingly sealed blood energy within his body. 1000.8 points, martial master realm. There was no joy or sorrow in him. He merely assessed calmly in his mind. Not bad. The suffocating silence lingered on the field for a long while, broken only when Lin Xiaoxiao finally withdrew her hands, silencing the alarm. She turned around, casually adjusting her high ponytail. Ignoring the proctor's bewildered expression and the awestruck gazes of the thousands present, she descended the testing platform with slow, confident steps. The crowd parted like the sea before her, instinctively clearing a wide path. No one dared to meet her gaze directly. The 406 points of vital energy, this was far beyond that of an ordinary student. She was like a humanoid monster cloaked in the skin of a beautiful girl. However, as she passed through the crowd and approached the edge of the examination area, that cold and proud aura suddenly softened. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped in front of Liu, slightly raising her chin. The pure and lovely look on her face couldn't hide her pride and confidence, much like a little girl who had just scored full marks and was eager to go home for praise. Well, what do you think? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Liu. Facing this girl from a powerful background, whose strength was undeniable, Liu merely nodded faintly. Impressive. There was no flattery nor fear, just the most objective evaluation. That single comment made Lin Xiaoxiao's smile bloom instantly, shining brighter than the morning sun. Of course. She let out a triumphant hum and took a step forward, closing the distance between them. A subtle fragrance of high-end shampoo mixed with the light scent of sweat naturally drifted into Liu's nose. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her right hand, forming a small fist, and lightly tapped Liyu's shoulder. When we get into the Great Xia Capital's #1 martial arts university, I'll look after you. The gentle punch carried no hint of vital energy fluctuations, purely a playful gesture that the girl used to mask her words. Her heartbeat, however, quickened slightly. This was her first time taking the initiative to get close to a boy her age. No matter how proud her exterior seemed, there was a faint trace of nervousness and hesitation in her eyes, waiting for Liyu's reaction. But Liyu was oblivious to her thoughts. With his vast experiences, he had trained his heart to remain calm, immune to such small emotional cues. The light tap on his shoulder and the faint fragrance emanating from her. He simply accepted them without flinching. All right, Liu responded in a simple and straightforward manner. Seeing that he neither resisted nor avoided her, Lin Xiaoxiao grew bolder. She stood on her tiptoes and hooked her slender arm around Liu's neck, pulling him down slightly. Now, the distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters. Liu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling the warm breath near his ear and the intensified fragrance emanating from the girl. For someone like him, who was used to being a solitary figure, this closeness was somewhat unsettling. He turned his head slightly to look at her beautiful face and spoke in a calm tone. Lin, don't you think this is a bit too close? Lin Xiaoxiao's arm stiffened slightly as the tips of her ears flushed red, but she would never admit her own feelings. She forced herself to remain bold and replied with confidence. Too close? What are you talking about? This is called pure revolutionary camaraderie. She refused to back off, instead gazing at Liu with a mix of mockery and dominance. You're my little brother that I look after. What's wrong with a big sister wrapping her arm around her little brother's neck? We martial arts folk don't sweat the small stuff. Got it? Liu thought for a moment and found her reasoning somewhat believable. He figured Lin Xiaoxiao was probably just spoiled from the attention she received and had a personality that leaned toward childishness and dominance. Seeing that Liu didn't argue back, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression grew sly, and she shifted the focus of the conversation. Since you're one of my people now, you need to know the rules. Her smile turned playful. How about you call me sister? Faced with her slightly spoiled yet insistent demand, Liu calmly looked into her twinkling eyes and shook his head. I'm 3 months older than you. I don't care. Lin Xiaoxiao replied stubbornly. She clung tightly to Liu's arm, her stance making it abundantly clear that she wouldn't let go. Strength makes the rules. Whoever's stronger gets to call the shots. Her voice was firm. My vital energy is higher than yours, so I'm your big sister. Liu looked at her stubborn yet slightly silly expression and sighed inwardly. This girl was as headstrong as she was immature. Yet somehow it was hard not to find her endearing. Thinking back to when she had tried to give him medicine earlier, Liu decided not to argue any further. Lin's sister. He uttered the words plainly, devoid of emotion. But to Lin Xiaoxiao, those two simple words sounded like heavenly music. Now that's more like it. She finally let go of his arm, brushing off the non-existent dust on her clothes with an air of satisfaction and visible joy in her eyes. In the nearby resting area, Zhao Zhe watched the two of them with burning intensity. His nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood as it dripped steadily onto the ground. Jealousy. Unchecked, maddening jealousy. That was Lin Xiaoxiao, the most elite of Hay City's wealthy second generation, the unattainable flower standing high above the crowd. And now, she was actively clasping the neck of a random commoner, smiling as if she had never been so happy.
Yugoslavia.
Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. When it's time for the practical exams, I'll make sure to kill you. Clang! At exactly 10 a.m., the vital energy testing concluded. The broadcast system announced, all candidates who passed the vital energy test, please proceed to the teaching building for the comprehensive liberal arts exam. The examination duration will be 2 hours, closed book. Although this was a martial world, theory was equally important. Knowledge about the weaknesses of exotic beasts, wilderness survival, the martial laws of Great Xia, and high-level combat theories. These were all crucial for ensuring a warrior's survival in the wild. Even in the Great Xia capital's top martial arts university, failing the liberal arts exams meant no chance of admission. Following the flow of the crowd, Liu entered the third exam hall and found a seat. The proctors handed out thick stacks of exam papers, each consisting of over a dozen densely packed pages. He picked up his black pen and, casually glancing at the first question on the test paper, a Tier 3 ironclad rhino has an abdominal armor thickness of 15 millimeters when enraged. How much blood energy is required to break through its defense if using the high-grade yellow-rank martial art breaking army fist? A tricky practical theory question. Liu didn't hesitate and directly shaded in option C. His memory was astonishing, and his calculation speed was extraordinarily fast, solving problems as effortlessly as an elementary student doing addition and subtraction. The examination hall was silent, the only sound being the scratch of pens against paper. While others were scratching their heads in deep thought, he was writing down answers with machine-like precision and speed. History questions, legal questions, exotic beast dissection questions. The test soon ended. Walking out of the teaching building, the sunlight was blinding. The campus was deserted, with only a few squads of city defense troops patrolling. Liu followed the tree-lined path toward the school gate. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, two car honks suddenly pierced the air. A black bulletproof SUV was parked by the roadside, its window rolled down. Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing large sunglasses and with one hand resting on the steering wheel, nodded at him. "Get in." Liu said nothing, pulled open the front passenger door, and got in. The car was filled with cool air, and the leather seats provided a comfortable embrace. "How did the test go?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked casually as she started the engine. "Solid." Liu leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, said nothing further, and stepped on the gas. The SUV growled as it merged onto the main road of Hang City. "I'm taking you somewhere." The car's cool air shielded them from the June heat and isolated the noise outside the exam hall. Liu, seated in the front passenger seat, had his arms crossed as he closed his eyes, reflecting on the humanities questions from earlier. Lin Xiaoxiao gripped the steering wheel, her other hand resting by the car window. Her face was hidden behind the sunglasses, but the slight tightness at the corners of her mouth betrayed her unsettled thoughts. Every so often, she turned her head to steal a glance at the boy beside her through the corner of her eyes. He wore a faded short-sleeved shirt, ordinary sweatpants, no brand-name items, no flashy accessories, and even his haircut was a simple crew cut. Such an unremarkable and ordinary boy would be completely unnoticeable in a crowd. But he, Liu, had seen his blood energy values surge from 0.8 to 10.4 in just 3 days. This kind of leap was more outlandish than a fairy tale. Even Lin Xiaoxiao, a wealthy heiress steeped in top-tier resources since childhood, had never heard of any miraculous drug in the Great Xia Kingdom capable of increasing one's blood energy tenfold in 3 days without any side effects. Liu's breathing was steady like a dormant volcano. Lin Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze and floored the gas pedal. "Forget it. No point in asking further. Everyone has secrets." Since Liu wasn't willing to talk, she wouldn't force him. As long as he truly had the strength to gain admission to the #1 martial arts university in the capital alongside her, that would be sufficient. 20 minutes later, the SUV veered onto a secluded tree-lined path and stopped in front of a private restaurant without any signage. The place had no lavish decor, just rustic blue bricks, black tiles, and 2 stone lions at the entrance weathered by time. "Get out." Lin Xiaoxiao took off her sunglasses and casually tossed them onto the center console before opening the car door. Liu followed her into the restaurant. The moment they stepped inside, the faint scent of sandalwood greeted them. There was no public dining area, only private rooms offering the utmost privacy. "Miss Lin, you've arrived." The usual, a well-dressed manager in a cheongsam walked up courteously, with an impeccably polite but not overly ingratiating demeanor. "Yes." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and skillfully led Liu toward a private room at the end of the corridor. Opening the door, the room revealed a refined setting. A round Zeatonwood table, a few grand armchairs, and inkwash paintings adorning the walls. "Have a seat." Lin Xiaoxiao pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for Liu to take the seat across from her. Not long after, the dishes were served, all without the need for a menu, as they were signature specialties. Steamed Tier 1 spirit-tail fish, braised saber-tooth boar tenderloin, and a century-old Solomon seal stew with snow frog. Each dish emanated strong blood energy, clearly not an ordinary meal but rather medicinal cuisine crafted from high-grade exotic beast meat and precious herbs. For ordinary people, consuming such food might cause hours of nosebleeds, but for martial arts students it was an excellent supplement. "Eat up." Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her chopsticks, pointing to the dishes. "After a full morning of exams, you need to replenish your blood energy." Liu didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a piece of saber-tooth boar tenderloin and put it in his mouth. The meat was firm yet melted effortlessly, with a warm energy traveling down his throat, settling in his stomach, and quickly transforming into strength coursing through his body. Silently, he acknowledged that it did taste quite good. The two ate quietly, the only sound in the private room being the soft clinks of chopsticks against porcelain plates, until Lin Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks. She took out a napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth, her expression suddenly shifting to one of seriousness and gravity, shedding her usual coquettish and carefree demeanor. "Liu," she spoke in a lowered voice, "do you know how many spots there are for admission to the #1 martial arts university in the capital? In Hang City?" Liu paused mid-motion with his chopsticks, looking up at Lin Xiaoxiao with a probing gaze. Isn't college admission based purely on scores? As long as your scores qualify, you get in. That's something everyone understands. 这是高中生们都明白的共识。但 Lin Xiaoxiao's expression made it clear to him that things aren't that simple. How many? Liu calmly asked in return. Lin Xiaoxiao raised two pale, slender fingers and waved them in front of him. 2. Only 2. The air in the private room instantly froze.
Li Yugoslavia frowned deeply.
2. Hangzhou City has a permanent population of over 10 million, and even if only less than 1/10 of the high school seniors participate in the martial arts entrance exam, that's still at least 100,000 students. Even if 99% of the students are eliminated in the first round of blood energy testing, the remaining 1,000 is still an overwhelming number. But only 2 out of thousands. This isn't just 1 in 100. It's more like a single plank bridge for tens of thousands to cross. With a perfect 10 points in blood energy, do you really think you'll secure a spot at Kyoto's first martial university that easily? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Liu, immediately exposing his naive assumption. So naive, she said coldly. The Great Xia Nation has 12 provinces and hundreds of major cities. If every person with a perfect blood energy score could get into Kyoto Martial University, that place would have been overcrowded a long time ago. Kyoto Martial University is not a cram school. It's a place for forging war gods. She sipped her tea, moistening her throat, before continuing with an insider secret that ordinary people couldn't even learn about. The nationwide standardized entry score is so high it's despair-inducing. 99% of Hangzhou's candidates couldn't even measure up. Even attempting normally, it would be a miracle if one student in 10 years made it through. She paused momentarily, but Martial University has a small number of practical combat special admission slots, reserved for grassroots geniuses with overwhelming practical combat talent. This special admission doesn't look at overall scores, only the combat performance. Lin Xiaoxiao once again waved two fingers in front of Liu. This year, the Martial Arts Association of Hangzhou managed to secure only 2 slots, not a single slot more. Liu quietly listened, his eyes steady, without a hint of panic. So the upcoming combat assessment is to determine who gets those 2 slots? He asked. Exactly. Lin Xiaoxiao snapped her fingers. Once the liberal arts scores are released this afternoon, the system will automatically weight both the liberal arts and martial arts scores. The top 10 ranked students will qualify for the final combat assessment. In the arena, only by defeating every opponent and claiming the last remaining first and second places will you earn a ticket to Kyoto Martial University. The rules were exceptionally brutal, no consideration of family background, connections, or even previous blood energy scores. It solely depended on whether you could thoroughly and openly defeat your opponents. This was the iron law of the martial world. Combat reigns supreme. You've got a 10.4 in martial arts and you're in the top 10 academically in your year. Making it into the list of 10 for the combat challenge shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xiaoxiao analyzed the situation for him. But, she abruptly changed her tone, her expression turning into a look of pride befitting a wealthy heiress. In combat, nobody can defeat me. With a blood energy score of 406, displaying the overwhelming strength of an intermediate martial artist, she was a bug in the system, unbeatable among Hangzhou's high schoolers. Once she took the stage, the first-place position was already a foregone conclusion. So, Lin Xiaoxiao smirked in devilish amusement. You'll only be fighting for the remaining slot, the second place. Liu looked at her arrogant demeanor, not arguing, merely giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. Good. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a satisfied hum, picked up her teacup, and walking around the round rosewood table, seated herself beside him, instantly closing the distance between them. A faint and pleasant fragrance wafted to Liu's nose. Lin Xiaoxiao subtly leaned closer, barely suppressing a tiny flutter in her heart. Suddenly, she reached out and casually pinched Liu's arm. Don't worry, she said. On the combat stage, your sis will hold BA. Before she could finish, the word back stuck in her throat as she froze. The room fell into an eerie silence. Her eyes widened as she stared at the arm she was pinching, her mind momentarily blank. The sensation under her fingers was simply too extraordinary. Even through the thin cotton short-sleeved shirt, what she pinched wasn't just ordinary muscle. It felt like meticulously tempered steel, compact to the extreme. It was tough, firm, and as she pressed harder, the muscle actually rebounded with such strong, reactive force that it pushed her fingers away. How was this even possible? Lin Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, and her breathing quickened. Who was she? A mid-tier martial artist with a terrifyingly high blood energy value of 406. Her physical perception was exceptionally sharp. Even with the slightest touch, she could immediately sense the explosive power contained within Liu's seemingly lean physique. This wasn't the body of someone with only a 10.4 blood energy score. Even among the top-class practitioners of body refinement in the Great Xia Nation, it was unheard of for someone with 10 points of blood energy to possess such compact, steel-like musculature. This muscle, so solid, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed inwardly. In fact, at the exact moment she touched him, it felt like an electric current traveled from her fingertips through her entire body, setting her ears aflame. Then, an absurd yet impossible to ignore thought began to take root in her mind. The force lurking beneath his skin. Why does it feel on par with mine? Could it be that his true blood energy, blood value, has it exceeded 400? The thought flashed through Lin Xiaoxiao's mind, but she immediately crushed it with all her willpower. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She tried her best to convince herself with reason. Who was she? The top-ranking heiress of a wealthy Hangzhou family. She was fully aware of the origins behind her 406 blood value points. From the womb, her mother consumed the finest exotic beast bone broth. After birth, she regularly underwent medicinal baths to cleanse her constitution. At the age of 3, she began practicing her family's secret body forging techniques. She consumed the most expensive beast meats and drank spiritual nutrient solutions. With a combination of natural talent and relentless hard work, that awe-inspiring figure was painstakingly built. And Liu, an orphan, living in a shabby rental so frugal that even cafeteria synthetic meat had to be carefully budgeted. Even if he'd recently stumbled into incredible luck, perhaps discovering a 1,000-year-old ginseng or accidentally ingesting a high-grade inner core, it would already be extraordinary if he could boost his blood value from 0.8 to 10.4. Forging the body required time and gradual refinement. A 3-day meteoric rise to the physical strength of an intermediate martial artist? That completely defied the principles of martial arts. It must be my imagination, Lin Xiaoxiao told herself. Maybe he's just been working construction jobs, building up some muscle along the way. Poor kids take on responsibility early. It's normal for them to be a bit sturdier. She forcibly suppressed the shock and inexplicable unease in her heart. The electric-like sensation in her hand faded, and she swiftly pulled her hand back. Clearing her throat to disguise her discomfort, she picked up her teacup and took a big sip. Liu remained silent. He hadn't uttered a single word, merely watching the shifting expressions on her face closely. From shock, to doubt, and finally, self-denial. A subtle, enigmatic smile flickered briefly in his eyes. 400 blood value? Liu mused internally. This girl's imagination still wasn't bold enough. The true, sealed strength of his blood energy surpassed 1,000 points. If she knew, she'd probably jump out of her skin in fright. But Liu had no intention of explaining. The flawless concealment of the breath restraint technique ensured that as long as he didn't actively exert his strength, someone like Lin Xiaoxiao, despite her martial prowess, would never sense the true extent of his blood energy just by a casual touch. Ahem. Lin Xiaoxiao placed her teacup down and swiftly changed the subject. So, where were we? Ah, right, the remaining slot. She took a deep breath, her expression becoming serious again. Fixing her eyes on Liu, her tone carried an unprecedented gravity. Liu, if you want to secure that last spot, you'll have just one major competitor. Zhao Zhe. Hearing the name, Liu's gaze remained unchanged, his chopsticks calmly picking up food as if nothing had been said. I know there's some bad blood between you and Zhao Zhe, Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on, observing his feigned composure. This morning, during his blood value test, Zhao Zhe hit 10.3, only 0.1 below yours. But Liu, you absolutely cannot underestimate him because of this slight difference. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned forward slightly, her tone becoming unusually stern. Blood energy value is just the foundation. What determines the outcome is martial technique. Zhao Zhe has a terrifying trump card up his sleeve. Her voice lowered, as though afraid of being overheard. He's learned a low-grade, profound-level martial skill. Shattering rock palm. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the private room instantly grew heavy. In the kingdom of Xia, ordinary high school students were typically taught no more than low-grade yellow-level techniques like the 5-element fist. Even the top talents at elite schools might only access mid-grade yellow-level martial skills. However, profound-level skills? The starting price was at least 500,000. Such high-tier techniques, incredible in power yet incredibly difficult to master, were typically reserved for elite martial universities or military elites. The intricate pathways they required within the body demanded exceptional blood energy control, rendering them out of reach for most, who might possess the manual but fail to comprehend its essence even after years. To ensure Zhao Zhe's admission to the Kyoto Martial University, the Zhao family spent a hefty sum to acquire this shattering rock palm, a technique that, despite relatively lower training difficulty, offers considerable power. Lin Xiaoxiao shared, holding back none of the intelligence from her family's network. Moreover, Zhao Zhe has bathed in medicinal concoctions since childhood, so his meridians are wider than those of ordinary people. He's managed to forcefully cultivate this low-grade, profound-level technique to the proficiency stage. Martial skill cultivation was categorized into entry-level, adept, proficient, and perfect mastery. To train a low-grade, profound-level martial art to the proficient stage meant that Zhao Zhe could compress and explosively unleash his 10.3 blood points in a tremendously violent manner with a single strike. The destructive power? At least doubled.
Lee Yugoslavia.
Lin Xiaoxiao locked eyes with him, a deep worry etched within her gaze. Although your blood value has reached 10.4, this recent surge has left your foundation unstable. And you're still using the school's yellow-level low-grade 5-element fist, right? 5-element fist is absolutely not a match for the proficient-level shattering rock palm. Biting her lip, Lin Xiaoxiao issued a solemn warning. In tomorrow's combat test, if you face Zhao Zhe, under no circumstance should you confront him head-on. Rely on your speed to keep your distance and run him down. Profound-level techniques consume a massive amount of energy. He won't last long. Liu listened quietly without interrupting. He didn't have any martial arts techniques at the Shen rank, but he wondered if the 5 elements fist calculated by the system might be even stronger. Still, it wasn't that important. A vitality score of 1000. Even if he stood still and let Zhao Zhe hit him, that technique, shattering rock palm, would at most leave his bones aching. This was the true meaning of crushing superiority. However, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was racking her brain and teaching him without holding anything back, a rare gentleness flashed across Liu's eyes. An orphan who had struggled at the bottom for 3 years, he wasn't used to being cared for. Yet the unfamiliar feeling didn't repel him. I understand, he responded casually, but the tone carried a warmth absent before, no longer distant or indifferent. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled a long breath. She had feared that this stubborn guy, trying to save face, would insist on relying on brute force on the arena stage and inevitably lose. Here, eat more, she said, feeling relieved at last. With her tension eased, she regained her composure, playfully placing a piece of tender, exquisite spirit-tail fish onto the plate in front of Liu. Fish meat replenishes vitality best. You've just improved your vitality, so your foundation is unstable. Eat more to solidify it. While adding food to his plate, she stood up and demonstrated a few simple dodging steps in the empty private dining room. Pay attention. If he uses shattering rock palm to attack your lower body, use this maneuver, swift swallow return. Keep your steps light and balance your weight lower. Her crisp, clear voice echoed in the room. Beneath the tight black martial arts uniform, her youthful energy radiated through in every movement. Liu continued chewing his food silently, his gaze fixed on this young lady, who skipped even her meal to earnestly teach him combat methods. He didn't reject her kindness, even though he didn't truly need it. In this manner, they ate quietly. Amidst this somewhat heartwarming teaching moment, the atmosphere had finally calmed. Inside the spacious private dining room of the gourmet restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed aside the rosewood round table to clear some space. She took off her black martial arts jacket and casually draped it over a chair, now clad in a tightly fitted black athletic vest. Years of martial arts training had given her defined abs that glimmered faintly under the lighting, youthful yet powerful. Watch closely, Lin Xiaoxiao said, her expression serious as she spread her stance, one foot forward and the other back. The key to swift swallow return is the explosive force from the waist at a precise moment and accurate control of your toes. Before her words had fully landed, she shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow toward the wall. At the moment she seemed about to crash into it, her toes pushed off, and her waist twisted sharply. Her body abruptly performed a maneuver that defied logic, instantly rebounding back to stand in front of Liu. A gust of wind from the movement tousled the strands of hair on his forehead. Did you get it? Lin Xiaoxiao, panting lightly, fixed her bright, sparkling eyes on him. Liu stood motionless, thinking. Asterisk understood? Completely. For someone at the martial master realm with a perfect level of martial arts comprehension, Lin Xiaoxiao's moves seemed like a slow-motion demonstration. The flaws were obvious. Her starting stance was too upright, making her vulnerable to a sweeping leg attack. Her waist overexerted itself during the rebound, resulting in stiff landings. Asterisk, but he couldn't say that aloud. I'll try, he said, nodding as he stepped toward the open area. Imitating Lin Xiaoxiao's movements, he deliberately suppressed his physical instincts and mimicked her clumsily. An awkward, stiff posture as he lunged forward and twisted back ungracefully. His foot slipped and he almost stumbled. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help herself, covering her face as she shouted angrily, "Are you even trying to take this seriously?" The room fell silent immediately. Her face flushed red up to her ears as she stomped and yelled in frustration. Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Liu, did you even pay attention? Tomorrow is the assessment, and in the afternoon it's actual combat. If you can't beat Zhao Zhe, how are you going to get into Kyoto Martial University? Liu noticed her awkward flushed face, half panicking and half furious, and couldn't help the subtle curl of his lips.
All right, I'm sorry.
I'll try again, he said calmly. No need to try again. Your form and effort were all wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao stormed forward with determined strides and pressed up closely to his side, preparing for a hands-on correction. Keep your waist straight. One hand firmly pressed his lower back, the warmth radiating through his shirt. Relax your arms. Her other hand grasped his wrist. Standing so close, Liu could catch the faint fragrance of her scent and sense the soft rise and fall of her chest as she spoke. Lin Xiaoxiao's heartbeat stuttered slightly, her usual frank demeanor betraying her as she froze momentarily from the unexpected proximity. The influence of hormones in the presence of the opposite sex stripped her of her guard. Liu's body temperature, warm and solid like tempered iron, made her palms begin to sweat, and her breath quickened. Just follow this, she said, her voice wavering slightly as she avoided meeting his eyes. Feel the trajectory I'm guiding for your energy. Liu lowered his gaze, sensing her nervousness but remained calm as water. Internally, he restrained his instinctive combat adjustments, letting her guide him freely. 15 minutes later. That's enough for today? Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly let go, took 2 steps back, and hastily grabbed her jacket to cover herself, hiding her accelerated heartbeat in the process. During combat, stay sharp and avoid taking attacks head-on. Let's go. I'll take you back. They left the restaurant together, the cold wind outside slowly cooling Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed cheeks. When they reached a black bulletproof SUV, she opened the car door but didn't get in. Instead, she pulled out a small, exquisite lamb-fat jade bottle from the storage compartment. Turning around, she casually tossed the bottle to Liu. With quick reflexes, he caught it effortlessly. The bottle was sealed with wax, but there was a strong fluctuation of vital energy, clearly emanating outward. What's this? Liu asked with a frown. A third-grade blood-nourishing pill, Lin Xiaoxiao replied casually, leaning against the car door. It strengthens your foundation and nourishes your vitality. Your vital energy increased too quickly, damaging your meridians. Take one before bed tonight. It will stabilize your realm. It was a third-grade pill, something Liu had read about in the library's archives. Its market price was at least $1 million, and it was under military control. Having money wouldn't guarantee access. It's too valuable, Liu said, holding the jade bottle out to return it. Stop wasting time. Lin Xiaoxiao yanked open the car door and slid into the driver's seat. She rolled down the window, slipped on her sunglasses, and hid her gaze. Once I give something, I never take it back. Consider it a meeting gift, in honor of you calling me sis. See you at the test site tomorrow. The engine roared as her SUV sped away into the night. Liu stood there for a long while, staring at the priceless jade bottle in his hand. Finally, he slipped it into his pocket and turned to walk toward the Old Town district. The grace of a beautiful woman is the hardest burden to bear. The next day at Hangzhou's #1 martial arts high school. At 9 a.m., the sports field was packed with people, the excitement 10 times that of the day before. Today, the scores would be announced. The combined academic and martial arts scores would determine who qualified for the practical combat assessment in the afternoon. In the center of the field, a 3-story tall holographic screen lit up with a dazzling blue glow, drawing everyone's attention upward. They're out, someone shouted. Data cascaded down the screen like a waterfall before finally settling. The name at the very top was bolded and enlarged in gold. First place, Liu. Academic score, 500, full marks. Martial arts score, 500, vital energy 10.4, full marks adjusted. Weighted total score, 1,000. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. Full marks in both categories? Has Hangzhou ever produced a dual top scorer like this since the city was established? It's rare enough to see full marks in academics but full marks in martial arts too. Just what kind of monster is this Liu? On the sidelines, Class 3's homeroom teacher, Li Jiangguo, stared at the screen. His legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. It was over, completely over. This genius, who had achieved full marks in both categories and should have been the crowning star of his teaching career, had become his nemesis over a 1 million credit transaction. He could already foresee the high school principal's fury burning him alive after the examination results. The screen continued to scroll. Second place, Lin Xiaoxiao. Academic score, 496. Martial arts score, 500. Vital energy 406.0. Full marks adjusted. Weighted total score 990. In the crowd, Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing a baseball cap, stared at the rankings and pouted. As expected, that beast anatomy question in the academic section cost me some points. But when her gaze fell upon Liyu's name above hers, a faint smile played at her lips. Well done. She continued to scroll down, stopping at the fifth name. Fifth place, Zhao Zhe. Academic score, 480. Martial arts score, 500. Vital energy 10.3. Full marks adjusted. Weighted total score, 980. In the resting area. Crack! Zhao Zhe crushed the stem of the wine glass in his hand, his fury uncontrollable. He glared at the blaring name at the top of the screen. Asterisk asterisk, Liu. Asterisk asterisk. His entire body trembling with rage, jealousy, and humiliation.
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. He snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he emitted a low, beast-like growl. A penniless nobody with less than 1 point of vital energy who lived off charity. How dare he climb above me? 3 days ago, Liyu's vital energy had been a mere 0.8. Yet now, the screen boasted a full score 10.4. Even more outrageous was his perfect academic score. Zhao Zhe couldn't swallow this bitter pill. If Liu had obediently signed the agreement 3 days ago, that perfect academic score would have been his. Combined with his 10.3 vital energy, he would have been the undisputed champion of Hangzhou, basking in the cheers of thousands. Instead, he was now ranked 5th, forced to look up to the formerly downtrodden scholastic nobody who had stolen everything that was rightfully his. Liu. Zhao Zhe's facial muscles twitched, his expression contorted with rage. Young master, don't be upset. His butler cautiously handed him a towel. It's just a title. Vital energy at 10.4 isn't much to brag about. What matters is making it into the top 10. For that guarantees a spot in the afternoon's arena battles. Once you're in the arena, that kid won't stand a chance against your shattering rock palm. Zhao Zhe tightened his fist, his gaze icy cold. You're right, he replied, his voice chilling. In the combat assessment, I'll personally cripple him in front of everyone in Hangzhou. Afternoon, faded blue combat uniform with no insignia or emblem, his hands stuffed casually into his pockets. His posture was relaxed, even as the tension in the arena reached its peak. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the interior combat hall of Hang City's #1 martial arts high school was brimming with spectators. The circular grandstand, capable of seating 30,000, was utterly packed. Hang City's elites, martial arts school directors, and military representatives had gathered under one roof. At the center of it all was an enormous alloy arena, 50 meters square. Beneath the arena, the top 10 examinees, Liu, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhao Zhe, and others, stood in orderly rows, their expressions solemn. Everyone understood that this battle would determine the 2 recipients of special admissions to Kyoto Martial University. Suddenly, the buzzing crowd fell silent. An indescribable feeling of oppressive energy swept across the venue as if the very air had congealed. Breaths became labored. Ordinary spectators in the stands wanted to kneel involuntarily, while martial artists with over 100 units of chi and blood were pale-faced, their circulation thrown into chaos. Liu lifted his head, his gaze following the direction everyone else was looking. At the highest grandstand of the combat hall, a hulking figure appeared. It was Lei Patian, the president of Hang City's Martial Arts Association. A grandmaster, his chi and blood surpassed 100,000. A force so immense that no one would dare to provoke him. He stood silently, like an insurmountable mountain. Lei Potion's icy eyes scanned the 10 examinees before pausing momentarily on Lin Xiaoxiao. He gave a faint nod before his gaze moved past Liu without a second glance. The Hang City Martial Arts Exam, Practical Combat Assessment. His voice was not loud, but it resonated deep within the soul, sending shivers down spines. The rule is simple: unrestrained combat. Fight until one side falls or admits defeat. Life and death are inconsequential. Those last 4 words sent a chill that pierced bone. The cruelty of martial arts training was laid bare. On the arena, there were no students or children, only warriors. However, in cases of life-threatening peril, the president would intervene to protect the participants. Begin the drawing of lots, Lei Patian commanded, waving his hand. The massive holographic screen above the arena began to shuffle the 10 names. Everyone held their breath as the screen froze. First match, Liu versus Zhao Zhe. An uproar swept through the hall. The top-ranked genius from humble beginnings matched against the 5th-ranked scion of a wealthy family. The heated clash fate had destined for the very first fight. Zhao Zhe stared at the screen, momentarily stunned before his face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. He turned and locked eyes with Liu across the distance. Slowly, he ran his thumb along his throat in a grotesque gesture of provocation. Liu, however, didn't so much as spare Zhao Zhe a glance. His hands still in his pockets, he strode steadily toward the arena. The alloy ring gleamed coldly under the lights, and the eyes of tens of thousands were fixed on that particular battleground. As Liu approached the steps, ready to ascend, he suddenly felt a pull at the corner of his shirt. He turned to see Lin Xiaoxiao standing behind him. The usual haughty demeanor of the spoiled young lady was nowhere to be seen. Her face was tight with nerves. Her fingers were pale as she clutched his shirt tightly. "Liu," she said softly but firmly, her voice cutting through the hubbub and reaching his ears with clarity. "Be careful. Zhao Zhe will definitely fight to kill." Her eyes locked onto his with an unyielding intensity. "If you can't hold on, don't force yourself. Call out and admit defeat immediately. I know how much your pride matters to you, and I know how much work you've put in for today." Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, anxiety brimming in her gaze. "But you only have one life." She hesitated for a moment before speaking more heavily. "Yes, Grandmaster Lei Patian is watching and can step in during critical moments to save someone. But the combat arena is unpredictable. The explosive force of a Shen-level martial art can be so powerful that even a Grandmaster cannot fully prevent fatal injuries." Her words became blunt yet empathetic. "In these martial arts exams, there have been geniuses who died on the arena." As her speech concluded, she took a deep breath and reluctantly let go of his shirt. Her gaze was resolute as she looked at him. "My family's special admission quota is still available. As long as you walk off that arena alive, it's yours. I'll take you to Desya Kyoto Martial University myself." Every sentence carried genuine worry and an unwavering promise of support. For someone like Lin Xiaoxiao, driven equally by deep emotions and her family's interests, what she had said broke every principle her family upheld. Liu stared at her obstinate expression. He neither smiled nor made a mocking remark. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from his pocket and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry," he said. Just 2 words, without further explanation or grandiose declarations. But the depth in his dark eyes rendered the statement almost spell-like, instantly quelling all her tension and fear. He withdrew his hand, turned away, and step by step, ascended the hardened alloy staircase to the arena. Lin Xiaoxiao stood still, her fists clenched as she watched the slender yet upright figure. In a soft voice, she murmured, "You must win." On the arena, Liu and Zhao Zhe stood at opposite ends, separated by a distance of 20 meters. Zhao Zhe wore a pristine white, custom-tailored martial arts uniform with a golden insignia of the Zhao Martial Arts School embroidered on the chest, stretching his neck and wrists, the crackling sound of joints breaking the silence. His eyes were brimming with ferocity and bloodlust. Liu, on the other hand, casually stood across from him, wearing a faded blue combat suit devoid of any emblem. His hands stayed tucked nonchalantly in his pockets, his demeanor calm despite the roaring tension filling the arena. At the boy standing on the stage, his doubts and fear growing heavier by the second. The faded old t-shirt and loose athletic pants hung on him carelessly, his arms naturally dangling at his sides, completely devoid of any staged posturing. He looked no different from an ordinary high school student taking a post-meal stroll through the park, a picture riddled with flaws. From the high platform of the VIP seating, Grandmaster Lei Patian sat without sparing the 2 figures on stage a glance. Instead, his eyes were fixed on an electronic dossier in his hand, freshly retrieved from the system. The life record of Liu. 3 days ago, blood energy value at 0.8. 3 days later, blood energy value at 10.4. The garish contrast of the numbers made Lei Potion's brow furrow deeply. As a grandmaster boasting a blood energy value surpassing 100,000, he'd encountered countless prodigies and anomalies. He was well aware of the world's myriad means of achieving meteoric gains. High-grade spiritual herbs, inner cores of exotic beasts, and even genetic mutations that could grant a rebirth overnight. Liu's explosive increase in blood energy, over 10-fold within 3 days, clearly signified an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This was excellent news. The nation needed individuals blessed with such incredible luck. But as Lei Patian lowered the electronic screen and returned his gaze to Liu, a trace of regret flickered in his expression. "What a pity," he mused silently. "He's merely a lucky, nouveau riche upstart." Martial arts was not just about piling up numbers. Blood energy was indeed the source of strength, but to harness and unleash this power required well-tempered meridians and the meticulous honing of techniques. Previously, with a blood energy value of only 0.8, Liu's meridians were frail and narrow. Suddenly surging to 10.4 in just 3 days was akin to forcing a torrential flood through a flimsy plastic pipe. Any slight misstep could cause ruptures, leading to chi deviation and madness. His blood energy is extremely unstable. Lei potions sharp, discerning eyes pierced through to the core. And in these 3 days, he hasn't had the time to train his martial skills. Even with immense brute force, it cannot be fully unleashed. If he pushes himself too hard, his meridians will rupture first. In this condition, he'd probably overpower an average martial arts student by sheer force alone. Lei Patian muttered to himself. But against that Zhao family boy, who's been tempered since childhood with century-old medicinal baths to broaden his meridians and has mastered advanced-level martial arts techniques, he doesn't stand a chance. Lei Patian shook his head. Within 10 moves, he'll be decisively defeated. As a grandmaster, Lei Patian could already see through the facade of this seemingly evenly matched contest. It was the unavoidable chasm between the cultivated legacy of an elite clan and the brash emergence of an ordinary, lucky upstart. Still, he leaned slightly forward, his towering blood energy of 100,000 ever ready to spring into action. This kid is a promising talent though, especially with full marks in the academic tests. Once that Zhao boy makes his decisive move, I'll have to intervene quickly. I can't let him truly perish on the platform. Meanwhile, in the VIP box overlooking the stage, the powerful elites of Hang City were gathered. Zhao Zei's father, Zhao Tianxiong, the head of the Zhao clan martial arts hall, sat on a luxurious leather sofa, cradling an expensive cup of exotic beast blood tea as wisps of steam coiled serenely upward. Watching his son stand tall and confident on the battle stage, a satisfied smile curled at Zhao Tianxiong's lips. Old Lu, Zhao Tianxiong gently blew away the foam atop his tea, his voice slow and unhurried. How many moves do you think it'll take for Zaire to dispose of that commoner? Liu, by his side, the steward, an older man with a neatly groomed mustache, immediately bent at the waist, a sycophantic grin adorning his face. Master, young master is a natural-born king. That Liu is just a peasant who stumbled onto dog-shit fortune. His blood energy is as frail as a balloon about to pop. Young master has been raised on medicinal baths, his meridians honed to extraordinary toughness, and he's mastered the Zhao family's ultimate technique, the crushing rock palm. I'd say 3 moves at most. It'll be enough to make that stray kneel and eat dirt. Ha! Too conservative. Zhao Tianxiong burst into hearty laughter. I'd bet on a single move. Zaire has a fiery spirit, unwilling to let anyone overshadow him. He'll strike with all his might on the very first move and finish this nobody instantly. The atmosphere in the box bubbled with exuberance. But after a few polite chuckles, the steward's gaze unconsciously gravitated back to Liu standing on the stage. There was something about those chilling, deep-set eyes, a gaze as devoid of warmth as an abyss, that sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine, a surge of cold unease spreading rapidly. His mind flitted, unbidden, to that vanished martial artist, old Mo. 3 days without a trace, phone calls unanswered, scouts unable to find him, and even his usual haunts like the underground gambling dens devoid of any sign. Just 2 hours ago, investigators from Hang City's Defense Bureau had even shown up at the Zhao family estate, inquiring about old Mo's whereabouts. Apparently, a faint trace of human blood had been detected in a remote garbage dump on the city's outskirts. The Zhao family swiftly paid a high price to silence the matter. Even so, the steward couldn't suppress the chill running down his spine. Where had old Mo gone? He had been sent on Zhao Zei's orders to break Liu's legs, and yet old Mo had vanished completely. Liu, however, now stood unscathed on the stage, radiating an astonishing blood energy value of 10.4. A ludicrous, nightmarish hypothesis coiled around the steward's mind like a venomous serpent, refusing to let go. Could it be? He swallowed dryly, his throat parched. Could old Mo not have run off, but been killed by Liu? Boom! The mere thought sent his head spinning with vertigo. Impossible. Old Mo was a seasoned fighter, a ruthless veteran of over 100 battles in the black market arena, boasting an intimidating blood energy value of 110. A fully qualified martial artist. Even if Liu's luck skyrocketed, reaching 10.4, he was still nothing more than a feeble insect. How could he possibly turn the tables and kill old Mo? Not to mention, old Mo hadn't gone alone. He'd brought 2 subordinates with him. If there had been a struggle, surely there would have been some sign, some traces left behind. But there were none. The lack of any evidence meant that if Liu had indeed acted, it would have been instant, lethal precision. Instantly killing a formal martial artist. The steward's eyes locked onto Liu, trembling. The thin and wiry young man standing on the arena was experiencing a storm of emotions within. He'd rather believe that the world would end tomorrow than accept that an 18-year-old high school student could achieve such an absurd level of strength. This has to be an illusion. I must be overthinking. The butler desperately comforted himself in his heart. Surely it was that bastard old M.O. He saw Liyu's sudden surge in energy and thought it was trouble, so he ran off with the master's 200,000 yuan. Yes, that must be it. Taking a deep breath, the butler forcefully suppressed the fear surging in his heart. Steady yourself. The truth would reveal itself very soon. As long as the young master tested Liyu's strength on the arena with the shattering rock palm, everything would come to light. There's no way a fake nobody could withstand the young master's full-force strike. At the center of the arena, a military referee in a black uniform strode between the two competitors. Sharp eyes swept over Liu and Zhao Zhe. Do you understand the rules?
Restricted combat.
If one party collapses to the ground without standing or verbally admits defeat, the match ends immediately. No using hidden weapons, poisons, or illicit drugs. The referee raised his right hand high into the air. Prepare. Zhao Zhe suddenly spread his legs apart, lowering his stance.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
A violent surge of energy burst from within as his energy level hit an overwhelming 10.3. His white martial arts uniform flared and rippled without any wind. Muscles in his hands swelled. Veins bulged with a rock-like gleaming toughness. Lower-grade profound martial skill. The shattering rock palm. Merely performing the opening stances caused the air around the arena to emit a deep roar. Students in the stands felt as though they were suffocating from the oppressive force.
Li Yugoslavia.
Zhao Zhe locked eyes with his opponent 20 meters away. His arrogant and cruel expression twisted into one filled with fury and murderous intent. Through clenched teeth and in a voice only the two of them could hear, he coldly spat out. Do you think that with some random stroke of luck, pushing your energy to 10.4, you can step on my head? Today, I'll show you what true foundation is. I'll break every single bone in your body piece by piece. Faced with Zhao Zhe's almost tangible killing intent, Liu stood still, unmoving. There was no defensive stance, and his hands remained casually in his pockets. As he observed Zhao Zhe erupting with full energy, his deep eyes carried no anger, no fear, only pure, startling pity. Are you done? Liu spoke lightly. His voice wasn't loud, yet somehow it cut through the reverberating roar of Zhao Zhe's energy. Finished delivering your last words? Then we can begin. An offhand retort shattered the terrifying atmosphere Zhao Zhe had carefully built. You're courting death. Zhao Zhe exploded in rage as humiliation overtook his reason. At this moment, the referee's raised right hand suddenly swept downward. Begin.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
The words had scarcely fallen when the alloy floor beneath Zhao Zhe's feet let out a dull thud. He shot forward like a cannonball, cutting through the air with ferocious momentum, heading straight for Liu. The 20-meter gap vanished in an instant. D! Zhao Zhe roared, raising his right palm. His energy condensed into a visible white wave of force. The explosive power of profound martial skill could be felt. The strike targeted Liu straight on in the chest. If it landed, no mere human body, or even 10 centimeters of steel, could avoid collapsing inward upon impact. In the grandstand, Great Master Lei Potion's eyes abruptly focused. This kid really intends to kill. Within moments, the 10,000 units of energy inside Lei Potion began circulating. He was preparing to intervene and save Liu. In his view, there was no way Liu could evade or withstand such a strike. Inside the VIP box, Zhao Tianxiong's face lit up with a wide grin. It's over, he declared. The butler's eyes remained fixed on the arena, and his heart pounded so fiercely, he thought it might jump out of his throat. However, just as Zhao Zhe's palm came within half a meter of Liu's chest, Liu finally moved. He didn't step back, didn't evade, and his hands were still in his pockets. He casually took a single step forward. With a light shift in thought, the tightly sealed gates of energy suppressed by the breath-holding technique within his body quietly cracked open the faintest sliver.
Asterisk boom.
Asterisk came without any warning.
No preparatory stance whatsoever.
An overwhelming and ferocious surge of energy erupted from within Liu, threatening to overturn the entire alloy arena. The 10.3 energy that Zhao Zhe had unleashed seemed like a small, trickling stream. Meanwhile, the burst of power surging out of Liu felt like a dam breaking open, like a volcano erupting after unknown millennia of slumber. A crimson tide formed an almost tangible ripple around his body. The reinforced alloy flooring beneath his feet instantly shattered with spiderweb cracks. A ferocious gale kicked up, and the air itself let out an ear-piercing roar. The energy level meter began climbing rapidly. 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, 100 points. A staggering 100 points of energy burst directly beyond the limits of the human body, shedding the mortal shell and unleashing the true strength of a martial artist. The first to withstand the impact was Zhao Zhe. The martial skill he was executing, a low-tier Shen-class technique called Rock Shatter Palm, instantly crumbled the moment it came into contact with that oppressive force, as though colliding with a high-speed armored train. The white energy wave condensed in his palm, disintegrated in a flash, unable to sustain itself. The ferocity and murderous intent on Zhao Zhe's face froze suddenly. His pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints, his mind went blank, and his thoughts came to a halt. What on earth is this? The tangible pressure radiating from the martial artist before him smothered him, leaving him breathless. His bones ached, his muscles trembled. A deep, primal fear surged from the depths of his soul, consuming his rationality and his pride. No! His throat was dry, and he managed to force out a single broken word. He wanted to escape, to retreat, but his body refused to move. All he could do was watch helplessly as Li Yu's cold, indifferent gaze drew closer. That gaze, it was as if he was staring at a lifeless corpse. A faint yellow droplet slipped down the tailored pants leg of Zhao Zhe and hit the stage floor. Zhao Zhe, the arrogant young master of the Zhao family, had wet himself in terror in front of everyone. In the VIP area atop the platform, Lei Padian had been seated, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. But upon witnessing the scene, he suddenly sprang to his feet, his vital energies shaking to fine dust within him. His copper bell-like eyes were fixed on the arena, nearly bulging out of their sockets. 100 points? He gasped in shock. Martial artist level? This is insane. 3 days ago, Li Yu's vital energy levels were at a mere 0.8. Then, when he reached 10.4, it was already astonishing. But now, he had erupted to a staggering 100 points. This wasn't some sudden surge. It was a primordial beast in sheep's clothing. 100 points against 10, it wasn't even remotely on the same level. This was slaughter, a one-sided massacre, like an adult crushing an ant underfoot. This is bad. Lei Padian broke out in a cold sweat. The murderous intent intertwined within Li Yu's vital energy was searing. He clearly intended to kill Zhao Zhe on the spot. If a young scion of an influential family were to die on the high school martial stage, as the president of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association, Lei Padian would bear an inescapable responsibility. Meanwhile, in another VIP suite, smash! Zhao Tianxiong violently threw the valuable exotic beast blood tea in his hand onto the floor. Scalding tea splashed across his expensive leather shoes, but he remained unmoving. He pressed himself against the floor-to-ceiling glass of the suite, his face distorted by shock and terror. Impossible, impossible! He roared madly. Wasn't he only at 0.8? Wasn't he just at 10.4? Where the hell did over 100 points of vital energy come from? He's cheating. He must be cheating. Behind him, the butler's legs gave way, and cold sweat poured down his body as if he had just climbed out of water. The butler's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his mind racing at lightning speed. Suddenly, he cracked the case. The clues behind the disappearance of old Mo had finally surfaced, but the revelation sent a chilling current surging from the base of his spine straight to his head. 100 points of vital energy. The butler's gaze was locked onto Li Yu on the stage, his eyeballs trembling violently. No, it can't be right. It doesn't add up. Even if this kid had endured to the limit and erupted to 100 points of vital energy, it would be impossible for him to silently take down old Mo. Who was old Mo? He was a veteran assassin with 110 points of vital energy. Someone who had roamed the wilderness and black markets for over a decade. For a high school student whose vital energy had suddenly surged, it was utterly inconceivable for him to survive and escape old Mo's experienced pursuit. Yet old Mo had vanished without a trace. No signs of life, no body to bury. The butler swallowed hard, his mind conjuring two terrifying possibilities that gripped his heart like venomous snakes. The first. This kid not only has over 100 points of vital energy, but also possesses an unimaginably ruthless and cunning mind. He must have set a lethal trap in the split second when old Mo let his guard down, believing Li Yu's vital energy was only 0.8, striking a single, decisive, fatal blow. If not this, then only the second, far more horrifying possibility remains. A possibility even the butler dared not continue to ponder. He can camouflage 100 points of vital energy into a mere 0.8. The butler trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Then, is this 100 points truly all there is to him? If even the 100 points were a facade, then what kind of terrifying monster might truly be hidden within that frail-looking body? Beneath the stage, Lin Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place. Her pair of clear, beautiful eyes were widened to the point of being perfectly round. Her rosy lips slightly parted, and even her breathing had stopped. 100 points of vital energy? A martial artist? She felt her entire worldview being violently overturned. Yesterday, at the private dining restaurant, she had arrogantly declared that she would protect him, teach him personally how to dodge Zhao Zai's attacks, and had even gifted him a bottle of third-tier blood nourishment pill. Thinking back on it now, it was absurdly laughable. Liar! Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, her heart pounding wildly. How many more secrets is he hiding? On the stage, time seemed to freeze. Li Yu's cold gaze remained fixed straight ahead, and he displayed no intention of deploying any martial skill. He gathered all 100 points of vital energy onto his right shoulder and, with brutal simplicity, charged toward the utterly stunned Zhao Zai. If this collision hit its mark, Zhao Zai's ribcage would shatter, his internal organs would be torn apart, and there would be no doubt about the result. No survivors. Just as Li Yu's shoulder was about to collide with Zhao Zai, boom! A terrifying shadow tore through space and appeared between them. It was the Grandmaster Lei Patian. Stop!
Lei Patian roared furiously.
He wasn't reckless. Even facing a warrior erupting with 100 points of vital energy and blood, as a Grandmaster, he had to mobilize his own vital energy to defend. Stretching out his massive hand, faint arcs of lightning flickered around it as it pressed firmly against Li Yu's charging shoulder. Bang! Two forces of immense power collided violently in the center of the arena. A wave of white energy exploded outward, spreading furiously in all directions. The alloy guardrails were flung aside by the shockwave, and spectators in the front rows were forced to shut their eyes amidst frightened cries. Li Yu staggered back 3 steps. With each step, he left a deep imprint on the hard alloy flooring. Lei Patian, however, stood still like a rooted pine tree, his hand trembling slightly. The Grandmaster had finally intervened. Li Yu stopped in his tracks, gazing at Lei Patian standing protectively in front of Zhao Zai. A hint of understanding flashed through his eyes. Today, Zhao Zai wouldn't die. With the protection of a Grandmaster whose vital energy surpassed 100,000, even if Li Yu unleashed his full martial prowess, it would be impossible to kill Zhao Zai under such circumstances. If Zhao Zai couldn't be slain this time, should he let him go? Absolutely not. Allowing someone like Zhao Zai to survive even one more day was pure torment for Li Yu. He must die. Li Yu's mind worked at lightning speed in less than a second. Should he force the kill? Impossible. Not under the watchful eyes of a Grandmaster. Even at his peak strength of 1,000 points of vital energy, it wouldn't be enough, unless he relied on the system's enhancement. If he spent all 200,000 points in one go, would that be enough to kill the opponent? Li Yu wasn't confident. If it failed, his greatest trump card would be exposed, and the loss would outweigh the gain. So, should he just let Zhao Zai go? Absolutely out of the question. Li Yu had no intention of allowing the tiger to return to its mountain. Failing to eliminate Zhao Zai today would leave him restless. If it wasn't possible to force a kill, then what could he do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Li Yu. What if he could get Zhao Zai to deliver himself for the kill? Kill? At that moment, his cultivation of the breath concealment art violently reversed within his body. Buzz, the previously oppressive martial aura that filled the arena vanished in an instant like receding tides, leaving no trace behind. Not only that, but Li Yu intentionally reversed his vital energy flow, forcefully injuring one of his minor meridians. His complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. Large drops of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. His back hunched slightly, and his breathing became rough and labored, as if he were a broken bellows struggling for air. His vital energy, previously at 100 points, plummeted to a mere 0.8, so feeble that even a gust of wind seemed capable of knocking him over. He lifted his head, looking toward Lei Patian with dim, lifeless eyes. Forcing a faint, bitter smile, he asked in a hoarse and faltering voice, "President Lei, does this count as my victory?" Paired with his teetering, almost collapsing posture, the scene plunged the entire venue into a deathly silence. Lei Patian was stunned. The boy before him, whose vital energy had plummeted to the bottom in an instant, stood feebly, drenched in sweat, with labored breathing. The surging energy of 100 points from just moments ago, how could it disappear so suddenly? As a Grandmaster, Lei Patian could not believe that vital energy could vanish like some magic trick. With wary eyes, he released a subtle thread of mental energy from between his brows, entering Li Yu's body silently to uncover the truth. But what he discovered shocked him. Within Li Yu's body, his vital energy had completely dissipated. All that remained was a meager, scattered thread barely at one point, slowly flowing through his system. Even more alarming, he noticed several of Li Yu's minor meridians were horrifically obstructed and torn apart. It was clear. Li Yu had drained his own lifeblood essence. Lei Patian drew a sharp breath. He didn't uncover the secret behind the breath concealment art, but he could see the extreme exhaustion and total depletion involved. Based on his experience, a chilling word flashed through his mind. Forbidden technique. This kid had actually used some kind of forbidden technique to forcibly deplete his life essence in exchange for an explosive surge of power. In the history of martial arts in Great Xia, there indeed existed such sinister methods capable of forcing an extraordinary burst of strength. However, the cost was always devastating. Lifelong crippling from shattered meridians, or even untimely death. Looking at Liu's ghastly pale complexion and near-total depletion of vital energy, Lei Patian felt conflicted, shocked, regretful, and even respectful. What a determined temperament. Just to win this match and enter Jingdu Martial University, he's willing to risk everything, even self-destruction.
Lei Patian sighed deeply.
By the rules, the referee must intervene to save the contender, leading to a forfeit for the injured. He looked at Liu, his tone laden with pity. You've won. Turning to face the crowd, Lei Patian announced with the force of a drumbeat. The first round. Victory goes to Liu. The moment the words fell, a strangled, piercing cry filled with humiliation cut through the silence. It was Zhao Zhe, finally snapping out of his utter terror. He roared furiously, I won't accept this. When Zhao Zhe realized that he had just wet himself in front of 10,000 spectators from overwhelming fear, the humiliation nearly drove him into madness. Turning to see Liu's current state, ashen-faced, barely standing, and with his vital energy reduced to nothing at all. 8. He concluded that Liu had undoubtedly resorted to some kind of cheating to overextend himself, and now he was utterly spent, completely ruined. No protection needed. Zhao Zhe scrambled to his feet like a rabid dog, his bloodshot eyes blazing. He pointed furiously at Liu and screamed, Chairman Lei, on what basis do you declare my loss? I didn't lose. I can still fight. He can't even stand properly now. I could crush him with a single finger. I am his opponent. Let me kill him. Zhao Zhe had completely lost control, consumed by a single thought. Tearing Liu apart, beating him to death mercilessly, and eradicating the opponent who had humiliated him. Impudent. Lei Patian frowned, and an overwhelming pressure descended instantly. As a grandmaster's aura weighed upon Zhao Zhe, it pinned him to the ground, immobilizing him. On this stage, the referee's ruling is final. Boy of the Zhao family, do you dare to question my decision? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the VIP box. Zhao Tianxiong leapt down from the balcony, landing steadily at the edge of the arena. His face darkened to an extreme as he looked at his kneeling son, whose pants were still wet. It was a disgrace to the Zhao family, yet this was his son, and the matter was tied to the special admission quota for the prestigious Jingdu Martial Arts University. If Zhao Zhe were officially declared the loser, his future would be completely ruined. Zhao Tianxiong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He stepped forward, cupped his hands at Lei Patian, and said, Chairman Lei, my son acted rashly and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. His tone suddenly turned cold as his gaze swept toward the weakened Liu. He raised his voice. This decision is unconvincing. Everyone saw that Liu used some prohibited dark sorcery to forcibly erupt with 100 points of energy and blood. Now the backlash from that technique has left him ruined and crippled. My son was only intimidated by the sinister energy. He wasn't actually injured. In a real life-or-death fight, my son would undoubtedly be the winner. Zhao Tianxiong turned and pointed at Liu, shouting, This match doesn't count. The referee is biased toward Liu. I demand the match be resumed, so that the outcome can be decided fairly. The crowd erupted into commotion. Anyone with discerning eyes knew that if Lei Patian hadn't intervened in time, Zhao Zhe would have already been reduced to a bloody pulp. And yet, now that Liu was weakened, Zhao Tianxiong was shamelessly demanding to resume the fight. But Zhao Tianxiong didn't care about appearances. In a world where the strong devoured the weak, quotas and benefits were supreme. He'd rather endure the criticism if it meant seizing the admission ticket to Jingdu Martial Arts University and defeating Liu. Suddenly, a loud shout came from below the stage. That's nonsense. A shadow shot up onto the arena like a bolt of lightning, positioning itself protectively in front of Liu. It was Lin Xiaoxiao, the wealthiest socialite in Hang City. At this moment, she stood like an enraged tigress, arms spread wide to shield Liu. Her clear yet furious eyes bore into Zhao Tianxiong and Zhao Zhe. Zhao Tianxiong, do you have no shame? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed her finger at his nose, her voice laced with scorn as she unleashed a tirade. Biased? Are you blind? Or did a dog eat your brain? She was trembling with rage, her eyes glistening. Glancing back at the frail Liu, she spoke with both anger and heartbreak. Look at him! He's so weak now. If Chairman Lei hadn't intervened earlier, your son would have already been turned to ash. And now, in order to win, he's disregarded his own life. His meridians are destroyed. And yet the Zhao family dares to exploit his weakness to force the match to continue? Lin Xiaoxiao spun around, glaring disdainfully at the kneeling Zhao Zhe with unrestrained contempt. Zhao Zhe, what kind of man are you? You wet yourself in fear. And now that someone's injured, you're pretending to be a hero? Pathetic. Her words lashed across the faces of Zhao Tianxiong and his son like a whip, leaving them speechless and humiliated. For a moment, the audience was silent, and then they erupted into uncontrollable laughter and chatter. Shameless. The Zhao family's face is utterly lost. Trying to win through fear, by using urine? The mocking jeers surged like a tidal wave. Zhao Tianxiong's expression fluctuated between blue and pale, each change more unsightly than the last. As the head of the Zhao Martial Arts Academy and a prominent figure in Hang City, he'd never been insulted this harshly by a mere young woman. Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhao Tianxiong ground his teeth, his gaze ominously dark like the night. This is the arena. It's a battlefield, not a place for your childish games. Get off the stage. I won't. Lin Xiaoxiao lifted her chin, her defiance unwavering. I've said it. While I'm here, no one is laying a finger on him. Turning back, she saw Li Yu's pale face and labored breathing, and her heart clenched. She reached out as if to support him but stopped mid-motion, afraid of aggravating his injuries. Her hand hovered awkwardly in the air as her eyes welled up. You're such an idiot. Her voice broke with a choked sob. For a spot in the university, you've done this to yourself. Was it worth it? Li Yu looked at the girl standing in front of him, confronting the Zhao family for his sake. He could feel her unreserved protection and her deep concern. A flicker of complicated emotion flashed in his eyes. He wanted to tell Lin Xiaoxiao, don't cry, I was acting. But at this moment, no matter what, it must not be spoken. In the presence of the Grandmaster Lei Patian, any voice transmission or secretive movements could potentially fail. The act must be fully performed, and it must be realistic enough to convince Lei Patian. Li Yu took a deep breath, which triggered a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. He clutched his chest, his face pallid, yet tinged with an abnormal flush. His body swayed unsteadily, as though he might collapse at any moment. But still, he reached out, gently placing his hand on Lin Xiaoxiao's frail shoulder. Classmate Lin. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against a rough surface. Step aside. Lin Xiaoxiao trembled and abruptly turned her head. Seeing Li Yu in such a frail state, her eyes reddened further. Are you insane? She bit her lips, caught between crying and fury. Don't you even realize the state you're in? You can't even fight a regular person now. What gives you the right to go up against that scumbag? Step off the stage, and I'll take care of the rest. As the daughter of a top-level aristocratic family, Lin Xiaoxiao possessed countless means of exacting revenge on Zhao Zhe. She even swore in her heart that as long as Li Yu could step off the stage alive, Zhao Zhe would vanish from this world by nightfall. Frankly, she should have had Zhao Zhe dragged into the sewers 3 days ago. However, Li Yu did not flinch. With a slight force, he pushed Lin Xiaoxiao aside. Then, he stepped past Lin Xiaoxiao, his gaze sweeping over the enraged Zhao Tianxiong and the kneeling, snarling Zhao Zhe. Finally, his eyes fixed straight on the Grandmaster Lei Patian. The stage was deathly silent, the eyes of 100,000 people riveted on this seemingly dying commoner champion. Chairman Lei. Li Yu's voice was faint and intermittent, yet it resonated clearly throughout the venue. Just now, Master Zhao stated he wanted to continue the competition. He gasped heavily for breath, as if even speaking was an enormous effort. I would like to ask for your judgment. If I agree to continue, will this match still count? Lei Patian looked down at him and asked coldly. In those tiger-like eyes full of life's vicissitudes, a flicker of astonishment briefly crossed. Lei Patian had assumed Li Yu would seize the opportunity to forfeit, as surviving alone was already a stroke of luck. You're sure? Lei Patian furrowed his brows tightly, his voice steady and commanding, carrying an irrefutable authority. Kid, I'm fully aware of your current condition. You have depleted your life force, and your meridians are gravely damaged. You're weaker than an ordinary person. If this continues, you won't even get the chance to surrender. You'll likely be killed on the spot. Moreover, you've already won. Any problems that arise are my responsibility and have nothing to do with you. He was clearly attempting to dissuade Li Yu from acting rashly. Lei Patian abhorred witnessing the demise of a prodigy. Yet Li Yu simply forced a faint smile. I understand. Li Yu nodded, raising his gaze to meet Lei Patian's. His eyes were dim but resolute. In a soft voice, He posed a question that caused the 100,000 spectators to momentarily freeze in shock, their minds buzzing blankly. Chairman Lei, I just want to confirm a rule regarding the match. I accidentally kill my opponent. Is that against the law? The words landed like a bomb explosion, plunging the entire combat venue into dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard. A few seconds later, a collective gasp of cold air exploded from the stands. He's gone mad. This boy has absolutely lost his mind. Who does he think he is? Possessed by a grandmaster. A cripple who can barely stand has the audacity to question whether killing someone is legal? He's completely mentally deranged. Lei Padian himself was stunned. As a grandmaster, he had encountered countless arrogant juniors, but for someone like Liu, half-dead yet boldly posing such venomous statements in his presence, this was unprecedented. He scrutinized Liu from head to toe, trying to find any hint of posturing or bravado in his demeanor. However, those dim eyes were as deep as an ancient, undisturbed well, no fear, no despair, not even the slightest reverence for death, only an unsettling calmness. In your condition, Lei Padian broke out in a cold sweat internally. You still intend to kill someone? His tone was dismissive, yet at the same time, he couldn't help but secretly admire Liu's ruthlessness. Ruthless not only to his enemies but even more so to himself. The animosity between these two people was something even outsiders could clearly perceive. It would not end peacefully. Lei Padian narrowed his eyes slowly and said coldly, "Forget whether you're capable of killing anyone. If you have the ability, I'll be right here." A grandmaster acting as referee, with 10,000 units of vigor and blood, isn't for show. Naturally, it's not illegal. He withdrew from his thoughts and spat out icily. In martial arts combat, life or death on the stage is without exception. This is an iron law of the great Xia nation. As long as the opponent does not surrender or collapse, killing carries no penalty. The premise is you're capable of doing so. Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Zhe listened in dumbfounded disbelief, his mouth agape, his mind buzzing. He wants to kill me? After his initial shock subsided, an inexplicable absurdity and hilarity surged within him. Zhao Zhe couldn't help but burst into hysterical laughter, his voice maniacal and tinged with madness. Kill me? In your sorry state. He staggered to his feet, pointing at Liu as tears nearly streamed from his laughter. Liu, has your brain been fried by your injuries? Do you think that trick from earlier, forbidden techniques, startled me, and you think you can do as you please? Want to try that again? Clenched teeth, eyes filled with venom and cruelty. Who's killing who? That's still up for debate. Though Zhao Tianxiong was momentarily stunned, being a seasoned schemer with a devious mind, he quickly regained composure. He fixed a piercing stare on Liu's pale face, his thoughts rapidly calculating. This man cannot be allowed to live. Too ruthless. A mad dog willing to drag his enemy down with him, even if it means self-destruction. If he were allowed to survive today, even as a cripple, he'd remain a ticking time bomb in the future. And more importantly, just moments ago, he had clearly denied acknowledging defeat. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. On this stage for the martial arts examinations, it was the perfect, legitimate occasion for his son to eliminate this grave threat in front of the entire population of Hangqing. There was a flicker of murderous intent in Zhao Tianxiong's eyes. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, initiating provocation with deliberate arrogance. Fine. His booming voice echoed, silencing the uproar from the crowd. Liu, I'll give you credit for showing some backbone. Since you've come this far, I, Zhao, am not an unreasonable man. Pointing at Liu, Zhao Tianxiong jeered disdainfully. If you've got the skill, then right here on this platform, in front of President Lei and tens of thousands of witnesses, kill my son. I swear on the Zhao family name, we won't come after you. But if my son takes your life. A cold sneer accompanied this statement, his tone icy and ruthless. That's just your misfortune, and you better not blame anyone else. Shameless beyond measure, dressing up blatant opportunism as noble reasoning. Lin Xiaoxiao was enraged to her core. She suddenly wheeled around, grabbing Liu's arm with such force that her nails nearly dug into his flesh. Is this necessary? Her voice quivered, and tears began to stream uncontrollably. Liu, what are you even after? Risking your life for pointless glory? For pride? In your state, he could slap you to death with ease. Lin Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in frustration, utterly baffled by Liu's seemingly suicidal decisions. To her, Zhao Zhe was already a dead man walking. Once off the stage, she was confident in her ability to annihilate the Zhao family completely without resorting to putting a broken body on the line to fight a mad dog head-on. Liu felt the trembling passing into his arm, as Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed face, born of anxiety and anger, entered his gaze. Those clear, anxious eyes were filled entirely with worry for him. He let out a soft sigh, gently turning his hand to grasp her wrist. With a light but firm motion, he pried her hand off his arm. Don't worry. Li Yu's eyes were calm, his tone flat and unruffled. And in the brief moment their eyes met, his held a fleeting glint of barely perceptible ridicule, a meaning that only Lin Xiaoxiao could understand. The mockery vanished in an instant, so swiftly that it felt like an illusion. Lin Xiaoxiao froze, staring at him in a daze. Ridicule? How could someone seemingly on the verge of death carry such an expression? Could it be? An inconceivable idea crossed her mind. Before she could ponder further, Li Yu turned to face Lei Patian. President Lei. He drew a deep breath, straightening his slightly hunched back. I accept. Let's do it again. These 4 words struck like a hammer, severing all paths of retreat. Lin Xiaoxiao's tears finally spilled over in despair. She stomped her foot in anger, glaring at him through teary eyes. Don't worry. In this condition, how could I not worry? You die? I'll avenge you by wiping out the entire Zhao family. This vicious vow emerged from Lin Xiaoxiao, usually a pure, gentle maiden, casting an unyielding determination that was heartrending. On the elevated stage, Lei Patian gave Li Yu a deep look. Since the decision rested with the participants as referee, he had no authority to forcibly halt the match. The path of martial arts was a game teetering on mortal peril. Very well, he nodded, then turned to Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe, do you also agree to proceed? I agree. Of course I agree. Zhao Zhe roared impatiently, his face unusually fevered, his gaze brimming with sadistic glee. I'm afraid of him? A broken-down wreck with dried-up life force? Today, I'll crush his throat with my bare hands before the entire city. He laughed wildly, his voice echoing through the stadium with extreme arrogance and conceit. But the yellow liquid trickling steadily down his pant leg into small puddles made his bravado an absurd, laughable facade. Like a clown who just soiled his pants, Zhao Zhe was struggling to convince everyone of his valor. The audience stared at him, their gazes laced with scorn. No one spoke a word, for they all knew the spectacle about to unfold. A brutal and one-sided slaughter. Both sides have no objections. Lei Patian made a decisive gesture, releasing an energy wave from his blood force, gentle yet irrefutable, that swept Lin Xiaoxiao, still stubbornly standing in the arena, off her feet and onto the staircase below. The arena is cleared. Non-participants must leave. Lin Xiaoxiao, forcibly removed, desperately clung. The alloy railing creaked under the grip, knuckles turning white, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the lean figure in the center of the ring. Even breathing had come to a halt. Zhao Tianxiong let out a cold chuckle, jumped down from the ring, and returned to the VIP box. He picked up the freshly brewed tea, leaned back comfortably, and prepared to watch his son shine. At the center of the stage stood only Li Yu and Zhao Zhe, 20 meters apart. The air between them bristled with a suffocating murderous tension. Li Yu. Zhao Zhe twisted his neck, the crisp popping sound resounding clearly. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a frosty and sinister expression. 1 year from today will be the anniversary of your death. Boom! Zhao Zhe exploded with the full force of his 10.3 raging vitality energy. His white martial arts uniform flapped violently in the air. He unleashed a lower-grade mystic-class combat technique, the shattering rock palm. White energy billowed from his palms, more potent than before, accompanied now by a piercing sonic boom. He aimed for a swift and fatal strike, determined not to give the Grandmaster any opportunity. Yet, Li Yu remained utterly still. His face was as pale as a sheet, his breathing heavy. He hadn't even raised his hands, only staring at Zhao Zhe silently. Lei Patian, standing tall with his right hand raised and his gaze locked on the 2 men in the ring, seethed with energy. The 100,000 units of vitality within him were like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He was ready to intervene at a moment's notice, refusing to allow Li Yu to die right in front of him. The entire audience of 100,000 held their breath. Time seemed to freeze. Resume the fight. Begin. Lei Patian roared furiously and hammered his right hand downward. Boom! The alloy flooring beneath Zhao Zhe split apart as he transformed into a white blur, surging forward with a force that sought to annihilate everything in its path, driving madly toward Li Yu. D! Zhao Zhe bellowed. The shockwave detonated explosively, like a frenzied beast rampaging forth, carrying the terrifying momentum of his full vitality and the shattering rock palm technique. D! Just die already! He howled as both palms struck out repeatedly, the streaks of white energy tearing through the air with a deafening screech. He sought the most brutal and violent way to shred this insignificant commoner, who had dared humiliate him, into pieces. Finally, Li Yu moved, but he didn't retaliate, nor did he unleash his vitality. He staggered clumsily, retreating in disarray. Swoosh! One of Zhao Zai's palms narrowly grazed the tip of Li Yu's nose, the palm's force slicing a gash on his pallid face. Li Yu stumbled, losing his balance, and barely managed to tilt precariously to his left. Bang! Zhao Zai's next palm slammed violently into the spot on the alloy flooring where Li Yu had just stood, leaving a palm imprint an inch deep, sending shards flying everywhere. Li Yu's breathing was heavy, his chest heaving wildly as though he had expended every last ounce of strength. Unsteady steps carried him further back, retreating again and again. Under Zhao Zai's relentless and seamless onslaught, Li Yu seemed like a lone boat in a raging ocean, always on the verge of being capsized, utterly defenseless. Dodge? How much longer can you keep dodging? Zhao Zai sneered, his eyes flashing savagely. He relished the game of cat and mouse, savoring the sight of Li Yu growing increasingly weaker under fear and despair, waiting for him to collapse like a beaten dog. Below the ring, Lin Xiaoxiao gripped the cold railing tightly. Her tear-filled eyes were blurred, her vision obscured. Stop, please, stop fighting. Her pale lips trembled as she whispered, her voice shaking. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Li Yu's state was utterly miserable now. Every dodge seemed like a step into the jaws of death. He was obviously on the brink of collapse. A single word of surrender would spare his life, yet he continued to endure. What strength was he trying to prove? Was his life truly not worth more than cheap pride? On the other side of the stands, in the VIP box, Zhao Tianxiong held his freshly brewed tea, lounging leisurely on the leather sofa. He watched as his son, Zhao Zai, cornered Li Yu again and again, leaving him no way out. The gloomy expression on his face had completely dissipated, replaced with a look of satisfaction and a hearty, triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha! Good! Well done! Zhao Tianxiong slapped his thigh in approval. Zaire, don't go for the finishing blow too quickly. Take your time. Let him understand what happens to anyone who dares cross our Zhao family. The butler standing nearby finally exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He followed up with an ingratiating smile. Master, you're absolutely right. That brat's earlier move was clearly bluffing. Now his true colors show. He can't even touch the edge of the young master's clothes. Utter trash. The spot at the Kyoto Martial Academy is guaranteed to be Master Zai's. Everyone was convinced that this one-sided slaughter was nearing its end. However, no one noticed that, despite his disheveled state, Li Yu's eyes remained unusually calm. In his mind, he continued calculating distances, angles, and the Grandmaster Lei potion psychology. His current display of feebleness and retreat was all a part of the ruse. With his 1,000-point martial master strength, Zhao Zai's so-called speed was laughable, akin to that of a crawling snail. His lack of retaliation wasn't out of inability but because the real enemy wasn't Zhao Zai. It was Lei Patian, the Grandmaster seated high above. Lei Potion's reaction speed was frightening. The moment Li Yu showed any trace of murderous intent or initiated an attack, Lei Patian would instantly rend through space, intervening to protect Zhao Zai, extinguishing any chance Li Yu might have. Thus, Li Yu had no choice but to endure, to act feeble, and to create the ideal moment. One where the Grandmaster believed the fight was effectively over and let down his guard. Almost. He thought to himself as he dodged Zhao Zai's continuous palm strikes with great difficulty. All while counting silently in his head. He panted heavily. Steps faltered. Finally, as he retreated to the edge of the ring with no way out, his left foot accidentally tripped over his right ankle. His whole body lost balance, exposing an opening on his right side. A flaw. A fatal, defenseless vulnerability. D. Zhao Zai roared madly, his bloodshot eyes filled with frenzy. He gathered all his strength and blood into his right palm and unleashed the rock-smashing palm with full force. The sharp sonic boom followed as his strike aimed directly at Li Yu's left shoulder. From above the platform, Lei Potion's eyes narrowed. It's over, he muttered. He silently judged that Zhao Zai was targeting the shoulder, not a lethal spot. With his shoulder shattered, he won't be able to fight back. He won't die. Lei Patian, whose own blood and energy were taut, relaxed slightly. He didn't act to intervene, it wasn't necessary. Once Li Yu fell, the match would be over. Below the ring, Lin Xiaoxiao watched the strike land. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Li Yu, she cried, squeezing her eyes shut in despair, unable to witness the impending grisly scene. In the VIP box, Zhao Tianxiong couldn't stop grinning. It's a sure thing now. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the ring as Zhao Zai's stone-colored right palm hit Li Yu's left shoulder without resistance. A beastly expression of glee instantly emerged on Zhao Zei's face. He'd been waiting to hear the sound of breaking bones and see Liu collapse in agony. But a split second later, that wild delight froze on his face, as if someone had hit the pause button. The moment Zhao Zei's palm made contact with Liu's shoulder, he sensed something was off. That wasn't ordinary flesh and bone. It was as hard as steel. His powerful strike didn't cause any fractures, didn't splash blood into the air. It was as if the force of his rock-smashing palm evaporated into nothingness. His energy dissipated like a pebble sinking into a quicksand pool, leaving no echo at all. Suddenly, an incredibly forceful countershock erupted from Liu's shoulder, instantly surging into Zhao Zei's arm. A crisp crack rang out. Dense fractures appeared across the bones in his right arm. The paralyzing pain contorted his face, but it was the terror that gripped him like a vice. Never had he imagined that this so-called cripple, with depleted blood energy and unstable footing, could possess such a monstrous physique. Zhao Zei wanted to retreat, to cry out for help, to plead surrender to the Grandmaster, but none of that was possible. His mind was blank, strength spent, and no energy left to muster anew. Meanwhile, Liu slowly raised his head. His expression was calm, far from the feeble look he'd shown earlier. His eyes, deep and abyssal, radiated cold indifference as he gazed down on Zhao Zei like a pitiful, insignificant ant. "You?" Zhao Zei stammered, his heart trembling, but Liu remained silent. He merely raised his right hand faintly and casually swung a punch. There was no visible energy surge, and it appeared as soft and unthreatening as an elderly man practicing Tai Chi in a park. That punch slowly descended toward Zhao Zei's fractured right arm. On stage, Lei Padian had just stood up, ready to declare the match over. Seeing this punch, he frowned. Why keep struggling? It's pointless. However, the moment Liu's fist connected with Zhao Zei, the situation took a drastic turn. The fist suddenly transformed into a claw, and with astonishing speed, it raked upward, aiming straight for Zhao Zei's throat. At that precise moment, the terrifying blood energy within Liu, long suppressed by the breath-holding technique, erupted fully. His blood energy soared to an unprecedented 1,000 points. The pressure resembled a nuclear explosion. Crimson radiance burst through the dome of the training center, shattering its glass ceiling. The alloy railings crumbled as a powerful energy wave blasted spectators near the edge of the ring. The entire martial arts high school structure quaked violently. What? Lei Potion's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief and growing dread. 1,000 points of blood energy? A martial master. An 18-year-old high school student hiding martial master level strength. His disguise was so perfect that even Lei Padian, a grandmaster, had completely failed to see through it. Stop! Lei Padian roared, his thunderous voice shaking the city like an earthquake. His blood and energy surged, threatening to rip through space as he lunged to save Zhao Zei. But it was already too late. The brief moment of carelessness had become a fatal mistake. Just as Lei Potion's blood energy surged in response, Liu's steel-like hand had clenched Zhao Zei's neck tightly. Zhao Zei's eyes bulged wide, seeming ready to pop from their sockets. He felt the inescapable force of Liu's grip and the looming presence of murderous martial master-level energy just a breath away. Despair and regret swallowed him whole. He wanted to beg for mercy, to admit his mistakes, to even exchange 1,000,000 promises for his life. But with his throat constricted, all he could manage were desperate, guttural noises. Liu stared coldly into those terror-filled eyes, without an ounce of compassion. I told you, his voice, like icy steel within the storm of blood energy, pierced straight into Zhao Zei's ears. Once you've said your last words, it's time to depart. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu tightened his grip without hesitation. Crack! The sharp, jarring sound of a neck snapping echoed through the deathly silent training center. Zhao Zei's cervical vertebrae shattered under the force of Liu's single hand. His life was snuffed out in an instant. The light in his eyes dimmed. His head slumped at an unnatural angle, lifeless. With a heavy thud, Liu released his grip. Zhao Zei's body collapsed onto the cracked alloy floor like a pile of discarded mud. Blood trickled slowly from the corners of his mouth. The slow stream of blood stained the white martial arts uniform crimson. He was dead. The young master of Hangzhou's top-tier Zhao Family Martial Arts Academy, a peerless genius with a vitality level of 10.3, was throttled to death in public like a chicken, his throat crushed on the high-stakes examination stage. The air froze. The combat arena, capable of seating 100,000 people, descended into a deathly silence in an instant. No one spoke, no one breathed. Everyone stood motionless like statues, their gazes fixed on the center of the stage, on the corpse lying in a pool of blood, and the lean young man standing nearby emanating the imposing aura of a martial master with a vitality level of 1,000. Brains short-circuited. Worldviews crumbled. Offstage, Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks were still wet with tears. She stared blankly at Li Yu's tall, upright figure, feeling the intense pressure that made even mid-level warriors gasp for air. Her red lips parted slightly, utterly dumbfounded. A vitality of 1,000 points? A martial master? She recalled the confidence she had exuded just yesterday in a private booth, casually promising to shield him and teach him how to dodge attacks. Her cheeks flushed red, and a sense of absurdity washed over her. This rotten liar. In the VIP booth, Zhao Tianxiong's expression froze in place, twisted in a grotesque mix of elation that had shattered instantaneously. He had been mid-leg slap, his joy rapidly dashed as he watched his son's throat crushed by a single finger from Li Yu. "Zizaer?" he murmured, his voice barely audible, like that of someone stuck in a dream. The next moment, profound grief and fiery rage consumed him. "Ah! You little bastard! I'll dismember you limb by limb." Zhao Tianxiong smashed through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the VIP booth, charging desperately toward the stage in a frenzy. Yet before he could even approach, a burly figure instantly appeared in his path.
Lei Potian.
His back was to Li Yu, his expression dark and conflicted. The shock, anger, confusion, and a hint of irrepressible admiration all intertwined on his face. He had completely misjudged this young man. The seemingly boorish, superficial commoner youth, how wrong that assessment had been. Not only did Li Yu possess 1,000 points of martial master vitality, but he also harbored unfathomable cunning and ruthless killing intent. Right under Lei Potion's nose, Li Yu had relied on acting to deceive spiritual perception and slain his opponent. The laws of Great Xia were clear. Life and death duels on an examination stage allowed no room for complaint. Li Yu had even specifically asked him about the rules beforehand. Taking a deep breath to suppress the storm in his heart, Lei Potian steadied himself and gestured firmly towards Zhao Tianxiong. A wave of immense but gentle force sent Zhao back several steps. "President Lei, he killed my son. He must pay with his life." Zhao Tianxiong's bloodshot eyes raged. His shouts were hysterical. "Silence!" Lei Potian roared, and the monumental pressure of a grandmaster engulfed the venue. He turned slowly, complex emotions rippling through his gaze as he stared down the increasingly calm young man in the arena. He remained silent for a long while. His voice, amplified through the sound system, reverberated across the combat arena in Hangzhou. Combat examination. First match. Li Yu, victorious. The venue was stupefyingly quiet. For a full, unnerving stretch, even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Lei Potion's announcement of Li Yu, victorious, echoed repeatedly from the rafters. Yet everyone's minds had gone blank. 1,000 points of vitality? A martial master realm. To the vast majority, these terms felt as distant as myths. The martial arts hierarchy in Great Xia was deeply entrenched. 100 vitality points marked a martial practitioner. 1,000 points were 10 times that, signifying a martial master capable of condensing vitality into lethal weaponry. In a smaller city like Hangzhou, a solitary martial master could establish their own sect and dominate the region. Now, the overwhelming pressure of such a martial master radiated from an 18-year-old high school student in faded, washed-out clothes. Boom! This shocking revelation sustained a deafening uproar for at least half a minute. The audience erupted into chaotic exclamations. "A martial master! Oh my God! He's a martial master! An 18-year-old martial master! Is he even human? This is insane! I'm actually seeing a high school martial master." On the outskirts of the venue, Mr. Li Jiangguo, the homeroom teacher for Class 3, Grade 12 of Hangzhou No. 3 High School, slumped into his seat. His face streaked with tears. He laughed and cried like a deranged man. "A million. I drove off an 18-year-old martial master over a mere million." He slapped himself hard across the face. The crisp sound echoed sharply, but he felt no pain, only an all-consuming despair. His teaching career was over. The Hangzhou Martial Arts Association might even accuse him of persecuting a genius and send him to stand trial in a military court. High above the platform, Lei Potian gazed down at Li Yu in the center of the stage. A glint of astonished luminosity sparkled in his eyes. He understood the implications of an 18-year-old martial master better than anyone. For 300 years in Great Xia, brilliant martial artists had emerged one after another, yet exceedingly few had surpassed the significant milestone of 1,000 vitality points before the college entrance exams. Lei Potian could recall only 3 such individuals, and they had all risen to become peerless masters of their era, suppressing beasts and becoming the pillars of the nation. And now, the 4th had appeared right here in this remote Hangzhou examination center. Lei Potian exhaled deeply, his vitality stabilizing as clarity returned to his thoughts. He looked at Li Yu, This lean youth who was shrewd, ruthless, and decisive. His gaze suffused with unparalleled respect and unreserved admiration. You are exceptional. His voice was not loud, but the sheer weight of his vitality transmitted it into the ears of everyone present in the venue. A grandmaster with vitality exceeding 10,000 openly bestowed the highest honor upon an 18-year-old youth in front of the entire city. Standing in the center ring, Li Yu's feet were planted firmly. The icy-cold corpse of Zhao Zhe lay still. Li Yu raised his head to meet Lei Potion's gaze. His eyes were deep and calm, devoid of arrogance. He nodded slightly. "Thank you, President Lei." His composed demeanor earned Lei Potion's silent praise. However, just as the atmosphere brimmed with glory, a venomous roar pierced through the air. "Glory, my ass!" Zhao Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Li Yu like a vengeful ghost. His face twisted to the extreme. "He killed my son. He's a murderer. President Lei, you're a grandmaster. How could you shield a murderer?" Zhao Tianxiong roared out his fury. "I want him dead. He must die and join my son in the grave." Blood-surging, Zhao Tianxiong, an advanced martial artist, was on the verge of losing reason. He was desperate to leap onto the stage and tear Li Yu to shreds. The agony of losing his son overwhelmed his senses, leaving him with nothing but a thirst for blood. Before he could take a single step, a cold, chilling snort echoed from the elevated platform. Lei Padian didn't move but merely cast a sharp look. The sheer weight of his gaze bore down on Zhao Tianxiong, a crushing pressure that felt almost tangible. With a crack, Zhao Tianxiong's kneecap made an audible sound as it buckled. He found himself immobilized, his body drenched in cold sweat in an instant. "Zhao Tianxiong," Lei Potion's voice was frigid. "Did you not hear me clearly? On the stage, life and death are not accounted for. That is the rule of the Great Xia Kingdom. Your son lost and died on the stage. It was his fate. Do you intend to challenge these rules in my presence? Or are you planning to rebel?" The word rebel hit Zhao Tianxiong's chest like a heavy hammer. The implication of such an accusation was catastrophic. Forget about being the director of Hongqing's martial arts school. Even the most prestigious families in the capital would be eradicated if this label stuck. Like ice water quelling his fury, terror extinguished Zhao Tianxiong's madness, bringing reason back with a sense of humiliating clarity. He knew better than to touch even a hair on Li Yu's head now. Lei Padian could crush him with a single slap, and the Zhao family would face total annihilation. "I dare not." Zhao Tianxiong clenched his teeth in humiliation, struggling to rise to his feet. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Yu with an unyielding stare, as though he was engraving the young man's image onto his very soul. Then, he cradled Zhao Zhe's lifeless body and silently exited the stage, his figure somber and heavy with bitterness. Li Yu watched Zhao Tianxiong's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew this was far from over. Leaving the roots of resentment intact meant future conflict was inevitable. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind the stage. A shadow dashed onto the alloy arena. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. Her cap had fallen off, and her ponytail whipped through the air in a youthful arc. She darted straight toward Li Yu, grabbing his arm in worry. "Li Yu!" Tears still clung to her eyes, and she studied him meticulously. She touched his shoulders, pinched his arms. No wounds, no signs of blood loss, his muscles taut and firm as steel, and the inner strength of a martial artist still radiating robustly. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. He was truly unharmed, far from being on death's door. But immediately, embarrassment, fury, and fluster rose to the surface, coloring her cheeks a bright red, as if they might bleed. She recalled the day before in that private dining room, where she had made a clown of herself, boastfully claiming, "You wouldn't stand a chance against me in real combat." She had even earnestly instructed him on how to evade Zhao Zhe's shattering rock palm, playing the big sister role and gifting him a bottle of third-grade blood nourishment pills. The memory made Lin Xiaoxiao want to dig a hole and crawl in. She had tried to teach a real martial artist with over 1,000 blood points how to fight. It was like a first grader attempting to teach a university professor addition. A humiliation beyond words. "You!" Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, glaring at Li Yu as her entire body trembled slightly. "You big liar!" Unable to contain herself any longer, she threw a punch at Li Yu's shoulder. It wasn't forceful, more like a playful venting of frustration, but her actions made every guy watching nearby freeze in astonishment. Lin Xiaoxiao, the unmatched beauty of Hangqing, the cold and aloof school flower, the heiress of an elite family. She'd never been this close to anyone before. Li Yu merely let the corners of his mouth lift in a slight smile. He didn't dodge, letting her come closer. "I didn't lie to you," he said casually. "I just didn't explain clearly. You still have the nerve to talk back." Lin Xiaoxiao, bristling, struck him again. Her eyes were red, resembling an indignant little rabbit. Did you enjoy laughing at me all along? Watching me prance around like a fool in front of you? Is that funny to you? How do you expect me to hold my head up as your big sister now? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. She was a prodigy with 406 blood points, always admired by her peers. She had assumed that this year's martial arts exams would make her unbeatable and allow her to protect Liu. But then, he had surpassed her with an astonishing 1,000 blood points, leaving her accomplishments negligible in comparison. Watching her flustered and exasperated demeanor, a trace of softness flickered in Liu's eyes. He knew this concern she showed for him would be something he cherished forever. I didn't laugh, he said gently. Actually, the footwork you taught me, it's pretty good. Lin Xiaoxiao huffed angrily in disbelief, her face growing even redder. Pretty good? That little trick is meaningless to a martial artist like you. Yet, hearing those words, a part of her grievances silently dissolved. Suddenly, there was a vast, ethereal stillness, as if the truth of the universe had struck straight into my soul. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at him in disbelief, her lips twitching. You had an epiphany, just because of a crack? Seriously? Could you be any more ridiculous? Liu tilted his head and gazed into the distance. The glow of the setting sun illuminated his face, adding a touch of mystery to his demeanor. Some things are destined by the heavens. You wouldn't understand. Understand, my foot. Lin Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in frustration, clenching her fists. Stop pretending to be so deep. Someone like you, with your cheat-like abilities, is nothing short of a monster. Liu didn't argue back. Instead, he turned to glance at her and unexpectedly said, Lin Xiaoxiao, if there's ever another chance, let's spar again. Lin Xiaoxiao froze, then scoffed coldly. Fine. Just don't blame me when I show no mercy. She turned and left, her steps a bit hurried, as if afraid someone might notice the unusual emotions concealed in her gaze. Liu stood still, his eyes gradually shifting northward, toward the city he was about to journey to. In a low voice, he murmured to himself, Kyoto Martial University. This is just the beginning. As night descended, Hang City gradually lit up, its myriad lights piercing the darkness. This city, which had witnessed countless prodigies rise and grow, was once again a witness to the possibilities of the future. Tomorrow, a new journey would begin from here. A sudden flash of light surged through, and inexplicably, his vital energy and blood circulation opened up, breaking through all the way to become a martial master. The alley fell into a dead silence, and half a minute passed. Who are you trying to fool? Lin Xiaoxiao stomped on the ground in anger, leaving a shallow dent in the alloy pavement. A sudden epiphany can boost your vitality? Do you think this is some overpowered plot in a novel? Lin Xiaoxiao muttered discontentedly. If you don't want to explain, then don't. I couldn't care less. She arrogantly turned her head away with a cold snort, but she didn't press further. In this world, every martial artist had their own secrets and fortunate encounters. Liu was unwilling to reveal his, and she knew when to hold back. As long as he was safe, as long as he would win, that was enough for her. Hey! Lin Xiaoxiao kicked a pebble at her feet, her gaze wandering as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She tried to make her tone sound casual. Tomorrow? Want to go to Kyoto together? She hid her little crush tightly, as if she were merely talking about the weather. Since we both got special admission slots, it'd be good to have someone to look out for each other. Otherwise, you, a country bumpkin, might not even know east from west when you get to Kyoto. Liu looked at her pretending to be calm and nodded. All right, it's settled then. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Tomorrow morning at 8, I'll pick you up downstairs at your place. Don't be late. After saying that, she ran toward the black SUV parked at the street corner like a happy little bird, her ponytail bouncing in the sunset. Liu stood there watching the car drive away, then turned and walked toward the old part of the city. Inside the black SUV, Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the back seat, watching through the rearview mirror as Liu's figure completely disappeared. The playful arrogance and smile on her face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold indifference, resembling the aloofness of a top-tier heiress. Leaning back against the leather seat, she pulled out her phone and dialed a discreet number. The call was answered almost immediately. Mississippi. A low, hoarse voice filled with a menacing undertone came from the other end. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke coldly. Uncle Lin, before dawn, I don't want to see anyone in this city who holds a grudge against Liu. The person on the other end was silent for a moment and didn't ask further questions. Understood. Leave no one behind. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoxiao casually tossed the phone onto the seat and closed her eyes. She was loyal and protective. Although Liu had killed Zhao Zhe in the arena today, he had also completely offended the Zhao family. That old fox Zhao Tianxiong would surely be watching Liu from the shadows. While one could avoid open attacks, it was hard to guard against hidden ones. She would never allow anything to happen to Liu, and was determined to clean up this area thoroughly. The night was deep. In a shabby rental room in the old district of Hang City, Liu sat cross-legged on a wobbly single bed. The lights were off, and only the faint glow of his phone screen illuminated his thin, somber face. The screen displayed his bank account balance, 242,199.5 yuan, 242,000 and some change. For an orphan from the bottom rung of society like him, this was an astronomical sum, but in reality it wasn't much. Liu's gaze was calm, even tinged with a sense of weariness. He understood the rules of the martial arts world. Money and resources were the bridges to the pinnacle. In a small city like Hang City, this amount might be enough to buy a house and get by. But in the real martial arts world, it wasn't even enough to buy a mid-tier Shin-level technique, let alone high-grade exotic beast blood. Fortunately, he had the system, 1 yuan for 1 year of cultivation. If he poured this 200,000 into it, the surge in his vitality would undoubtedly be astonishing. But that was also the fatal flaw. Growing too fast would expose him. Hangzhou City was small and lacked depth. If an orphan from the lower class suddenly experienced a rapid rise in strength, they would quickly attract attention and be used as a guinea pig for research by powerful factions. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be blown down by the wind. Without the protection of a powerful backer, such rapid progress was tantamount to suicide. Only by going to university, to the top-tier first martial arts university in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, where geniuses and prodigies were abundant and monsters roamed freely, would no one suspect him. There, his abnormal breakthrough speed could be cloaked under the halo of a peerless prodigy, hidden among countless other strong individuals. As long as he displayed astonishing talent, not only would he not be ostracized as an anomaly, but he would also receive preferential treatment and top-tier resources from the highest academic institution in the Great Xia Kingdom. His student status would become his most solid shield of protection. With the protection of a top martial arts university and the reasonable guise of being a prodigy, he could act boldly, take on high-level missions, venture into dangerous wilderness zones, and amass immense wealth. Only then could he spend money freely. Only then could he unleash the system's power without reservation. Cloaked in the guise of a prodigy, he would climb step by step to the pinnacle of martial arts. Liu put away his phone, and the image of Zhao Tianxiong's venomous face surfaced in his mind. The Zhao family, this deadlock. Today, in the arena, in front of the entire city, he had crushed Zhao Zhe's throat. Zhao Tianxiong must be seething with hatred, wishing to tear him apart. If you don't uproot the weeds, they will grow back with the spring breeze. A cold killing intent flashed in Liu's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Now was not the time to act. After all, Zhao Tianxiong was a martial artist, and the Zhao family had deep roots, with a group of desperate henchmen at their disposal. Although he had 1,000 points of vitality, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Moreover, Grandmaster Lei Patian was still in Hangzhou City. If weapons were drawn within the city, it would undoubtedly attract suppression from the military and the Martial Arts Association. First, go to the capital, Liu decided in his heart. Settle down, improve my strength, and then find an opportunity to return and eliminate the Zhao family threat once and for all. Reason triumphed over impulse. He closed his eyes, his breathing steady, and fell into a peaceful sleep. At the same time, in a luxurious villa spanning thousands of square meters in the western district of Hangzhou, owned by the Zhao family, there were no screams, no sounds of struggle, not even a ripple of vitality. The night wind blew through, carrying a heavy, putrid stench of blood. Zhao Tianxiong sat in a leather chair in the study, his eyes wide open and pupils dilated. A barely visible thin red line marked his neck, and the blood had long since dried. In the other rooms of the villa, the Zhao family's butler, core members, and the secret death warriors they had nurtured were all frozen in their final moments, dead in utter silence. Their bodies were stiff, and despair and terror had solidified into a chilling stillness. At the same time, in the teachers' apartments of Hangzhou No. 3 High School, the homeroom teacher, Li Jianguo, who had tried to force Liu to sign a servitude contract and had schemed against him for 1,000,000 yuan, lay on the bed with a twisted face. His hands clutched his chest tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his flesh. He had died a horrifying death, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before passing. The night remained as silent as if nothing had happened. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the shabby curtains of the rental room, falling on Liu's face. The alarm clock rang on time. Liu's eyes snapped open, clear and alert, without a trace of grogginess. He sat up and habitually picked up his phone to check for high-speed train tickets. As the screen lit up, a blood-red push notification from the Hangzhou local news network dominated the display. Breaking news. A massive fire broke out last night at the Zhao Martial Arts Hall in Hangzhou. The hall master, Zhao Tianxiong, and dozens of core members perished. Preliminary official report. The fire was caused by aging and leakage in the basement's energy pipeline. In other news, Hangzhou No. 3 high school teacher Li Jiangguo passed away at home last night due to a sudden heart attack. Li Yu's fingers paused slightly, his gaze fixed on the words, "No survivors," and "sudden heart attack." A storm raged in his mind. A fire? Energy pipeline leakage? Sudden heart attack? What kind of joke is this? Zhao Tianxiong was a martial artist, with robust vitality and sharp senses. He could have easily escaped through a window at the first sign of an ordinary fire. How could he have been burned to death? Li Jiangguo, though just a homeroom teacher, must have practiced martial arts to some extent. With smooth blood circulation, how could he have suffered a heart attack? This was clearly a silencing operation, clean and efficient, leaving no trace behind. The perpetrator's strength was terrifying, overwhelming, capable of killing someone like Zhao Tianxiong, a high-level martial artist, without giving him any chance to escape or call for help. Who did this? Li Yu's mind raced. He was alone in Hangzhou without any background or support. Who would destroy a local tyrant family for their own sake?
Lei Potian? Absolutely impossible.
As a grandmaster with a prestigious status and representing the authorities, he would never resort to such assassination tactics. Then the only possibility is her. In Li Yu's mind, a pure and pretty girl with a ponytail flashed by. Lin Xiaoxiao, the same young lady who, like an angry little leopard, stood in front of him on the arena yesterday, pointing at Zhao Tianxiong and cursing him out. So it was her. Li Yu murmured to himself. He had originally planned to take revenge personally when his strength was sufficient. Unexpectedly, she beat him to it. This favor she did for him was a significant one. He took a deep breath, turned off his phone, without a trace of pretense or fear. A debt is a debt, and he would find a chance to repay it sooner or later. He washed up, got dressed, slung the old, faded canvas bag over his shoulder, and headed out. At the street corner of the old town, a jet-black heavy armored off-road vehicle was parked by the roadside, its cold metallic sheen dazzling. Passers-by kept their distance, not daring to even glance at it. Li Yu walked over, and the rear window slowly rolled down. Lin Xiaoxiao, wearing sunglasses that covered half her face, spoke in her usual spoiled tone. "Get in!" Li Yu opened the car door and got in. The interior of the car was spacious and luxurious, with a faint scent of high-grade calming incense lingering in the air. In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves sat steadily. His aura was extremely restrained, but Li Yu, relying on his martial artist's intuition, could sense the terrifying vitality and strength hidden within him, definitely beyond the Grandmaster realm. "Uncle Lin, head to the train station," Lin Xiaoxiao instructed. "Understood, Mississippi." The SUV started silently. Li Yu had just placed his bag by his feet. Smack! A book of ancient texts was directly thrown onto his lap by Lin Xiaoxiao. "Take it." She removed her sunglasses, yawned, and her eyes still carried traces of lingering fatigue. Li Yu lowered his head and saw the three ancient characters on the cover. Rock-shattering palm. His pupils contracted slightly. This was the Zhao family's inherited martial art, a low-grade, profound-level technique. Yesterday in the arena, Zhao Zhe had used this very palm technique to try to kill him. Now, this precious technique was being casually tossed to him by Lin Xiaoxiao as if it were a worthless magazine. Li Yu looked up at her pure and beautiful yet fatigued face and instantly understood. The evidence was irrefutable. The Zhao family and Li Jiangguo had been wiped out in one fell swoop last night by this seemingly pampered, unassuming young lady. Nothing left. He gained a deeper understanding of the ruthless power of top-tier families. "Watching you on the arena yesterday, you didn't use any real martial techniques, just brute force smashing." Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back in her chair and said with a pout, "At Kyoto Martial University, that fighting style will put you at a disadvantage. This broken book seems decent enough. I'm giving it to you. Take it and practice." Her tone was as casual as if she were giving away a cabbage. Li Yu held the rock-shattering palm, without mentioning what happened last night or asking about the origin of the technique. Some things are better left unsaid. Revealing them would only make it awkward. He carefully placed the ancient book into his canvas bag. Looking seriously at Lin Xiaoxiao, he said, "Thank you. TCH. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red, and she waved her hand awkwardly. "Why are you being polite with me? From now on at school, listen to me obediently. Let's go." To Kyoto. The off-road vehicle drove steadily through the streets of Hangzhou, and the atmosphere inside gradually relaxed. By the way, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head. The first thing to do when you get to Kyoto Martial University is to choose a department. What department do you plan to study? Liu was stunned. Departments? You don't know? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him as if he were an alien, then slapped her forehead. Oh right, you've never even touched martial arts before, so of course you wouldn't understand. She cleared her throat and began to explain. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Besides basic blood and energy cultivation, there are various combat styles. Kyoto Martial University is divided into several colleges. The Weapons College includes the Sword Department, Blade Department, and Spear Department. The Ranged Combat College focuses on archery and hidden weapons. The Support College covers formations, alchemy, and even mecha manufacturing. Then there's the Combat College, which specializes in hand-to-hand combat. Lin Xiaoxiao explained everything clearly and thoroughly. Each department has different resources and mentors. With your strong blood energy, you should choose a weapon department or direction that suits you. Liu leaned back in his chair, his eyes flickering slightly. Sword department? Those high-grade alloy swords mixed with starfall meteorite cost millions. And you'd need sword techniques and a scabbard to go with it. The archery department burns even more money. Not to mention the specially crafted high-grade battle bows. A single alloy arrow capable of piercing a beast's defense costs as much as a sports car. This isn't archery. It's throwing money away. The formation department and alchemy department are even less worth considering. Setting up formations requires spirit stones and rare materials, while alchemy is a bottomless pit. Buying medicinal ingredients and pill furnaces, if the furnace explodes, all your wealth is gone. Liu calculated in his mind, only 240,000 yuan remained. Poor. So poor. Those flashy departments are simply unaffordable for him. Even with the system, the money must be used to exchange for cultivation and deduce techniques. It absolutely cannot be wasted on external things. Have you decided? Lin Xiaoxiao leaned over and asked. I've decided.
Li Yugoslavia nuda.
Practice boxing. Practice boxing? Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Why? Poor, Liu answered bluntly. Bows and weapons are too expensive. I can't afford them. Fists are part of your own body, cost nothing, and don't require maintenance. Convenient. The most crucial point is that his system can deduce any boxing technique. If practiced to the extreme, it's even possible to shatter stars with a single punch. No need to waste money. This reason made Uncle Lin, who was driving, grip the steering wheel tightly, his hands trembling slightly. This peerless genius, who defeated Zhao Zhe in one move and broke through 1,000 in vitality, chose boxing purely because he was poor? Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. She looked at Liu's serious face and initially wanted to persuade him to choose the stylish sword discipline. As the words reached her lips, her eyes shifted, revealing a hint of playful ambiguity. Yes, boxing is great. Fist-to-fist combat is the true romance of a real man. What are those scraps of metal worth anyway? She said, puffing out her chest with determination. I've decided, I'll practice boxing too. I'll sign up with the same mentor. Uncle Lin's mouth twitched as he drove. Miss, you're abandoning the family's swordsmanship legacy? Clearly avoiding the well-established sword discipline, insisting on learning boxing with Liu? That delicate fist of yours. Can it kill beasts? Smash steel plates? He didn't dare to object and could only sigh inwardly, lamenting that grown daughters can't be kept at home. Liu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's forced agreement, which couldn't hide her excitement. Without exposing her, he simply nodded and said, all right. The off-road vehicle entered the highway, still some distance from Hangzhou high-speed rail station. The car was quiet, with only the hum of the air conditioning. Lin Xiaoxiao sat next to Liu. She had barely slept last night, personally overseeing and directing the effort to completely deal with the Zhao family. Sleepiness crept over her. Her head began to nod off, and her body quietly leaned toward Liu. A little, then a little more. Finally, on a gentle curve in the road, Lin Xiaoxiao's head tilted and rested on Liu's shoulder. Liu's body stiffened slightly, as a faint, fresh fragrance from the girl's hair wafted to his nose. He gently turned his head, his gaze falling on her face. Pure and beautiful, her breathing steady, but with his highly sensitive martial artist perception, he noticed her long lashes trembling slightly, and even her breathing was a bit faster than someone truly asleep. Clearly, she was pretending to sleep. A trace of understanding flashed in Liu's eyes. He saw through it immediately. For an intermediate martial artist with a blood energy level as high as 406, how could she not notice herself leaning on someone? This was obviously an act with terrible acting and glaring flaws. But Liu didn't expose her, nor did he say a word. Instead, his mind drifted to the blood-red headlines from that morning. Overnight, a local tyrant family had been wiped out. Even if top-tier experts had been involved, the one who truly gave the orders and controlled everything was that 18-year-old girl, Lin Xiaoxiao. The pressure in her heart must be anything but light. That was not only the heavy pressure of slaughter but also the family responsibility he bore to protect him. Liu sighed silently. It's too exhausting. Then, he quietly lowered the shoulder being leaned on, slightly adjusting it so Lin Xiaoxiao could lean more comfortably. Lin Xiaoxiao felt this subtle movement, and the roots of her ears hidden behind her hair instantly turned red. Yet, she couldn't help but let a sweet smile appear at the corner of her mouth. Kyoto, the heart of the great Xia kingdom. The high-speed train slowly pulled into the main station's special platform. As the doors opened, the crowd surged in like a flood breaking its banks. There were simply too many people. Liu, carrying his faded old canvas bag, closely followed Lin Xiaoxiao's steps, surrounded by a sea of people. The fluctuations of vital energy and blood rose and fell. What was rare to see, formal martial artists, here were as common as cabbages in a market everywhere. Using the perception of a martial master, he could even catch occasional flashes of grandmaster-level auras within the crowd. Kyoto's strength was indeed unfathomable. Any random passerby here would be a dominant figure in Hangzhou. Suddenly, a soft, fair hand reached out without warning, grabbing Liu's wrist. It slid down smoothly, tightly clasping Liu's palm. Their fingers interlocked. Liu's body stiffened. He looked down at the tightly held hand, then raised his head to glance at Lin Xiaoxiao ahead. Her ponytail swayed back and forth in the crowd, the roots of her ears glowing bright red. But she held her head high, pretending to walk forward nonchalantly. Too many people, she said without turning her head, her voice feigning calmness. Kyoto train station is like a maze. You Hangzhou bumpkin. If you get lost, where would I even find you? Hold my hand tight. Don't wander off. Attitude firm. Liu helplessly flashed a trace of expression in his eyes, gently tried to pull his hand away, but failed. Lin Xiaoxiao used her vitality to restrain him, her fingers gripping tightly, her stance clearly saying, "Just try shaking me off." Classmate Lin, Liu sighed, lowering his voice. This isn't appropriate, is it? In front of a crowd, an 18-year-old boy and girl holding hands tightly. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a purely classmate relationship. What's inappropriate about it? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide open, like an angry little leopard. She stopped in her tracks, staring straight at Liu, her fingers gripping tighter and tighter, her hand forming a fist. You tell me, what's inappropriate? She raised her chin, exuding the domineering aura of a wealthy family's daughter, her tone righteous and confident. You even called me sister in the car. A sister holding her brother's hand to keep him from getting lost. This is perfectly natural. What are you dodging for? Do you think I'm going to eat you or something? A string of retorts left Liu speechless. Looking at her outwardly calm yet stubborn and unyielding demeanor, Liu sighed deeply in his heart. Lin Xiaoxiao had a very strong sense of pride. Forcibly pulling away would only make her lose face. Forget it, just let it be. Holding hands isn't a big deal. Fine. Liu gave up resisting. Lead the way. Feeling his lack of resistance, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let a bright, triumphant smile bloom on her face. She turned and continued leading the way, her steps much lighter, her ponytail drawing cheerful arcs in the air. 10 minutes later, the two finally squeezed out of the train station's VIP passage. The sunlight in Kyoto was more dazzling than in Hangzhou. There was no convoy of luxury cars in the square outside the station, only a low-profile black sedan quietly parked there. Next to the car stood a man dressed in simple casual clothes, arms crossed, smiling as he watched them approach. Liu's gaze fell on this man, and his pupils immediately contracted. His entire body tensed, and an intense sense of danger surged in his heart. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had felt such a powerful soul-shaking sensation. Even when facing Lei Patian, the president of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association, he had never felt this way. The man before him exuded no outward aura of vitality, appearing like an ordinary neighborly uncle. But Liu sensed that this man was far from ordinary. He was an insurmountable abyss, a blazing sun capable of incinerating everything. His power was immense, vast, and unfathomable. Lei Potion's 100,000 vitality points were like a drop of water in the ocean compared to him. Dad! Lin Xiaoxiao called out excitedly, letting go of Liu's hand and rushing toward the man, hugging his arm. Why did you come to pick me up yourself? Dad! Liu stood there, taking a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the violent warning signals from his blood and energy. This man was Lin Xiaoxiao's father, the head of one of Kyoto's top aristocratic families. Li Yu's mind quickly reviewed the martial arts hierarchy. Warrior, martial master, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign. For someone who could make a great grandmaster like Lei Patian seem like a mere drop of water, he had to be at least a martial emperor, if not a martial sovereign. A truly terrifying existence standing at the pinnacle of the great Xia kingdom, capable of holding an entire nation in check single-handedly. Father Lin affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoxiao's hair, his voice gentle. My precious daughter got into Kyoto Martial University with the second highest score in Hangzhou. How could I not come to pick you up myself? Then he raised his head, his gaze passing over his daughter and calmly landing on Li Yu. This gaze carried no pressure, no probing intent, yet it made Li Yu feel completely seen through. Hello, Uncle Lin, Li Yu said, neither servile nor overbearing, his back straight and his hands naturally at his sides. Facing the martial lord, he showed no trace of fear or flattery. Lin Jintian's lips curved into a gentle smile as he proactively extended his hand. Li Yu, I've heard about you from Xiaoxiao. I'm Lin Jintian, Xiaoxiao's father. He displayed neither the arrogance of a noble family nor the oppressive tests often seen in novels. He knew everything about Li Yu, an orphan from Hangqing, a top scorer in both academics and martial arts, and an 18-year-old martial master. He even knew about the Zhao family's downfall. Lin Jintian clasped Li Yu's hand briefly before letting go, offering a calm evaluation. Your talent is quite impressive, just 5 simple words, yet they stirred up a storm in his heart. The intelligence claimed Li Yu had skyrocketed from 0.8 blood energy to 1,000 points, reaching the martial master realm in just 3 days? Absurd. Lin Jintian rarely cursed in his mind, but now he did. The intelligence agents in Hangqing were all useless, crossing such a major realm in 3 days. Even swallowing the inner core of a 9th-tier divine beast wouldn't achieve that. Even if one forcibly infused energy, the blood would be unstable, and the meridians would inevitably collapse. But when Lin Jintian glanced at him earlier and shook his hand, his martial lord-level perception, terrifyingly acute, told him otherwise. He saw Li Yu's blood energy at 1,000 points. Dense, solid, and as stable as a millennia-old rock, completely unmoving. This was no sudden burst of power. It was clearly the result of painstaking refinement and an unparalleled foundation. Good lad. Lin Jintian gazed at Li Yu's calm and weathered face, and his evaluation of him soared to an astonishing height. This was a master, deliberately concealing his strength. This young man must have started training from a very young age, enduring deeply, treating everyone around him like fools. Such mental fortitude, such patience, combined with that freakishly extraordinary foundation. He was a monster among monsters. Lin Jintian had lived for more than half his life and had seen countless so-called geniuses from noble families in the capital. But this 18-year-old youth before him made those prodigies unworthy of even carrying his shoes. He even briefly considered, could it really be a 3-day breakthrough? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came, ruthlessly dismissed. Impossible. Impossible. If that were true, I might as well find a block of tofu and smash my head against it. As one of the top martial lords of the great Xia nation, he had seen all kinds of legendary elixirs and treasures that could make one's vitality surge by 1,000 points overnight. However, the prerequisite was that the body had to be able to bear it. 3 days ago, Li Yu's vitality was only 0.8, as fragile as a thin-skinned balloon. If that violent medicinal power were forcibly poured into him, it would only result in a bang, and his body exploding to death. Even if a peerless expert tried their best to protect his heart, that power would be like a runaway horse, completely uncontrollable. A slight movement of vitality would cause his meridians to snap, leading to unbearable pain. But when Lin Jintian shook hands with him just now, what he felt was completely different. The vitality within Li Yu's body was not only dense but also flowed smoothly and precisely. That absolute control was not something that could be achieved by taking medicine. It was the foundation built through countless sessions of arduous training. This kid is too calculating. Lin Jintian looked at Li Yu's calm face, cold sweat dripping down. He was now certain that all the intelligence he had received was false. The 18-year-old youth before him had been crazily training since he was old enough to understand, deliberately suppressing his strength, pretending to be a weakling, enduring and lying low all the way, only to erupt on the day of the college entrance exam. This Li Yu was not only extraordinarily talented but also deeply scheming. In the future, he might very well surpass Lin Jintian himself, a martial lord. Thinking of this, a strong sense of admiration flashed in Lin Jintian's eyes. Get in the car, he said, opening the car door. Let's go home for a meal first, and then head to the school for registration tomorrow. No need, Uncle Lin, Li Yu declined decisively. I'll just find a hotel near the school to stay at, so as not to disturb your family reunion. He didn't want to get too deeply involved with a top-tier family as soon as he arrived in the capital. Debts of gratitude were hard to repay. Lin Xiaoxiao was about to speak anxiously, but Lin Zhentian stopped her with a smile. All right, it's good for young people to have their own opinions. He didn't insist, knowing that martial arts geniuses had their pride and principles, and he appreciated Li Yu's attitude of not clinging to the powerful. Leaning against the car door, Lin Zhentian took out a box of special cigarettes, offered one to Li Yu, who shook his head in refusal. Lin Zhentian lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and exhaled a blue smoke ring. Li Yu, he said, gazing at the bustling streets of the capital, his tone calm like that of a neighborly elder. This place is deep waters and scorching fires, with fierce winds blowing. Talent is the most valuable thing here. You have great talent and a solid foundation. I have high hopes for you. After saying this, he flicked the ash off his cigarette and changed the subject. However, my Xiaoxiao is quite famous in the capital. Those young masters from noble families would break down the gates of Capital Martial University just to pursue her. Lin Zhentian glanced at Li Yu with a meaningful smile. The resources they have at their disposal are far beyond what small places like Hang City can compare to. They've grown up surrounded by elixirs and martial techniques, practicing Earth-grade and even Heaven-grade martial arts. In the future, you'll definitely have to interact with them at school, and the pressure will be immense. This was a father's stern reminder about the boys around his daughter. Li Yu understood, looking into Lin Zhentian's deep eyes. His expression remained calm, without any intense reaction or grand declarations. He simply replied lightly, "Martial arts must be fought for." These simple 4 words revealed an unyielding determination and confidence. Lin Zhentian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, his laughter causing the surrounding air to tremble. Good. What a fine phrase. Martial arts must be fought for. He heavily patted Li Yu's shoulder, not using his qi and blood, but simply showing the approval of an elder toward a junior. Kid, I'm growing more and more fond of you. He put away his smile and spoke solemnly. Train well at Kyoto Martial Arts University. Your talent shouldn't be limited by resources. If you lack pills, techniques, or weapons, go directly to Xiaoxiao. He pointed to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was blushing beside him. The Lin family doesn't lack resources. Don't feel indebted. In martial arts, strength is what matters in the end. If you're strong, it's good for Xiaoxiao and for the great Xia nation. This was a public promise from a martial lord to Li Yu. If it were anyone else, they would have been so excited they'd kneel and bow. But Li Yu knew in his heart that all of this was due to his talent. Thank you, Uncle Lin. All right, Xiaoxiao. Take Li Yu to the hotel. Lin Zhentian extinguished his cigarette but, settle in early and head home. Don't forget your mother is still waiting. Got it. Lin Xiaoxiao cheerfully pulled Li Yu toward a taxi by the roadside. Lin Zhentian watched their backs, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In the taxi, Lin Xiaoxiao was as excited as a little sparrow.
Hey, Li Yugoslavia.
My dad just praised you. He's a martial lord, and he usually doesn't even glance at Kyoto's geniuses. Yet he told you to come to me if you need anything. She proudly poked Li Yu's arm. So, now do you see the benefits of calling me Big Sister? Li Yu gazed out at the rapidly passing Kyoto cityscape, with its towering buildings and martial artists flying through the sky. This was the martial arts center of the great Xia nation, the true battlefield. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, whose eyes were full of anticipation. A faint, deeply hidden smile appeared in his eyes. Got it, Miss Lin. Ugh. No sincerity. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, but the smile on her lips couldn't be concealed. The taxi headed toward Kyoto's top martial arts university but didn't stop at the main entrance. Instead, it pulled over on a quiet, tree-lined road less than 2 kilometers from the campus. Get out. Lin Xiaoxiao paid the fare and opened the door to get out. Li Yu followed behind, carrying his bag. In front of them stood a high-end apartment complex with tight security. The guards at the entrance were all official martial artists with qi and blood exceeding 100. Using professional martial artists as security guards is unheard of in Hangzhou. But here, it's the norm. Lin Xiaoxiao skillfully scanned her face to enter, and the two took a private elevator straight to the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, the entire floor was occupied by a single residence. She pressed her fingerprint on the heavy armored door, and it opened. Come in. Lin Xiaoxiao changed into slippers and tossed her bag onto the sofa. Li Yu stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the luxurious large flat. He summed it up in 2 words, extravagant. Inside, the intelligent temperature control system was running, and the air carried a faint scent of high-grade calming incense, which helped with blood circulation. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, One could directly overlook the vast campus of Kyoto Martial Arts University. This apartment was bought by my dad a while ago and has been vacant ever since. Lin Xiaoxiao turned around, her gaze fixed on Liu. From now on, you'll live here. Liu was stunned. He knew the Lin family was wealthy and had heard Lin Jintian say he could directly approach Lin Xiaoxiao if he needed anything. But gifting him a top-floor apartment next to Kyoto Martial Arts University? This level of grandeur was simply overwhelming. Lin Xiaoxiao. Liu was about to refuse. Don't say anything. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted with a wave of her hand. She walked up to Liu, reached into her pocket, and casually pulled out a completely black metal card with dark gold patterns along the edges. With a snap, she slapped it against his chest. Liu instinctively caught it. The card was heavy, and the cold metallic feel made his heart tighten. The password is your birthday. Lin Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and proudly raised her chin. There's 100 million in the card. Spend it however you like. Silence filled the room. The calm expression on Liu's face broke, revealing astonishment. He looked down at the black card, then back up at her, his heart shaken. 100 million? Just like that? She said it as if it were nothing. As an orphan, he had once almost become a hitman to earn 1 million. Now, holding this card, his net worth skyrocketed instantly. No conditions, no charity, just a casual swipe as you please. Is this the confidence of a top-tier family? I can't accept this money. Liu took a deep breath and handed the black card back. He could live in the house, but such a generous sponsorship felt too heavy for him. Take it back. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't take the money. Instead, she glared at him fiercely. She knew Liu too well. His pride was as stubborn as a mule. If she didn't explain clearly, he would definitely throw the card on the table and walk away. Don't rush to thank me, and don't rush to refuse. She stepped closer, narrowing the distance. This isn't a free gift. She patted Liu's shoulder, her tone natural. This is called venture capital, understand? My dad says you have exceptional talent, but you're just lacking resources. You're under my protection now. If you can't afford elixirs for school and get overshadowed by those kids from wealthy families, how am I supposed to hold my head high? Lin Xiaoxiao explained confidently, feeling like a shrewd boss. Take the money, train hard, and become a grandmaster or martial lord as soon as possible. If I ever get into trouble, you'll have to help me out. Liu looked at her, racking her brain to give him an excuse, her clear eyes full of sincerity, without a trace of impurity. He gripped the black card tightly, knowing that refusing again would be pretentious. Besides, he urgently needed funds right now. All right, he nodded, slipping the black card into his pocket, his gaze firm. I promise. This investment will be the most worthwhile one of your life. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. When this guy got serious, he was surprisingly handsome. Don't be nervous. Her face flushed slightly, and she patted Liu's shoulder again. This time, her hand didn't withdraw but rested there. Through the fabric, her fingertips felt his firm and powerful muscles. With your freakish talent, normal training will definitely work. I believe in you. The two were so close that Liu could clearly smell the faint fragrance on her. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted. The hand resting on Liu's shoulder slid upward abruptly, hooked around his neck, and pulled him down forcefully. Liu was completely unprepared. He didn't have time to use his qi and blood for defense, and his body leaned forward instinctively. The two were so close that their cheeks almost touched, their breaths intertwining. Lin Xiaoxiao slightly stood on tiptoe, her rosy lips nearly brushing against Liu's ear. Her warm breath carried a warning that was both dangerous and ambiguous. Of course, she lowered her voice, gritting her teeth. If you dare to use this lady's money to mess around in those bars and clubs in Kyoto, to find those indecent women, her tone suddenly shifted, becoming soft yet chilling. I'll bite you to death. This blatant threat, combined with the fragrance and breath so close to him, almost turned Liu into a statue. He could clearly feel Lin Xiaoxiao's heartbeat, pounding intensely through her clothes. Lin Xiaoxiao herself was flustered. Originally, she had just intended to put on the act of a domineering big sister to warn Liu and keep him from straying. But when she got this close, she realized she couldn't control her own heartbeat. Liu's clean scent, mixed with the unique masculinity of a martial master, enveloped her like an invisible net. She stared at Liu's chiseled, weathered profile and his deep eyes, and a crazy thought suddenly surged in her mind. She wanted to kiss him, just one kiss. Her gaze became hazy, her red lips slightly parted, and her body unconsciously leaned closer. But just as they were about to touch, her rationality surged back like a breached dam, forcefully reclaiming control. No, too fast. It'll scare him away. She abruptly let go, stepping back 2 paces as if electrocuted. Ahem! She nervously adjusted her hair, her face as red as a ripe apple, not even daring to meet Li Yu's eyes. I have to go now. My mom's waiting for me to have dinner," she stammered, fumbling for an excuse, and dashed toward the door as if fleeing for her life. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back, barely managing to appear composed as she waved. "Get familiar with the place first. You can stroll around near Marshall University. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning for registration. Don't wander off." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Lin Xiaoxiao fled in a panic. The penthouse apartment returned to an eerie silence. Li Yu stood there, touching his ear, still able to feel the warmth of her breath and the faint fragrance. He shook his head, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts, and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. He pulled out the heavy black card, 1 billion. The temptation of this money was immense. According to the system's insane ratio of 1 yuan for 1 year of cultivation, this billion could be exchanged for 1 billion years of cultivation. His vitality would skyrocket. The devilish temptation whispered in his ear, tearing at his rationality. But 3 seconds later, Li Yu decisively extinguished the thought. "No," he murmured coldly. "I can't use it." This was Kyoto, the Lin family's territory. Lin Jintian was one of the top powerhouses in the Great Xia nation. For someone of his caliber, the black card he gave his daughter would undoubtedly have the strictest financial monitoring. Every expense would be under scrutiny. Using the card to buy pills and weapons is fine, as those are normal expenses. But what if it's used to recharge the system? Li Yu had tested it before. The system deducts directly from the account balance with no transfer records, and the funds vanish into thin air. A few dozen bucks might be fine, but if millions or billions suddenly disappear, the Lin family would definitely notice immediately. At that point, what would Lin Jintian think? An 18-year-old boy, just handed a black card, and the money mysteriously vanishes. He hasn't bought any physical items, nor has he interacted with anyone. Yet, this boy's strength suddenly skyrockets to an eerily terrifying level without any external assistance. Wouldn't even a fool see that something's wrong? A man without sin is guilty simply for possessing a treasure. Li Yu tightly gripped the black card, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. The system's secret is his greatest trump card, but also his most fatal vulnerability. Once exposed, even if Lin Xiaoxiao harbors no ill intent, even if Lin Jintian outwardly abides by the rules, in the face of absolute interests and incomprehensible supernatural powers, human nature has never withstood the test. He couldn't guarantee that other members of the Lin family wouldn't have malicious intentions, nor could he ensure that the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't develop sinister thoughts. If he were to be treated as a test subject and forcibly taken for dissection and research, at that point he wouldn't even have a place to cry. This is of great importance. This money can only be used as ordinary backup funds to purchase some overt cover materials. It must never be used to boost vitality. Li Yu finally made up his mind. He put away the black card. The money would be reserved for buying resources, and for emergency moments to unleash a burst of power through spending. For regular times, he would use the money he had saved to invest in cultivation. He touched the phone in his pocket, which still contained over 200,000 in dirty money obtained from Zhao family's assassin, Old Mo. But that was far from enough. In the future, it's best to use cash, Li Yu calculated in his mind, or find an absolutely anonymous black market account. Only when the source and destination of funds can't be traced will system top-ups be safe. I'm still too weak right now, just a martial artist with 1,000 points of vitality. In Hangzhou, he could walk with confidence, but in the capital, he was worthless against a martial master. He must keep a low profile, wearing the guise of a prodigy, making money in an absolutely safe way, and then going all out on spending. Having figured this out, Li Yu let out a long breath of relief, feeling much lighter. His stomach growled loudly. From taking the high-speed train in the morning until now, he hadn't eaten anything. Li Yu slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. Half an hour later, on the bustling commercial street 3 kilometers outside the main gate of Kyoto Martial Arts University, Li Yu sat in a noodle shop. Looking at the menu on the wall, the corner of his mouth twitched. Tier 1 ironclad ox bone soup noodles, 888 yuan/bowl. Tier 2 Gale wolf meat mixed noodles, 3,888 yuan/bowl. Plain clear soup noodles, no bonus, 188 yuan/bowl. What a ripoff.
Li Yugoslavia cursa inuarli.
In Hangzhou, a bowl of noodles with meat costs only 15 yuan. The cost of living in Kyoto was ridiculously high. Boss, 1 bowl of Tier 2 Gale wolf meat mixed noodles. He gritted his teeth and scanned the code to pay. This is exactly the time to use that 1 billion black card. Soon, the food arrived. Liu finished it in just a few bites, even drinking the soup clean. He wiped his mouth and walked out of the shop. He headed along the wide street toward the direction of Kyoto's first martial arts university. With nothing else to do, he decided to take a look at the top martial arts academy in the Great Xia Kingdom. The closer he got to Kyoto Martial Arts University, the fewer people and vehicles appeared on the road, replaced by a dense and solemn martial atmosphere. The trees lining the street were all specially cultivated ironwood, as hard as steel. The ground was not paved with ordinary asphalt, but with special alloy plates capable of withstanding a martial artist's full-force strike. Finally, after turning a corner, a towering, majestic building that seemed to pierce the clouds came into view. Kyoto's first martial arts university. There were no walls, only two black stone pillars, each 100 meters tall, resembling sky-piercing columns, reaching straight into the heavens. The stone pillars were covered with marks from bloodied blades and axe strikes, with dark red bloodstains seeping into the stone's texture. After enduring a century of wind and rain, they still exuded a terrifying and chilling aura. Above the lintel, for blood-red characters, written in a bold and flamboyant style, seemed to contain the profound essence of martial arts. Martial arts must be contested. Liu stood 100 meters away, looking up at these four characters. The 1,000 points of martial artist vitality within him began to boil uncontrollably. A fervent desire to fight, to grow stronger, to trample all geniuses underfoot, burned wildly in his heart. Capital Martial University. With his eyes reflecting the two towering pillars, Liu declared resolutely, "I'm here." He stepped forward. Crossing the two towering stone pillars exuding a heavy killing aura, he encountered no security guards to stop him, nor any complicated registration procedures. There was still one day left before the official check-in, and the campus was mostly filled with freshmen like Liu who had come early to scout the area, as well as senior students bustling around in various martial arts uniforms. Liu carried his old, faded canvas bag on his back, his hands in his pockets, and wandered aimlessly along the spacious, tree-lined avenue. Capital Martial University was vast, so vast it felt like an independent city. The concentration of vitality in the air was several times higher than in the center of Hang City. Unknowingly, he followed the flow of people and arrived at the very center of the campus. Before him was a vast artificial lake, unnamed lake. The water was deep and still, with no fountains, no boats, and not even a hint of breeze. It was eerily silent, oppressively so, making one's heart race. Liu stopped in his tracks, his gaze piercing through the calm surface of the lake, fixating on its center. There were no ornate pavilions or towers there, only a bare, massive rock, lifeless and ominously black. Embedded in the rock was half of a dark red spear, its blade broken and nowhere to be seen. The exposed shaft was covered in dried cracks, resembling a parched riverbed, desolate and forlorn. Despite this, everyone passing by instinctively lightened their steps, their eyes filled with reverence. Liu walked closer along the lakeside path and saw a massive black stone tablet standing nearby, inscribed with blood-soaked words. In the 240th year of the Great Xia calendar, a massive rift to an underground cavern suddenly appeared in the capital city. Tens of thousands of high-level exotic beasts surged out like a black tide, threatening the nation's territory. The third principal of Capital Martial University fought alone with a gun at the rift's core for 7 days and nights, slaying over 10,000 high-level beasts. Exhausted, he ignited his entire life force to prevent a 9th-tier beast king from breaking through to the surface, sacrificing his life to drive the gun into the rift's core and suppress it. The military later sealed the rift, recovering only half of the broken gun. The gun's dark red hue is the dried blood of the principal, never fading. It was named Soul Suppressor. After reading the inscription, Liu stood motionless for a long time. 7 days and nights, one man, one gun, suppressing tens of thousands of exotic beasts, ultimately sealing the rift with his life. The tragedy and heroism of it all were deeply moving. His gaze was solemn, and a flash of respect passed through his eyes as he looked at the half-broken gun. Liu did not deliberately conceal his strength. His 1,000-point martial master-level life force flowed steadily like a river. He attempted to release his perception to touch this peerless weapon from 60 years ago. Boom! As soon as he touched the edge of the gun, an indescribable and terrifying aura, as if crossing a 60-year gap, struck his mental sea with the oppressive force of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Liu's face instantly turned pale, his body trembled violently, and his right foot left a deep imprint on the alloy pathway as he struggled to stabilize himself. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his pupils contracted sharply. Utterly shocking. He was now a true martial master with 1,000 points of life force, yet under the residual pressure of this half-broken gun, He felt as insignificant as an ant gazing at the stars. That residual pressure was stronger than a flicker of flame in a storm, capable of crushing him at any moment. So powerful! Liu gasped for air, forcibly cutting off his perception. This is merely residual pressure, and even my 1,000-point life force can't withstand it. What kind of monster was the third principle back then? A martial king? Martial emperor? Or even beyond martial sovereign? He had no way of knowing, but he finally understood why Lin Jintian had said that Capital Martial University was a battlefield of prodigies. This was the true foundation of the highest martial arts academy in Great Xia. At this moment, many people had already gathered by the shores of unnamed lake. Some older students, dressed in various martial arts uniforms, sat cross-legged on the grass with their eyes closed. Others, like Liu, were new students with faces full of curiosity and awe. They all stared intently at the half-broken gun in the center of the lake, their brows furrowed, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. It seemed as though they were struggling to comprehend something. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing the instructor's uniform of Capital Martial University stood by the lake with a group of new students. "Have you seen it clearly?" The instructor pointed to the broken gun in the center of the lake, his tone steady and powerful. "This is the spiritual totem of Capital Martial University, and the first stop you must visit as new students." The new students followed his finger, their eyes filled with reverence. This gun contains the purest, most domineering, and most resolute trace of gun intent left by the third principle at the moment of his death. The instructor's eyes flashed with fervor. Martial arts techniques and skills can be learned, but intent is the hardest to comprehend. He paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice. "If any of you can comprehend even a trace of spear intent from this broken spear, within the same rank, you will be invincible. You might even be able to defeat enemies of higher ranks." Immediately, the freshmen stirred, their eyes igniting with uncontrollable flames, eager to rush to the center of the lake and snatch that spear. Defeat enemies of higher ranks. These 4 words were a fatal temptation to any martial artist. However, the instructor quickly poured cold water on their excitement. "Don't get carried away, and don't aim too high," he sneered. "This spear intent is domineering and brutal. Without having experienced a true mountain of corpses and sea of blood, without the resolute will to face death and survive, you won't resonate with it at all. In over 10 years, only one peerless genius from Jingwu has barely managed to sense the soul-stirring spear intent. The last one was 10 years ago, and he is now the god of war, guarding the abyss in the northern frontier." As soon as the words "god of war" were spoken, the freshman's fiery enthusiasm instantly extinguished, replaced by deep despair. 1 in 10 years, and even that was a legendary figure. Ordinary talents like them didn't even have the qualifications to try. The instructor waved his hand. "Keep your mindset steady. Don't take it too seriously. You're here to pay respects to the fallen and experience the baptism of martial will. Find a place to sit, focus on the center of the lake, and try to comprehend. If you succeed, great. If not, that's normal. Don't push yourself into madness." The freshmen reluctantly dispersed, found spots to sit, and imitated the senior students by sitting cross-legged and gazing at the center of the lake. Liu stood at the back, not squeezing into the crowd, but instead found a secluded corner under a drooping willow. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and focused his mind. He concentrated intensely, trying to capture the source of the brutal pressure emanating from the center of the lake. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed. He slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed tightly. He rubbed his aching forehead and let out a long sigh. Nothing, apart from the suffocating murderous aura that made him feel like vomiting blood. He couldn't sense any so-called spear intent. It was like a blind man looking at a masterpiece, aware of its existence but completely unable to understand it. "Just as I thought," he murmured softly in his heart. "This kind of thing that relies on talent and luck has never been suitable for me. I'm just an ordinary person who climbed up from the bottom, without that kind of innate, extraordinary perception." He stared at the broken spear in the center of the lake, his gaze deep but devoid of frustration. Instead, he was calm. "No problem. I don't rely on talent. I rely on spending money." He took a deep breath, focused his thoughts, and activated the pay-to-win system deep within his mind. Before coming to Kyoto, he had brought along 240,000 dirty money obtained from the Zhao family assassins. That was his only confidence to establish himself here and strive for higher realms. "System," he commanded in his mind, his gaze fixed on the soul-suppressing spear in the center of the lake. "Target. The intent of the broken spear in the lake, 1,000 yuan. Ding. A crisp notification sounded in his mind, and 1,000 yuan was silently deducted from his bank account. Recharge successful. Exchanging for cultivation. 1,000 years. High-level martial will detected. Simulating and comprehending the soul-suppressing spear's intent. Boom! A deafening thunderclap exploded in Liyu's mind. It was as if his consciousness was forcibly pulled out of his body by an irresistible, terrifying force and dragged into an endless blood-red space. The sky was dark red, and the ground was scorched black. The air was filled with the stench of blood and the rotting odor of beasts. Time lost its meaning here, stretched infinitely. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 500 years, an entire 1,000 years passed. Liyu's consciousness, like a calm observer, sat in this blood-soaked battlefield for 1,000 years. He saw a tall figure with his back to him, wielding a dark red spear, standing alone before a bottomless chasm. Ahead was an endless horde of high-level beasts, roaring like a black tsunami. That figure showed no fear, wielding the spear with brutal simplicity, thrusting, sweeping, chopping, smashing. There were no fancy techniques, only a relentless determination. With every strike, hundreds of beasts were obliterated into ashes. Liu watched like this for a full 1,000 years. He felt the loneliness and tragedy, the unyielding resolve to burn everything for the sake of the countless lights behind him. When the 1,000 years ended and his consciousness was pulled back to reality by the system, he suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. A faint dark red glow flickered in his eyes. It was as if he had grasped something, the shadow of that final spear thrust made by the lone figure in his moment of exhaustion. But it was just a little short, as if separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. He could see the dazzling brilliance, feel the earth-shattering power, but he just couldn't break through. Not enough. He gritted his teeth, his gaze turning colder than ever. 1,000 years of comprehension, yet barely able to touch the threshold. Just how powerful is this soul-suppressing spear intent? And how unparalleled and invincible was the third principle back then? Since the threshold has been touched, since the paper-thin barrier is visible, use money to smash it open. System. Liu called out without hesitation. Recharge another 1,000. Ding. A notification sound rang out, and the balance was deducted once again. Recharge, successful exchange cultivation. 1,000 years continue deducing soul-suppressing spear intent. Boom. This time, the accumulation finally triggered a qualitative change. 2,000 years of life and death buildup transformed into a violent force, erupting suddenly in his mind, shattering the resilient paper-thin barrier in an instant. He completely saw through the silhouette, igniting its entire vitality at the end of life, unleashing an unparalleled spear strike. No fancy techniques, no moves, just ultimate slaughter and the resolute determination to rise from death. Suppress the soul. As Liu fully comprehended the spear intent, the black reef at the center of the lake, where a broken spear had lain dormant for 60 years, suddenly erupted with a crisp and resounding spear cry, Zhang. The sound was like a dragon's roar piercing the heavens, carrying years of suppressed joy and pride, shooting straight into the sky above Jingwu University, deafeningly loud. In the next moment, a pungent, dark red spear intent surged from the broken blade, piercing the heavens. Boom! The previously clear sky was torn apart by this black-red spear intent, creating a kilometer-long rift in the clouds. A fierce wind arose, sand and stones flew. The waters of Weiming Lake churned and boiled, raising waves over 10 meters high. Plop! Plop! With a loud splash, all the senior students and freshmen by Weiming Lake, along with the instructor who had just been comforting everyone, were so terrified their legs gave out, their faces turned pale, and their eyes hollowed, as if an invisible spear hung above their heads, ready to crush them into fragments at any moment. Wah! What just happened? The instructor collapsed onto the grass, his face pressed against the dirt, his eyes staring in terror at the dark red pillar of light piercing the sky from the center of the lake. His voice trembled, his teeth chattered. Resonance? The soul-suppressing spear. It resonated? Who on earth is the monstrous genius that truly comprehended the soul-suppressing spear intent? This intense spear intent quickly shook the entire Jingwu University. Deep within the campus, in ancient towers that had been sealed for years, several terrifying presences, even surpassing martial sovereigns, suddenly opened their eyes. Spirit gun resonance? One of the elders exclaimed in a low voice. After 60 years, someone has finally triggered the old fellow's will again. They immediately issued an order. Investigate at once. Which department's genius is it? The entire Jingwu Academy instantly erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, in the most inconspicuous corner by the side of Weiming Lake, Liu slowly stood up. He was not overwhelmed by the terrifying aura. Instead, His entire body ignited with a dark red gun intent, identical to the aura of the broken spear at the center of the lake, fierce and devastating. He stood amidst the raging wind, his washed-out old short-sleeve shirt flapping loudly. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, his gaze deep and unwavering, as he casually thrust a finger forward into the void. The air suddenly tore apart, emitting a sharp ripping sound, as if a blade had crudely sliced through thick fabric. A dark red wave of energy shot out from his fingertip, silently sweeping forward. 10 meters ahead, a massive ironwood stone landscape weighing several tons was split in two. The cut was smooth as a mirror with no damage to the internal texture, purely a clean slice and destruction. Liu withdrew his finger, looking at the lingering dark red glow on his fingertip. The domineering and unparalleled gun intent within his body moved as if it were an extension of himself. A flash of shock and satisfaction appeared in his eyes. 2,000 yuan, 2,000 years of cultivation, exchanged for this trace of invincible killing intent. Totally worth it. He tucked his hands back into his pockets, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the air was torn apart. The wind had not yet subsided when three figures silently appeared before Liu. They carried no explosive aura, nor dazzling light effects, as if they had always been there. This was the legendary art of shrinking the ground to an inch void transference, the appearance of supreme experts far beyond the Grandmaster or even Great Grandmaster realm. Liu's pupils contracted sharply, his muscles tensed, sensing a fatal danger. These three individuals emitted no fluctuations of vitality, yet Liu felt as if they were black holes devouring everything, even the air and light being drawn into an abyss. Though not as strong as Lin Jintian, they were undoubtedly experts at the martial king or martial emperor level. Three pairs of sharp eyes simultaneously locked onto Liu, their gazes like blades, seemingly piercing through his soul. Vitality value of 1,000? The burly elder in the middle frowned. He was dressed in a gray tang suit, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With a single glance, he saw through Liu's cultivation level, directly exposing his true state martial master realm. The elder quickly analyzed in his mind. Martial master? That can't be a freshman. In past years, even the top-tier families pouring resources into their offspring could only produce martial practitioner realm freshmen with vitality values of 5 to 600 at best. A martial master with a vitality value of 1,000 could only be a sophomore. His brows furrowed even tighter. A sophomore with only 1,000 vitality? That's way too weak. At Jingwu Academy, even sophomores with a hint of talent should have vitality values starting at 3 to 4,000. Right? This kid, could he be a good-for-nothing, just muddling through? Not only did the old man harbor doubts, but the two mentors beside him also showed the same disdain and confusion in their eyes. Only at the martial master realm in his sophomore year. In Hangzhou, he might be considered a genius, but in a place like Jingwu, where experts are as common as clouds, this is simply the worst existence. However, the three of them simultaneously fixed their gaze on Liu's right hand, which was still faintly glowing with a dark red light. And on the ground, the piece of ironwood stone he had cut so smoothly it resembled a mirror. The breathing of the three experts suddenly became rapid, and the contempt in their eyes was instantly replaced by frenzied enthusiasm. It doesn't matter. So what if his vitality is weak? This is the soul-calming spear intent. 60 years. Finally, someone has once again awakened this invincible spear intent. With this spear intent, even if his vitality is lacking, I can use resources to elevate him into a top expert. This spear intent can make up for all his shortcomings. Unmatched in slaughter, invincible among peers. The burly old man was the first to speak, striding forward more than 10 meters in a single step, standing directly in front of Liu. His weathered face broke into a warm, even slightly ingratiating smile. I am Chu Kuang, director of the Long Spear Department at Jingwu's Weaponry Academy. His voice was thunderous. Join my spear department. As long as you nod, I guarantee you Jingwu's highest level resources. Choose any high-grade alloy spear you like. I'll personally teach you the heaven-tier spear technique. A man should wield a spear. Since you've comprehended the soul-suppressing spear intent, the spear division is the most suitable place for you. Chu Kuang was so fervent it seemed as if he wanted to devour Liu alive. He knew very well that this soul-suppressing spear intent was a peerless treasure. As long as he could seize it, the spear god he cultivated could dominate a generation of martial arts. But before Liu could speak, a lean, sharp-eyed middle-aged man standing nearby suddenly burst out in a furious curse. Shut your damn mouth! In a flash, he shoved Chu Kuang aside. Old Ghost Chu, have you no shame? Who says spear intent can only belong to the spear division? He turned to Liu with a warm smile. Young man, Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm Lei Ju, the head of the Blade Division. In the path of martial arts, all roads lead to the same destination. Spear intent can be integrated with blade techniques. Join my Blade Division, and I'll give you double the resources he can offer. I'll provide you with heaven-tier blade techniques, and even help you enter the secret realm of the Capital Martial Academy. A spot so coveted that even fourth-year students fight tooth and nail for it. Lei Ju unhesitatingly offered conditions of astronomical value. Chu Kuang was furious. Lei Ju, are you looking for death? This kid has comprehended spear intent. Making him practice with a blade is simply a waste. Today, I must chop you down. The two were burning with rage, almost ready to fight. At this moment, a middle-aged beauty in a cheongsam, still charming, walked over lightly fanning herself, her face full of smiles. Little handsome guy, I'm Lu Ruyan, a boxing instructor from the Combat Academy. What's so good about those useless things from the Weapon Academy? A true martial artist's body is the strongest weapon. Integrate that spear intent into your boxing, and when you throw a punch, it'll be like a spear breaking through an enemy formation. Wouldn't that be even more domineering? Lu Ruyan smiled seductively. Join my boxing department, and I'll personally teach you, ensuring you avoid detours. We have plenty of resources too. Whatever they can offer, I can match. Besides, our boxing department has the most girls in the entire Jingwu Academy. She employed both coercion and temptation, pulling out all the stops. The teachers and students by the lakeside of Weiming Lake were all dumbfounded. Those department heads, usually high and mighty, were now red-faced and nearly fighting over a single student, acting as crazily as market women scrambling for cabbages. Was this still the dignified Jingwu Academy leadership they knew? Liu stood in place, watching the three top-tier experts argue incessantly before him, and could only shake his head helplessly. Is this the highest authority of the Great Xia Martial Arts Academy? Why does it look like a pyramid scheme den? However, he also understood that the reason these three mentors lost their composure was entirely due to the soul spear intent he had just comprehended, which was so extraordinary that it made them overlook his mere 1,000 points of low blood vitality. Liu cleared his throat, trying to interrupt their argument. Three teachers. Three pairs of eyes instantly focused on him, their gazes burning with intensity. Kid, who will you choose? Chu Kuang's eyes widened in anticipation. Little brother, don't be afraid, choose me. Lei Ju's face was full of expectation. Little handsome guy, big sis has high hopes for you. Lu Ruyan threw him a flirtatious glance. Liu felt his scalp tingle under their fiery gazes. Scratching his head, he found himself torn. Who should he choose? Honestly, his first instinct was to pick the fist discipline, for a simple and practical reason: saving money. Martial arts relying on weapons are like money-burning monsters. High-grade alloy weapons can cost millions or even tens of millions, and when damaged during battles with beasts, the repair costs are unbearable. Wouldn't it be better to invest all that money into the system, upgrade his cultivation, and build an indestructible body? But the conditions Chu Kuang offered were too tempting, and he had accidentally comprehended spear intent. Not practicing with the spear would be a waste, breaking the flow of this killing power. Should he directly take advantage of the top-tier spear resources for free, or temporarily save money and train in fists? Liu furrowed his brows, struggling to decide. At this moment, Lei Ju, the knife discipline director who clearly had no chance of winning, grew anxious. In terms of overall compatibility, the spear intent leaned towards Chu Kuang. In terms of tactics, Lu Ruyan had even resorted to seduction. Training with knives had no competitive edge. He couldn't let them easily snatch away this prodigy. He had to stir things up. Lei Ju's eyes shifted, and he strode forward, blocking Chu Kuang and Lu Ruyan, shouting loudly, "Wait, you two old bandits, stop trying to trick and deceive here." He turned to look at Liu, his expression softening. "Young man, don't rush. Jingwu has rules. Changing departments is a big deal. Shouldn't you first ask if your current director agrees?" He calculated inwardly, thinking that this kid had low vitality before and was probably a nobody. What if he turns out to be a student from my blade department? I can't let Chu Kuang snatch him away so easily. Come on, don't be afraid of them. Lei Ju's eyes sparkled as he stared at Liu, full of anticipation. Tell your old buddy Lei, which department are you in now? Chu Kuang and Lu Ruyan also fell silent, their brows furrowed. Recruiting someone was one thing, but they needed to know which department this kid currently belonged to. Facing three pairs of sharp eyes, Liu blinked and calmly replied, even looking a bit innocent. I haven't been assigned to a department yet. Lei Ju froze for a moment, then quickly retorted, Nonsense! Jingwu assigns departments in the second half of the freshman year. How could you be in your sophomore year and still not have one? Liu sighed helplessly and pointed toward the school gate. I'm a specially recruited freshman this year. Just got off the train, haven't even registered yet. Instantly, silence fell, and the faces of the three department heads vying for dominance changed. Even the wild wind by Weiming Lake seemed to pause. Not registered? Chu Kuang was stunned, his sharp gaze fixed on Liu, his mind momentarily blank. Not registered, does that mean? Liu nodded. I'm a freshman this year, officially registering tomorrow. Boom! This sentence exploded in the minds of the three like a megaton bomb, and Chu Kuang's eyes suddenly widened. Lei Ju's jaw almost dropped to the ground, and the folding fan in Lu Ruyan's hand fell onto the grass with a plop. Freshman. A freshman. The breaths of the three top-tier powerhouses instantly froze. Just moments ago, they were inwardly mocking this guy for his pitifully weak vitality. A sophomore with only 1,000 points of vitality, what a complete waste. But now, this kid actually claimed to be a freshman. And not just any freshman, but one who hadn't even officially enrolled yet. 1,000 points of vitality. Chu Kuang's throat emitted a hoarse, incredulous sound. Martial Master Realm, freshman. These three words combined completely overturned their understanding of martial arts. In the 1,000-year history of the Great Xia Kingdom, even the top freshmen of Jingwu University had only reached 700 or 800 points of vitality, with only 3 ever achieving the martial master level. But this guy in front of them, at just 18 years old and not even officially enrolled, already had 1,000 points of vitality and had reached the martial master realm. He was the fourth. Even more astonishing, he wasn't just a martial master. He had also comprehended the soul-suppressing spear intent. Far from being a waste, he was practically an ancient beast in human skin. He was a peerless prodigy in the martial arts world of Great Xia, enough to drive everyone mad with awe. My God! Lei Ju's legs went weak, and he couldn't help but curse. Where the hell did this monster come from? Chu Kuang, trembling with shock, grabbed Liu's shoulder with such force that it made Liu wince in pain. Kid! Chu Kuang's eyes were bloodshot like a starving wolf's, his voice trembling. Say that again. Are you really a freshman? A martial master realm freshman? Liu was silent for a moment before nodding and saying, Yes.
Hangzhou, li Yugoslavia, specjali recruita freshman.
Boom! The rationality of the three department heads instantly collapsed. Snatch! Must snatch! At all costs, this monster must be brought into their own department. Chu Kuang roared towards the sky. Old Lei! Old Lu! No one stop me! This kid! My gun department is taking him. Whoever dares to fight me for him, I'll risk my life today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ju suddenly unleashed a surge of violent blood energy, his expression ferocious as he roared, Risk your life? You think I'm afraid of you? An 18-year-old martial artist, a prodigy who has comprehended the soul-stabilizing spear intent, is top-tier talent even in the Great Xia Kingdom, and you think you can claim him with just a word? Dream on! A crisp blade hum echoed as a black long blade appeared in Lei Ju's hand, its edge pointing directly at Chu Kuang. Today, either you die here, or my blade department takes this kid. Completely insane. The head of the blade department at Jingwu University actually drew his blade on campus, all for the sake of a freshman. Chu Kuang laughed angrily, his robe swelling and crackling under the pressure of his blood energy. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. He reached into the void, and a silver-white spear materialized out of thin air. The spear's tip gleamed coldly, exuding a sharp aura that instantly tore through the air. The two powerhouses were at each other's throats, the tension reaching its peak. At this moment, a soft laugh broke the stalemate. Lu Ruyan stepped forward lightly, fanning herself as if to mediate, though a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Lei Ju is right, she said, her smile fading slightly. A prodigy like this, Chu Kuang, you can't handle alone. A surge of powerful blood energy erupted from her seemingly delicate body, no less intense than the other two. She carried no weapon, yet the air around her crackled and burst, as if the very space was being forcibly crushed by her presence. This handsome young man, my fist department has to fight for him too. Three forces surpassing the Grandmaster realm clashed fiercely by the shores of unnamed lake, forming a three-way standoff. Under this immense pressure, the alloy pathway cracked and shattered like a brittle biscuit, breaking into pieces. The faces of the onlooking students turned pale as they hurriedly retreated, terrified of being caught in this battle of the gods, and turned into minced meat. At the center of the storm, however, Liu stood firmly, hands in his pockets, not taking a single step back. Though his martial artist vitality felt like a fragile boat amidst the three overwhelming pressures, he managed to stabilize his mind with the newly comprehended soul-calming spear intent, enduring the violent impact. Liu looked at the three top-tier powerhouses who were on the verge of fighting over him. His eyes held neither fear nor pride, only calm calculation. It seems I underestimated my current value. He weighed his options internally. An 18-year-old martial artist, combined with the soul-calming spear intent, is no longer just a simple genius but an invaluable treasure. Since it's priceless, the benefits must be maximized. Liu cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it stood out sharply in the tense atmosphere. Professors, why don't we stop fighting for now? The oppressive aura instantly dissipated. Chu Kuang, Lei Ju, and Lu Ruyan simultaneously turned their heads, their gazes burning as they fixed on Liu. You, kid, have you made up your mind? Chu Kuang roared. Join my spear division. Everything I just promised still stands. He threw out a heavy offer. As long as you agree, the spear division's treasure vault will be unconditionally open to you. You can pick any SS-grade alloy spear, top-tier training resources, plus one-on-one mentorship. I'll personally take you to the underground caves and wilderness, ensuring you break through to the Grandmaster realm within 4 years. The crowd erupted. The students watching from afar were green with envy. Old Chu, stop trying to fool him with empty promises. Lei Ju refused to back down, raising the stakes in retaliation. Young man, what's an alloy spear compared to this? Join my blade division. You'll get equivalent resources, plus the only permanent access pass to the Heaven Abyss secret realm, where ancient martial arts relics await. On top of that, I'll personally sponsor you with an initial fund of 10 million dragon coins. 10 million in cold, hard cash. And that was just the starting offer, with more rewards to follow. The blessings from the spear and blade divisions poured down like a mountain. At this moment, Lu Ruyan approached Liu with a charming smile, her tone teasing, 10 million? Lei Ju, you're too stingy. Join my fist division. You won't need to buy weapons, so you'll save the most money. Plus, I'll give you a monthly stipend of 5 million in cash. Her eyes sparkled with a suggestive glint, her meaning unmistakable. If you're willing, I'll personally teach you the true meaning of hard and soft in harmony. The male students in the distance held back their drool, completely stunned by these explosive conditions. However, Liu's face remained calm and composed. The high-stakes offers didn't make him lose his head, nor was he swayed by Lu Ruyan's allure. Liu's mind coolly analyzed the three options: the spear system, which best matched his soul-calming spear intent; the blade system, offering 10 million in cash and secret realm access; the fist system, providing 5 million in cash every month, with no need to purchase weapons. Definitely the most cost-effective. The words cost-effective hit Liu's pain point precisely. His most important goal right now was to make big money and then invest heavily. No matter how good a weapon was, could it compare to his fists that could shatter stars? But not using the soul-calming spear intent would be such a waste. After all, it had cost him 2,000 yuan to acquire. Liu took a deep breath and looked at Chu Kuang. Director Chu, he took the initiative to speak. Chu Kuang's eyes immediately lit up, like a pair of searchlights. Go ahead, kid. The conditions are very tempting, Liu said calmly. But I have a question. What question? Ask away. This old man will tell you everything. Chu Kuang pounded his chest loudly. If the spear breaks, will you compensate me? Silence. The three department heads were all stunned. The students in the distance were also dumbfounded. This kid actually cared about who would pay if the weapon broke. He didn't ask about the techniques, didn't ask how powerful the mentors were, just about compensation. Chu Kuang was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly snapped back to his senses. With a wave of his hand, his momentum was unstoppable. Approved. As long as it's something you break, no matter how much, the department will fully reimburse it. You won't have to spend a single penny. To recruit this talent, Chu Kuang was even willing to throw the financial budget out the window. All right.
Li Yugoslavia nudda.
The issue of weapon wear and tear was resolved. Next, the most important question arose. He stared at Chu Kuang, then glanced at Lei Ju and Lu Ruyan, his gaze sincere. The special resources, secret realm slots, and various cultivation materials you mentioned earlier, if I don't use them, can they be converted into cash? By the shores of unnamed lake, there was dead silence. Even the wind seemed to stop blowing. Chu Kuang's jaw nearly hit the ground. Lei Ju's eyes widened like a fool's, and Lu Ruyan's enchanting smile froze instantly, her folding fan slipping from her hand. Converted into cash? The three powerhouses' minds buzzed. They hadn't misheard. The top-tier resources of the Jingwu department were treasures that countless scions of noble families would fight tooth and nail for. High-grade beast blood, rare heavenly materials, expert guidance. These were priceless treasures, impossible to monetize. And this kid actually asked if they could be converted into cash. Does he think this is a marketplace where you can return goods for a refund? Are you really short on money? Chu Kuang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. An 18-year-old martial artist, a genius who had mastered the soul-calming spear intent to perfection, and yet his mind was entirely preoccupied with money? Yes, Liu answered bluntly, extremely short. He looked at Chu Kuang, his gaze firm. Director Chu, I don't need heavenly materials or high-grade pills. I just need money. If it can't be converted into cash, I'll have to choose the fist department. Teacher Lu offers me 5 million in cash every month. He was straightforward and pragmatic like a shrewd businessman, without a trace of a genius's aloofness. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, then covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. Old Ghost Chu, did you hear that? This handsome young man is so practical. He has no interest in your pile of pie-in-the-sky resources. She smugly glanced at Chu Kuang and Lei Ju. Handsome boy, come to my department. 5 million is just the base salary. Depending on your performance, the bonuses will double. Chu Kuang and Lei Ju's faces instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with frustration. They, the dignified directors of the Jingwu department, wielding countless top-tier resources, had actually lost to a pile of money reeking of vulgarity? Nonsense! Chu Kuang exploded, blurting out, who said it can't be converted to cash? He stared intently at Liu, his face dark and grim, gritting his teeth. Convert it to cash. How much do you want? I'll apply for however much you need. Top-tier resources are worth at least several hundred million every year. I'll convert it all into dragon coins and transfer it directly to your account. Does this work? Lei Ju, seeing Chu Kuang actually agree to such an outrageous condition, immediately panicked as well. I'll convert too. Young man, my blade department has more resources than his. I'll give you a cash equivalent of 1 billion every year. This was madness. The 3 department heads, in their desperation to recruit him, disregarded everything, even the rules of Jingwu. Liu looked at the 3 big shots in front of him, frantically raising their offers, and a trace of a satisfied smile flashed in his eyes. It was done. As long as it could be converted to cash, his pay-to-win path would be completely unobstructed. Jingwu's top-tier resources, worth billions or even tens of billions every year, would all be turned into money and poured into the system. The speed at which his vitality points would increase would definitely scare these big shots into having heart attacks. All right.
Li Yugoslavia nudda.
Since Director Chu agreed to compensate for the weapons and also convert to cash, then I choose. Absurd. Just as Li Yu was about to say the words, gun system, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted by the shores of Weiming Lake without any warning. Boom! The voice carried no fluctuation of blood energy, yet it was filled with an overwhelming and absolute sense of oppression. The air by the shores of Weiming Lake instantly froze, and all sounds came to an abrupt halt. Chu Kuang, Lei Ju, and Lu Ruyan, the 3 prominent figures, had their expressions change drastically. The violent blood energy within their bodies shrank back instantly, like mice encountering a cat. The 3 of them quickly turned around and bowed with utmost respect toward the center of the lake. Vice Principal. The students, hearing these 2 words from afar, gasped in shock. Vice Principal. The Vice Principal of Jingwu, a true pillar of the Great Xia Kingdom, a martial emperor-level peerless powerhouse. Nye Chongkong, this legendary figure, as elusive as a dragon, had actually been alarmed. Ripples began to form in the air above the center of the lake. A figure slowly emerged, dressed in an ordinary black robe, with a lean face and slightly graying temples. He resembled a simple schoolteacher. Yet the moment he appeared, it felt as though the heavens and earth revolved around him. Martial Emperor Realm. Words become law, standing in mid-air. Nye Chongkong looked down coldly at Chu Kuang and the other 2. A dignified director of the Jingwu department, fighting endlessly by the Weiming Lake for a freshman, and even uttering absurdities like resource cash-out? Are you treating the rules of Jingwu as a joke? Using the education funds allocated to Wuda by the Great Xia Kingdom as bargaining chips to recruit people? His voice was like a resounding bell, each word piercing the heart. Chu Kuang and the other 2 were reprimanded to the point of breaking out in cold sweat, not daring to retort. After finishing his scolding, Nye Chongkong's gaze slowly fell on Liu. That gaze, though calm, burned like the scorching sun, locking onto every bone, every meridian, even the deeply hidden 1,000 points of martial master blood energy, leaving no place to hide. The sense of oppression was even stronger than Lin Jintian's. Nye Chongkong stared at Liu, his face rarely showing an uncontrollable shock. What a solid foundation! He secretly took a cold breath. Like Lin Jintian as a martial emperor, he could see through the reality within Liu's body at a glance. 1,000 points of blood energy, refined like steel, heavy as a mountain, without a trace of hollowness. This kid has actually polished the foundation of a martial master to perfection, and he's only 18. Even more astonishing, he's comprehended the soul-calming spear intent. Nie Changkong's heart skipped a beat twice. Chu Kuang and the others only saw Li Yu's talent, but he saw the nearly abnormal endurance and temperament behind the young man. A teenager who could refine his vitality to this extent before the age of 18 must have undergone unimaginably harsh training. This is a true prodigy. If Chu Kuang and the others really bought Li Yu with money, it would be the greatest failure of Jingwu. Nie Changkong slowly descended from the air, stood in front of Li Yu, restrained his imposing aura, and spoke calmly. "Your name is Li Yu?" "Yes," Li Yu answered steadily, without fear. Nie Changkong stared at him and asked, "Are you in desperate need of money?" "Yes," Li Yu admitted frankly. "Martial arts resources are more important than money." Nie Changkong tried to correct his perspective. "To me, money is more practical." Li Yu did not back down. The system only recognizes money. Heavenly treasures and earthly materials cannot be directly recharged. Nie Changkong gazed into Li Yu's determined eyes, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "All right, since you like money so much, I'll give you a chance to earn it." He turned to face Chu Kuang and the other three, as well as all the students in the distance, his voice echoing by the shores of Weiming Lake. Li Yu, specially recruited freshman, extraordinary talent, comprehended the soul-calming spear intent, and with special approval from the school committee, is granted the status of Jingwu's special grade freshman. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Chu Kuang and the other three were utterly shocked. Special grade freshman. In Jingwu's 100-year history, this title had only been granted to one person, the invincible war god currently guarding the abyss in the northern frontier. Nie Changkong continued, "Li Yu does not belong to any single department and can freely access all courses and treasure vaults of the weaponry, combat, and support academies. Mentors are not allowed to interfere with his cultivation." He looked at Li Yu, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "The resources Chu Kuang and the others offered to convert into cash for you amount to at most a few billion. A fortune for ordinary students, but unworthy of your talent. It's far too cheap. Since you like money, I'll give you a path to immense wealth." His voice suddenly rose. "As a special grade freshman, you have the right to take on Jingwu's highest-level bounty missions, including high-paying internal bounties from the military and the Martial Arts Alliance. Kill high-level exotic beasts, explore uncharted caves, intercept fallen warriors, retrieve rare materials. Everything you bring back as spoils, Jingwu will repurchase at a premium in cash. As long as you have the strength, there are billions of cash rewards waiting for you to claim, with no upper limit." Nie Changkong patted Li Yu's shoulder. "If you want money, go out into the wilderness and fight for it with your fists and guns. Do you dare?" Li Yu stared at him intently. Upon hearing billions in cash rewards, a fiery light finally erupted in his eyes. Billions. Even earning just a tenth of that would be enough for him to invest heavily and reach the Martial King or even Martial Emperor realm. This was his stage, the ultimate form of openly exploiting his advantage while concealing the aura of a genius. Without hesitation, Li Yu straightened his back and resolutely fixed his gaze on the Martial Emperor-level vice principal. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The 4 words were spoken with conviction, exuding absolute confidence. Nie Changkong laughed heartily. "Good. Tomorrow morning at 9, come to the principal's office to find me. I'll personally handle the special enrollment procedures for you." With that, he stepped forward and instantly merged into the void, disappearing, leaving behind a group of stunned teachers and students by the lakeside, along with Li Yu, whose lips curled slightly upward. Chu Kuang, Lei Ju, and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances. After a brief moment of shock, their eyes lit up simultaneously. Not belonging to a single department. No problem. As long as he spends his days attending classes and training in their academy, he wouldn't be much different from their own students. Specially recruited freshmen? So what? As long as he's in their department, all the fame he earns and the glory he achieves will belong to them. Chu Kuang immediately changed his expression, plastering a wide smile on his face as he strode forward, pressing a hand firmly on Li Yu's shoulder and slipping him a dark gold card. "Kid, the principal is right. Earning rewards is about trading your life for it. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. This card contains 50 million. Consider it my personal sponsorship, a welcome gift." Chu Kuang lowered his voice, speaking temptingly. "After you finish the procedures tomorrow, your first stop should be our academy. My private armory will always be open to you. As long as you attend classes regularly, all the reward equipment you earn in the future will be yours. Get lost. 50 million? That's nothing. Even a beggar wouldn't take it." Lei Ju saw Chu Kuang's shamelessness and was furious. He shoved him aside forcefully, puffing out his chest like a mountain.
Li Yugoslavia.
Come to our academy. The top-tier gravity chamber and blood energy pool will be available to you for free all day long. My wife and I will personally ensure you receive a monthly combat allowance of 100 million. Real money, no delays. Wow, you two big brothers are really generous. Lu Ruyan swayed her hips as she walked forward with enchanting charm. She cast a sidelong glance at the two men, then smiled seductively as she slipped a delicate spatial ring into Liu's hand. Kid, fighting and killing can easily get you hurt. Come to my academy, and Big Sister will personally teach you. This ring contains high-grade blood energy potions, unavailable on the market. Take it, and if you can't use it all, sell it on the black market. Big Sister will turn a blind eye. Liu stared at the sudden appearance of a bank card and a ring filled with potions in his hands. He froze for a few seconds before a smile gradually spread across his face. So this is the treatment for top-tier geniuses? Even choosing an academy comes with people scrambling to throw money at you? You three directors are too kind. Without hesitation, he pocketed everything, his face calm and composed as he said earnestly, I'm the most diligent, eager to learn, and I promise to attend classes every day without neglecting any subject. The corners of Chu Kuang and the other two's mouths twitched. This guy wasn't just monstrously talented. His shamelessness was on another level. But as long as he agreed to come, that was enough. The three of them, each with their own thoughts and expectations, watched Liu leave. Liu turned around, ignoring the reverent, jealous, and fanatical gazes around him. With his old, faded canvas bag slung over his back and his hands in his pockets, he slowly walked out of the main gate of Jingwu University along the path he had come. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and far. A reward pool worth tens of billions, unlimited privileges as a top-tier freshman, the exorbitant welcome gifts he had just freeloaded, and that black card loaded with 100 million. His eyes burned brighter and hotter than ever before. Jingwu. This place was indeed the right choice. Reporting officially tomorrow. His pay-to-win martial arts journey will fully unfold here. Meanwhile, at Jingwu's Internal Network Information Center. Beep. Warning. Server overload. Warning. Abnormal data traffic. The piercing alarm echoed through the hall. Dozens of senior formation masters and programmers were drenched in sweat, frantically pounding their keyboards. Director, we can't hold on. Access volume has exceeded 300,000 in 1 minute. The entire school is crazily refreshing this post. The backup servers have crashed too. The information center director stared intently at the large screen. On the screen, a notice was pinned at the top in the most striking scarlet font. Jingwu School Committee Confidential Announcement. Effective immediately, Freshman Liu is granted Jingwu's sole, special grade freshman designation. This brief sentence exploded like a nuclear bomb in the deep waters of Jingwu, which had been calm for years, stirring up a massive storm. Although the forum crashed, the news quickly spread wildly through private messages, WeChat groups, and large club groups. Crazy. The school committee has gone mad. Special grade freshman? I've been at Jingwu for 4 years and never heard of this. You're too ignorant. In Jingwu's 100-year history, this title has only appeared once. Who could win? The invincible war god who guards the abyss of the northern border, striking fear into the royal beasts. The principal of Jingwu University. As soon as these words were spoken, all the discussion groups fell into dead silence, followed by an even more frenzied uproar. Why? Why should a freshman who hasn't officially enrolled yet share the same honor as the invincible war god? What achievements does he have? How many high-level beasts has he killed? I heard he comprehended the soul-calming spear intent, and at just 18 years old, his blood energy value has already surpassed 1,000. So what? A martial artist might be something in Hangzhou, but in Jingwu, it's serious business. I'm already a sophomore and only at the peak of martial artist level. Ordinary students were shocked and awestruck, while the true prodigies roared in protest. Those geniuses who had long dominated Jingwu's rankings and were admired by countless people were all stunned at this moment, filled with disbelief and dissatisfaction. Jingwu University, Gravity Training Room Number 1. This was the most advanced training facility in the entire school, accessible only to the top 10 students on the rankings. At this moment, the gravity intensity in the room had been terrifyingly adjusted to 50 times normal. The air felt as heavy as lead. Bang, bang, bang. A young man, shirtless with short hair and muscles coiled like dragons, was furiously striking a testing post forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Each punch landed with a deafening sonic boom. The entire gravity room trembled violently. He was Lu Tianzong, a third-year student and vice president of the student council at Jingwu University, ranked third on the leaderboard, with a blood energy value of 8,000 points, half-step grandmaster. Suddenly, the communicator in the corner began flashing rapidly. Lu Tianzong frowned, withdrew his fist, picked up the communicator, and glanced at the scarlet notification on the screen. Special grade freshman? Li Yu. A dangerous glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Crack. The communicator was crushed in his hand like a biscuit, scattering metallic powder. The title of War God Principal was actually given to a newly enrolled freshman? Lu Tianzong said coldly, his voice icy and chilling. The War God is the deity guarding the northern frontier, someone he deeply revered. And now, the school committee had bestowed this sacred honor upon a rookie freshman. Go! Without looking behind him, he gave a faint order to the shadow outside the gravity chamber door. Spread the word. Tomorrow, at the freshman orientation, I, Lu Tianzong, will personally test this special grade freshman on the life and death arena by Weiming Lake. Let's see if his bones are tough enough, if he's worthy of this title. From the shadows, a figure slightly bowed and responded. Yes, young Master Lu. Then retreated. Lu Tianzong turned around, gazing at the meteorite testing stake that had been battered and dented by his fists, and coldly brushed away the metallic fragments from his hand. Privilege? The title of a god? Even a greenhorn who hasn't seen blood can bear it. Tomorrow, I'll let the arena reveal the truth and shatter this vanity completely. At the same time, top floor of the Jingwu Administrative Building, Vice Principal's office. Nia Chongkong pushed open the heavy oak door and locked it firmly behind him. He walked to the desk and unhesitatingly activated an S-Class top-secret soundproofing array. A pale blue light screen instantly enveloped the entire room, blocking any spiritual probing. After completing these preparations, he took a deep breath and retrieved an ancient, screenless black satellite phone from the bottommost layer of the safe. This was a direct line to the highest military intelligence system of the Great Xia Nation, only to be used in cases of national extinction crises or major upheavals. The phone rang twice and was connected. Chong Kong, a hoarse, weary, and time-worn voice came from the other end of the line. In the background were deafening beast roars, howling winds, and the piercing sound of blades scraping against bone. That place was the most dangerous abyss of the northern frontier of the Great Xia Nation. The one answering the call was the principal of Jingwu, the first-generation special-grade freshman, the invincible war god Feng Wuji. Principal. Nia Chongkong gripped the phone tightly, feeling a harrowing aura of carnage and bloodshed even across thousands of miles. What happened? Feng Wuji's voice was calm. Is it the beasts causing trouble again? Or is the church stirring up something at the border? No, it's something else. Nia Chongkong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Old friend, the soul-calming spear, has sounded. The other end of the phone fell into dead silence. Even the beastly roars seemed suppressed by a terrifying force. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed. Feng Wuji crushed the spirit jade teacup that had accompanied him for decades. What did you say? Feng Wuji's breathing instantly became rapid, his voice trembling. The soul-calming spear resonated? Who? That old guy Chu Kuang suddenly broke through to Martial Emperor? Or did Lei Ju have an epiphany? No, it's a freshman. Nia Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, he just got off the train today, hasn't even completed his registration. A sudden roar erupted from the other end of the phone. A freshman? Feng Wuji immediately lost control. Are you kidding me? I know better than anyone how strong the will of that broken spear is. I sat by the shores of Nameless Lake for 3 years, tortured to the brink of death by that murderous aura, before I could grasp even a hint of its essence. A freshman? True. Nia Chongkong reported solemnly. His name is Li Yu, 18 years old, an orphan from Hangzhou. He just arrived at Nameless Lake and took less than an hour to trigger the soul-calming spear's resonance. Moreover, he paused, his tone heavy. His vitality is as high as 1,000 points. He's a true martial master, with a perfect foundation, so flawless that even I can't find a single flaw. There was half a minute of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, a burst of wild laughter erupted, filled with joy and excitement. Excellent! An 18-year-old martial artist. The soul-suppressing spear intent. Feng Wuji's voice trembled. Chong Kong, are Chu Kuang and the others fighting over him? Nia Chong Kong smiled wryly. They almost started a fight, but he didn't choose any academy. Why? The first thing he said was, can you directly convert the martial arts resources into cash and transfer it to my bank account? There was a 2-second pause on the other end, followed by uproarious laughter. Convert to cash? This kid is a money grubber. Fantastic. I fear those hypocrites the most. Having desires and greed is what gives people the drive to survive. Feng Wuji's tone was full of dominance, yet it carried a deep fondness for talent.
Chang Kong listened carefully.
Since he wants money, give him the broadest platform in the entire Xia kingdom, lift the restrictions and grant him access to all rewards below grade A from Jingwu, the military, and the martial alliance. Those rigid courses will only waste his talent. Let him use the blood of exotic beasts and the lives of enemies to earn wealth and nurture his spear intent. Feng Wuji's tone shifted, filled with murderous intent. This child is a treasure of the Xia kingdom. He can bleed, suffer, and be hunted by beasts, but he must endure it. As long as it doesn't cost lives, even if he breaks bones in the arena, don't intervene. The Martial University's medical pods will cover it. But if anyone bullies him, or if the cult dares to plot against him, he said, Chong Kong, you will annihilate their entire clan for me. The call ended. Nye Chong Kong stood there, listening to the busy tone, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This invincible war god of the Northern Territory may have a tough exterior, but deep down, he treasures this soul special-grade freshman like a gem. He gazed out the window. Beneath the night sky, the capital appeared luxurious and prosperous, yet hidden dangers lurked within.
Yugoslavia.
He murmured, don't let this identity down. Late at night, at the first martial arts university of Magic City, the highest administrative conference room was brightly lit. Over a dozen high-ranking officials, brimming with vitality, sat around a round table, their faces all grim.
Bang!
The principal of Magic Martial, a one-eyed elder built like a tower, slammed his palm heavily. The solid wood round table instantly shattered. Special-grade freshman. Those old fossils at Capital Martial actually cultivated a special-grade freshman at such a critical moment. The one-eyed elder was furious. Is this a provocation against our Magic Martial? Are they trying to tell the entire Great Xia nation that Capital Martial is still #1 in the world? For a century, the two giants of Great Xia nation, Capital Martial and Magic Martial, had been mortal enemies. The two schools fought openly and covertly for the title of the top martial arts academy, competing for resources, students, and even wilderness territories, with no limits. Principal, calm down. The vice principal wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke coldly. The intelligence has been confirmed. That freshman named Li Yu has indeed comprehended the soul-calming spear intent, and he's already at the martial master realm. Capital Martial really hit the jackpot this time with a peerless prodigy. Prodigy? The one-eyed elder snorted coldly. Martial arts isn't just about shouting slogans. How many so-called peerless prodigies have crumbled after a single defeat, their mental state shattered, and ended up as mere mediocrities? Without the strength to suppress the era, this special freshman honor is nothing but a ticking time bomb for him. He slammed the table fiercely, the sound echoing through the hall. There are still 3 months until the National Freshman Exchange Competition, followed closely by the Wilderness Trial. We absolutely cannot let this kid develop an invincible aura among his peers. If he uses the title of Special Freshman to bulldoze his way forward and prematurely condenses a divine ring, then for the next 4 or even 10 years, our top-tier students and resources at Magic Martial will all be snatched away by Capital Martial. We won't even get the scraps. He must be taken down. A combat department director slammed the table, his gaze fierce. Principal, give the order. We have monsters at Magic Martial this year too. If Capital Martial wants to step on our faces to establish their dominance, then we'll shatter their invincible mindset right on the stage. The one-eyed elder squinted. How's that kid Wu Dao doing with his body tempering in the blood pool recently? At the mention of Wu Dao, the eyes of all the senior officials at Magic Martial lit up. Shen Wu Dao was the special freshman Magic Martial had spent a fortune recruiting this year. Born with a fiendish body, he grew up in brutal combat, a martial fanatic born purely for battle. Before enrolling, his blood vitality was at 800 points. Not as high as Li Yu's 1,000 points, but his combat abilities were terrifying. He once tore apart a peak second-tier ironclad rhino with his bare hands. Wu Dao is still soaking in the blood pool, the vice principal said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. But if we tell him that Li Yu has comprehended the soul-calming spear intent and become a special freshman, with his madman personality that thrives on strong opponents, he'll definitely be thrilled to the point of insanity. Good, the one-eyed elder decided. Notify Shen Wu Dao. At the freshman exchange competition, I want him to break that special freshman pride and newly developed spear intent in front of the entire Great Xia media, fair and square. If Capital Martial wants to impose divine pressure on us, I'll let the whole world see that even a special freshman is nothing but a stepping stone for our Magic Martial prodigies. Late at night, in a top-tier luxury apartment near Capital Martial University, Liu pushed open the door and walked into the dark living room. He didn't turn on the lights. The neon glow of the bustling city outside spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across the floor. He casually tossed the faded old canvas bag onto the leather sofa, leaned heavily against it, and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Silence, absolute silence. Only at this moment did his nerves, tense all day, finally relax slightly. Too much had happened today. Traveling from Hangzhou to Kyoto, meeting Martial Master Lin Zhentian, comprehending the soul-calming spear intent by the shores of Weiming Lake, being fiercely contested by 3 department heads, and even alarming the Martial Emperor Vice Principal, who directly designated him as a special-grade freshman. For an ordinary 18-year-old, they would have already been overwhelmed with excitement, unable to think straight. But not Liu. His gaze remained deep and composed. Inventory resources, he murmured to himself. Sitting up, he reached into his pocket. Smack, smack. 2 cards were heavily placed on the coffee table. One was the black card given by Lin Xiaoxiao, containing a small fortune. The other was the anonymous platinum card stuffed into his hand by the spear department head, Chu Kuang, holding 50 million. A total of 150 million. Aside from the items he carried in his pocket, Liu also had a spatial ring, which had been forcibly given to him by the combat department head, Lu Ruyan. Using his mental power to scan the ring lightly, he found that the space inside was small, only a few cubic meters, but it was filled with over 100 test tubes emitting strong blood energy fluctuations. All extremely rare high-grade blood energy potions on the market. Looking at these potions, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. These highly pure potions could directly enhance blood energy or be exchanged for cash to supplement system resources. However, now was not the time to use them. Liu's gaze shifted to the 2 bank cards on the coffee table, which displayed the massive sum of 150 million. According to the system's ratio of 1 yuan for 1 year of cultivation, this money was enough to buy 150 million years of cultivation, utterly astonishing. He imagined that even an ordinary pig, living for such a long time, could transform into a world-shaking mythical beast. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The temptation was immense. Instinctively, he wanted to summon the system and directly recharge the 50 million from Chu Kuang's card. System, re. Before finishing the word, he abruptly shut his mouth, his hand hovering over the platinum card frozen in midair, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. No, I can't do this. Liu regained his clarity, his rationality extinguishing the madness in his heart like ice water. Recharging via bank card carried too much risk. The system deducted funds directly from the account balance, leaving no transfer records or transaction traces. A few hundred or thousand might go unnoticed, but sums like 50 million or 100 million in a place like Kyoto would undoubtedly be closely monitored by banks and formation masters. If the money Chu Kuang had just handed over suddenly disappeared, with no traceable destination, how would Chu Kuang, the military, or even the Martial Emperor and Martial Masters react? If suspicion arose over the system's losses and investigations followed, Liu's greatest secret, the system, would inevitably be exposed. He had almost been blinded by greed. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew his hand, a look of lingering fear appearing in his eyes. A man without power who possesses treasure is doomed. Without absolute strength, even the slightest flaw could be fatal. Yet having such a large sum of money but being unable to use it left him deeply frustrated. Liu stood up, pacing back and forth in the living room, his brows furrowed as he pondered a breakthrough. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, a spark of light bursting in his eyes. That's right. How could I forget the most primitive method? Cash. He slapped his thigh hard. I can use cash. Banks and digital currencies are monitored. But what about physical cash? As long as he withdrew unregistered cash, took it to a corner without surveillance, and let the system directly absorb the physical bills, who could trace it? The disappearance of the money would simply be seen as being hidden away or exchanged for other resources, and no one would suspect he was recharging the system with it. Let's do it. Liu's eyes burned with determination, without hesitation. He walked into the bathroom, quickly showered with cold water to wash away his fatigue, changed into black sportswear, donned a baseball cap, grabbed the platinum card, and headed straight out. Late at night, Kyoto was still brightly lit. Half an hour later, Liu arrived at the edge of the wealthy district, at a 24-hour top-tier VIP self-service bank. There were no human tellers here, only rows of advanced, giant ATMs designed to serve high-net-worth clients with discrete large cash transactions. Liu entered, inserted the platinum card given to him by Chu Kuang, and entered the password. Dear Platinum VIP customer, your account balance is 50 million yuan. Please enter the withdrawal amount. He took a deep breath, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen, entering 1 million. 1 million in cash. The machine hummed deeply, and then, with a click, the cash outlet slowly opened. Bundles of brand new 100 yuan bills, exuding a strong ink fragrance, neatly stacked like red bricks, were pushed out. A full 100 bundles, 1 million in cash, weighing approximately 23 pounds. For Liu, a martial artist with only 1,000 points of vitality, this weight felt as light as a feather. Expressionless, he packed all 1 million in cash into the black backpack he had brought, zipped it up. He pulled out the card and disappeared into the night. Back at the apartment, he locked the door. Liu walked to the center of the living room and opened his backpack. 100 bundles of fresh red cash spilled onto the expensive carpet like a mountain. He sat cross-legged, his eyes devoid of greed, filled only with a thirst for power. Pay to win, he decisively commanded in his heart. But the options left him stunned. 1 million in cash represented 1 million years of cultivation. Where should he invest it? Martial arts. Liu shook his head. Currently, he had only learned a basic technique, the 5 elements fist, and a low-grade Shen-level skill, rock-shattering palm, given to him by Lin Xiaoxiao. The 5 elements fist was already perfected, and rock-shattering palm was too weak to be of use in Jingwu City. Spending 1 million years on a low-grade Shen-level skill would be a complete waste. What about techniques? The breath-concealing technique had already been perfectly deduced and was sufficient. Then what about vitality? Liu's eyes lit up. 1 million years could make his vitality skyrocket by hundreds of thousands of points. But this thought lasted only a second before he immediately dismissed it.
No.
Too absurd, too unreasonable. He calmly analyzed that his current 1,000 points of vitality already made him a prodigy. If his vitality were to suddenly skyrocket to hundreds of thousands or even millions of points, he would no longer be a genius but a monster. He might very well be captured by the martial emperor expert Nye Chongkong for dissection and research. Moreover, his understanding of the top-tier combat power in this world was insufficient. He didn't know what realm tens of thousands of vitality points represented, nor was he certain if 1 million years would truly make him invincible. Exposure meant death. Recklessly charging forward was not the act of a wise man. Cautious survival was the true path. Vitality is off-limits. Martial arts are too wasteful. Only one option remains. In Liu's mind, the image of that solitary figure suppressing the abyss by the unnamed lake today emerged. The soul-suppressing spear intent. It was pure martial will, subtle and undetectable without testing vitality. Yet its destructive power was terrifying. Most importantly, the spear intent could be continuously comprehended and enhanced. This is it. Liu's eyes were resolute. System. Target. Soul-suppressing spear intent. Recharge. 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the pile of cash suddenly seemed to encounter extreme heat, instantly evaporating silently, leaving not even ashes behind. A crisp notification sound echoed in his mind. Recharge successful. Exchanging cultivation. 1 million years. Simulating and upgrading the soul-suppressing spear intent. Boom! Liu's consciousness was pulled into a dark, void-like space by a powerful force. There was no heaven or earth here, no concept of time, only him and the dark red spear in his hand, condensed purely from his will. He began to practice frantically. 1 year, 10 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Like a tireless machine, he thrust the spear over and over again. With each thrust, his understanding of the spear intent deepened. After 100,000 years, the spear in Liu's hand suddenly emitted a crisp hum. The previously rampant and overflowing dark red spear intent instantly converged, fitting seamlessly onto the spear's body. Precision, ultimate precision. He had leapt directly into the subtle realm. But this was only the beginning. Time continued to flow. 300,000 years. 500,000 years passed. 800,000 years also slipped by in the blink of an eye. When the time reached the 1 million year mark, Liu suddenly closed his eyes. The dark red spear in his hand began to slowly disappear in his palm. No, it had completely merged into the void. Boom! Liu suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness swiftly returning to reality. He sat cross-legged on the apartment carpet, motionless, not even lifting a finger. But at the moment he opened his eyes, the apartment's sturdy alloy coffee table, leather sofa, and even the bulletproof glass in the distance suddenly appeared with deep, silent cuts. No sound, no light or shadow, no fluctuation of vitality. This was the formless realm. The intent of the spear had completely detached from the physical, transforming into an invisible and formless lethal force. With a single thought, a spear emerges from the void, killing the enemy without a trace. So powerful! Liu stared at the marks left by the formless spear intent, his eyes filled with shock. The system not only helped him break through the realm but also, within this million-year simulation, polished every level to perfection. A foundation as solid as a rock, control as smooth as flowing water. With this formless spear intent, he believed that even without using vitality, he could instantly defeat an opponent of the same level. This feels amazing. Liyu's breathing quickened, breaking through to the formless realm in just a million years. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. How strong could he get if he invested even more? Greed and desire burned in his mind. He suddenly stood up, walked to the bedroom, and dragged out the largest oversized suitcase. $1 million isn't enough, so let's go for $9 million. 3 a.m. Kyoto VIP Self-Service Bank. Liu appeared in front of the ATM like a ghost once again. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly entered. 9 million. The ATM spewed out cash frantically for over half an hour. 900 bundles of cash, nearly 200 pounds in weight. Liu forcefully stuffed the travel suitcase full. The zipper almost couldn't close. Carrying the heavy suitcase with one hand, he returned to the apartment under the cover of night. Bang! The suitcase was heavily placed on the carpet, and the zipper was opened. Red banknotes poured out like a waterfall, forming an astonishing mountain of money. The visual impact was overwhelming. But Liu didn't spare it a glance. His eyes were filled with fervor. System. Recharge it all. Continue upgrading gun intent. Buzz. 9 million in cash disappeared into thin air once again. Recharge successful. Converted cultivation. 9 million years. Continuing to break through the limits of gun intent for you. Boom. Consciousness was once again pulled into the void space. This time, the deduction was extremely difficult. Breaking through the intangible realm felt like crashing into an indestructible steel wall. 1 million years passed without any progress. 3 million years still intangible. 5 million. 7 million. Liu was nearly driven mad by the monotonous repetition of swinging his spear. The later the breakthrough, the more time and comprehension skyrocketed exponentially, until the 9th million year. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed in his mind. That iron wall was finally worn down by 9 million years of persistence, revealing a crack. Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Whoosh! In the void, those intangible spear intents began to frantically converge into Liu's palm, constantly compressing. His mental will ignited a qualitative transformation through the extreme accumulation of quantity. From intangible to tangible. Buzz! A dark red, seemingly solid long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This was not a weapon condensed from blood and energy, nor was it forged from alloy. It was a purely intangible spear intent, forcibly compressed and materialized into a solid spear. He had reached the realm of materialization. Swish! Liu's eyes snapped open. The living room of his apartment in reality. He slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread. Buzz! The air twisted violently. A 2-meter-long dark red spear formed in Liu's palm, exuding a suffocatingly fierce aura. The tip of the spear gleamed with a cold light, and even the luxurious carpet on the floor was shredded into powder by the residual force. Materialized into reality. Liu tightly gripped the heavy spear of intent, feeling the world-destroying power within it. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. He had no understanding of the specific levels of spear intent, no idea what subtlety meant, and cared even less about what intangible represented. He only knew that he was now extraordinarily powerful, so powerful that he even dared to challenge Chu Kuang, the head of the spear department who had been shouting by the nameless lake earlier. Who? Liu slowly released his grip, and the dark red spear instantly dissipated, transforming back into the spear intent within his body. He felt an overwhelming exhaustion, and waves of sharp pain assaulted him as his mental energy was pushed to its limit. I'm at my limit. He rubbed his temples, his gaze shifting to the faintly brightening sky outside the window. He decided not to spend any more money. With 1.4 billion left in his bank account, he planned to save it. Tomorrow, after officially enrolling and understanding the inner workings of Jingwu University, he would find a top-tier cultivation technique and use the system to push its evolution to the extreme. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Dragging his exhausted body, Liu collapsed directly onto the soft bed. Without even taking off his clothes, he leaned against the pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, in the underground training arena of the Long Spear Department at Kyoto's first martial arts university, buried 100 meters deep and surrounded by sound-absorbing alloy designed to withstand beast attacks, the space was completely empty except for Chu Kuang's figure. Chu Kuang stood bare-chested in the center, exuding a monk-like tranquility. The frenzy and shrewdness he had displayed during the day while recruiting students were completely gone. He was not holding the silver-white spear with a gleaming tip but instead a simple, curved white waxwood pole, without even a spearhead. The wind blew, and a withered yellow leaf slowly drifted down to his eye level. At that moment, Chu Kuang suddenly moved. There was no fluctuation of blood and energy, no explosive roar. He simply raised the waxwood pole and thrust it forward swiftly. Swish, 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 swish. The air was devoid of any visible gun barrel, only the faint sound of fabric tearing could be heard. In less than 0.1 seconds, Chu Kuang thrust his spear 18 times. After retracting the spear, the white wax rod was held steadily without a hint of trembling. The falling leaf landed gently on the ground, completely intact. However, under a microscope, it was revealed that the center of the leaf had a small, penetrating hole with edges as smooth as a mirror. Each of the 18 thrusts had precisely pierced the same spot. The force was perfectly controlled, leaving the leaf's overall structure undamaged. This was the ultimate display of mastery over strength and willpower. Chu Kuang took a deep breath, looked at the leaf on the ground, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Microscopic mastery. My spear intent has finally reached perfection. He casually tossed the white wax rod aside, his mind recalling Li Yu's stunning move from earlier that day, the soul-calming spear intent, domineering to the extreme. But Chu Kuang knew that Li Yu was only 18 years old and had just comprehended spear intent yesterday. No matter how gifted he was, newly realized spear intent was always wild and unrestrained, like a brute learning to swing a hammer, powerful but lacking finesse. Kid, Chu Kuang said coldly, I admit your talent is extraordinary, a once-in-a-century anomaly. But martial willpower isn't something that can be mastered through talent alone. Chu Kuang stroked the stubble on his chin, his smile cunning. Tomorrow, when you come to complete the special freshman procedures, I'll make sure you witness the control of this microscopic-level spear intent, he said smugly. I'll show you what it means to always have someone better, and a sky beyond the sky. As long as I can shake you, you little monster, you'll eventually come running to call me master. The more Chu Kuang thought about it, the more confident he became. What was 1,000 points of vitality? What did being a special freshman matter? His meticulously honed, microscopic spear intent would surely suppress Li Yu completely. He laughed twice, turned, and walked toward the bathroom, his mood elated. He had long wanted to see Li Yu's calm and profound face show a look of shock. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room of the penthouse apartment. Ding dong! The doorbell rang right on time. Li Yu opened his eyes and sat up. After a few hours of rest, his mental fatigue had dissipated. He washed up and opened the door, ready to head out for registration. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoxiao was dressed neatly in a white Jingwu school uniform, her high ponytail tied up, exuding youthful energy. Her eyes, however, carried dark circles from a sleepless night. Morning, Li Yu greeted. Morning. Come and help. Lin Xiaoxiao glared at him irritably, struggling to drag a 2-meter-long dark golden metal box. Bang! The box was heavily placed at the doorway, producing a dull thud that made the floor tremble slightly. The object was extremely heavy, weighing at least 500 pounds. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. What is this? Your school entrance gift. Lin Xiaoxiao proudly dusted off her hands. She squatted down and quickly entered a code on the box's combination lock. Click! The sound of the pressure valve releasing echoed, and the box slowly opened. A wave of icy air mixed with a metallic scent of blood rushed out.
Li Yugoslavia's pupils contracta.
Inside the box lay a long spear, entirely black, with the shaft covered in dark golden patterns resembling dragon scales. The spearhead was slender and eerily dark red, as if it had just been pulled from the heart of a beast. The oppressive aura it emitted was chilling. This spear is called Abyssal Dragon. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at the weapon, her tone full of pride. The shaft is made from the spine of an 8th-tier exotic beast, the deep-sea Abyssal Dragon, mixed with meteorite iron. The spearhead contains 3 ounces of star essence gold. It's absolutely a weapon fit for a martial emperor. Even if you become a martial king or martial emperor in the future, this spear will be more than sufficient for you. She stood up, her gaze fixed on Li Yu. I heard you comprehended the soul-calming spear intent at Weiming Lake yesterday. Practicing spear techniques requires a good weapon. Those ordinary alloy scraps can't possibly withstand the dominance of the soul-calming spear intent. This Abyssal Dragon barely matches you. Li Yu stared at the spear inside the box, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. A martial emperor-level weapon was priceless, unattainable on the market. Even a random one would drive grandmasters and masters to bankruptcy in a frenzy to obtain it. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao casually brought it over, saying it barely matches. It's too valuable. Li Yu shook his head, refusing to take the weapon. The black card worth 1 billion you gave me is enough. I can't accept the spear. Are you stupid? Lin Xiaoxiao became anxious, like a cat whose tail had bin stepped on. When has this lady ever taken back something she gifted? You're a top-tier freshman at Jingwu Academy, with countless eyes watching you. You don't even have a decent weapon. Are you planning to fight those family prodigies barehanded in the arena? She grabbed Li Yu's arm domineeringly and dragged him to the metal box. Take it now. By the way, you just comprehended spear intent yesterday. How's your mastery coming along? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her curiosity evident. Spear intent is hard to control. When you're just starting, it's easy to hurt yourself. Want me to teach you a few basic techniques for restraining it? Although I don't practice with guns, the Lin family's treasure vault has plenty of manuals on willpower control. Quick, pick up this gun and let me see your gun intent. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled Li Yu over to the metal case. Her expression was both proud and enthusiastic. Li Yu sighed helplessly. The control is passable. He didn't reach for the emperor-level spear in the case but instead naturally raised his right hand. His 5 fingers slightly spread. Buzz! The air in the living room suddenly twisted violently, and a dense, dark red light compressed to the extreme rapidly gathered in his palm. No gusts of wind, no leakage of energy or blood. Everything was eerily still. At the moment the light condensed, the bulletproof glass emitted a crack sound, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The next second, the light solidified, and a nearly 2-meter-long dark red spear appeared in Li Yu's hand, its tip pointing straight to the ground. The spear's shaft was engraved with ancient and mysterious patterns. It was no illusion but the tangible manifestation of willpower. The apartment was as silent as a grave. Lin Xiaoxiao's previously provocative smile froze instantly. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracted sharply, and her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She stared intently at the spear in Li Yu's hand, then looked down at the priceless Abyss Dragon spear in the case. Under the oppressive presence of the dark red spear, the Abyss Dragon spear trembled slightly, emitting an eerie wail. All weapons bow in submission. Half a minute passed before Lin Xiaoxiao finally swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This is materialization? Li Yu, seeing her strange reaction, asked in surprise, materialization? What level is that? He genuinely didn't know. Last night, he had been focused on grinding for gear, and the system had forcibly compressed his gun intent into a solid form. As for how the martial arts world defined it, he was clueless. Lin Xiaoxiao's blood pressure seemed to spike as she listened. She was on the verge of pulling her hair out in frustration. You don't know? You don't even understand materialization, and yet you managed to achieve it. She roared as she began to explain. The martial realm is divided into 3 levels. It's incredibly difficult to get started. The first level is called subtlety, where one can fully concentrate their willpower, making even a falling flower or a plucked leaf lethal. The second level is formless, where willpower detaches from the physical body, killing in the void, impossible to defend against. The third level is what you just achieved, manifestation. Willpower interferes with reality, turning the intangible into tangible. Only top-tier martial artists, after enduring mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and centuries of refinement, might touch upon it, she said angrily. My grandfather barely reached the threshold of manifestation at the age of 120. She glared at Li Yu. You just comprehended spear intent at Weiming Lake yesterday afternoon, less than 24 hours ago, and this morning you directly skipped subtlety and formless to achieve manifestation? Her eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. You brat, are you even human? Is this reasonable? Faced with Lin Xiaoxiao's near-mad questioning, Li Yu could only shrug innocently, the tension in the air ready to explode. Li Yu stood in place, his face still calm, but inside, he had completely understood something. A 10-million-year pay-to-win simulation actually bypassed the ordinary subtlety and formless stages, reaching the third realm. He silently marveled. No wonder the destructive power is so terrifying. He did a quick mental calculation. Spending 10 million to achieve a realm that would take a top-tier martial artist centuries to comprehend was absolutely worth it. However, on the surface, Li Yu remained as steady as a mountain, casually saying, Just had a sudden epiphany. Epiphany, my foot. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly exploded, cursing outright. She punched Li Yu hard on the shoulder, but to his body, fortified with 1,000 points of vitality, it felt like a mere tickle. Sighing, Lin Xiaoxiao inwardly marveled at how freakish this kid's talent was. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her excitement. All right. She rolled her eyes at Li Yu and pointed to the metal box on the ground. Even though you've comprehended manifestation and can condense your willpower into a tangible form, the pure consumption of willpower is too great. It won't hold up against your 1,000 points of martial master's vitality. You still need to use this Abyss Dragon Spear. Combining a physical weapon with Manifestation Spear intent will unleash maximum power. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao dominantly grabbed the long spear from the box and shoved it directly into Li Yu's arms. Take it. No refusals allowed. Li Yu gripped the spear shaft, cold and heavy, yet it felt as if it was connected to his very bloodline. He nodded in thanks without saying much. But Lin Xiaoxiao didn't let him relax. She clapped her hands, her expression suddenly turning serious. I didn't just call you here to give you a spear. The news of you being named a special grade freshman yesterday has already caused an uproar on the Jingwu intranet. The tallest tree in the forest catches the wind. Those upperclassmen, each with their noses in the air, will never tolerate a freshman stepping on their heads. Li Yu's tone was calm. Who's coming first? The first one is Chun Feng. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes showed disgust. A sophomore from the Combat Academy, with 3,000 vitality. The Chun family is a subordinate family of my Lin family, and this guy clings to me like sticky candy. He heard you came to the capital and snatched the special grade freshman title. He's already announced that he's going to set the rules for you today. Li Yu nodded. Child's play. The real trouble is Lu Tianzong, the vice president of the student council in his third year, ranked third on the elite list, a half-step master, with a blood vitality of 8,000. He regards the war god principle as a deity and sees you as a stain on the reputation of the special grade freshman. Word has already spread that he plans to personally weigh you today by the shores of Weiming Lake. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. I didn't sleep all night because of this. I was even preparing to use the Lin family's connections to suppress the situation. After all, you've just enrolled, and a blood vitality of 1,000 against the 3,000 or 8,000 of senior students is too much of a gap. Halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped, looked up at Li Yu and the Abyss Dragon Spear in his arms. The image of the spear's form-shifting intent, capable of tearing through the air, flashed through her mind again. But her lips curled into a slight smile. All her previous worries vanished, replaced by a strong sense of anticipation, and even a hint of pity for the two troublemakers. But what? Li Yu asked. Nothing. Lin Xiaoxiao turned and pushed the door open, her ponytail tracing a joyful arc in the morning sunlight. I suddenly feel like they're in for a miserable time. She turned back and smiled at Li Yu. Come on, special grade freshman. Let's go report in and give the senior students at Jingwu a lesson. In the early morning at Jingwu, the air was cool, and sunlight filtered through the leaves along the tree-lined avenue, casting dappled shadows. The two walked side by side toward the First Martial Arts University of Jingdu. Li Yu carried a long, rectangular object on his back, wrapped in layers of heavy black cloth that faintly emitted a chilling aura, causing passers-by to avoid looking and detour around him. It was the emperor-level weapon Lin Xiaoxiao had gifted him that morning, the Abyss Dragon Spear. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a tailored white Jingwu school uniform, her ponytail tied high and swaying lightly with her brisk steps. Her pure and beautiful appearance, combined with the unique confidence of a wealthy heiress, drew countless admiring glances on the street. But her gaze was entirely unaffected by these admiring stares. Instead, she occasionally sneaked glances at the black cloth-wrapped object on Li Yu's back, her eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. By the time they reached the third intersection, she couldn't hold back any longer. She quickened her pace, turned to walk backward in front of him, clasped her hands behind her back, bent slightly, and stared at Li Yu with her clear, bright eyes.
Li Yugoslavia.
Li Yu looked up at her. Tell me, how exactly did you figure out the form-shifting spear intent? Her voice carried a hint of coaxing. This question had been nagging at her curiosity ever since she saw Li Yu conjure a spear with his bare hands that morning. It was unbelievable, completely overturning martial arts conventions. Seeing Li Yu remain silent, Lin Xiaoxiao continued, I asked my dad about it. He said martial arts willpower is incredibly profound. Even for geniuses, it takes countless struggles on the edge of life and death or years of meditation to barely touch the subtle level. As for form-shifting, it's said that in the entire Great Xia Nation, the number of people under 30 who have comprehended form-shifting willpower can be counted on one hand. You're only 18. Yesterday afternoon, you had just barely grasped the basics, and this morning you can already manifest it. She stopped, grabbed Li Yu's arm tightly, her face full of curiosity. Is there some special technique? A mantra? A specific breathing method? Mental energy vibrations? Or? Lin Xiaoxiao mimicked a meditation pose. Do you have to focus all your vitality in your dantian? Immerse your consciousness into some kind of ultimate ethereal state to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Seeing her serious and analytical expression, Li Yu paused, a helpless smile flashing in his eyes.
Technique?
Mantra? Breathing method? He sighed inwardly. The truth was more absurd than any lie. How could he teach her? Should he tell her that the so-called technique was dragging a big suitcase to a 24-hour ATM in the middle of the night? That the breathing method was listening to the mechanical sound of the ATM spitting out cash? That the ethereal state was piling 10 million in cash on the ground, watching it vanish into thin air, and feeling the pain so intense it left him breathless? Liu scratched his head, showing a rare conflicted expression. This whole pay-to-win thing couldn't be taught, nor could it be explained. The system was his biggest secret, one he wouldn't reveal even to Lin Xiaoxiao. Can you teach me? Lin Xiaoxiao saw his hesitation and shook his arm, her voice softening. Even though I practice fists, not guns, isn't martial will the same? If I could also comprehend fist intent, who in Jingwu Academy would dare mess with us? Liu stared at her, silent for 5 seconds, then shifted his gaze to the distant street, deliberately putting on a mysterious air. There's no technique, no mantra. It's just a natural progression. Yesterday, I stared at the broken gun in the middle of the lake for a long time. When I went to sleep at night, I had an unusually long dream. In the dream, I kept practicing with the gun. When I woke up, I suddenly understood. After finishing, even Liu felt his explanation was utterly ridiculous. Comprehending something from a dream? If an old monster like Chu Kuang, who had practiced with guns his entire life, heard this, he'd probably be so angry he'd spit blood. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned after hearing Liu's words. She didn't doubt for a second that he was lying, because in her eyes, Liu was a peerless prodigy. The world of a prodigy was something ordinary people simply couldn't comprehend. Just a dream, and you could comprehend it? Lin Xiaoxiao let go of Liu's arm. Her beautiful face instantly showed deep disappointment. She lowered her head and looked at her own fair and slender hands. These hands had been soaked in expensive medicinal baths since childhood, punching tens of thousands of times daily, with calluses worn into the joints. She thought she had worked hard enough and had sufficient talent, but in the face of Liu's completely unreasonable epiphany, all her efforts seemed pale and powerless. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed softly, her voice sinking. Talent is something that can't be taught. What you grasp with just a glance, others might never get in a lifetime. She kicked a small stone by the roadside, and the stone rolled into the sewer. The air instantly became heavy. Liu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's dejected expression, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. After all, he couldn't really say, "Spend money and you can get stronger too." Just as he hesitated about whether to change the subject, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped in her tracks. Then, she abruptly raised her head. The disappointment from earlier was instantly swept away. Her beautiful big eyes reignited with a bright light. Her ponytail swung in a proud and defiant arc. But, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around, hands on her hips, slightly raising her snow-white chin. Like a proud little swan staring at Liu. "Don't think you can leave me behind like this. My talent isn't bad either." Liu was stunned, looking at the young lady whose emotions changed astonishingly fast. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao saw his expression, let out a smug hum, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on her lips. "Although I haven't mastered that freakish martial will, nor dreamed of an unparalleled spear technique in my sleep, but..." Lin Xiaoxiao deliberately dragged out her voice and dropped a bombshell. "I've actually learned a heaven-tier martial art." Heaven-tier martial art. These 4 words made Liu's eyes suddenly narrow, and his steps halted. The martial arts of the Great Xia Kingdom are ranked into 4 tiers: Yellow, Profound, Earth, and Heaven. Learning a single Profound tier martial art at the Martial Arts Library costs 800,000. Earth tier martial arts are rare treasures that even grandmasters fight over. As for Heaven tier, they are top-secret manuals accessible only to martial kings, martial emperors, or even the legendary martial sovereigns. Every heaven-tier martial art can destroy the heavens and the earth, even resonate with the laws of the universe. Lin Xiaoxiao actually learned a heaven-tier martial art. Looking at the undisguised shock in Liu's eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao's sense of defeat vanished completely, replaced by a strong sense of accomplishment. "Humph. Scared now, aren't you?" Lin Xiaoxiao clasped her hands behind her back and circled around Liu, her steps light and lively. "This is my family's secret technique, called Great Desolate Starfall Fist. My dad only managed to start learning this technique after reaching the Grandmaster level." She extended her fair hand and waved it slightly, carrying a hint of grievance and pride. "To master this technique, I had to spend 10 hours a day in the gravity chamber. I can't even count how many times my hands were broken. At night, I had to endure the excruciating pain of high-grade bone-tempering medicinal baths. Even my dad advised me to give up, saying my blood and energy foundation wasn't strong enough and continuing would harm my body. But Lin Xiaoxiao stopped in front of Li Yu, looking directly into his eyes. In those clear eyes, a stubborn light flickered. I forced myself to master it. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fist and swung it in front of Li Yu, stirring up a sharp gust of wind. Although I've just started and haven't fully grasped the first level, as long as I unleash all my energy and blood, one punch is enough to defeat an enemy beyond my level. She was proud and competitive, her gaze carrying an undeniable sincerity. Li Yu quietly looked at her, neither refuting her nor using his abnormal shape-shifting spear intent to crush her confidence. He set aside his indifference and nodded seriously, saying, "Yes, I believe you. Heaven-tier martial arts are indeed powerful. In the future at Jingwu, I'll be counting on Miss Lin's help." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red. She averted her gaze and cleared her throat. "Good that you know. Don't worry, I keep my word. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll use the great desolate starfall fist to smash them into a meat patty." The atmosphere instantly became harmonious, tinged with the unique mix of youthful ambiguity and passion. They exchanged a smile and turned to walk side by side. Half an hour later, a majestic and grand architectural complex, resembling an ancient beast lying on the horizon, appeared before them. The highest martial arts academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, Jingdu First Martial Arts University. On the 100-meter-tall alloy school gate, for large characters were carved as if by blade and axe. "Martial arts must strive." Standing at the entrance alone, one could feel the fierce aura that had been forged through centuries of bloody battles. The square outside the school gate was bustling with noise. Luxury cars gathered like clouds, and prodigies hailed as the pride of their regions converged here. Senior students welcoming the newcomers held banners, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement and fervor. However, as Li Yu and Lin Xiaoxiao walked side by side into the square, Li Yu, with his keen perception honed by millennia of spear intent, immediately sensed something unusual. Behind the lively scene, countless hostile, scrutinizing, envious, and even murderous gazes were hidden, like venomous snakes in the shadows, staring at him from all directions. "Look, it's Lin Xiaoxiao," someone whispered. "That prodigy from Hangzhou who got a special admission? Her blood energy is only 400. Who's that guy with the black cloth-wrapped spear beside her? Are you blind? The school forum was blowing up yesterday. That's Li Yu. He's the one personally designated as a special grade freshman by the vice principal? He looks so ordinary, and his blood energy fluctuation is so weak. How is he on par with the war god principal? I heard he comprehended the soul-suppressing spear intent. The department heads almost fought over recruiting him. Humph, the soul-suppressing spear intent is so domineering. An 18-year-old freshman comprehending it? He must have cheated." The debates grew louder, and some sophomores and juniors openly unleashed their powerful blood energy, directly pressing down on Li Yu. The title of special grade freshman was too heavy, like a massive target, drawing the attention of all the strong individuals at Jingwu University to Li Yu. Lin Xiaoxiao also felt the cold stares. Her smile immediately faded, and a glint of frost flashed in her pure eyes. She quickly stepped forward, positioning herself beside Li Yu, her blood energy slowly circulating, ready to unleash her heaven-tier martial arts at any moment. "Li Yu," she said in a low, serious tone, "it seems they're all waiting to see you fail. If you lose your momentum on the first day, it'll be impossible for you to gain a foothold at Jingwu." Faced with the overwhelming malice and oppressive energy, Li Yu stood motionless, firmly rooted in place. His deep gaze slowly swept across the crowd. Those upperclassmen who attempted to test him with their blood energy pressure inexplicably felt a pang of fear and couldn't help but avert their eyes. This fear was instinctive, as if they were being watched by a primordial beast. Li Yu reached back and grasped the abyss dragon spear wrapped in black cloth. The cold touch seeped through the fabric. He chuckled inwardly. "Setting the rules? How can you do that without strength? Let's go." He released the spear and spoke calmly. "Time to register." With a resolute figure, he walked straight toward the gates of Jingwu University, ignoring the complex gazes around him. The storm is about to arrive. The Jingwu training field is absurdly large, equivalent to more than 10 soccer fields combined. The pitch-black alloy stands exude a cold and solemn atmosphere. At this moment, it is packed with a sea of people. The first step for freshman registration is not receiving dorm assignments or supplies, but mutual selection. The center of the field is divided into dozens of areas, each representing a department or a top-tier mentor at Jingwu. "Stay calm, everyone," a sophomore holding a loudspeaker shouted. "Mentors choose you and you choose mentors. It's normal not to be picked by the top-tier ones. So don't panic. Martial arts is about choosing what suits you best. Amid the commotion, many freshmen excitedly yet nervously shuttled between the zones. Liu, carrying a black cloth-wrapped gun, and with his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely through the crowd. As the only special-grade freshman, he was scheduled to report to the principal's office at 9 in the morning. It was 8 o'clock now, giving him plenty of time. He came to the field to accompany Lin Xiaoxiao and, incidentally, to observe the true skills of Jingwu's mentors. With limited attack methods, apart from gun intent and a set of basic boxing techniques, he needed to find the cultivation path that could best leverage his system's advantages. Liu, look over there. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the most central and crowded area of the field. A large flag fluttered in the wind, with the bold character gun prominently displayed. The long gun division of the Weaponry Academy, Jingwu's most popular and rigorous department. Standing at the very center of the zone was the department head, Chu Kuang, who had almost clashed with someone by the lakeside yesterday. The burly elder had changed into a black training outfit, leaning on a silver-white alloy long gun with both hands, exuding an aura as steady as a mountain. Surrounding him were layers of freshmen, their eyes filled with fervor, gazing at him almost in reverence. Chu Kuang's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking precisely onto Liu. Seeing the long, heavy object on his back, his eyes instantly lit up. Good lad, you really chose the gun, he sneered inwardly, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although Liu's display of gun intent with a single gesture yesterday was impressive, he was convinced it was merely a fluke of initial comprehension. Today, I'll show you what the true pinnacle of gun mastery looks like. Chu Kuang cleared his throat, his blood and energy surging, his voice booming over the entire field. The long gun division does not accept useless individuals. If you want to join, first understand what a gun truly is. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Kuang moved. With a single hand, he lifted the silver-white alloy long gun and thrust it straight toward the sky. A piercing sonic boom erupted, but it was compressed within a half-meter radius around the gun tip, without spreading outward. Then, with a flick of his wrist, swish, 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 countless silver gun shadows poured down like torrential rain. Each thrust left behind white airwaves slicing through the air, yet not a single mark was left on the ground. All the power, killing intent, and fluctuations of energy and blood were meticulously controlled, concentrated solely at the gun tip. Not a single flaw. Among the crowd, some senior students couldn't help but exclaim, "The micro-realm! Director Chu is actually demonstrating micro-realm gun intent in public. Every ounce of power is perfectly condensed. Not a single bit wasted. Too powerful. This is what a real killing move looks like." The freshmen were all stunned. The sky was filled with silver spear shadows, carrying a violent beauty that was deeply etched into their eyes. A real man should train with a spear, an enthusiastic, burly freshman shouted, immediately sparking a wave of agreement. Nearby, Lei Ju from the Blade Department and Lu Ruyan from the Fist Department had initially planned to show off some moves to attract students. But after seeing Chu Kuang's flashy display, the two exchanged glances, shook their heads, and sighed. A martial will at the subtlety realm, this old man really went all out. In comparison, their techniques instantly paled in comparison, completely overshadowed. Chu Kuang retracted his spear and stood still. The silver-white spear shaft gleamed coldly under the sunlight. He raised his chin, his gaze piercing through the crowd with a mix of provocation and pride, staring straight at Liu. His eyes seemed to say, "Kid, are you impressed? This subtlety realm spear intent can crush you completely. Hurry up and become my disciple." However, faced with this scene, Liu stood there silently. To others, Chu Kuang's performance just now was flawless and stunning. But in Liu's eyes, he saw flaws. The power was too deliberately restrained, and the spear intent merely lingered on the surface of the weapon. It couldn't detach from the weapon to harm others, let alone materialize into reality. He found it rather mediocre, but Liu didn't show it. After all, Chu Kuang was the department head, a senior, and it was important to save face in front of a crowd. So, he politely nodded, as if acknowledging Chu Kuang's performance. But Lin Xiaoxiao, standing next to him, couldn't hold back. As the only person present who had personally witnessed Liu casually conjure a materialized long spear, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but find the stark contrast hilarious. Looking at the smug Chu Kuang on stage, and then at Liu's expressionless face, she couldn't stop herself from laughing. Biffed. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, trying hard to stifle her laughter, but her shoulders shook uncontrollably, and her face turned bright red. "Stop teasing me." Lin Xiaoxiao was laughing so hard she was nearly in tears. Unable to stand steadily, she leaned against Liu's shoulder, her whole body trembling with laughter. She leaned close to Liyu's ear and whispered intermittently, "If he knew you've already mastered materialization, I wonder if Director Chu would be so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole." Liyu listened to the laughter and warm breath coming from his shoulder and sighed helplessly. "Keep a low profile. It's not easy to make a living." Lin Xiaoxiao laughed even harder, burying her head directly into Liyu's neck, her shoulders trembling. The surrounding freshmen watched this handsome man and beautiful woman being so intimate, their eyes turning red with envy, but they only dared to sneak glances. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Lin family and he was the legendary top-tier freshman. However, just as the atmosphere was relaxed and even slightly ambiguous, a sudden roar erupted. A surge of intense jealousy and murderous intent exploded without warning from the entrance of the field. A fierce gust of wind tore through the crowd, ripping the air apart. "Move!" A cold, furious shout thundered like an explosion. The crowd was forcibly split apart, and several freshmen were directly knocked over. Heavy footsteps stomped on the alloy ground, producing a heart-pounding thud. A young man wearing the Combat Academy uniform for sophomores, with a dark expression, stormed forward aggressively. His gaze was fixed on the scene ahead, staring at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was laughing uncontrollably while leaning on Liyu's shoulder. He had spent 2 years chasing Lin Xiaoxiao, barely even touching her. And now, in front of the entire school, she was being held so intimately by another man. His rationality was instantly burned away by rage.
Li Yugoslavia.
Chun Feng's eyes were bloodshot, like a crazed beast, his 3,000 points of vitality surging to his head, forming a bright red pillar of energy. He glared at Liyu with gritted teeth, his voice venomous. "Take your filthy hands off her." Liyu stood there, stunned, and looked down at himself. His hands were honestly tucked into his pants pockets. Lin Xiaoxiao, laughing uncontrollably, had her head resting on his shoulder. "Where did I touch her with filthy hands?" Liyu thought helplessly, his eyes full of disbelief. Did this sophomore have vision problems? But facing Chen Feng, who looked like he wanted to devour him, Liyu's lips curled slightly. Being insulted for no reason, he couldn't just swallow this anger. He naturally pulled out his right hand from his pocket, and with a smooth motion, wrapped it tightly around Lin Xiaoxiao's slender waist. With a slight exertion of his arm, he pulled her closer, and the distance between them instantly became so close that there was almost no gap. "Play along," Liyu whispered softly in Lin Xiaoxiao's ear. Boom! Lin Xiaoxiao's mind went blank in an instant. Just moments ago, she had been laughing uncontrollably, but the next second, she felt the warm and firm touch around her waist. The faint scent of soap from the man enveloped her, and her body stiffened like a plank of wood. Her face turned red from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. This was the sports field. Thousands of freshmen, mentors, and senior students were watching. Her heart pounded like a drum, filled with shyness and nervousness, and even a trace of affection she dared not admit. The usually confident eldest daughter of the Lin family now seemed as docile as a frightened kitten, not even thinking of resisting, instinctively shrinking closer into Liyu's embrace. The entire field fell into dead silence, everyone utterly stunned. This exceptional freshman not only had extraordinary talent but also an incredible amount of guts. Right in front of Chen Feng, who had 3,000 qi and blood, he directly embraced the goddess Chen Feng had been pursuing for 2 years. It was blatant provocation, as if rubbing Chun Feng's face into the ground. Ah! Chun Feng's rationality completely snapped upon seeing this scene. After 2 years of relentless pursuit, he hadn't even dared to touch her, and now the goddess was being held in the arms of a newly enrolled freshman. Not only did she not resist, but she also appeared shy and obedient. Jealousy, like a venomous snake, instantly sank its fangs into his heart. Boom! Chun Feng's 3,000 qi and blood erupted, and a terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings like a tsunami. The faces of the freshmen nearby turned pale, retreating repeatedly, and those with weaker qi and blood even collapsed to the ground. "Li Yu!" Chun Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood dripping down, and his voice squeezed out from the depths of hell. "I challenge you to a duel." The moment the word duel was spoken, the air on the sports field froze instantly. At Jingwu Academy, duels were the rule. Disputes between students could be resolved in the ring, and the winner had the final say. As long as it wasn't fatal or against the law, the school wouldn't interfere. But there were limits. A stronger student challenging a weaker one gave the weaker party the right to refuse. After all, the disparity in martial arts levels could be vast. Otherwise, it would be outright slaughter. "I won." Chun Feng gritted his teeth. "From now on, whenever you see Xiao Xiao, stay far away. Never appear in front of her again." The crowd immediately erupted into commotion. Shameless! A sophomore master challenging a freshman? How is that even fair? 3,000 blood energy against 1,000? That's not a fight. It's a massacre. Chun Feng has had an extra year of training. This is completely unfair. The freshmen were furious. Although they envied Li Yu's status as a special grade freshman, faced with such blatant bullying from an upperclassman, they couldn't help but unite in solidarity. Lin Xiaoxiao snapped out of her earlier shyness. Seeing Chen Feng's overwhelming 3,000 blood energy, her expression immediately darkened. She quietly tugged at Li Yu's sleeve, her voice low and urgent. Don't be impulsive. He has 3,000 blood energy, you can't possibly handle that. Your blood energy is too low. Accepting this duel would be a huge loss. According to the rules, you can refuse him, and no one will blame you. Lin Xiaoxiao understood Li Yu's trump card. While his spear intent was powerful, blood energy was the foundation. The destructive power of spear intent with 1,000 blood energy couldn't compare to the explosive force of 3,000 blood energy. She was afraid Li Yu would act recklessly and end up getting hurt. However, Li Yu stood still, his hands still resting on Lin Xiaoxiao's waist, not letting go. He looked at the furious Chun Feng with calm eyes, showing neither anger nor fear. In truth, he had no interest in getting involved in this mess. Fighting was exhausting, there was no prize money, and he had no reason to risk his life against some spoiled rich kid. Just as he was about to refuse, a loud shout erupted from the high platform in the center of the field. Good lad, if you've got guts, then step up. The head of the spear department, Chu Kuang, roared loudly. His face was as red as a ripe apple, and he was slapping his thigh in excitement, waving a silver-white spear in his hand. Li Yu, don't chicken out. You've comprehended the soul-stabilizing spear intent. You're practically invincible. What's 3,000 blood energy? A spear cultivator charges forward without hesitation. Even with lower blood energy, an entry-level spear intent can still take him on. Go for it. Chu Kuang's booming voice shook the entire field, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Li Yu once again, holding their breath as they awaited his response. Li Yu glanced at Chu Kuang, the corner of his eye twitching, thinking to himself, where did this old man get the idea that I was going to fight? He turned his head, fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, and after a moment of silence, finally released Lin Xiaoxiao's waist and shook his head decisively. Not fighting. His tone was calm, his refusal resolute. The crowd exploded. He actually refused? Even a special-grade freshman is scared. With such a big difference in vitality, going up there would indeed be a disadvantage. But Director Chu already called you out. This is just too cowardly. The sneer on Chun Feng's face instantly froze. His powerful punch felt like it had hit cotton, leaving him so stifled he almost wanted to spit blood. Are you scared? Chun Feng glared at Li Yu, angrily mocking him. Is this all the courage a special-grade freshman has? You don't even dare to accept my duel. So what right do you have to stand beside Xiaoxiao? Li Yu, unhurried and with his hands in his pockets, responded confidently. It's not fear. It's just not worth it. If you win, I stay away from Xiaoxiao. But if I win, beating you brings me no benefit, wastes my time, and tires me out. I can't be bothered. The training ground fell eerily silent. Everyone stared at Li Yu, their minds buzzing. What is this special-grade freshman thinking? While others fight desperately for pride, he calculates pros and cons first. Even Chu Kuang almost stumbled, nearly falling off the steps. This kid, he's really obsessed with money. Chun Feng was stunned by Li Yu's shameless words, but jealousy clouded his mind. As long as he could crush Li Yu and humiliate him in public, he was willing to pay any price. Fine. Chun Feng gritted his teeth, flipped his hand, and a piece of ancient jade slip emitting a faint glow suddenly appeared in his palm. As soon as the jade slip appeared, the surrounding mental energy seemed to resonate faintly, with invisible ripples spreading outward. Is this the wager? Chun Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he held the jade slip high and shouted. This is the Chun family's ultimate technique. If you dare to accept the challenge and win, I'll give it to you for free. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply, and she gasped in shock. Chun Feng, are you crazy? That's the foundation of the Chun family. She urgently whispered to Li Yu. This is an extremely rare top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art, even more precious than the fist technique I practice. Spiritual martial arts are incredibly scarce. They can kill invisibly and directly attack the soul. The Chun family relies on this technique to maintain their foothold in the capital. And now he's betting his life on it. A top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art. These words struck Li Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. What he lacked most was a spiritual technique. His manifested spear intent was powerful, but it was purely a system-enhanced spear intent, with no understanding of spiritual power application. If he could obtain this heaven-grade spiritual martial art and use the system to simulate it for millions of years, combining it with his spear intent, his combat power would soar. Liu, who had been indifferent, suddenly became alert. His gaze locked onto the jade slip as he slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket, his tone resolute. A top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art. If I win, it's mine. Seeing that Liu had finally taken the bait, Chun Feng's face twisted into a sinister grin. That's right, Chun Feng, keep my word. But if you lose, don't expect to see me again. Stay away from Xiao Xiao. Liu ignored him, turning to glance at Lin Xiao Xiao before unwrapping the black cloth on his back. As the cloth fell, a long spear with a pitch-black body and a shaft covered in dark golden dragon scale patterns was revealed, exuding a chilling, murderous aura under the sunlight. This was the Abyss Dragon Spear, a weapon of the Martial Emperor class. The air turned icy cold, and the temperature plummeted. On the high platform, Chu Kuang's eyes widened. The Abyss Dragon? Lin Jintian actually gave him that spear. He drew in a sharp breath, his excitement growing as he anticipated the battle. Liu gripped the Abyss Dragon Spear tightly. The spear's body was icy to the touch, and the 1,000 points of martial master blood energy within him began to circulate slowly. He fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his eyes radiating a piercing chill. Enough talk. Where do we fight? Qin Feng sneered. At least you know the rules. The arena by Nameless Lake. Let's go. With that, Qin Feng, carrying 3,000 points of blood energy, strode toward the lakeside arena. The training ground erupted into chaos. Newcomer Liu was going head-to-head with sophomore martial master Qin Feng. 1,000 blood energy clashing against 3,000. And with the priceless spiritual martial art as the wager, the news spread like wildfire across the entire Jingwu training ground. Countless people followed the two, surging toward Nameless Lake. Lin Xiaoxiao walked beside Liu, her eyes fixed on the cold Abyss Dragon Spear in his hand. Though she worried about Liu getting hurt, a faint sense of anticipation stirred within her. She knew Liu's strength was anything but ordinary. Do you have confidence? Lin Xiaoxiao asked hesitantly. Liu didn't look back, his eyes fixed on Chun Feng's retreating figure ahead. He replied calmly, "We'll find out soon enough." By Nameless Lake, on the dueling platform, the wind whipped up water vapor from the lake, and droplets splashed against the hard alloy platform. The area was packed with Jingwu students, all holding their breath as they watched the two figures on the stage. On the high platform, Chu Kuang, the head of the spear department, stood with his arms crossed, his brows furrowed as his sharp eyes assessed the combat strength of the two. Qin Feng was an arrogant fool, but his foundation was undeniably strong. Backed by the powerful Qin family, he practiced the top-tier earth-grade technique, Phantom Nether Art, which imbued his blood energy with a strange gray corrosive spiritual attribute. Even more dangerous was the fact that Qin Feng had mastered the Qin family's ultimate technique, a top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art called Formless Tribulation Blade. Though only a sophomore with shallow cultivation, spiritual martial arts targeted the brain and soul, bypassing physical defenses and often overwhelming opponents of the same level. Moreover, Qin Feng's blood energy reached a staggering 3,000 points, placing him at the mid-stage martial master level. In contrast, Liu had only 1,000 points of blood energy, barely entering the early-stage martial master level, a full 2,000 points behind. Chu Kuang knew that Liu's chances of winning hinged entirely on the spear intent he had comprehended the day before. Whether he could use pure spear intent to break through Qin Feng's spiritual attacks would be the deciding factor. Chu Kuang shook his head inwardly. Entry-level spear intent can at most offset the gap of two realms. Although the Emperor-level Abyss Dragon Spear enhances its power, Liu has never fought against a spiritual-type martial artist and lacks experience, which is fatal. Spiritual-type attacks are insidious and overwhelming, striking like thunderbolts. Liu is highly likely to lose, unless he has mastered the micro-level spear intent. This thought flashed and disappeared. He had only just begun to comprehend it yesterday. How could he possibly reach the micro-level? Chu Kuang smiled bitterly. I've practiced spear intent for half my life and haven't reached the micro-level. If he can achieve it, I'll eat this arena. Chu Kuang made up his mind. Liu is bound to lose this match, but he is the prized special-grade freshman of Jingwu. If Liu is in danger, Chu Kuang will intervene decisively, interrupt the match, create a draw, or declare Qin Feng in violation, ensuring Liu benefits and smoothly pulls him into the spear discipline. Perfect. At this moment, below the arena, Lin Xiaoxiao stood in the front row with her arms crossed. She listened to the surrounding crowd's pessimistic remarks about Liu, but showed no trace of worry on her face. Instead, her eyes flashed with sympathy for Qin Feng. because Lin Xiaoxiao knew Li Yu's true strength. This morning, at the apartment entrance, Li Yu had condensed a dark red spear with his bare hands. This was the third realm of martial will. Formed spear intent, transitioning from virtual to real, interfering with reality. She understood the immense amplification brought by martial will. Entry-level spear intent could break through a major realm, micro-level spear intent could easily surpass a major realm to kill enemies, and the intangible realm was even more mysterious and invincible. This duel's outcome remains uncertain, full of suspense. And Li Yu's mastery of formed spear intent. This is a qualitative leap. It's a dimensional suppression. Forget Chun Feng's mere 3,000 blood energy. Even a grandmaster with 20,000 blood energy could at most withstand one strike. This is the absolute dominance achieved by perfecting martial will. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Chun Feng, this guy is practically delivering his techniques on a silver platter. On the arena, Chun Feng stared intently at Li Yu, his eyes filled with urgency. 3,000 blood energy erupted without reservation. Grayish blood energy surged across his body. The surrounding air twisted and screamed under the pressure. He wanted to crush this arrogant freshman in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. He wanted everyone to know, Chun Feng is the true prodigy.
Li Yugoslavia.
Chan Feng's eyes turned red, his voice filled with fervor. Let's begin. I'll make you understand that you are utterly unworthy of the title of special freshman. Li Yu stood still, holding his gun with one hand, the tip of the gun pointing diagonally to the ground. On the high platform, Chu Kuang took a deep breath, his blood energy surging, and his voice echoed across the venue like a great bell. Duel. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Chun Feng moved. He didn't charge forward but instead formed a strange seal with both hands at his original position. Buzz. An invisible surge of mental power suddenly erupted from the center of his forehead. Formless tribulation blade. This surge of mental power transformed into 3 sharp, invisible soul blades, swiftly targeting Li Yu's forehead, heart, and dantian. Unexpected and ruthless to the extreme, the faces of the senior students below the stage changed drastically. Mental power attack. Chun Feng actually used his ultimate move right at the start. Li Yu is finished. There's no way he can dodge this. On the high platform, Chu Kuang's eyes tightened, and he stomped his right foot fiercely, causing a surge of blood energy to erupt. He was preparing to intervene. Li Yu absolutely cannot withstand this strike. However, just when everyone thought Li Yu would suffer a heavy blow, he moved. No retreat, no dodging, not even using the manifested spear intent. In Li Yu's eyes, the world seemed to slow down to an extreme. 10 million years of meditative stillness, 10 million years of repeatedly practicing and simulating spear techniques, had long honed an extraordinary combat intuition. Chun Feng's invisible mental force fluctuations appeared to Li Yu as if in slow motion, with every texture clear and every flaw exposed. Li Yu's deep gaze shifted slightly. He simply raised his hand and lightly turned his wrist. The abyssal dragon spear struck. A low, domineering dragon's roar exploded across the arena. The abyssal dragon spear, forged from the bones of the 8th-tier exotic beast deep sea abyssal dragon, inherently carried immense killing intent and anti-magic properties. Li Yu didn't use any martial techniques. It was purely the eruption of 1,000 points of blood energy, combined with tens of millions of years of intuition and the power of the abyssal dragon spear. The spear moved like a dragon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 faint cracking sounds, like balloons being pierced by steel needles. Chun Feng's proud invisible mental force soul blade didn't last even half a second before the tip of the abyssal dragon spear. It was instantly shattered into fragments with brute force. What? Chun Feng's sinister grin froze. A sharp pain erupted in his mind, and the backlash from his shattered mental force caused his vision to go black. But before he could recover, a streak of dark red cold light rapidly expanded in his pupils. The movement was too fast, surpassing the comprehension limits of any martial artist. No unnecessary movements, the shortest straight line between 2 points. Absolute kill. Swish. In an instant, the fierce wind stopped, and time on the arena froze. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Not a sound to be heard. After a full 4 or 5 seconds, a collective gasp swept through the crowd like a hurricane. Damn! What just happened? One move. Just one move. 1,000 vitality instantly defeated a mid-stage martial master with 3,000 vitality. Chun Feng was using the Chan family's top-tier heaven-grade weapon, Wuxiang Tribulation Blade. That thing can ignore all physical defenses. How could it be pierced directly by a single spear? A few senior students in the front row, who had been eagerly waiting to see Li Yu humiliated, suddenly felt their legs go weak, their voices trembling. Did you see clearly? He didn't even use vitality protection. He didn't even activate the rumored spear intent. With just a simple straight thrust, relying solely on physical strength and combat intuition, he shattered the Chun family's heaven-grade spiritual martial art. How terrifying must his combat instincts be? Among the Jingwu students, panic and awe spread like a plague. Everyone stared at the boy holding the spear with one hand, his expression calm, their jealousy and disdain instantly transforming into deep fear. A monster, a true monster. Someone swallowed hard and muttered under their breath. Is this one of the only 2 special-grade freshmen in the past century? No wonder the 3 department heads fought over him. No wonder the martial emperor principal personally issued a special approval. In the face of such overwhelming power, we actually dared to think he was unworthy before? All the dissatisfaction and pride were crushed into ashes by this single spear. Is this a freshman? Clearly, it's a beast wrapped in human skin, emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. All eyes, filled with awe and shock, were fixed on the center of the arena. Chun Feng stood there, his hands still forming a seal, while all 3,000 points of his vital energy and blood shrank back into his body as if encountering an enemy. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead, landing on the alloy floor with a crisp sound. Less than a millimeter from his throat, a dark red spear tip hovered silently. Its sharp energy had already pierced his skin, causing a bead of blood to seep out. If Liu pushed forward even slightly, Chun Feng's throat would be pierced through in an instant. Killed on the spot, the gap of 2,000 points in vital energy and blood was evident. Facing this spiritual power expert who played by no conventional rules, Liu hadn't even unleashed his spear intent. On the high platform, Chu Kuang had just taken a step to descend and help Chen Feng, but his foot froze mid-air. His wrinkled face was filled with shock, and his eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. Is this entry-level spear intent? He swallowed hard. No, he didn't even use spear intent. Relying purely on combat instinct and physical strength, he shattered a heaven-tier spiritual martial art with one strike. Chu Kuang was completely dumbfounded, feeling as though his entire understanding of martial arts had been utterly destroyed. This kid's talent was too monstrous. He could actually break top-tier martial arts. Below the arena, Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled slightly, watching Chen Feng being utterly dominated, and seeing that Li Yu hadn't even used his spear intent. She thought Chen Feng was far too weak, completely unworthy of making Li Yu go all out. On the arena, Li Yu held his spear with one hand, calmly gazing at the terrified and trembling Chen Feng. You lost. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly across the silent training ground. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Feng as the stinging pain in his throat jolted him awake. He had lost. A freshman who had just enrolled with only 1,000 points of vital energy and blood had defeated him in a single move. His martial heart was on the verge of collapse. No, he roared, stepping back like a wild beast, avoiding the tip of the spear. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Li Yu. Impossible. How could I lose? He was the Chun family's prodigy, a master with 3,000 vitality, and he had even mastered a heaven-tier spiritual martial art. How could he not withstand even a single move? Suddenly, his gaze fell sharply on the abyss dragon spear in Li Yu's hand. The dark golden dragon scale patterns and the menacing spear tip struck directly at his heart. Grasping onto a single thought, he shouted excitedly, I understand now. It's the spear in your hand. The renowned abyss dragon spear, a supreme divine weapon of the martial emperor level. His voice was sharp with agitation. This spear is forged from the spine of an 8th-tier abyss dragon, naturally imbued with magical properties to break through demonic energy and suppress spiritual power. You didn't rely on your own strength to break through my formless tribulation blade. Chen Feng roared. You used this martial emperor-level weapon to suppress me. This doesn't count. You're cheating. The crowd immediately erupted into commotion. Abyss dragon spear? No wonder the aura is so intense, someone murmured. A martial emperor-level weapon with anti-demonic effects. No wonder Chun Feng's spiritual attack was instantly neutralized. But the duel rules never said you couldn't use good weapons, right? On the stage, Li Yu coldly watched the frenzied Chen Feng, his eyes full of disdain. You never said I couldn't use a spear earlier, so why bring it up now? Suddenly, a burly figure slammed onto the stage, leaving 2 deep footprints. Chu Kuang, the spear department head, stood there with a livid expression, fuming as he pointed at Chen Feng and cursed. You're full of crap. Why didn't you say no high-level weapons were allowed before stepping onto the stage? When you used a heaven-tier spiritual martial art to attack a freshman, why didn't you say anything? Now that you've been taken down in one strike, you're crying about not allowing spears? What a disgrace to the Chun family. Chu Kuang fiercely shielded Li Yu while roaring at Chen Feng. A loss is a loss. Stop whining and hand it over. Chen Feng was forced to retreat repeatedly under Chu Kuang's imposing aura, his face alternating between pale and flushed, filled with humiliation. In front of thousands of students, being reprimanded by the department head as Shameless left him almost unable to breathe. Gritting his teeth, his mouth filled with the taste of blood, his trembling hand took out a faintly glowing jade slip, formless tribulation blade, the Chen family's treasured heirloom. Give it to him. Chu Kuang snatched the jade slip without hesitation and handed it directly to Liu. Kid, take it. This is the spoils of war you earned with your strength. Liu accepted the jade slip, feeling its smooth texture and the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it, his mood soaring. This was a top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art. He said softly, "Thank you, Director Chu," and tucked the jade slip into his pocket. Chen Feng watched as his family's ultimate technique fell into the hands of his opponent, his heart breaking like a knife cutting through it. He knew that if he couldn't reclaim the situation and retrieve the technique, he would never be able to hold his head high again, whether at Jingwu Academy or in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Returning home, he would face severe reprimands from his elders. Li Yu. Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with frenzy. Do you dare to fight me like a man, without any weapons? One more time? His voice reverberated across the arena. If you truly have the strength of a top-tier freshman, then defeat me barehanded. Do you dare? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Shameless, someone shouted. He's desperate, completely abandoning even the most basic principles. Even Lin Xiaoxiao, standing below the stage, frowned, though she wasn't worried. She knew that the manifested spear intent was still present, and Li Yu would be fine. After a brief moment of thought, Li Yu nodded decisively. All right, but what are we betting? Chen Feng's eyes immediately lit up with joy. As long as that Emperor-grade spear wasn't used, with his 3,000 vitality and invisible spiritual attacks, defeating Li Yu would be a piece of cake. Deal! He gritted his teeth and shouted, all or nothing. He tore off his tattered school uniform, revealing a dark silver inner armor covered in intricate array patterns, exuding an imposing aura. Even exposed to the air, the flowing silver mystic armor radiated an overwhelming sense of indestructibility. Chen Feng proudly patted his chest, his eyes gleaming with confidence. This is the Emperor-grade battle armor left to me by my grandfather, flowing silver mystic armor. Can withstand the full-force strike of a martial emperor. Priceless. If I lose, this battle armor is yours. The dark silver battle armor shimmered under the sunlight. The inner armor on the chest, densely covered with formations, seemed to breathe faintly as if alive, and a heavy defensive aura instantly enveloped the entire arena. Below the stage, the students of Jingwu widened their eyes, gasping repeatedly. It's truly an emperor-level battle armor. Has the Chun family gone mad? They actually gave such a treasure to a sophomore. This thing is crafted from deep-sea flowing silver and the life scales of an 8th-tier exotic beast, capable of withstanding a strike from a martial emperor, worth billions, enough to bankrupt several second-rate families. On the dueling platform, a furious shout rang out. No way! Chu Kuang stepped forward fiercely, his broad back shielding Li Yu. He had just handed Li Yu the jade slip containing the heaven-tier spiritual martial arts, only to turn around and hear that Li Yu had agreed to Chun Feng's absurd condition. Barehanded combat against a martial artist with 3,000 points of vitality and mastery of heaven-tier spiritual martial arts. Has this kid lost his mind? Chu Kuang's face turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. Having trained with a spear his entire life, he knew better than anyone that martial will must rely on a medium, especially weapons. Even though his spear intent had reached the subtle level, allowing him to utilize his power to its fullest, without a spear, his combat strength couldn't even reach 1/10 of its potential. Why? Because intent precedes the weapon. Without a weapon, what does the will command? What does it attach to? Unless, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Li Yu's gun intent had already broken through to the subtle realm, reaching the formless state? Will detached from the physical mind forming a sword, killing in the void? But this thought was quickly dismissed by Chu Kuang with determination. Impossible. Li Yu had just comprehended the rudimentary form of spear intent at Weiming Lake yesterday, and it hasn't even been 24 hours. Advancing from beginner to subtle mastery, or even formless, in a single day. This isn't genius. It's an insult to the talent of all martial artists. Chu Kuang judged that Li Yu's ability to instantly defeat Chen Feng with one strike and break the formless tribulation blade was 90% due to the Abyss Dragon Spear, a martial emperor-level divine weapon, with its inherent demon-breaking and baleful aura, combined with his newly acquired spear intent, creating an extraordinary effect. Without the Abyss Dragon Spear now, Li Yu would just be an ordinary martial artist with only 1,000 points of vitality. Facing Chun Feng's absolute physique of 3,000 vitality points and mental suppression, he wouldn't stand a chance. It would just be sending himself to his death. Director Chu. Chun Feng glared at Chu Kuang angrily, his face dark, but he gritted his teeth and retorted. This is a fair student duel. He agreed to it himself. As the referee, are you going to openly favor him and break the rules of Jingwu? Chun Feng was determined this time to defeat Li Yu and avenge himself. As long as Li Yu didn't have the Abyss Dragon Spear, he had countless ways to crush him. Screw you. Chu Kuang glared angrily, completely unimpressed. You, a sophomore with 3,000 vitality points, bullying a freshman with 1,000 vitality points, and you still have the nerve to talk about fairness? I'm putting a stop to this duel today. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on him, I'll break their legs first. Chu Kuang exuded an imposing aura, his entire body surging with vitality, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Li Yu stood behind Chu Kuang, gazing at the elder who was willing to offend the department head to protect him, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Even without the spear, his combat strength remained intact. Li Yu was about to speak, signaling Chu Kuang to step aside. At that moment, the air above the arena suddenly rippled violently, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the shores of Weiming Lake like a collapsing sky. The fierce wind ceased, the lake surface calmed. Everyone's breath abruptly caught in their throats. A figure clad in an ordinary black robe with a lean face slowly emerged from the void. It was none other than the vice principal of Jingwu, a martial emperor-level powerhouse, Nye Chongkong. Vice principal. The teachers and students in the venue saluted in unison. Nye Chongkong ignored the reverence of the crowd and directly stepped onto the arena, standing before Chu Kuang and Li Yu. Chu Kuang, he said coldly, stand down. Just 2 words, yet they carried an undeniable authority. Chu Kuang trembled all over, shouting anxiously, Vice Principal, don't fight. This kid's vitality is only 1,000. Without the Yuanlong spear, he has no chance against the Chun family's mental power. He's a special grade freshman of Jingwu, our future hope. Nye Chongkong shook his head, placing his palm lightly on Chu Kuang's shoulder. In the next moment, Chu Kuang's towering and robust figure was effortlessly pulled off the arena without resistance. The power of a martial emperor was overwhelmingly domineering. Nye Chongkong stood at the edge of the arena, hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze fixed on Li Yu. Young man, having high aspirations is a good thing. He began slowly, his voice resonating throughout the surroundings. Only with pride and sharpness can one be worthy of the phrase martial arts must strive. His tone suddenly turned icy, a coldness steeped in the trials of time seeping through. But blind arrogance will only lead to a death without burial. Setbacks are also part of growth. Losing on the arena is just a matter of some embarrassment and physical pain. It's far better than falling and dying in the abyss in the future. The implication was clear. Don't interfere. Losing is just part of the training. He used Chun Feng's hand to deliberately suppress Li Yu's arrogance. The title of special grade freshman was too heavy, and Li Yu needed to understand that relying on a moment of enlightenment was not enough to underestimate opponents or look down on weapons. Losing would teach him to respect the idea that there is always someone better out there. The senior students below the stage nodded in agreement. The vice principal was right. This kid was too arrogant and needed to be humbled. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, Chun Feng heard Nye Chongkong's words and couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. What a perfect opportunity. Even the vice principal wasn't intervening, seemingly giving tacit approval for him to deal with Li Yu. Chun Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and fixed his sinister gaze on Li Yu, grinning maliciously.
Li Yugoslavia.
Did you hear what the vice principal said? Chun Feng stepped forward, his vitality surging to 3,000 points. He pointed to the dark silver glow of the Imperial-grade battle armor on his chest and continued to provoke. Come on, dare to take me on? If you win, this priceless flowing silver mystic armor is yours. But if I win, from now on, whenever you see me in Xiaoxiao, you better stay far away. Never show up in front of us again. Faced with Chun Feng's roar and Nye Chongkong's cold indifference, Li Yu remained motionless. He stared at the Imperial-grade battle armor and shook his head, saying, forget the armor. Let's make it 1 trillion in cash instead. Martial arts and the system were his foundation. Armor only added defense and wasn't of much use. The entire arena fell silent. 1 trillion in cash. Even a top-tier family in Kyoto would struggle to produce such an amount in one go. Chun Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter out of anger. Fine, you're bound to lose anyway. You won't get that money. Courting death? Then let's begin. Liu nodded without wasting any words. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, he gripped the Abyss Dragon Spear. Whoosh! The heavy Abyss Dragon Spear drew a black shadow as it flew, landing steadily in front of Lin Xiaoxiao below the stage. The crowd below instantly erupted. Holy crap! He actually threw away his weapon? He's gone mad. This guy has completely lost it. With only 1,000 points of vitality, no weapon, and still daring to face off against a spiritual master with 3,000 points of vitality? How could he possibly win? He's basically walking into his own death. On the high platform, Chu Kuang was so furious he slapped his thigh repeatedly, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. This kid is absolutely insane. Just for that 100 billion, he's willing to take a beating. Standing at the edge of the arena, Nye Chongkong stared deeply at Liu. He wanted to see what kind of pathetic state the exceptionally gifted young man would show after losing his greatest advantage. At this moment, on the arena, the fierce wind swept up the mist from the shores of Lake Weiming, slamming against the hard alloy ground. Chun Feng sneered as he stared at the empty-handed Liu. His 3,000 points of vital energy and blood churned on the surface of his body, dim and mixed with an unsettling spiritual fluctuation. Are you ready? Chun Feng suddenly stepped forward, his voice filled with the thrill of revenge. He was convinced that Liu's earlier victory was entirely due to the anti-magic attribute of the martial emperor-level Abyss Dragon Spear suppressing his spiritual power. Now, without a weapon, how could Liu's mere 1,000 points of vital energy and blood withstand his heaven-tier spiritual martial arts? Faced with Chun Feng's provocation, Liu remained completely still. His gaze was profound, without a trace of nervousness. He didn't even assume a defensive stance, merely raising his right hand casually, his 5 fingers slightly spread. Buzz! The air suddenly distorted. A dark red light rapidly condensed in the palm of his hand. No vital energy and blood leaked out. No fierce winds roared. Yet a dark red spear, nearly 2 meters long and seemingly solid, suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear's tip pointed diagonally at the ground, exuding a chilling aura of malice. Chun Feng froze, staring intently at the dark red spear, his brows tightly furrowed. His level wasn't high enough, nor had he comprehended any martial will, so he couldn't discern what it truly was. He could only assume it was some kind of martial art Liu had formed using his vital energy and blood. Vital energy and blood shaping? Chun Feng sneered, his eyes full of disdain. What a flashy trick! Without the anti-magic attribute of the Abyss Dragon Spear, this pathetic martial art is nothing but paper in the face of my spiritual power. He was utterly unafraid, instead believing that Liu was merely making a desperate struggle. The students below the stage were abuzz with discussion. This martial art is pretty cool. Using vital energy to directly form weapons. It feels quite fierce, doesn't it? So what if it's impressive? Can it beat heaven-tier spiritual martial arts? His vital energy is 2,000 points short. He's definitely at a disadvantage. I bet Liu won't last 3 seconds. Clearly, most people were pessimistic about the bare-handed Liu. However, the spear department head, Chu Kuang, standing on the high platform, was completely stunned. His eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out of their sockets. This! He let out an incredulous gulp, gripping the alloy railing of the platform tightly. Crack! The alloy railing was forcibly pinched, leaving 5-finger holes. This? Could it be spear intent? Chu Kuang had practiced with spears his entire life, enduring countless hardships to barely refine his skill to the subtle realm. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate martial will. It was the ultimate sublimation of the spiritual level. Now, what he saw was not just simple vital energy martial arts, but spiritual will actually materializing into a physical entity, turning illusion into reality, interfering with the physical world. Shape-shifting? Chu Kuang felt his head buzzing, his worldview completely shattered. This spear intent is so refined. Is its level ridiculously high? He roared inwardly. Just yesterday, he had only grasped the rudiments by the shores of Weiming Lake. Now, in less than 24 hours, he had skipped over the stages of subtlety and formlessness, directly reaching the stage of manifestation. Had all his lifelong efforts been in vain? At the edge of the arena, Vice Principal Nye Chongkong, who had been standing calmly with his hands behind his back, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He drew in a sharp breath, faintly sensing danger. Nye Chongkong's gaze was fixed intently on the dark red spear in Liu's hand, his chest heaving violently.
Manifestation spirante.
He muttered to himself, so shocked he could hardly believe it. Just moments ago, he had proudly declared that he would teach Liu a lesson, make him suffer a bit, and instill some humility in the young man. Yet the reality before him was a slap in the face. Liu wasn't arrogant. He was a genius with absolute strength. A true genius. Nya Chongkong chuckled bitterly, his eyes filled with self-mockery. He had encountered countless prodigies, but he had never seen anyone like Li Yu, who could comprehend manifestation intent at the age of 18. Even Feng Wuji, the guardian of the Northern Abyss and revered as the war god of Daxia, had only reached this realm after the age of 30. Feng Wuji's current spear intent was merely at the peak of manifestation, just half a step into clarity. This kid. Nya Chongkong's heart raced, and a flood of joy surged through him. Jingwu had truly unearthed an invincible master capable of dominating an entire era this time. On the arena, Chun Feng was completely oblivious to the shock of the bigwigs on the high platform. His focus was solely on Li Yu, who had already lost his weapon, seeing this as his only chance to turn the tables. D. Chun Feng roared, forming seals with both hands. All 3,000 points of his vitality transformed into a formless calamity blade. A sharp, invisible mental spike, as keen as a knife, hurtling straight toward the center of Li Yu's brow. This time, he poured all his strength into utterly crushing this arrogant freshman. Li Yu didn't dodge in the slightest, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The dark red spear in his hand suddenly thrust forward. Buzz! Chun Feng suddenly felt as if the entire world had changed. The noise on the training field, the exclamations, the gazes of the mentors, all vanished without a trace. All that remained between heaven and earth was a dark red battlefield of carnage, with the stench of blood assaulting his senses. Only that dark red spear stood tall, as if it could pierce the heavens, emanating an aura of eternal destruction. The spear's tip pierced through Chun Feng's mental defenses, overwhelming and shattering everything in its path. His heaven-tier mental martial arts were less than dust before the intent of this dark red spear. No! Chun Feng screamed in despair within his mental world. Suddenly, reality returned. The raging wind ceased. Chun Feng's eyes snapped open, cold sweat streaming down his face, his entire body stiff as if lifeless. Li Yu's dark red spear tip was steadily pressed against his throat, its sharp edge already piercing his skin. With just one move from Li Yu, his head would roll. Defeated, utterly and without suspense, and even faster and more decisively than when he had wielded the Abyss Dragon Spear earlier. The students below the stage were completely stunned, and the area by unnamed lake fell into a deathly silence. What just happened? Why did Chun Feng suddenly stop moving? What kind of martial art is this? It can even defeat a heaven-tier spiritual martial art so quickly. Among the crowd, several skilled juniors and seniors felt their legs go weak and their teeth chatter. Their eyes were fixed on the long spear in Li Yu's hand, their voices filled with terror. That's not martial arts at all. That is manifested spear intent. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted. Everyone looked at Li Yu on the stage as if he were a monster. An 18-year-old with manifested spear intent. This top-tier freshman's potential was far beyond imagination, leaving others in despair. At the forefront of the crowd, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the dazzling young man. Her pure face lit up with a radiant smile as she clenched her small fists, filled with pride and joy. On the stage, the dark red spear remained steadily pressed against Chun Feng's throat. The spear tip flickered with a sharp edge, and the bone-chilling coldness traveled up Chun Feng's spine, straight to his head. Li Yu calmly looked at the utterly defeated second-year master, his tone composed and emotionless. You lost. 100 billion in cash. Hand it over. These simple and direct words echoed in Chun Feng's ears like a death sentence. 100 billion? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Chun Feng's face turned ashen, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. The Chun family was a prestigious and wealthy clan in the capital, with considerable assets. However, most of it was tied up in fixed properties. How could they possibly produce 100 billion in cash so easily? Such liquidity was something only top financial conglomerates possessed. I don't have that kind of money. His voice was faint, filled with utter fear and despair. Li Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and the dark red spear in his hand advanced half an inch. His gaze turned icy. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared between the two vice principal Martial Emperor Nya Chongkong. He pinched Li Yu's spear with 2 fingers. The spear trembled but remained motionless in place. Nya Chongkong coldly glanced at Chun Feng, who was slumped on the ground, and said in an irrefutable tone, "The rules of Jingwu are clear. Martial arts must be contested. Once you step into the ring and place a bet, you must accept the outcome if you lose." His voice echoed by the shores of Weiming Lake. 3 days. Gather 100 billion and hand it over to Li Yu. Rules are rules. The voice struck Chun Feng's mind like thunder. The vice principal had personally issued the order. This was no longer a mere student conflict. It was the authoritative backing of Jingwu's upper echelon. If the amount wasn't gathered in 3 days, the Jingwu enforcement team would personally go to the Chen family to collect the debt. Chen Feng was utterly broken. All his dignity and pride were shattered. He couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, rolling away from the ring like a defeated stray dog. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Thousands of prodigies stared blankly as he fled, their gazes slowly returning to the ring. No one dared to make a sound. Only the cold sound of sharp intakes of breath could be heard among the crowd. "He's using formed spear intent," someone exclaimed in shock. Condensed out of thin air, a realm even top-tier experts struggle to reach, and an 18-year-old kid actually achieved it. Someone nearby muttered in a low voice, "Crossing the realms of subtlety and formless in less than a day, forcibly reaching the formed realm? Is he even human?" Everyone's minds roared. Liu, with only 1,000 points of blood energy, had formed a dark red spear shape with his bare hands and instantly defeated a sophomore grandmaster with 3,000 blood energy and clad in imperial-grade battle armor. Doubts and jealousy were utterly crushed. Prestigious families, long-standing reputations, all became meaningless. Nie Chongkong turned to Liu, his eyes filled with unconcealed admiration and excitement, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. In just 1 day, Liu had progressed from the rudimentary stage of spear intent, directly surpassing subtlety and formless, and reached the formed realm, defying all common understanding. This was no ordinary genius but a true peerless prodigy, capable of dominating an entire era. What was even more astonishing was that Nie Chongkong noticed Liu's blood energy was exceptionally pure, without any attributes from internal cultivation techniques. He asked in amazement, "You have never practiced any internal cultivation techniques?" Liu admitted frankly, "No, I haven't. Previously, life was tight and he couldn't afford it. Later, he relied on the system's pay-to-win feature to accumulate his vitality." Upon hearing this, Nie Chongkong gasped in shock. Without internal energy, the quality and circulation speed of vitality are much inferior. Yet, Liu, relying solely on his most primitive vitality and the manifested spear intent, defeated Chen Feng, who had cultivated heaven-tier martial arts, with a single move. This physical foundation and combat instinct are simply astonishing. "Good, good, good," Nie Chongkong said, "Good 3 times in a row," patted Liu's shoulder, and smiled exceptionally brightly. Not cultivating internal energy is actually a good thing. It means your foundation is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, completely moldable. He turned and waved to Chu Kuang and the others below the stage. "Let's go." Then he looked at Liu, his tone gentle. "Come with me to handle the special freshman procedures and activate your qualification to take on high-reward bounty tasks. Aren't you short on money? The bounty board at Jingwu has plenty of big opportunities to earn." The two stepped off the stage, and the crowd automatically parted, forming a wide path. Everyone's gaze was filled with awe. Lin Xiaoxiao stood beside the path, holding the heavy abyss dragon spear. As she watched Liu approach, a radiant smile appeared on her face. "Your spear." She handed the spear to him. Liu took it, feeling the familiar cold touch. "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Lin Xiaoxiao lightly waved her hand, her ponytail swaying behind her as she smiled and said, "You were so impressive today that I doubt anyone at Jingwu will dare to trouble you again." She glanced at Nie Chongkong ahead and lowered her voice. "You go handle the procedures with the vice principal first. I'll head to the boxing department to report. Director Lu Ruyan has already sent me several messages urging me."
他看了眼前方的聂长空，压低声音：“你先跟副校长去办手续，我去全系报道。柳如烟主任还催了我好几条信息呢。”
Liu nodded. "All right, see you later." Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand, turned around, and walked away with a light and cheerful step. On the high platform, the head of the gun department, Chu Kuang, still stood stiffly. The cold wind blew past, and his weathered face was filled with complexity and helplessness. He looked down at the silver-white long spear in his hand, his mind repeatedly replaying the scene from this morning on the training field, where he had tried his best to showcase the subtle spear intent to recruit Liu. At the time, he had been quite pleased with himself, thinking he could impress the young man and make him obediently call him master. But in the end, the young man countered with materialization, turning the intangible into tangible, interfering with reality. Chu Kuang covered his face, feeling a burning pain of embarrassment. "The clown. I was the joke all along." He sighed deeply, filled with emotion and bitterness. He had thought he could win over this prodigy with his subtle spear intent, but little did he know, the young man didn't need a master. He was a monster himself. Chu Kuang shook his head, hoisted his long spear, and left with a lonely and desolate figure. Meanwhile, in the inner ring of the capital, inside a spacious, ancient-style mansion, the Chun family estate. Bang! The main door was suddenly pushed open. With disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, Chun Feng stormed into the hall like a madman. In the center of the hall, a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe, exuding an imposing aura, sat on a grand armchair. He held an ancient, damaged jade slip in his hand, his brows furrowed, surrounded by intense fluctuations of mental energy, clearly struggling to deduce a profound martial art. This was the head of the Chun family, the martial king-level expert Chun Tiannan. Such panic and disorder. What kind of conduct is this? Chun Tiannan frowned, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the room. Chun Feng's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. "Father!" he cried out, his voice trembling with sobs. "Save me, father! Please save me!" Chun Tiannan's face instantly darkened. "What happened?" Chun Feng trembled all over and said with difficulty, "I had a duel at school and lost." Chun Tiannan snorted coldly. "Lost is lost. Victory and defeat are common in battles. Go back and train hard. Strive to win next time. What's with all the crying and whining?" "But," Chun Feng raised his eyes, his face full of despair. "I lost the jade slip of formless tribulation blade to him." Boom! Chun Tiannan's aura suddenly erupted, and the Grandmaster chair in his hand instantly shattered into powder. He stood up abruptly, his eyes wide open, staring fiercely at Chen Feng. "What did you say? You actually lost the Chun family's heaven-tier clan-protecting technique to someone else?" Chun Tiannan was trembling with rage. That was the foundation of the Chun family. Back then, he had risked half his life to bring that treasure back from the abyssal secret realm. That's not all. Chun Feng curled into a ball, his voice growing quieter. "I also owe him 10 billion in cash. Vice Principal Nie Chongkong personally guaranteed it, and I have to gather it within 3 days." The hall was as silent as death. Chun Tiannan's mind buzzed, his vision darkened. Lost the heaven-tier technique and owed 10 billion? What kind of monster did you provoke? Is it some senior genius? Or a prodigy from a martial emperor family? He pointed at his son, his voice trembling. Chun Feng lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "It's a freshman, named Liu, from Hangzhou, with a blood energy value of 1,000 points." Chun Tiannan felt as if his head had been struck heavily. A freshman? Blood energy of 1,000. You, a second-year grandmaster with 3,000 blood energy, got instantly defeated by such a freshman. Where does that leave the Chun family's reputation? "Useless," he roared. He rushed forward and slapped Chun Feng hard across the face. The furious strike of a martial king, even when restrained, was still terrifyingly powerful. Chun Feng flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a load-bearing pillar. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face swollen like a pig's head, and several teeth were knocked out. "Father!" Chun Feng clutched his face, collapsed on the ground, and cried, "I didn't want this either." He comprehended the form-shifting spear intent. I couldn't block it at all. Only then did he realize that Liu's spear technique was not ordinary martial arts, but the immensely powerful form-shifting spear intent. "What about the 100 billion? I can't gather it, and Vice Principal Nie will definitely expel me." When Chun Tiannan heard the words, form-shifting spear intent, his pupils contracted sharply. An 18-year-old with form-shifting spear intent?
No wonder Nie Changkong personally intervened.
This monster will surely be nurtured by the top brass of Jingwu as a future war god. He forcibly swallowed his anger, taking several deep breaths. What else could he do? Refuse to pay? Nie Chongkong was a martial emperor, representing the will of the entire Jingwu. If they dared to refuse, the Chen family would be driven out of the capital by tomorrow. "What else can we do?" He gritted his teeth, looking at his son on the ground with eyes full of disappointment and resentment. "Do you want the Chun family to have no place to survive in the capital?" He flicked his sleeve and turned, heading toward the underground vault of the manor. "To gather 10 billion, even if we have to sell everything within 3 days, we must make it happen." He stared coldly at Chun Feng, his tone resolute. "Not just money, but also 2-3,000-year-old blood spirit ginsengs must be gifted to him." Chun Feng covered his face in shock. "Dad, are you crazy? Those are the precious herbs for your breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. And you're giving them as gifts. You know nothing." Chun Tiannan stomped on him angrily. 18-year-old formed spear intent. He's destined to become a martial emperor in the future. Such a top-tier existence is not someone a useless person like you can afford to provoke. 2 blood spirit ginsengs are our proactive pledge of allegiance. Chun Tiannan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. 10 billion in cash would almost drain the Qin family's liquid assets, and they'd have to sell off properties. But this debt must be repaid, and they must seize this opportunity to resolve grievances and leave a good impression. Once the money is gathered, come with me to Jingwu to offer our apologies. He left a cold remark and strode toward the vault. If he doesn't accept, I'll break your leg on the spot. Jingwu Administrative Building, Vice Principal's office on the top floor. With Nie Chongkong personally overseeing the process, a pile of complex procedures was completed within 10 minutes. A dark gold special freshman badge and a top-tier miniature tactical terminal were placed in front of Liu. Wearing this badge grants you the highest access privileges to the library and secret realms, equivalent to a department director at Jingwu, Nie Chongkong said, lifting his teacup and gently blowing away the steam rising from the fragrant tea. The terminal contains the school's internal network, including bounty tasks and resource exchanges. Liu took the terminal and directly strapped it to his wrist. The screen lit up, but he ignored the flashy privilege introductions and went straight to the bounty tasks page. The task list refreshed instantly, densely packed. Eliminate the Tier 2 beast group at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Reward, 500,000 dragon coins, 10 credits. Escort Tianhai Chamber of Commerce supplies to Zhongbei Base City. Martial Master level required. Reward, 1,200,000 dragon coins, 30 credits. Collect C-grade spiritual herb, Shadow Flower, deep in the wilderness. Reward, 3 million dragon coins, 50 credits. Liu scrolled down, looking through more than 10 pages, his brows slightly furrowed. These task rewards were too low. Hundreds of thousands, a few million, at most 10 or 20 million, couldn't even compare to the imminent 100 billion. What he wanted was massive funds measured in billions. What's wrong? Nie Chongkong set down his teacup, noticing Liu's lack of interest. These task rewards are too low, Liu said frankly. Of course, they're not high. Nie Chongkong chuckled and scolded. You sure have a big appetite. There are tasks worth over 1 billion, but your clearance level doesn't allow you to see them. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the Jingwu campus. In the martial arts world, bounties are closely tied to strength and danger. Tasks worth over 1 billion involve venturing into abyssal secret realms, hunting 6th or 7th tier exotic beasts, or going to extraterrestrial battlefields to eliminate enemy Grandmaster-level powerhouses. One misstep and you're dead. Even Martial King-level individuals need elite teams to act together. You're only at the Martial Master stage now. While you can use your formed spear intent to instantly kill Chunfeng with 3,000 blood energy, you're no match for high-tier exotic beasts with tough hides and strong vitality. If you want to take on billion-level tasks, wait until you break through to Grandmaster, or even Great Grandmaster. Liu understood now, his level and clearance were the biggest limitations. He wasn't too disappointed. After all, his goal was 100 billion. Once the funds arrived, he could spend them to enhance his strength. By then, even high-reward tasks wouldn't be an issue. Let's go. Nie Chongkong donned a black robe and headed for the door. I know your situation, your blood energy is pure, but you lack an internal cultivation method. Your attack methods are limited to basic fist techniques and form spear intent. Your foundation is clean but too weak. I'll take you to the library and pick out 2 top-tier techniques for you. The Jingwu Library stood 9 stories tall, built of ironwood and stone, with heavily guarded entrances and Grandmaster-level auras patrolling constantly. Nie Chongkong directly took Liu via a private elevator to the top floor, the 9th level. When the elevator doors opened, the space was small, with no bookshelves. Only a dozen crystal display stands emitting a soft glow. Each stand held a single ancient jade slip suspended in midair. This is the essence of Jingwu. Nie Chongkong's voice carried a hint of solemnity. Only vice principal level and above, or instructors with outstanding contributions to the Great Xia Nation, are qualified to enter. As a special grade freshman, you also have access. He pointed to the display stand. The techniques here are at least top-tier Earth grade, and there are even a few incomplete heaven-grade martial arts. Since you use a spear and have comprehended spear intent, I suggest choosing a technique that complements spear intent and a top-tier internal cultivation method. Nie Chongkong walked to a display stand and pointed at a green jade slip. This azure nether technique, a top-tier Earth-grade internal cultivation method, is balanced and harmonious, making it ideal for building a solid foundation. And this breaking formation overlord spear, a top-tier Earth-grade spear technique, features bold and sweeping moves with astonishing power. Nie Chongkong turned to look at Liu. Both of these techniques have been validated by countless predecessors and are top-notch. These 2 are the most suitable for you to learn. When he mentioned heaven-grade techniques, his tone became solemn. Heaven-grade techniques contain fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. They not only require exceptional comprehension but also demand years, even a decade, of dedicated study. Even the top instructors at Jingwu take that long to master them. You're about to participate in the freshman exchange competition, and time is short. Pursuing higher grades blindly will only hinder your cultivation. Nie Chongkong's words carried weight, like an elder paving the way for Li Yu's future. But Li Yu didn't even glance at the earth-grade jade slips. His gaze passed over Nie Chongkong and landed on the two golden display stands at the deepest part of the hall, shielded by independent formations. They emitted an intimidating aura. He strode over. Nie Chongkong frowned and followed closely behind. Li Yu stood before the first display stand and read the inscription. Heaven-grade superior internal cultivation. Primordial void blood technique. Introduction. Seizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Compressing blood energy to the extreme. Each full circulation can break through the physical body's limitations, unleashing combat power several times beyond one's own. Note: extremely domineering. Not suitable for those who are not physically strong or lack firm willpower. A slight mistake can cause blood energy to reverse, leading to an explosive death. Li Yu's eyes lit up. Extreme compression of blood energy and explosive combat power, this was exactly what he wanted. Then he turned to the second display platform. Mid-tier heaven-grade spear technique. 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear. Introduction. A spear purely for slaughter, emphasizing destruction and desolation. 8 forms merge into one spear, annihilating all 8 desolations. Note: no fixed moves. Comprehension relies on artistic conception. Only those with a thorough understanding of spear intent can grasp it. Li Yu took a deep breath, a satisfied gleam flashing in his eyes. I want these too, he said calmly but firmly, pointing at the display platform. Nie Chongkong's face turned ashen. Nonsense, he scolded harshly. Do you think that just because you've comprehended the forming spear intent, all martial arts under heaven are easy for you? These two are the most difficult techniques in the Jingwu treasury. He pointed at the void origin blood art. This internal technique is domineering. In 30 years, 7 geniuses have trained in it. 5 had their meridians shattered, and 2 died on the spot from blood energy explosions. No one dares to touch it now. Then he pointed at the 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear. This spear technique is even crazier. It has no specific moves, only the intent of destruction. You haven't even mastered basic spear techniques, and you want to tackle this pure intent-based heaven-grade martial art? It's a waste of time. Nie Chongkong was furious. People who became arrogant because of their talent worried him the most. He feared they would overreach and lose themselves. Li Yu remained calm, meeting the vice principal of the Martial Emperor Academy's gaze. Vice principal, my path is different from others. His voice was not loud, but it brimmed with confidence. With the system in hand, as long as he had the resources, even a god-grade technique could be perfected in seconds. He had no fear of lacking comprehension or time. I want to give it a try, Li Yu said. If I can't even touch the threshold within 5 days, I'll return them immediately and switch to the 2 earth-grade techniques you recommend. How about that? Nie Chongkong stared into his deep eyes, sensing the stubbornness and confidence in his bones. After a moment of silence, he said, Fine. He waved his hand to deactivate the formation. Take the jade slips. Watching Li Yu store the 2 heaven-grade jade slips into his terminal space, Nie Chongkong shook his head and sighed. Give it a try? Heaven-grade techniques aren't something you can just try. This kid really needs to be tempered. Maybe hitting a wall will do him some good. After he spent 5 or 6 days struggling with these 2 techniques, suffering numerous setbacks with his head battered and bleeding, he finally understood what it meant to know one's limitations. By then, stepping in to guide him would definitely be far more effective than forcibly stopping him now. Have you chosen your techniques? Follow me. Nie Chongkong led Li Yu out of the library and back to the administrative building. In the office, Nie Chongkong opened a safe, took out 3 exquisite jade bottles, and placed them in front of Li Yu. This is a 7th-grade spiritual medicine, blood-nurturing marrow. Used in conjunction with internal cultivation techniques, it can double the circulation speed of your vital energy and blood, making your efforts twice as effective. Consider it my support for you. Li Yu accepted the jade bottles without hesitation. Thank you, Vice Principal. Nie Chongkong's expression shifted, becoming serious. He placed his hands on the desk, leaning forward to look down at Li Yu. You are a special-grade freshman, entitled to the top resources and greatest privileges at Jingwu. But correspondingly, you must also bear the greatest pressure. Jingwu does not nurture the useless. His voice was cold and firm, carrying a sense of oppression. Every year, you will face brutal assessments. If your strength falls behind or you fail the assessments, your qualifications will be immediately revoked. Li Yu nodded, fully understanding. This was entirely fair. What you receive is proportional to what you must accomplish. Understood. Seeing his composure, a trace of appreciation flashed in Nie Changkong's eyes as he handed him a business card. This is my private number. If you encounter problems in cultivation or experience qi deviation while practicing the Tai Su source blood technique, contact me anytime. I can save your life. You can attend any class at school as you wish. Whether you want to sit in on the firearms department or spar in the combat department, no one will stop you. As he said this, his tone shifted, and his gaze turned sharp. But there's one thing you need to help me with first. Nie Changkong straightened up and stared at Liu. 1 month from now, the National Martial Arts University Freshman Exchange Competition of Daxia will kick off in the Magic City. There's a special freshman at Magic City Martial Arts University with an innate fiend body, Shen Wudao, who's been acting quite arrogant lately. The old folks at Magic City Martial Arts University have been making bold claims, saying they'll crush our capital martial arts university during the exchange competition. Nie Changkong sneered coldly. You must participate, defeat Shen Wudao and all the freshmen from Magic City Martial Arts University, and bring back the first place for me. He patted Liu's shoulder with an air of dominance. Can you do it? Liu nodded calmly. Piece of cake. Then, carrying the yuan-long spear, he left the administrative building, skipped class, and headed straight back to the luxurious flat arranged by Lin Xiaoxiao. He opened the door to find the empty living room devoid of people. Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to report to the boxing department, likely being drilled by Director Lu Rian over there. Liu set down the spear and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling night view of the capital city. He exhaled a deep breath and raised his hand to activate the tactical terminal. Inside the terminal lay 3 jade slips. The top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art, Formless Tribulation Blade, 1 from Chen Feng. The top-tier heaven-grade internal technique, Primordial Void Blood Art, and the mid-tier heaven-grade spear technique, 8 Desolation Annihilation Spear. 3 heaven-grade martial arts. If the outside world knew that a freshman possessed 3 heaven-grade martial arts, it would cause an uproar. Everything was ready, only the final push was needed. The Chun family.
Li Yugoslavia murmurat.
3 days' time, 100 billion. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Magic City Martial Arts University, the atmosphere was heavy. A burly, tower-like one-eyed elder stared intently at the holographic projection on the desk, which was repeatedly playing the scene of Chun Feng being instantly defeated by a single shot at the lakeside of Weiming Lake. The footage lasted only a few seconds, but the elder had already watched it over 50 times, with his shock deepening each time. Confirmed? He asked hoarsely, his voice filled with disbelief. This kid, is he really a freshman who just enrolled this year? The intelligence mentor standing nearby swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. Principal, absolutely true. His name is Liu, from Hangzhou. He just reported to Beijing Martial Arts University yesterday, and today at Weiming Lake, he subdued sophomore Chen Feng with a single move. Upon hearing the name Chen Feng, the Magic City side was already in an uproar. The one-eyed elder's eye twitched sharply. Chen Feng. He remembered him vividly. In last year's National Freshman Exchange Competition, Chen Feng had relied on his mysterious and unpredictable heaven-tier spiritual martial arts to secure second place. Even several top geniuses from Magic City Martial Arts University had been caught off guard by him. But now, this popular prodigy, who had trained for an entire year longer than Liu, was defeated by Liu in a single move, without even a chance to counterattack. Manifestation of spear intent. The one-eyed elder slammed the alloy desk heavily. Bang! A deep handprint was left on the desk. This is the manifestation spear intent. Where on earth did that old guy Nie Changkong dig up such a monster? An 18-year-old with manifestation spear intent. He, as the principal, knew all too well what that meant. As long as he doesn't fall midway, he is destined to become an invincible war god in the future. Does the exchange competition still hold any hope? The one-eyed elder fell silent. He had thought that this year's once-in-a-century heavenly fiend body from Mo Wu would crush Jing Wu into the ground and reclaim last year's lost face. But Liu's sudden rise was like a mountain, firmly pressing down on Mo Wu. Go! The elder took a deep breath and commanded, Bring Shen Wudao here. Before long, the office door was pushed open. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread, and the air temperature dropped by over 10 degrees. A young man dressed in black, with a pale face exuding a sinister aura, slowly walked in. His eyes glowed with a dark red blood light. Shen Wudao, Mo Wu's special-grade freshman this year, born with a fiend body. Principal, you called for me? Shen Wudao's tone was cold and devoid of the reverence a freshman should have. The one-eyed elder ignored him and directly pointed to the holographic projection on the desk. Take a look at this. Shen Wudao walked over, his gaze fixed on the screen. In the projection, Liu conjured a dark red, materialized spear out of thin air, piercing through Chun Feng's mental defenses with a single strike, achieving an effortless victory. Shen Wudao's expression remained indifferent, but a contemptuous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Materialized spear intent? Interesting, but that's all it is. The one-eyed elder frowned deeply. Don't underestimate him. That's the martial will of the materialization realm. Many grandmasters can't even touch its threshold. Chen Feng, with 3,000 blood energy, couldn't withstand even a single move from him. Shen Wudao turned around, his face full of arrogance. Principal, it's not a big deal. He slowly raised his hand, a black, sinister aura gathering in his palm, forming a twisted skull. My heavenly fiend body is about to be fully activated. In at most half a month, by the time of the exchange competition, my combat power will rival that of a grandmaster. Grandmaster. As soon as this word was spoken, the air in the office seemed to freeze. A grandmaster's blood energy starts at 10,000. For a freshman, surpassing 1,000 blood energy is already a rarity, and producing a freshman in the martial master realm would cause a nationwide sensation. Yet Shen Wudao intended to soar to the grandmaster level before the competition. Over 10,000 blood energy. He crushed the skull in his hand with force, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. So what if it's materialized spear intent? Against absolute power, all techniques are nothing but paper tigers. 10,000 vitality, combined with the Sha body and top-tier demonic martial arts techniques. Total domination is no problem. Hearing his arrogant yet confident words, the one-eyed elder's worries gradually dissipated, replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. Very good. He nodded and said, go back and train well. The school's resources are fully open to you. Whatever you need, you'll get. I only want one result. A flash of cruelty appeared in his eyes. At the exchange competition, in front of the national media, personally shatter that kid's spear intent. Break his foundation of invincibility. Shen Wudao sneered. Don't worry, it will be done. Meanwhile, in the center of Kyoto City, at the First United Bank of Dacia, inside the top-tier VIP reception room, Liu sat on a leather sofa, his expression calm, sipping tea slowly. Before long, a lobby manager entered, sweating profusely, holding a black crystal card in his hand. Mr. Li, thank you for waiting. The manager's tone was respectful, tinged with a hint of awe. He glanced at the dark gold badge on Liu's chest, symbolizing a top-level freshman at Jingwu. The 1.4 billion dragon coins in your card have been fully prepared. Liu nodded, ready to withdraw all the money from the card to prepare for the upcoming expenditure of 100 billion in lavish spending. The items? Liu asked. The manager quickly gestured, and several burly bank security personnel pushed in 3 heavy-duty carts, neatly stacked with over a dozen large black alloy safes. All are large-denomination unregistered cash, the manager said in a low voice. To prevent exposure through transfer systems, this withdrawal method was the most secure. Liu stood up and walked to the carts. The weight of over 1,000 pounds felt as light as empty boxes to his martial artist physique, which had only 1,000 units of blood energy. He effortlessly lifted several safes with one hand, as if they were lunchboxes. The manager and security personnel were dumbfounded, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Liu loaded all the safes onto a rented heavy-duty off-road vehicle, started the engine, and quickly drove away. The spatial ring had only a few cubic meters of capacity and couldn't hold these safes, leaving Liu with no other choice. Half an hour later, inside an ultra-luxurious flat near Jingwu. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut. Liu piled all the safes in the center of the living room. Click, click. He opened the safes. Stacks of brand-new dragon coins covered the carpet, gleaming red, creating a striking visual impact. Liu sat cross-legged amidst the piles of money, a trace of fervor flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, and with a flick of his palm, an ancient jade slip emitting a golden glow appeared. The top-tier heaven-grade internal technique, Tai Su Source Blood Art. In his mind, the stern and warning face of Jingwu Library's vice principal Nie Chongkong appeared. This internal technique is extremely domineering. Over 30 years, 7 top-tier geniuses have practiced it. 5 had their meridians shattered, and 2 exploded. A single mistake, and your blood energy will reverse, leaving you with no burial ground. Recalling this, the corners of Liu's mouth lifted slightly, and he smiled. They lack time. Martial arts are a race against time. These geniuses tried to master the domineering technique in a few years or even months, forcibly pushing their blood energy to surge, akin to cramming a raging river into fragile pipes. Of course, it was dangerous. But he was different. The one thing he lacked the least was time. System, recharge. 10 million. Liu commanded with a thought. Buzz. A massive pile of cash was instantly swallowed by an invisible force. 10 million dragon coins vanished into thin air, transforming into specks of light that scattered without leaving a trace of ash. Immediately after, a familiar, cold yet reassuring mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. 10 million years. This was an unimaginably long time for ordinary people. Compared to him, human history and the martial arts era were utterly insignificant. Inject all 10 million years of cultivation into the primordial void blood technique, Liu ordered without hesitation. The golden jade scroll instantly cracked all over, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that shot into his brow. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted deep within his brain, and his consciousness was forcibly pulled away from reality by an invisible force. He plunged into an endless, absolutely still void of darkness. In the system's simulation space, time was infinitely stretched. Liu would spend a long 10 million years here. In the void, Liu sat cross-legged. The profound truths of the primordial void blood technique exploded in his mind like a sea of stars. Countless obscure scriptures, energy circulation routes, and blood essence techniques were forcibly engraved into his memory by the system. The core of this technique boiled down to 4 words: plunder, compress. It required the cultivator to condense a primordial void blood vortex in their dantian, akin to a miniature black hole, mercilessly devouring the body's blood essence, crushing, purifying, and restructuring it. The blood essence rampaged through the meridians, violently colliding. Each cycle pushed the limits of the body and will to the brink of destruction. No wonder Nie Chongkong said this technique would cause people to explode. It was practically suicide. But with the system stretching time to 10 million years, everything was different. In the first year, Liu's dantian barely formed the embryonic shape of the primordial void vortex. The blood essence began to be drawn in. The originally violent, tearing pain transformed into a faint warmth. By the 101st year, the blood essence completed its first major cycle. There was no tearing, no explosion, only the comfort akin to soaking in a hot spring, as warmth filled every inch of his body. This feeling, Liu was so comfortable he almost moaned. The hellish torment endured by those top-tier geniuses had turned into a 10 million year luxury spa for him. By the 10,000th year, the primordial void vortex was fully formed, and his talent began to manifest. Blood essence increased by 0.1 points per year. In 10,000 years, it rose by 1,000 points, steadily advancing from 1,000 to 2,000. In the first million years, his vitality broke through the threshold of 100,000. This is the mark of a grandmaster. Countless martial artists spend their entire lives unable to surpass it, yet Liu merely slept comfortably in the void, and his vitality surged like a flood bursting through a dam. In the 5th million years, his vitality reached 500,000. The simulation entered an extremely profound realm, and Liu's physical body began to undergo a qualitative transformation. His bones took on a faint dark golden hue, and his muscles became tougher than high-grade alloys. Each heartbeat sounded like the pounding of war drums, sending ripples through the void. The 10th million year. Boom! The void exploded, as if the heavens and earth were being split open. Liu suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden beams of divine light shot forth from his deep gaze, piercing through the darkness. The 10 million years of simulation came to an end. His consciousness returned to reality. Inside the luxurious, expansive apartment, Liu remained seated cross-legged atop a pile of cash. Only a second had passed in reality, but his body had undergone terrifying changes. Ah! He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which pierced through the leather sofa's backrest 2 meters away like a sharp sword. Lowering his head, he felt the vast, ocean-like power within him, capable of shattering the heavens and earth at any moment. His vitality value had reached 1 million points. With an annual increase of 0.1 points, 10 million years accumulated to 1 million points of vitality. Breaking 10,000 in vitality signifies a grandmaster. Breaking 100,000 signifies a great grandmaster. And breaking 1 million signifies a martial spirit. This meant that an 18-year-old college freshman had, in just 1 second, completed the leap from the early stage of martial master to grandmaster, great grandmaster, and directly to the martial spirit level. If Nie Chongkong were to find out, he would likely suffer a heart attack on the spot. But it wasn't over yet. Liu flipped his wrist and retrieved a delicate jade bottle from the tactical terminal space. The 7th-tier spiritual medicine, blood essence marrow, sponsored by Nie Chongkong. It contained immense, violent energy, and even licking it could cause an ordinary martial master to bleed from all 7 orifices. Liu uncorked the bottle without hesitation and tilted his head back, drinking it all in one gulp. Boom! The spiritual medicine entered his throat. Instantly, a surge of scorching, magma-like medicinal power flooded into Li Yu's stomach. Then, it exploded violently. The immense medicinal power rampaged through his body like a wild horse, its aura so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Suppress. Li Yu's eyes narrowed. The Taishu vortex in his dantian suddenly began to spin in reverse. This vortex, perfected over 10 million years of evolution, had already reached the state of absolute perfection. Buzz! A powerful devouring force instantly pulled all the violent medicinal energy into the vortex. Crack! Crack! A sound like a millstone grinding soybeans echoed from within his body. In less than 3 seconds, the 7th-grade spiritual medicine, potent enough to burst a grandmaster, was completely subdued and absorbed by the Taishu origin blood technique. Li Yu's vitality value skyrocketed. 1,010,000, 1,020,000, 1,030,000. Finally, it stabilized at a terrifying 1,030,000 points. The true core begins now. Li Yu took a deep breath. Although he had 1.03 million vitality points, it was too scattered like a massive yet powerless ball of cotton. What the Great Void Origin blood technique aimed to do was compress this pile of cotton into a steel bead. Compress for me, he shouted inwardly. The Great Void Vortex in his dantian spun at an accelerated rate, and his blood boiled violently. The massive vitality rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. 900,000, 700,000, 400,000, 200,000, until only 100,000 points remained. This was a tenfold compression. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the vitality fluctuations on his body surface rapidly subsided, dropping from the pressure of a martial spirit level to the threshold of a grandmaster. To outsiders, he appeared to be just an ordinary martial artist who had stepped into the grandmaster realm. But only he knew how terrifying the quality of this 100,000 vitality was. He lowered his head to look at his wrist. Through his translucent skin, the blood in his veins was no longer red but had turned dark red, thick and heavy like liquid mercury, resembling a crystalline substance. Every drop contained explosive power capable of shattering mountains, with a foundation as solid as could be. With the complete mastery of the Great Void Origin blood technique, this top-tier heaven-grade technique revealed its true fangs. In addition to its insane compression and purification, it brought 2 core profound principles, deeply imprinted in his mind. The first was called Great Void Overlord Body. Li Yu felt his physical strength increase nearly 100-fold, with a defense far surpassing that of martial spirit-level beasts. As long as the crystalline vitality remained unceasing, this overlord body would remain unbreakable, immune to most mental and poison attacks. The second was called Endless Origin Blood. As long as the Great Void Vortex in his dantian existed, his physical vitality would be unparalleled. Severed limbs regenerating, shattered internal organs forcibly repaired in an instant. Feeling these 2 domineering abilities as natural as breathing, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Li Yu's eyes. Powerful. Astonishingly powerful. This is what truly matches the reputation of a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He slowly stood up, with a crack. As his foot stepped on the alloy floor, the bulletproof alloy, capable of withstanding strikes from high-level martial masters, groaned and sank into 2 half-inch deep footprints. Li Yu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't gained weight, but his blood had transformed into crystalline high density, making his entire body incredibly dense. Every movement carried the weight of a mountain. He took a deep breath and spent a full 5 minutes barely adapting to this reborn body. Then he began to restrain his aura. Standing in the center of the living room, Li Yu didn't perform any complex moves or use even a hint of gun intent. He simply clenched his right fist. A piercing, distorted sound suddenly echoed through the air. Then, Li Yu threw a punch. Boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded in the spacious living room. The air in front of his fist was instantly drained by the immense power of his physical strength, forming a distinct white vacuum zone. The force of the punch turned into a tangible shockwave, directly shattering the floor-to-ceiling windows over 10 meters away, leaving the glass covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The entire luxury apartment trembled slightly under the force of the punch. Impressive. Li Yu withdrew his fist and glanced at the back of his hand. Although his vital energy and blood had been compressed to just 100,000 points, the combat power unleashed by this crystalline-like energy was already enough to rival a martial spirit with 1,000,000 points of vital energy. Coupled with the amplification of the Taishu overlord body, a newly advanced martial spirit wouldn't last a second under his punch. Li Yu walked toward the cracked floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling Kyoto below, as the scene of the duel by Weiming Lake surfaced in his mind. Chun Feng, a grandmaster with 3,000 points of vital energy, who had mastered heaven-tier spiritual martial arts. At that time, Liu had to use 1,000 points of vital energy and a battle instinct honed over tens of millions of years to barely defeat Chen Feng in one move. Now, if he faced Chen Feng again, he wouldn't even need to lift a hand. The Taishu Overlord body automatically nullified spiritual attacks, and the backlash from 100,000 points of vital energy alone would be enough to destroy Chen Feng's spiritual sea. A complete physical domination, leaving no room for resistance. And that top freshman from Modu Martial University, Shun Wudao, Liu muttered indifferently, probably not worth mentioning either. He turned around, his gaze falling on the mountain of cash on the living room carpet. A total of 1.3 billion, just spending 10 million of it on in-game purchases, had already granted him martial spirit-level combat power. What about the remaining 1.3 billion? And the Chen family would still deliver another 100 billion. A fiery passion ignited in Liu's eyes as he walked over and sat cross-legged. System. Continue to recharge. At this moment, deep underground in Kyoto, within an abandoned air defense facility. The air was foul and putrid, the stench of blood nauseating. This was the secret stronghold of the Abyss cult in Kyoto. The Abyss cult worshipped the Abyss, its members corrupted by its aura, their minds twisted, abandoning their human identity to become the Abyss's minions. Their sole objective was to disrupt human development and assassinate human geniuses. In the center of the underground hall, several figures in black robes surrounded a blood-red glowing altar. Above the altar, a holographic projection repeatedly played the duel at Unnamed Lake. The image froze at the moment when Liu's dark red spear pierced through Chen Feng's mental defenses, the murderous spear vividly displayed. The hall was deathly silent. After a long time, the leading figure in a black robe slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eerie green eyes. Genius. The voice was hoarse and grating, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. A peerless prodigy. His tone carried both awe and murderous intent. 18 years old, 1,000 points of vitality, and he actually comprehended the spear intent of transformation. In 100 years of the Abyss cult infiltrating humanity, such a monster has only appeared once. A frail figure in a black robe beside him sneered coldly. Too bad he hasn't matured. A prodigy who hasn't matured is no prodigy at all. Such a monster must never live to become a martial emperor. Otherwise, on the Abyss battlefield, there will be yet another major headache. Must be assassinated immediately. The leader in the black robe nodded, waved his hand, and a screen popped up displaying Liu's information. The data shows that he is merely at the martial master level, with a blood energy of 1,000. Although he has comprehended the spear intent in its manifested form, his physical blood energy foundation is weak. Sending a grandmaster with 10,000 blood energy to assassinate him should be enough, right? Someone asked. A burly black-robed man beside him immediately shook his head. Not necessarily. That's spear intent, and it's in its manifested form. Chen Feng could kill 3,000 blood energy in one move, with destructive power far exceeding the limits of blood energy. Sending a grandmaster with 10,000 blood energy still carries the risk of being counterkilled. Then, what about a great grandmaster with 100,000 blood energy? The leader in the black robe fell silent for a moment before asking this question. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew heavy. A great grandmaster with 100,000 blood energy represented the pinnacle of the cult's combat power, and losing even one would be a significant blow. The burly black-robed man furrowed his brows, his tone serious. That kid is a top-tier genius. He comprehended manifestation at the age of 18. Who knows what other life-saving trump cards he has. To be safe, directly send a martial spirit with 1 million blood energy. Only a martial spirit can absolutely crush him and ensure nothing goes wrong. A martial spirit? Several people were startled, but a hunched black-robed man immediately objected. This is the capital, the human race's stronghold. Jingwu Academy has Martial Emperor Nie Chongkong overseeing it, and even an old man on the street could be a martial venerable. Once the assassination begins, the aura of a martial spirit won't escape the perception of top-tier martial artists. A martial spirit carrying out the mission would be doomed. He said dismissively, a great grandmaster is more than enough. Even with manifested spear intent, the gap between 1,000 blood energy and a great grandmaster with 100,000 blood energy is like heaven and earth. The protective energy of a great grandmaster can't be broken by mere 1,000 blood energy. The burly black-robed man was unconvinced. Don't forget, that kid was personally designated as a special class genius by Nie Chongkong. Jingwu Academy is clearly investing resources in him. If he breaks through in the next few days and his strength surges, a failed assassination attempt by a great grandmaster would alert the humans, making the next attempt even harder. The hunched black-robed man sneered. A breakthrough? In 3 days, even with the use of high-grade spiritual medicines, his blood energy would at most increase to 2,000. Blood energy accumulation takes time. 2,000 blood energy is still an ant in front of a great grandmaster with 100,000 blood energy. A great grandmaster is sufficient. There's no need to send a martial spirit to their death. The hall fell silent. The leader in the black robe stared at the others, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded slowly. What you said makes sense. Martial spirits are the most critical trump cards in the capital and cannot be easily exposed. Then send a great grandmaster. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Send the strongest one. The Shadow Blade, with 60,000 blood energy. Shadow Blade. The codename made the other black-robed men nod in unison. Shadow Blade was the ace assassin of the Abyss cult. Although his blood energy was only 60,000, not reaching the peak level of 100,000, his assassination skills were unparalleled, and he had killed countless great grandmasters. Sending him to kill Liu, who only had 1,000 blood energy, was practically overkill and guaranteed success. The leader in the black robe coldly ordered, "Send the order to Shadow Blade. Within 3 days, I want to see news of that peerless genius's demise." Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in Kyoto, Liu sat quietly cross-legged in the center of the spacious living room, surrounded by stacks of brand-new dragon coins worth 130 million. The crimson bills reflected dazzling light under the crystal chandelier. He softly called out, "System." Liu's voice echoed through the quiet living room, filled with an intense longing for power. "Spend 10 million. Following his command, the stack of 10 million dragon coins to his left instantly vanished without a trace under an invisible force, leaving only faint glimmers scattered into the air, not even a shred of paper remaining. Ding! Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. A cold mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Liu flipped his palm, and a jade slip with a dark golden halo appeared in his hand. This was a mid-tier heaven-grade spear technique, 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear. Vice Principal Nie Chongkong had once solemnly warned him that this spear technique had no specific moves, only pure destructive intent, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. But for Liu, intent was merely a product of time. Even the dullest person could refine it over countless years. Inject all 10 million years of cultivation into 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear. The jade slip instantly cracked, transforming into a blinding light that shot directly into his brow. Boom! Liu's consciousness once again plunged into the boundless, absolutely still pitch-black void, the system's simulation space. Here, time was infinitely stretched. The essence of the 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. No moves, no diagrams, only that ultimate purity, a destructive intent seemingly capable of collapsing the entire universe. Ordinary people would have their souls shattered by the aura of death upon contact. But Liu was different. In this time stretched over tens of millions of years, the true essence of destruction was infinitely diluted and slowed down. In the first year, he held a dark red, materialized spear in the void, swinging it without any technique, relying solely on instinct to feel the desolation. In the 10,000th year, a grayish aura finally appeared at the tip of the spear, the initial form of destruction. The process was not painful. On the contrary, it was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring, with his soul greedily absorbing that essence. In the millionth year, he had swung the spear billions of times, each thrust stirring gray ripples in the void, even devouring the darkness. At the same time, he comprehended the 12 realms of martial will. Subtlety, formlessness, materialization, clarity, soul forging, chi resonance, domain, touching the Tao, merging with the Tao, annihilation, causality, and return to nothingness. These memories came from the remnants of past cultivators. Even the peak martial emperors of the human race could mostly only barely grasp the soul-forging realm. Higher realms existed only in ancient legends, with no one in the present day able to confirm them. In the 5 millionth year, the dark red materialized spear began to change color, gradually turning into a profound gray-black, progressing through the early, middle, and late stages of materialization. The realm of spear intent soared rapidly with the accumulation of 10 million years of cultivation. The first 10 million years. Boom! Liu suddenly stopped wielding his spear and stood quietly. His spear had completely turned a dark gray color, exuding a chilling aura of deathly stillness. He had reached the peak of the transformation stage, just a thin layer away from breaking through to the 4th level, the clarity realm. The heart of the spear becomes clear, unimpeded by external matters. This 10 million years of deduction allowed him to perfect the 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear, achieving complete mastery. The essence of the 8 Desolations was thoroughly integrated. Gray destructive divine light flickered in Liu's eyes as he slowly raised his right arm, the tip of the spear pointing toward the endless void. 8 desolations unite. Abyss of annihilation. He thrust the spear forward. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there a surge of violent energy. Only the deathly still spear light silently tore through the void. A single gray line, as thin as a strand of hair, shot out from the tip of the spear without a sound. The void instantly collapsed, forming a black hole with a diameter of 100 meters, shrouded in deathly stillness. All life, matter, and even light were swallowed and obliterated. This move was astonishingly powerful, a heavenly tier killing technique at the level of complete mastery. Liu contentedly put away his spear, his consciousness quickly returning to reality. In the luxurious flat apartment, only 1 second had passed. He opened his eyes, a trace of gray deathly light flashing in them. He looked down at his hands, feeling an unprecedented strength. His vitality had reached 100,000, and his combat power was comparable to that of a martial spirit. Coupled with the destructive spear intent at the peak of the transformation stage and the absolute killing move, Abyss of Annihilation, he could now instantly annihilate thousands of Chunfengs. However, this is still not enough. Liu's gaze shifted to the pile of cash on the carpet, with 1,200,000,000 remaining. The road of pay-to-win had only just begun. He flipped his wrist again, and a jade slip emitting a gentle white glow appeared in his palm. This was the spoils he had seized from Chen Feng, a top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art, Formless Tribulation Blade. In the martial arts world of the Great Xia Kingdom, spiritual martial arts are extremely rare, far superior to ordinary inner techniques and combat skills. Spiritual power bypasses physical defenses and can directly annihilate the soul. Liu took a deep breath. System. Continue recharging. 10 million. In the air, 10 million dragon coins evaporated into nothingness, transforming into specks of light and disappearing. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. Inject all 10 million years of cultivation into Formless Tribulation Blade. The jade slip shattered into an invisible torrent of spiritual power, rushing into Liu's brow and into his sea of consciousness. Boom! For the third time, he was pulled into that pitch-black simulation void. The profound meaning of Formless Tribulation Blade slowly unfolded in his mind. Its core lies in tempering intangible spiritual power to the extreme, compressing it into an incredibly sharp tribulation blade, killing invisibly, severing souls without a trace. In the first year, Liu attempted to manipulate the faint spiritual power. He had thought the operation of spiritual power would be difficult, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. With just a glance, he instinctively grasped it, as if it were second nature. His sea of consciousness, like a sponge dried for billions of years, frantically absorbed knowledge. My spiritual talent is far stronger than my blood energy talent, he thought in astonishment. His blood energy talent was only at a mediocre 0.1 level, whereas his spiritual talent was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. By the 10,000th year, his sea of consciousness, originally the size of a water droplet, had expanded into a vast lake. Spiritual power condensed into countless transparent tribulation blades hovering above. By the millionth year, the lake had grown into an ocean. His spiritual power surged, its intensity far surpassing that of a million blood energy martial spirits, directly elevating him to the martial king level. What did this mean? Even someone like Nie Chongkong, the vice principal of Jingwu Academy and a martial emperor, might not be able to suppress him in terms of spiritual power. By the 5 millionth year, the spiritual power in the ocean began to undergo extreme compression and transformation, and the formless tribulation blade started to merge. By the 10 millionth year, the simulation was complete. In the void, Liu suddenly opened his eyes, which were now completely transparent, like mirrors reflecting the depths of his soul. Formless tribulation blade. Perfected. These millions of years of deduction, relying on his astonishing mental power talent, have elevated the art of killing to an unprecedented peak. He slowly raised his right hand. A 3-inch transparent, invisible flying knife, without the slightest trace of aura leaking, hovered at Liu's fingertip. This is his mental power killing technique, Formless Soul Slayer. The flying knife disregards any physical defense and ignores protective chi barriers. Once it locks onto a target, it can instantly shred the opponent's soul into countless fragments. Mental power truly formidable. Liu smiled with satisfaction. But the matter was not over yet. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and his left hand formed a loose grip. Buzz! A gray-black shape-shifting spear instantly materialized, its tip flickering with unstable destructive intent. What if? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as his eyes swept back and forth between the flying knife in his right hand and the spear intent in his left. I merged the Martial King level mental attack into the peak shape-shifting spear intent. As soon as the thought emerged, Liu acted without hesitation, clapping his hands together forcefully. Boom! The void trembled as the gray-black spear and the transparent flying knife began to forcibly merge. There was no rejection, as both originated from Liu's tens of millions of years of deduction. Swish! A brand new spear appeared in his hand. The spear's shaft was gray-black, while its tip was enveloped in a transparent edge that distorted the surrounding air. Liu gripped the spear tightly, his eyes bursting with a terrifying brilliance. It was done. The power of physical destruction and mental annihilation combined into one lethal force. This spear carried an immensely strong mental attack. Even a mere scratch on the skin would allow the Martial King-level mental assault to invade the opponent's mind, shredding their soul into fragments. A dual strike, guaranteed instant kill. Returning his consciousness to reality, Liu sat quietly in the spacious living room, surrounded by piles of cash. He remained motionless and slowly closed his eyes. An invisible wave of mental energy rapidly spread from within him. The force penetrated alloy walls, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the entire building. All movements within a 10-kilometer radius were captured in his mind. He could see pedestrians hurrying past downstairs, students practicing martial techniques by the distant lakeside, and even a mosquito flapping its wings in the corner. Liu willed it, and the mosquito had no chance to struggle, instantly turning into fine powder. Mental power crushed it. He opened his eyes and withdrew his mental power. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling as though every cell in his body was brimming with explosive energy. His vitality reached a staggering 100,000 points, equivalent to 1,000,000 vitality martial spirit. His physical body possessed the supreme void overlord physique, immune to most negative states, and capable of regenerating severed limbs. His mental power had reached the Martial King level, mastering the formless divine slaying technique. His martial will had reached the peak of manifestation, just one step away from enlightenment, and he had already mastered the ultimate heaven-tier spear technique, Abyss of Annihilation. Most importantly, his spear intent and mental power were perfectly fused. This was the entirety of his current strength. An 18-year-old freshman, who spent 30 million dragon coins in mere seconds to forge himself into an unparalleled monster. Liu sat in the center of the living room, surrounded by piles of red bills stacked like mountains. The 30 million just spent had completely filled all gaps in his techniques, martial skills, and mental power. The ultimate heaven-tier killing technique was enough to defeat enemies across levels. But he still had 1.1 billion left. What should I buy next? Liu pondered calmly. Martial skills had reached perfection, mental power at the Martial King level, spear intent at its peak, only one step away from ultimate clarity. But all of this relied on vitality. Vitality is the foundation of martial arts. No matter how dazzling the killing techniques, without strong vitality to support them, even the most powerful would be like rootless duckweed. No matter how advanced the techniques, they are no match for a hard fist. This is the truth of martial arts. In that case, I'll go all in. Liu didn't hesitate. In this perilous world, hoarding money without spending it is useless. Strength is the true confidence. His voice was firm, echoing in the spacious living room. System, recharge everything. 1,100 million. The moment the command was issued, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, Liu's sea of consciousness, which had just broken through to the Martial King level, suddenly rippled with a faint, subtle wave. It was like a calm lake being gently touched by a falling leaf. Someone was approaching. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't immediately use his cultivation, fearing it might reveal his greatest secret. He remained seated, his breathing and heartbeat unchanged. Who? This was the most luxurious apartment in Jingwu, guarded by unchanging security and layers of defensive formations. For someone to infiltrate quietly and get within 10 meters, they were no ordinary opponent. Could it be someone from the Chun family? This thought flashed through Liu's mind. Earlier that day, he had killed Chen Feng with a single shot at Weiming Lake and, with the help of Vice Principal Nie Chongkong, forced the Chun family to hand over a full 1 trillion in cash. If the Chun family wanted to save face, sending an assassin to kill him would also make sense. But he immediately dismissed the thought. The Chen family would never take such a risk at this moment. Nie Chongkong is a martial emperor-level powerhouse, and killing his top-tier freshman right under his nose would be an outright humiliation to Jingwu. The Chun family isn't reckless. They would never dare to do such a thing. If it's not the Chen family, then who could it be? The air was so still that even the wind seemed absent, but Liu's mental power, like mercury dripping, detected a faint shadow slowly moving in the darkness. less than 8 meters away near the edge of the floor-to-ceiling curtain in the living room to the left. The shadow blended seamlessly with the darkness. No breathing, no heartbeat, and even the fluctuations of its vitality were suppressed to an extreme level of concealment. If Liu hadn't just advanced to Martial King-level mental power, even a high-level Grandmaster would struggle to detect such a hidden stealth technique. The person was an exceptionally professional assassin. Since you're here, why hide? Liu's tone was calm, his voice abruptly breaking the silence of the living room. The shadow suddenly froze. Could it be that he had been discovered? Shadowblade's heart surged with shock. He was the ace assassin of the Abyss cult in Kyoto, a Grandmaster with 60,000 vitality, equipped with the cult's top-tier stealth techniques capable of evading the tracking of martial spirits with 1,000,000 vitality. How could a mere university freshman from Hangzhou with just 1,000 vitality possibly detect him in advance? Shadowblade held his breath and remained motionless. But Liu's gaze pierced through the darkness, precisely locking onto his hiding spot, like a sharp blade stabbing directly into his soul. The situation was dire. He had indeed been discovered. Though surprised, Shadowblade was a seasoned veteran. Since he had been exposed, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately launched a counterattack, wasting no time on words. Boom! The darkness was torn apart. A lean figure dressed in black shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring, moving at an incredible speed and leaving a long shadow trailing in the air. The terrifying power of 60,000 vitality erupted in full force. Shadowblade let out a cold snort, his specially crafted short dagger slicing through the air, aiming sharply at Liu's throat. Too fast.
Liugoslavia's pupils contracta tigli.
This assassination technique and speed surpassed everything he had seen before, far stronger than that so-called prodigy Qinfeng. Facing the deadly weapon, he neither retreated nor dodged, nor did he use the newly fused shape-shifting spear intent. He simply sat still in place, raised his right hand, brought his index and middle fingers together, and instantly activated a move called Supreme Void Overlord Body. He used 2 fingers to forcibly clamp the incoming dagger. Ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the spacious living room, sparks flying. The specially crafted dagger, which should have easily pierced high-grade alloy, was now firmly held by Liu, unable to advance even an inch. Shadowblade's eyes were filled with extreme shock. Bare-handed blade interception. And he intercepted his full-force strike with 600,000 blood energy. Driven by killer instinct, he let out a low growl from his throat, roaring angrily like a beast. His wrist suddenly trembled, and 600,000 blood energy erupted, transforming into an incredibly sharp protective aura that followed the dagger's edge, stabbing directly at Liu's fingers. With a tearing sound, Liu's fingers felt a faint sting. This sharp Grandmaster-level aura had forcibly cut through the skin defense of his Supreme Void Overlord body. A drop of dark red, mercury-like crystalline blood seeped from the wound, instantly filling the air with a suffocating metallic scent. Just as the blood emerged, the flesh around the wound miraculously wriggled slightly and healed instantly, leaving no trace behind, as if the skin break had been nothing but an illusion. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Shadowblade still gripped the dagger, his entire body frozen. Under the hood, his ghostly green eyes revealed extreme terror, confusion, and despair. He couldn't believe it. His proud ultimate strike, the Grandmaster-level eruption of 600,000 blood energy combined with the specially crafted aura-breaking dagger, had only managed to break the skin slightly? And what on earth was that drop of dark red crystalline blood? You! Shadowblade's voice trembled as he stared at the calm young man before him, completely bewildered. Is this really 1,000 blood energy? Clearly just a freshman. How is this possible? His physical defense shouldn't be so easily breached. Even a martial spirit with 1,000,000 blood energy wouldn't dare to take this blade barehanded. The intel was wrong. There must be a mole within the Abyssal Order. This is definitely a trap. Are they sending him to his death? Liu looked at the dried dark red bloodstain on his finger, his heart sinking. He thought, if not for spending millions of years cultivating the Grand Void Origin blood technique to its perfected state and mastering the Grand Void Overlord body, if not for compressing 1,000,000 blood energy into crystalline blood, that blade would never have pierced so easily. His finger would have been severed. This assassin is truly powerful, at least a Grandmaster with over 100,000 blood energy. Since that's the case, there's no way he can let him escape. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Liu slowly raised his head, his eyes reflecting the terrified face of Shadowblade. Suddenly, without any eruption of blood energy or use of martial techniques, an invisible, formless, and boundless king-level spiritual force descended like a galaxy pouring from the heavens, instantly pressing down on Shadowblade's head. The air roared, unable to withstand the intense pressure, bursting with explosive sounds. Ah! Shadow Blade screamed miserably, his brain feeling as if it were being smashed by a 10,000-ton hammer, his soul seemingly about to shatter into pieces. Bang! His knees slammed heavily into the ground, carving out 2 deep pits. Liyu's spiritual force firmly suppressed him, immobilizing his entire body, not even allowing a finger to move. And this was with deliberate restraint. Otherwise, a single strike of spiritual force could shatter his sea of consciousness, killing him instantly. Capturing him alive is the only way to uncover the mastermind behind this. Speak. Liyu looked down from above, his tone as cold as a blade. Who sent you? The voice echoed in the spacious living room, yet it felt like the whisper of death, suffocating and oppressive. Shadow Blade trembled all over, his stealth techniques completely exposed, and his 60,000 blood energy strike had only grazed the surface. At this moment, the spiritual force pressing on his soul was sharper than ever, vast and overwhelming like an ocean. Although he hadn't trained in spiritual martial arts, as the ace assassin of the Abyssal Order, having slain countless grandmasters, he knew exactly what this kind of pressure signified. A king. This was definitely king-level spiritual force. His strength was even more refined and domineering than those human martial kings. Monster. Doesn't look like a freshman at all. This is an ancient beast wearing human skin. Shadow Blade roared bitterly in his heart. The intelligence department must have been raised on garbage. 1,000 blood energy value? Manifested spear intent? All lies. This guy isn't a freshman. To catch a breaking gang dagger barehanded, his defense is at least at the peak of martial spirit, combined with martial king-level mental power. Forget his 600,000 blood energy as a grandmaster. Even if the cult's martial spirit bishop made a move, they'd still die here. Today it's completely over. No chance of survival. As a death warrior cultivated by the Abyss cult, Shadow Blade's eyes burned with resolute ferocity. Since death was certain, he could not fall into the hands of the humans. The cult's secrets must not be leaked. Crack! He bit down on the specially made poison sac hidden in his molars, and the deadly toxin quickly flowed into his throat. The 600,000 blood energy suppressed within his body by mental power suddenly began to reverse. He intended to self-destruct, using Grandmaster-level blood energy to obliterate all traces. But on the sofa, Liyu's mental power instantly locked onto everything. Want to die? Ask if he agrees first. Suppress. Liyu's thin lips spat out a cold word, and Martial King-level mental power transformed into an invisible heavy hammer, slamming fiercely into Shadow Blade's sea of consciousness. Bang! Shadow Blade's mental defenses collapsed instantly, unable to hold for even a second. He let out a muffled groan. His eyes rolled back, black blood seeped from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed limply. The reversal of vital energy and the self-destruction effect were completely suppressed, and the poison just swallowed was sealed, unable to spread. In the presence of the Martial King's spiritual power, even death is not an option. Liyu withdrew his spiritual power, stood up, and looked down at the unconscious Shadow Blade. Poison concealment and self-destruction. Quite a professional technique. His brows furrowed slightly. These death warriors who can commit suicide at any moment are the hardest to deal with. Although the Martial King's spiritual power can easily suppress their souls, extracting information from their minds still requires professional interrogation. Better ask the principal. Liyu made up his mind. Vice Principal Nye Chongkong, a martial emperor powerhouse, controls a vast intelligence network and a team of interrogation experts. Handing it over to him, even the hardest stone can be squeezed for oil. Someone dared to send a grandmaster to assassinate him, a special-grade freshman. This is outright provocation against Jingwu, an insult. The force behind this must be uncovered. But first, he glanced toward the other side of the living room. That pile of cash amounting to 110 million. A sea of red, with the scent of ink wafting through the air. Although the assassin strike was blocked by the Void Overlord body, it still tore the surface, making Liyu's heart tighten. 100,000 crystal units of vital energy, martial spirit-level combat power. Perhaps in this dragon's den of Kyoto, it's still not enough. What if next time it's a martial king? A martial emperor? Only by converting all resources into his own strength can he ensure absolute safety. System. Liyu walked to the mountain of cash, sat cross-legged, and flames of intense determination ignited in his eyes. Recharge. 110 million. Buzz. As he gave the command, the air in the living room seemed to be vacuumed away. The mountain of cash, under an invisible mighty force, instantly turned into nothingness. No light, no sound. Liyu was completely erased from the real world. Ding! Recharge successful. 1,100 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 1,100 million years of cultivation. A cold mechanical notification exploded in his mind. 1,100,000,000 years. This span of time is enough for stars to fall, seas to turn into mulberry fields. Utterly terrifying. Liu took a deep breath and said, "Inject all 1.1 billion years of cultivation into the martial arts realm." Boom! His consciousness was pulled into that absolutely motionless dark simulation void for the fourth time. Here will be the place where he spends a long billion years. The first year, the Taishu vortex in the Dantian operated steadily, and Liu silently sensed the growth of qi and blood within his body. But by the 100th year, his vitality had hardly improved. In the void, he suddenly opened his eyes, frowning deeply. Something's not right. Logically, he should increase 0.1 qi and blood per year, 1 point in 10 years and 10 points in 100 years. But the reality was that 100 years only increased by 1 point. Could it be that his talent had declined? He immediately calmed his mind and focused inwardly on his Dantian. Moments later, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. So it wasn't a decline in talent. The quality of his vital energy and blood had undergone a revolutionary transformation. The primordial void source blood technique had reached the state of perfection, fully integrated into his instincts. Every bit of new vital energy and blood was devoured and compressed by the primordial void vortex, transforming into crystalline vital energy and blood, dark red and resembling liquid mercury. In other words, the 1 point of vital energy and blood he now increased was equivalent to 10 points of ordinary vital energy and blood. The quality was absolutely overwhelming.
No wonder. Li Yugoslavia suddenly understood.
The previous 100,000 vital energy and blood had been forcibly compressed from 1 million ordinary vital energy and blood. Now, he was directly cultivating crystalline vital energy and blood. Understanding this, Liu relaxed his mind, letting time flow madly. The first 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years. Over the long years, the crystalline vital energy and blood within his body gathered like trickling streams into rivers, transforming into a vast ocean. The primordial void vortex continued to operate, and with each complete cycle, his physical strength surged by 1 point. By the 50 millionth year, his crystalline vital energy and blood value broke through the 500,000 threshold. This 500,000 crystalline vital energy and blood was equivalent to the power of 5 million ordinary vital energy and blood. 1,100,000,000 years passed. Boom! The void erupted with a terrifying roar akin to the Big Bang of the universe. Liu's cross-legged figure burst forth with 10,000 feet of dark golden divine radiance. The simulation ended. 100 million years of arduous cultivation finally bore tangible fruit. Consciousness suddenly snapped back to reality, and Liu's eyes shot open in the ultra-luxurious penthouse apartment. 2 dark red beams of light pierced through the air in front of him, leaving bottomless charred holes in the alloy wall. He lowered his head, feeling the terrifying power within him, as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Vitality value: 1.2 million points. Crystalline vitality. In this world, 1 million vitality points mark the threshold of a martial spirit, and 10 million the threshold of a martial emperor. But his million crystalline vitality points, compressed tenfold by the Tai Su origin blood art, held energy far surpassing 10 million. His combat power was absolutely on par with a martial emperor. Who? He exhaled a scorching breath, and dark red flames ignited in the air. The 1.2 million crystalline vitality was so immense that even after being compressed tenfold, it still made him feel as if his body were a balloon about to burst at any moment. Still not refined enough. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Over this 100 million years, he had not only accumulated vast amounts of vitality, but had also elevated the Tai Su origin blood art to heights even its creator had never imagined. Perfection is not the limit. The limit is breaking the rules. Second compression. A thunderous roar erupted in Liu's heart. Buzz! Deep within his Dantian, the previously stable Tai Su vortex suddenly let out a tearing wail. In an instant, the vortex's rotation speed skyrocketed tenfold, 100-fold. Boom! The million crystalline blood energy within his body seemed to encounter a bottomless black hole, collapsing madly toward the vortex core. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking and restructuring was horrifying. This time, the compression pain was 100 times more intense than the first. Even with the Taishu overlord body, Liu felt as if his soul was being torn apart. But he remained silent, gritting his teeth as sweat instantly drenched his entire body. Press it down for me. 900,000, 700,000, 500,000. The dark red crystalline blood had already become as viscous as mercury, but under the immense pressure of secondary compression, its color gradually deepened, eventually turning pitch black like a black hole. 300,000, 200,000, 120,000. Boom! when his vital energy and blood were forcibly compressed to 100,000. The pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of absolute power, as if he could control everything. Liu slowly stood up, with no trace of vital energy or blood leaking from his body. Even the aura of a martial artist had disappeared, leaving him as calm as an ordinary person. But only he knew that beneath this seemingly tranquil shell lay an earth-shattering, terrifying power. 120,000 vital energy and blood. This was the ultimate concentration achieved after 2 rounds of 10-fold compression. The total actual amount of vital energy and blood reached 10 million, at the martial emperor level. More importantly, this second compression not only caused a qualitative change in the density of his vital energy and blood but also propelled the strength of his physical body to a dimension-defying leap. He looked inward at himself and discovered that his bones had turned a dark golden color, with mysterious natural patterns flowing across their surface. His muscle fibers were astonishingly dense, and the blood flowing through his veins was no longer liquid but resembled black quicksand-like source blood, with each drop weighing as much as heavy metal. If 10 million vital energy and blood of a martial emperor is like a massive iceberg, Liu clenched his right fist, feeling the terrifying power capable of crushing space. Then my 100,000 source blood, compressed to the extreme, is like a neutron star. Whether in explosive power, physical strength, or resistance to attacks, an ordinary martial emperor would stand no chance against him. Liu even had an illusion. Even if Vice Principal Nie Chongkong, a martial emperor, attacked him with full force, this freakish body of his, compressed twice, might not be broken. Too strong. Liu relaxed his fist, a satisfied smile flashing in his eyes. Spending 1 billion in cash to gain such heaven-defying combat power was absolutely worth it. He turned his head to look at the unconscious assassin Shadow Blade lying on the ground, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Earlier, the enemy's breakgang dagger could barely scratch his skin. Now, even if they used a genuine Emperor-level divine weapon to stab him with full force, they wouldn't be able to cut a single strand of his hair. Instead, the recoil from his body would shatter their arms. This was the absolute defense brought by the second compression. Time to get down to business. Liu composed himself, walked over to Shadow Blade, grabbed his collar with one hand, and effortlessly lifted him. He pushed open the apartment door, the night wind lifting the strands of hair on his forehead, and a cold glint flickered in his deep eyes. Set out, find the principal, and expose the mastermind behind the scenes. Daring to send someone to assassinate him. No matter who it is, no matter how well they hide, this time they must pay the price in blood. Meanwhile, deep beneath Kyoto, in a secret hideout reeking of decay and blood, a deathly silence filled the air. In the center of the spacious hall, several high-ranking members of the Abyss cult, cloaked in black robes, stared intently at the holographic projection above the altar. The projection displayed a 3-dimensional map of Kyoto. On the map, a glaring crimson dot was moving steadily at a uniform speed. What's going on? The leader of the black-robed figures frowned deeply, the eerie green eyes under his hood flickering with suspicion and panic. He pointed at the red on the screen, his voice hoarse and grating. That's the life tracker on Shadow Blade. His location? Why is it heading toward Kyoto Martial University? The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The burly black-robed figure beside him suddenly stepped forward, staring unblinkingly at the screen, his voice full of doubt. Impossible! Logically, after a successful assassination, Shadow Blade should immediately erase all traces and sneak back to the hideout through the sewers or abandoned air raid shelters. Why would he go to Kyoto Martial University? Is he walking into a trap? In the corner, a hunched black-robed figure spoke with a trembling voice. Could it be? The assassination failed? Nonsense! The leader of the black-robed figures roared in anger. Are you out of your mind? Shadow Blade is a top-tier grandmaster with a blood energy value of 600,000. There are countless high-ranking human warriors who have fallen at his hands. Sending him to deal with a mere freshman who just entered the university, with only 1,000 blood energy, failure is out of the question. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, even letting out a cold laugh. 600,000 against 1,000? That's harder to believe than me choking on water. Even if that kid has comprehended the formless spear intent and has exceptional talent, against such an overwhelming gap in power, he wouldn't last even a tenth of a second. The hall fell into dead silence once again. This is too outrageous. Killing 600,000 with just 1,000 vitality completely defies the iron laws of the martial arts world. Even fairy tales wouldn't dare to write it this way. But if it wasn't a failed assassination, the burly man in the black robe pointed at the red. That was getting closer and closer to the entrance of Jingwu. How do you explain this movement trajectory? Looking at that red dot again, though it is lit, it is exceptionally faint. This indicates that Shadow Blade is now extremely weak, even unconscious. The leading man in the black robe took a deep breath, a trace of cold sharpness flashing in his eyes. Shadow Blade's concealment ability is extremely strong. At most, a martial spirit with 1,000,000 blood energy can occasionally detect him, unless a martial king-level expert takes action. Could it be that the boy has a martial king protecting him? The hunched black-robed man exclaimed in shock. Impossible! The leading black-robed man immediately denied it, his tone resolute. Our intelligence network spans the entire Jingwu, and every martial king is under surveillance. Right now, Nye Chongkong is in the administrative building, and the other martial kings haven't left their posts either. There's absolutely no one watching over that boy, he said coldly. We should have accurately and flawlessly exploited Jingwu's oversight. Then what on earth is going on? The burly man in the black robe became anxious, grabbing the leader of the black-robed men by the collar. From the looks of it now, Shadow Blade has been captured alive. Could it be that the child countered and killed Shadow Blade? Nonsense. The leading man in the black robe slammed his hand angrily and sneered. If he can counterkill, I'll eat the altar tonight. Yes, that's too ridiculous. The hunched figure in the black robe sighed and said with reverence. Eliminate all impossibilities, and what remains is the only conclusion. Only a martial king. Either it's a martial king expert hidden by Jingwu, not on our list. Either that child has an extremely terrifying secret force behind him. Anyway, Shadow Blade being captured alive means the stronghold is in danger. The leading figure in the black robe decisively ordered, retreat! Cut off all contact with Shadow Blade immediately. Destroy all stronghold data. That kid is incredibly strange. This time, we've lost. Wait until the heat dies down. Then gather intelligence again and plan the next assassination. On the other side, in the bustling streets of Kyoto, the night breeze carried a hint of chill. Liu, dressed in a thin casual outfit, walked calmly along the sidewalk. In his right hand, he carried the unconscious Shadow Blade. There were few pedestrians on the road, and those who saw Liu holding a man in black in his hand simply avoided him from a distance, not daring to approach. In this world where martial arts prevailed, fights between martial artists and dragging off unconscious opponents happened almost daily. As long as it didn't cause major trouble, ordinary people wouldn't dare to interfere. Liu stopped in his tracks and looked up at the grand gate of Jingwu University not far away. He raised his left hand, opened the tactical terminal on his wrist, quickly found Vice Principal Nye Chongkong's private number, and dialed it. The phone rang twice before it was picked up.
Ayu, Yugoslavia.
On the other end, Nye Chongkong's voice came through with a gentle smile. Calling me so late, are you having trouble with the Tai Su origin blood technique? That technique is very powerful. If it feels too difficult, you can switch back anytime. Liu's tone was calm. The technique is fine. Principal, where are you? Nye Chongkong was slightly taken aback. I'm in the office building, working on the new student exchange competition documents. What's up? Are you coming to see me?
Yugoslavia nudda.
Yes. I caught an assassin and want to hand him over to you. The other end of the line went silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Then a voice filled with praise came through. Not bad. Capturing an assassin alive. As expected of the special grade freshman I had my eye on. Your vigilance is impressive. Before the words were finished, Nye Chongkong suddenly paused, his voice abruptly rising with a crack. You? Caught what? An assassin. An assassin, Liu answered decisively. What assassin? Nye Chongkong roared directly, followed by the sound of papers scattering to the ground, clearly indicating he had stood up abruptly. Where were you attacked? Where is the person? Liu frowned slightly and moved the terminal a bit farther away. Just arrived at the gate of Jingwu University. Is there a problem? Yes, something big. Nye Chongkong's voice trembled, unable to hide his fear. Weren't you cultivating at school? When did you sneak out? Just went back to the apartment to grab something, Liu said calmly. You! Nye Chongkong almost couldn't catch his breath, nearly going mad with frustration. He had completely neglected protecting Liu. A genius like Liu, who had just comprehended the spear intent of transformation, should, by rule, be accompanied by a king-level guardian for protection. He had assumed that Liu would stay within the school to cultivate as soon as he enrolled, never expecting this kid to leave the school without even notifying anyone. Don't move. Wait for me to come over. Nye Chongkong ordered sternly, and the call ended with a swish. Hearing the hurried footsteps on the other end of the phone, Nye Chongkong broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. He knew he had failed in his duty. This was the future top genius of the martial arts world in the Great Xia Nation. If he were assassinated outside the school, he would undoubtedly be a sinner. Principal Feng Wuji himself might even personally take a gun and blow his head off. But, wait a moment. Nie Chongkong activated the martial emperor's blood energy while analyzing. Capture the assassin alive? This kid has real skills. After all, it's a manifested spear intent. Extremely lethal. What realm is the assassin in? Junior Grandmaster? Peak Grandmaster? A freshman with 1,000 blood energy capturing a Grandmaster-level assassin is already impressive. Could it be a great Grandmaster? Those monsters with 10,000 blood energy, protected by their chi barrier. No matter how powerful the spear intent is, capturing them alive would be difficult. He suddenly darted forward, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window, transforming into a black meteor in the night sky, heading straight for the gate of Jingwu University. Good that you're not dead. As long as you're alive, it's fine. Otherwise, my position as vice principal would be over. Outside the gate of Jingwu University, Liu stood under the dim streetlight, having just hung up the phone less than 10 seconds ago. Suddenly, the air in front of him twisted violently, and a dark figure stepped out of the void accompanied by the powerful pressure of a martial emperor. It was none other than Nie Chongkong, his face full of anxiety.
Li Yugoslavia.
As Nie Chongkong appeared, his powerful mental strength swept over him like radar, discovering no injuries, a steady aura, and not even a single strand of hair missing. Who? His heart finally settled, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead, glaring angrily at Liu. You little brat, running around in the middle of the night, what are you thinking? Do you know your current status as a top-tier freshman? Do you know how many eyes are watching you? Why didn't you call for help immediately when you encountered an assassin? Liu looked at the furious Nie Chongkong and raised his hand, shaking the black-clad man in his grasp, who looked like a dead dog. No need. He's too weak. Nie Chongkong froze, his gaze falling on the black-clad man. He casually used his martial emperor-level perception to probe the man, wanting to see which faction had sent a master to kill him. But as soon as his perception touched the suppressed blood energy within the black-clad man, a thunderous shock hit his mind, as if struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. His face turned rigid to the extreme, and his eyes nearly popped out. This! He trembled, gasping for air, and took a step back. What had he sensed? A terrifying blood energy of 600,000. This was no mere junior master. It was clearly a top-tier grandmaster with a blood energy value of 600,000. Even more terrifying, he had also detected a faint abyssal aura within the man's body, along with a deadly poison sealed in his stomach by powerful mental energy, preventing it from dispersing. The abyssal cult. Nie Chongkong swallowed hard, his mind flashing to the nightmare-like name of the underground world in the capital, along with a string of bloody achievements. Infiltrating the southern district 3 years ago and killing 3 grandmasters with blood energy of 400,000 in a single night. Evading peak martial spirit level pursuit last year, and escaping successfully through stealth techniques. This was the abyssal cult's ace assassin, a ghost that haunted countless geniuses' nightmares. Shadow Blade, Nie Chongkong exclaimed, his eyes filled with fear and shock. You actually captured Shadow Blade alive? Liu nodded calmly, responding with composure. Outside the door, the night wind blew, rustling the leaves lightly. Nie Chongkong stood there, feeling the world spin around him. A top-tier assassin with 600,000 blood energy. Someone even he, a martial emperor, would struggle to capture alive. Someone who could poison themselves to death at any moment. And now, this killer who had terrorized the capital was effortlessly subdued by a freshman with only 1,000 blood energy. Even the chance to take their own life had been stripped away. Nie Chongkong's dry throat emitted a trembling voice. You? How did you manage to do it? Liu's gaze was calm as he glanced at the unconscious Shadow Blade in his hand. Grab him, then knock him out. 7 simple words, without any thrilling fight scenes or descriptions of life and death struggles. He looked as if he were casually holding a stray cat, not a top-tier assassin. A deathly silence. Nie Chongkong stood in place, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Grab him, knock him out. What kind of nonsense was that? That was a grandmaster with 60,000 blood energy. A top warrior who had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Do you think this is like catching a chicken? Nie Chongkong's face twitched as he took several deep breaths to suppress his anger.
Li Yugoslavia.
His voice was stern, carrying a hint of sharpness. I'm not joking with you. That was Shadow Blade, an expert in top-tier stealth techniques, protected by chi armor, and utterly ruthless. How did you, a martial artist with just 1,000 blood energy, manage to detect him? How could you capture him alive? Faced with the questioning, Liu remained silent. He knew very well that his sudden surge in power was due to spending 1 billion in-game currency, making his strength extraordinary. The system was his secret, and he absolutely couldn't reveal it, not even to the vice principal who had cared for him. He could only respond vaguely. After I went back, Liu looked at Nie Chongkong, his tone indifferent. I practiced a bit. In his mind, he added, practiced 1,000,000,000 times. Then I felt someone wanted to kill me, so I casually countered and killed them instead. Honestly, it wasn't that hard. Not that hard. Nie Chongkong felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, angrily retorting. Do you even understand the difference between 1,000 blood energy and 60,000 blood energy? It's even greater than the gap between a human and a dog. Are you insane? Just as Nie Chongkong was shouting at Liu, his martial emperor-level perception inadvertently swept over Liu's body. Buzz, an unfathomable wave of blood energy surged into his mind. The body suddenly froze. The anxious expression on the face instantly solidified, turning into astonishment and shock. This fluctuation. Nie Chongkong widened his eyes and grabbed Liu's wrist. Boom! His martial emperor spiritual power penetrated into the body, and the next second, his mind exploded. 120,000? He sensed it clearly. 120,000 blood vitality value. What's going on? He shouted in shock, his voice cracking. He stared straight at Liu, as if looking at an alien creature. It had only been a few hours, less than 4 hours ago, by the ring at Weiming Lake, he was certain this guy only had 1,000 blood vitality. How did it become 120,000 now? Crossing the master level straight to the grandmaster realm. If this isn't riding a rocket, then what is? Nie Chongkong's brain buzzed. In his lifetime, he had seen countless geniuses, seen blood vitality break through quickly, but this speed was insane. He had seen lunatics who used top-tier spiritual medicine to forcibly push their realm, but the cost was enormous. Otherwise, with so many geniuses at Jingwu, abundant in resources, they would only have a few thousand blood vitality. Blood vitality must be honed slowly, tempered and accumulated day by day. Forcing a breakthrough leads to unstable foundations, scattered blood vitality, mild cases of chi deviation, and severe cases of ruining one's life. Are you crazy? What kind of dark arts did you use to forcibly enhance your blood vitality? Do you have a death wish? Nie Chongkong's eyes burned with anger, and he immediately used pure mental energy to probe Liu's internal foundation, ready to find spiritual medicine to save his life. Unexpectedly, when he truly sensed that blood vitality, he was so shocked it felt like he'd been struck by lightning. No instability, no scattering. The vitality was astonishingly solid, steady and heavy, almost suffocating. That feeling, it was as if an old monster who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years had polished their foundation to an incomparably solid and flawless state through countless monotonous years. His foundation was shockingly deep. Even the purity of his vitality was 100 times stronger than that of a grandmaster at the martial emperor level back in the day. You? Nie Chongkong suddenly let go, his steps uncontrollably retreating 2 paces. His gaze fixed on Liu, filled with despair as his worldview collapsed. What on earth is going on? He felt a chill in his heart. Just a few hours ago, his vitality value was only 1,000. A few hours later, it had surged to 120,000, and his foundation was so stable it couldn't be shaken. This cultivation speed was simply defying the heavens. Nie Chongkong was almost convinced he was cheating. Facing Nie Chongkong's almost murderous gaze, Liu remained silent, his eyes deep and tranquil, without the slightest hint of panic. He was well prepared. As a special-grade freshman at Jingwu University, he had already demonstrated extraordinary potential, and Jingwu would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect him. They wouldn't dissect him just because he cultivated quickly, would they? Liu shook his head lightly, his tone calm. I'm not sure either. Just feel that cultivation is particularly smooth and the speed is unusually fast. He thought of something and conveniently shifted the responsibility. Oh, Vice Principal, that 7th-tier spiritual medicine you gave me is really effective. 7th-tier spiritual medicine? Nie Chongkong was momentarily stunned. His eyes instantly widened, larger than copper bells. Blood essence marrow? You ate it all? His voice pierced sharply through the night sky. That's a 7th-tier martial emperor-level spiritual medicine. Its energy is incredibly fierce. Even a peak grandmaster can only use 1 drop at a time, and it must be refined with top-tier mental techniques for over 10 days. And you, a mere martial artist, actually swallowed it all? Shouldn't you have exploded? But then his mind shook. Ate it all and didn't die, even perfectly absorbed it? Blood energy value broke through to 120,000. The foundation is still solid. Could it be some kind of special constitution? His heart raced wildly, and Nie Chongkong grew more excited the more he thought about it. In the history of martial arts, among the billions of descendants of China, There have indeed been rare prodigies who awakened unique special constitutions like the heavenly overlord body or the true immaculate form. Once awakened, their cultivation speed skyrockets, completely breaking conventional limits. Liu is exactly like this. His comprehension of spear intent advanced rapidly, directly breaking through to the peak of transformation in just one day. His blood energy cultivation surged even more, starting as a martial artist at the beginning of school, and within a few hours, breaking through 100,000 blood energy to step into the Grandmaster realm. When all these miracles are pieced together, the only explanation is special constitution. No wonder, Nie Chongkong muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. No wonder your blood energy is pure, despite not practicing internal techniques. No wonder you could break through realms and comprehend transformation-level spear intent. Turns out you possess a peerless constitution. He looked at Liu as if he had discovered a precious treasure, his heart already planning an invincible path for him, destined to suppress the abyss. Jingwu University truly struck gold, finding a god who could carry the future of Daxia. However, just as Nie Chongkong was about to praise him in excitement, his gaze fell on the black-clad figure in Liu's hands, Shadow Blade, a top assassin of the Abyss cult. The excitement on his face instantly froze. Something's wrong. The logic doesn't add up. Even if Liu has a special constitution, breaks through rapidly, stabilizes his vitality, and masters the spear intent of transformation, that man in black had a vitality of 600,000, was a top grandmaster, an assassination expert, protected by chi energy, and a trump card forged in a sea of blood. Liu only had a vitality of 120,000. How could he possibly defeat the opponent? What's even more outrageous is that Liu actually captured Shadow Blade alive without a scratch. Nie Chongkong stared intently at Liu, his voice low. Liu, be honest. How did 120,000 defeat 600,000? How did you manage to capture him alive? A vitality of 120,000, with an exceptionally solid foundation, could very well indicate a 1 in 10,000 extraordinary constitution. But that still doesn't explain how Liu could capture Shadow Blade alive without a scratch. That man had a vitality of 600,000, a top-tier grandmaster, and was the ace death warrior of the Abyss cult.
Li Yugoslavia.
Nie Chongkong took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his inner shock. His tone was unusually serious as he asked, word by word, how exactly did you do it? Even if you broke through to 120,000 vitality, even if you mastered the spear intent of transformation, against Shadow Blade's stealth techniques and the anti-chi dagger, you wouldn't stand a chance. Let alone, when he was about to poison himself to death, you still managed to knock him out alive. Nie Chongkong pressed on step by step. Liu stood under the street lamp, holding Shadow Blade with one hand, his expression calm. He looked at the tense Nie Chongkong and said lightly, actually, it's nothing special. I just used my mental power to knock him out. Mental power? Knock someone out? Nie Chongkong froze, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Mental power? You, a martial artist? No, a newly advanced grandmaster, how could you have mental power? In martial arts, vitality reigns supreme, and cultivating mental power is extremely difficult. Across the entire Great Xia nation, there are very few martial artists who truly practice it. Liu sneered. Vice Principal, have you forgotten? This afternoon, by the shores of unnamed lake, I won a jade slip from Chen Feng. This statement was like a thunderclap, striking directly at Nie Chongkong's heart. His pupils shrank sharply, and his trembling finger pointed at Liu. You're talking about the Chun family's top-tier heaven-grade mental power martial art. Formless Tribulation Blade? Liu nodded and said nonchalantly, that's right. After I got back, I took some time to practice it and found it quite handy. Just now, when he snuck into my apartment to kill me, I used this technique to directly suppress his consciousness. That's all there is to it. That's all. Nie Chongkong's chest throbbed with intense pain as he roared. You call that all there is to it? Do you even know what that technique is? It's a top-tier heaven-grade martial art, the Chun family's treasured heirloom. He was so anxious he was practically jumping, spittle flying everywhere. That technique is incredibly abstruse. Without the secret guidance of the Chun family elders, an ordinary person could study the jade slip for hundreds of years and still not grasp its basics. Even Chen Feng, a mental power prodigy, who has been consuming top-tier spiritual medicine since childhood, had elders teaching him hand in hand, and after over a decade of grueling practice, has only barely scratched the surface. Nie Chongkong's voice echoed through the night sky. But you, Ke Ni. Oh my God. Nie Chongkong held his head in his hands, his worldview completely overturned. How long have you had this jade slip? For hours. In 4 hours, Your vitality skyrocketed from 1,000 to 120,000. And you even mastered that top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art? So you actually used it to knock out a top assassin with 60,000 vitality? His eyes were filled with despair as he questioned. Are you cheating? Just how far have you cultivated? Faced with Nie Changkong's almost collapsing roar of anger, Li Yu remained silent. He looked at the vice principal who had always cared for him, with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He originally wanted to say that not only had he mastered it, but he had also deduced it to perfection, even perfectly integrating king-level spiritual power with peak spear intent. But seeing Nie Changkong's expression, as if he was on the verge of a heart attack, Li Yu swallowed his words. Forget it, even he would feel like a freak saying it out loud. Better to prove it with actions. Vice Principal. Li Yu slowly raised his head. His eyes, originally deep and dark like ink, suddenly became transparent, like two ancient divine mirrors capable of reflecting souls. Watch closely. Li Yu spoke softly, uttering chilling words. Formless, soul slayer, buzz. With his words, the space outside the gates of Jingwu University instantly froze. The night wind halted, and falling leaves hung suspended in midair. A terrifying spiritual force, invisible yet vast as the starry sea, erupted from Li Yu as its center. This was not the roar of blood and energy but an absolute tremor from the depths of the soul. At the tip of Li Yu's right index finger, a flying knife entirely condensed from spiritual power slowly materialized, so transparent it was almost invisible. The air around the knife immediately collapsed, forming concentric black cracks. The flying knife hovered silently at his fingertip. No roar, no gusts of wind, only a deadly sharpness capable of slicing through any soul. Nie Changkong, a martial emperor-level expert, felt every hair on his body stand on end. His usually calm and abyss-like blood energy involuntarily activated its protective shield. A layer of dark golden martial emperor chi enveloped his entire body. But it was useless. Nie Changkong was horrified to discover that even with this protective layer, he could still feel a searing pain in his mind, as if his sea of consciousness was being slashed by a blade. This was suppression on a soul level. The transparent flying knife completely ignored physical defenses. With just a single thought from Li Yu, the knife could pierce through his chi and directly strike his soul. This? Nie Changkong stared at the flying knife, his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with dry grass, making it extremely difficult to breathe. He was a martial emperor, a top-tier martial artist in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even when facing opponents of the same level, his soul would never tremble. But now, this sense of terror was actually coming from a freshman in college. A young man who had been learning spiritual martial arts for less than 4 hours. Martial King. Nie Changkong's voice trembled, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Your spiritual power has actually reached the level of a martial king? Cultivating spiritual power was hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult than cultivating vitality. Those old monsters could spend 100 years and still might not reach the martial king level. Yet Li Yu, in just 4 hours, not only mastered the heaven-grade top-tier divine skill, Formless Tribulation Blade, but also forcibly elevated his spiritual power to the martial king realm, even condensing a flying knife of slaughter that could terrify a martial emperor. Is this even human? Nie Changkong turned his head, his gaze fixed on the unconscious assassin shadow blade lying on the ground. All doubts were resolved. It finally made sense why that top grandmaster with 600,000 vitality, the ace assassin of the Abyss cult, had been toyed with like a dead dog in Li Yu's hands, not even given a chance to commit suicide. Faced with such overwhelming martial king-level spiritual power, let alone a grandmaster with 600,000 vitality, even a martial spirit with 1,000,000 vitality would be instantly reduced to an empty shell. You! Nie Changkong stared at Li Yu, his lips trembling, and finally managed to utter just 2 words. Monster! Absolute monster! He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging waves in his heart. Now he completely understood. The words he had said to Li Yu on the top floor of the library earlier were utterly ridiculous. All that talk about how heaven-tier techniques were difficult to comprehend, how they required years of arduous cultivation, how aiming too high would hinder progress, utter nonsense. In the face of a true peerless genius, so-called common sense was meant to be shattered. Nie Changkong stared at Li Yu with a gaze as if he were looking at a monster. However, Li Yu's expression remained calm. With a slight thought, the transparent flying dagger at his fingertips, radiating a deadly sharpness, instantly dissolved into specks of light and dispersed with the night breeze. The oppressive feeling also vanished from Nie Changkong's heart. Li Yu looked at Nie Changkong, shook his head slightly and said, Vice Principal, you're overpraising me. There's nothing to make a fuss about. His tone was earnest, without a hint of boasting. It's all thanks to hard work and sweat. Hard work and sweat? Nya Chongkong almost couldn't hold it in, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood onto Liyu's face. He stared intently at Liyu, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. For hours? And you dare talk about hard work and sweat? What about those instructors at Jingwu who have been painstakingly cultivating for over a decade and still can't even touch the threshold of heaven-tier techniques? What are they, then? Are you mocking them? He roared inwardly, yet Liyu's face remained unperturbed. This kid wasn't pretending. He genuinely believed this was the result of hard work. After all, Liyu had spent billions of years in the system's simulation space. With a different time dimension, this level of strength naturally appeared bizarre and extraordinary. Forget it? Nye Chongkong waved his hand helplessly. Dwelling on it further will only shatter my Dao heart. Your talent and comprehension completely exceed my understanding. His gaze was complex, filled with shock, relief, and deep concern. Liyu's potential is so terrifying that any opposing force would want to crush it in the cradle. Today, a grandmaster with 600,000 blood vitality arrived. Tomorrow, could it be a martial spirit with 1,000,000 blood vitality? Or even a martial king taking action personally? Liyu ignored his thoughts, turned his gaze to the unconscious assassin on the ground, and said coldly, "Vice Principal, who wants to kill me?" The voice was icy, a chilling coldness spreading. Anyone daring to reach for his neck must be prepared to be completely severed. Nye Chongkong's expression immediately turned serious. With a wave of his hand, an invisible martial emperor's aura instantly enveloped the two of them and the assassin on the ground, completely isolating them from external probing. The Abyssal Cult. Nye Chongkong uttered this name, his eyes filled with killing intent and disgust. The Abyssal Cult? Liyu frowned slightly. There was a brief mention in the textbooks that it was the greatest threat to the Great Xia Kingdom and even all of humanity. But the textbooks never elaborated on this cult. They are traitors polluted by abyssal energy, their minds twisted. Nye Chongkong's voice was low. They betrayed the human race, willingly becoming the abyss's lapdogs, specializing in causing destruction within our ranks. They love assassinating peerless geniuses like you the most. When a genius falls, the future of the human race becomes even more fragile. He pointed to the assassin on the ground. This guy, codenamed Shadowblade, is the ace assassin of the Abyss cult in Kyoto. Countless human prodigies and high-ranking military officials have died at his hands. I didn't expect that this time, the target would be you. Liyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since you know they're traitors, why doesn't the military directly wipe them out? With the strength of the Great Xia military, combined with the top experts of Jingwu, eliminating the cult shouldn't be difficult. Nye Chongkong shook his head with a bitter smile, full of helplessness. It's simply impossible to eradicate them. The Abyss cult is extremely cunning and cautious. They're like rats lurking in dark corners. At the slightest sign of trouble, they immediately cut off connections and hide. He paused, then looked up at Liyu, his eyes flickering with deeper concern. In his gaze, there was a faint trace of fear that was almost imperceptible but chilling. The most critical issue is our human race's high-ranking officials. Very likely, some have been corrupted by the Abyss and turned into traitors. This statement was like a thunderclap, exploding in Liyu's ears. Liyu fell silent for a moment, his transparent and profound eyes showing intense turbulence for the first time. High-ranking officials corrupted? What does this mean? It means that the seemingly indestructible defenses of the Great Xia Kingdom have long been plagued by internal and external troubles. It means that your comrades, your superiors, and even those high-ranking figures, who knows if they can still be considered human. So it's actually this dangerous? Liyu's voice was uncharacteristically heavy. He had thought that as long as he was strong enough, he could roam this world unimpeded. But now he understood. The enemy is deeply hidden, impossible to guard against. Far more terrifying than you can imagine. Nye Chongkong took a deep breath, his expression unprecedentedly serious.
Li Yugoslavia.
Your talent is far too extraordinary. At 18, you already possess the ability to manifest gun intent, your mental strength has reached the martial king level, and your cultivation speed is astonishing. If the higher-ups of the Abyssal cult learn of your true strength, they will undoubtedly go mad. They would risk exposing high-level moles within the military, even mobilize martial kings and martial emperors, vowing to eliminate you. Nye Chongkong placed his hand firmly on Liyu's shoulder, his tone resolute and leaving no room for negotiation. Therefore, do your best not to reveal your true strength while at school. Outside, only display your manifested gun intent and 1,000 points of vitality. Your mental strength must never be exposed, and that terrifying 12,000 vitality must be kept tightly hidden. A tall tree in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. Until you have the strength to suppress everything, keeping a low profile is your only safeguard. Liu nodded slightly, understanding the situation. He knew he needed to lie low for now and wait for his strength to soar. Only when his source blood surpassed millions and tens of millions, and his mental power reached the martial emperor level, would he fear no assassination. However, Nie Changkong's tone shifted, his brows furrowing. Since you've already caught the attention of the abyssal cult, it's too dangerous for you to act under your original identity now. You mentioned the school's reward money is too low and want to take on those billion-dollar contracts. After pondering for a moment, he said, I'll set up a shadow identity for you. This identity will be completely independent of the Jingwu system, with no records whatsoever. It'll make it easier for you to take on high-value tasks, hunt exotic beasts, and earn resources. He sighed, his voice tinged with regret. With your talent, I should have directly applied to the principal to allocate Jingwu's top-tier resources to you, allowing you to rapidly advance to Martial King and Martial Emperor. But that's not possible now. If top-tier resources are suddenly given to you without reason, the hidden traitors will definitely target you. If they set their sights on you, they won't let you go easily. I can't gamble with your life. Listening to this, a trace of understanding flashed in Li Yu's eyes. He didn't care about the abundance of Jingwu's resources. He has a system, and with money, he can infinitely deduce and rapidly grow stronger. No matter how many resources Jingwu provides, it can't compare to him spending $1 billion in a second. Understood. Li Yu calmly asked, when can the shadow identity be arranged? By tomorrow morning at the latest. Nie Changkong said resolutely. I will use my personal authority to bypass the review and directly input it into the highest confidential database of the Great Xia Kingdom. Apart from me and the principal, no one will be able to access it. After speaking, he bent down and single-handedly lifted the unconscious shadow blade. I'll take him away and interrogate him personally to see if I can extract information about other Abyss cult bases in the capital from him. You should hurry back to school, attend your classes, keep a low profile, and avoid any trouble. Remember my words. Hide your trump cards. Before the freshman exchange competition, do not cause any major disturbances. As Nie Changkong spoke, his expression grew serious, and his tone became extremely stern. Also, starting today, you absolutely cannot live off campus anymore. Nie Changkong's tone was severe, his brows tightly furrowed. The outside world is 100 times more dangerous than you imagine. The enemies are deeply hidden and impossible to guard against. I've already arranged it for you. Starting tonight, all freshmen must move into Jingwu's student dormitories. There, the protective formation of the school will safeguard you, with martial kings patrolling around the clock. It is one of the safest places in our dragon country. Without my permission or the cover of a shadow identity, you are absolutely not allowed to step outside Jingwu's gates. Nie Changkong repeatedly reminded him, and finally handed Li Yu a student card before breathing a sigh of relief. He grabbed the unconscious shadow blade on the ground, and with a flash of his figure, turned into a streak of lightning and disappeared into the night. The area outside the gate of Jingwu University returned to tranquility once again. Li Yu stood under the streetlight, the night breeze stirring the hem of his clothes. He looked up at the deep night sky, his transparent eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. The abyssal cult? High-level traitors? Assassinations everywhere. Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this world was far more dangerous than he had initially imagined. He had thought that with the system, as long as his vitality and martial techniques improved quickly enough, he could dominate without restraint. However, even if he could instantly defeat a grandmaster, he was still at a disadvantage when facing powerful forces hidden in the shadows, capable of deploying martial spirits or even martial kings at any moment. Without possessing absolute strength that could disregard everything, blindly flaunting his power would only invite endless trouble. The most important thing now is to wait for the Chun family's 10 billion cash to arrive. Li Yu calculated in his mind that once the money arrived, he would pour it all into the system. After digesting this massive resource, even if a martial emperor personally made a move, he would remain undefeated. Retracting his gaze, he turned and walked toward the freshman dormitory within the campus. Since Nie Changkong had advised him to keep a low profile, he decided to act as an ordinary freshman for now. Tomorrow, he would find a random class at school and see if there were any suitable heaven-tier martial techniques. The night breeze was refreshing. On the quiet, tree-lined paths of Jingwu University's campus, Li Yu followed the navigation on his tactical terminal toward the freshman dormitory with the highest security. As he rounded a corner, a soft hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Li Yu paused his steps but did not immediately turn around. With his martial king-level spiritual power, he had already detected the other party's presence. There was no killing intent, only hurried breathing and a faint scent of sweat mixed with shampoo. He turned around and saw Lin Xiaoxiao under the streetlight. The usually well-dressed wealthy heiress now appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly just out of the boxing training hall. Her black, tight-fitting training outfit was soaked with sweat, clinging to her body and outlining alluring curves. Her damp hair stuck to her fair forehead, and she was slightly panting, her chest visibly rising and falling.
Li Yugoslavia.
Lin Xiaoxiao's face was still flushed, her eyes carrying a cautious hint of anticipation. Class over. Liu glanced at her sweat-drenched appearance and casually asked. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her ponytail swaying lightly. Director Lu Ruyan is too strict. She kept watching me practice the desolate starfall fist, and only just allowed me to leave. She secretly observed Liu's reaction and, seeing that he wasn't impatient, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her hands clasped behind her back, unconsciously rubbing her fingertips. During the day by Weiming Lake, she looked up, her eyes full of admiration. You were amazing. You took down that annoying Chun Feng in one move. Even the vice principal came out personally to protect you. As she said this, her voice grew softer, her gaze dropped to her toes, and her tone carried a hint of probing, along with a deeply hidden trace of a small crush. Liu, could you teach me marksmanship? Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. She knew Liu's personality. He disliked owing favors and wasn't fond of trouble. Making such a request was quite bold. But she just wanted an excuse to be with Liu every day. She was afraid of being left too far behind. Although she had chosen the martial arts department and had top-tier background and resources, facing Liu's genius-level strength made her feel immense pressure. She worried that if she didn't work hard to stay close, she might not even have the qualification to look up to him in the future. The air suddenly grew quiet. Liu stood there, his deep eyes fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao, who had her head lowered and was breathing heavily. Teach marksmanship? Liu recalled the past. When he had just awakened his system and was still in Hangzhou, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who had proactively offered him a special admission spot at Kyoto Martial University. Although he hadn't accepted it, the favor was unforgettable. Later, when he arrived in Kyoto, she had unhesitatingly gifted him the priceless martial emperor-grade weapon Yuanlong Spear, and even slipped him a black card loaded with 1 billion in cash. The Yuanlong Spear and the billion in cash, these could all be directly converted into cultivation resources. For Liu, who desperately needed resources, it was truly a lifesaver. He was someone who valued clear distinctions between gratitude and grudges. Having accepted so much, teaching a bit of marksmanship was no big deal. All right. Liu nodded, his tone calm and decisive. I'm willing. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Really? You're willing to teach me? You don't think I'm dumb? Seeing her happy expression, Liu shook his head slightly. No, I don't. Your talent is quite good. This wasn't mere flattery. During the Hangzhou martial arts exam, Lin Xiaoxiao's blood vitality value had reached an impressive 400, showing great talent. Hearing this affirmation, the heavy stone in her heart finally settled. The proud nature of a wealthy heiress immediately surfaced. She raised her chin, rolled up the sleeves of her training outfit, revealing her fair but not very muscular arms, and tried hard to flex a faint muscle line. Good choice. She waved her small fist at Liu. Don't get cocky. My talent is top-notch. Maybe I'll end up being better at marksmanship than you. When I surpass you and knock you down, don't go crying. Watching her act fierce yet adorably naive, a subtle smile flickered in Liu's eyes, unnoticed by her. All right, I'll wait.
Li Yugoslavia respunda coldly.
Deal. Lin Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and said cheerfully, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm all sweaty and it's so uncomfortable. See you tomorrow. She waved and turned around, her steps light and lively like a little lark. Liu stood under the street lamp, watching her disappear into the night. He shook his head and smiled. Surpass me? Not likely. Retracting his gaze, he turned and walked toward the freshman dormitory. 10 minutes later, Liu used the student card given by Nie Chongkong to swipe open the dormitory door. Jingwu truly lived up to its reputation. The security at the freshman boys' dormitory was extremely tight. Along the way, he sensed 3 Grandmaster-level hidden sentries and a high-level defensive formation covering the entire building with his Martial King-level spiritual power. Pushing open the door to his single suite, the room was spacious and well-equipped, even including a quiet chamber specifically for meditation and cultivation. The walls were soundproof and made of sturdy ironwood stone. Liu entered the quiet chamber, sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, and did not immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he closed his eyes to calmly assess his state and identify his weaknesses. Tonight's assassination had completely awakened Liu. Although he had counterkilled the ace assassin named Shadowblade, it was only because the opponent underestimated him, coupled with the fact that he had just spent $1 billion to boost his strength dramatically. But what if it had been a martial king truly skilled in assassination? Or, if he hadn't cultivated the Tai Su source blood art to perfection today and hadn't mastered the Tai Su overlord body, that blade would have already left him severely injured. Attack power is maxed out, Liu calculated in his mind. His mid-tier heaven-grade spear technique, 8 Desolation Annihilation Spear, was perfected, and his spiritual martial art, Formless Tribulation Blade, was also perfected. The combination of destructive spear intent and martial king level spiritual power allowed him to sweep through everything even at the martial king level, posing a lethal threat to ordinary martial emperors. Defense is solid too. With 120,000 crystallized blood energy, compressed twice, combined with the perfected Tai Su overlord body, he could not only resist most negative states but also regenerate severed limbs. His physical body was as tough as a ferocious beast. But, I'm still missing 2 things, he thought with a frown. First, movement-based martial arts. In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. No matter how strong the attack or how solid the defense, if you can't hit your opponent or escape when surrounded by a group of experts, it's all useless. Previously in Hangzhou, Lin Xiaoxiao had taught him a footwork technique called Swallow Return, but its level was too low, and he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, with his strength comparable to a martial emperor, using a yellow-tier footwork technique was like trying to drift with a heavy tank. Not only would it fail to deliver speed, but it would also crush the technique itself. He needed a top-tier movement technique, preferably heaven-tier, one that could be used for both pursuit and escape. Second, concealment-type martial arts. This was an urgent priority. Currently, he was practicing the breath concealment technique, which he had taken for free from the martial arts library in Hangzhou. It was a mid-grade profound-tier technique. Although it had been perfected through the system simulation, the profound tier still had its limits. Previously, with 1,000 points of vitality, the breath concealment technique could suppress his aura to 0.8, making him seem like a complete weakling. But now, he had 120,000 crystal vitality, with a quality equivalent to tens of millions of ordinary vitality. Using a profound tier technique to suppress this level of vitality fluctuation was like trying to wrap a volcano with thin paper. It simply couldn't hold. Earlier, outside the gate of Capital Martial University, Nie Chongkong had been able to see through his 120,000 vitality at a glance because the breath concealment technique was overloaded and couldn't hide it. Those vitality fluctuations were like searchlights in the dark, glaringly conspicuous. Nie Chongkong told me to keep a low profile to hide this 120,000 vitality completely. Liu closed his eyes, filled with helplessness. But how am I supposed to hide it? Without a heaven-tier concealment technique, the moment I step out of the apartment, any grandmaster I encounter will see right through me. If his vitality was exposed, coupled with his age of 18, those lunatics from the abyssal cult would definitely send martial kings or even martial emperors to kill him. He had to change his technique. Both his movement and concealment techniques needed to be upgraded to heaven tier. He raised his wrist, opened the tactical terminal, logged into the internal network of Capital Martial University, and headed straight for the library. As a special grade freshman, he had the same access privileges as a department director. He quickly browsed the library catalog and locked onto 2 techniques: Thunder Shadow Star Light Step, Heaven Tier Mid-Grade Movement Technique; Taiyuan Breath Concealment Technique, Heaven Tier Mid-Grade Stealth Technique. He had the right to borrow them for free, without even deducting credits. His finger hovered over the Confirm Borrow button, paused for 2 seconds, and then decisively closed the terminal. Free is free, but no matter how good the technique is, it's useless if you can't use it. Liu was very aware of his own aptitude. Without system assistance or millions of years of hard work, relying solely on his own comprehension of heaven-tier techniques, he might never master them in this lifetime. Moreover, he had already spent all his cash. No money, borrowing them would be pointless. Just wait. Liu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wait for the Chun family 100 billion. As long as the money arrives, forget heaven-tier mid-grade techniques, even divine-tier techniques, he could instantly reach perfection. Thinking of this, Liu emptied his mind and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the doorbell of the freshman dormitory rang. Liu opened the door, and Nie Chongkong stood outside in a black robe, his expression serious. He didn't waste any words and walked straight into the living room, casually tossing a dark red document onto the coffee table. Your new identity. Nie Chongkong sat down and poured himself a glass of water. Special assistant to the vice principal of Jingwu. The file has already been entered into the highest confidential database of Daxia. Aside from me and the principal, no one can uncover your true identity. Whether it's for taking on bounties or black market dealings, this identity is rock solid. Liu casually flipped through the document. The name had been changed to Li Yuan, and the photo had been processed with special techniques. The face appeared cold and mature, bearing only a 70% resemblance to the original, but the overall demeanor was entirely different. Thank you, Vice Principal. Liu put the document away. Don't thank me just yet. Nie Chongkong set down his glass, twisted his wrist, and a jade slip emitting an ancient gray glow appeared in his palm. With a snap, he slammed it onto the table. The Universal Concealment Technique. Nie Chongkong's gaze was solemn. A top-tier heaven-grade concealment technique. This is from my private collection. No one at Jingwu has ever practiced it, except for me. He knew the terrifying 12,000 units of blood energy within Liu's body couldn't be hidden with ordinary concealment techniques. If exposed, it would mean certain death. You must learn this as quickly as possible. Nie Chongkong tapped the table. This technique is difficult, but with your aptitude, you should be able to grasp the basics in about 10 days. Until you've fully mastered it, you're forbidden from taking on bounty missions. And you absolutely cannot leave Jingwu. Liu took the gray jade slip, feeling the dense concealment aura within, and nodded. Understood. At that moment, a series of urgent and suppressed knocks sounded from outside the apartment. Nie Chongkong frowned and probed with his spiritual power. They arrived really quickly. Go open the door. Your god of wealth has arrived. Liu walked over to open the door. Two people stood outside. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a dark gold robe with a dignified appearance. Chun Tiannan, a martial king-level expert and the head of the Chen family. Behind him, shrinking his neck, was Chun Feng, a second-year grandmaster. His face was swollen like a pig's head, clearly having just been beaten. Student Liu. Chun Tiannan saw Liu and smiled kindly, without any airs of a martial king. He bowed slightly and said, My unworthy son has offended you, so I brought this beast here to apologize. After speaking, he suddenly turned around and kicked Chun Feng's knee. Chun Feng's leg buckled in pain, and he knelt before Liu on the spot, not daring to utter even a groan of agony. Liu remained expressionless and stepped aside to let the two enter. Chun Tiannan entered and, upon seeing Nie Chongkong on the sofa, immediately bowed in greeting.
Nie Chongkong responded indifferently.
Chun Tiannan was not embarrassed. He took out a silver storage ring from his pocket and handed it to Liu. 100 billion in cash, all inside. In order to gather this money, the Chun family sold 3 mining veins. The delay was unavoidable. I hope you can forgive us. Liu took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual power, confirming that it was filled with neatly stacked new dragon coins. Not a single one missing. Seeing this, Chun Tiannan let out a sigh of relief. He then handed over a delicate jade box. Upon opening it, a strong medicinal fragrance mixed with blood energy spread out. Inside lay 2 blood-red, humanoid-shaped blood spirit ginsengs. 3,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng. Chun Tiannan said sincerely, It is very effective for strengthening the foundation and nourishing vitality, as well as enhancing blood energy. Consider it a small token of the Chun family's goodwill to help calm your nerves. Liu did not stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. The money was taken, the medicine received, and this matter was considered settled. Seeing Liu accept the gift, Chun Tiannan's smile widened. His visit today was not just to apologize but, more importantly, to build a connection with this genius. A monster who could comprehend the formless spear intent at the age of 18 was destined to become a martial emperor in the future. Missing the chance to align with such a powerhouse would be a huge loss. Clearing his throat, he suddenly changed the subject. Student Liu, I heard that yesterday you took our Chun family's formless tribulation blade from that unfilial son of mine. Nie Chongkong, who was drinking water nearby, froze mid-action. Though his eyelids barely lifted, his ears perked up in alert. If Chun Tiannan dared to try and take it back by force, he wouldn't hesitate to smash a cup in his face. Chun Tiannan looked at Liu with a face full of sincerity. That spiritual martial art is of the heaven-grade high rank. It's extremely complex to cultivate, and the refinement of spiritual power is fraught with danger. Without guidance from an elder, it's very easy to suffer a backlash and damage your spiritual sea. Since you obtained the jade slip, it must be fate. Although my skills are limited, I have delved into this for decades and have some insights. If you encounter any difficulties, I, Chun, am willing to personally teach you without holding anything back. His words were smooth and magnanimous, extending an olive branch to draw closer ties. However, just as he finished speaking, Nie Chongkong suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, coughing violently, his face turning as red as a tomato. Chun Tiannan looked concerned. Vice Principal, are you all right? Nie Chongkong gritted his teeth, holding back laughter. I'm fine, I'm fine. He glanced at the earnest-looking Chun Tiannan and nearly burst out laughing. A martial king teaching someone whose spiritual power had already reached the level of a martial king and who had even mastered the formless, god-slaying flying dagger? Li Yu had mastered the Chun family's rare treasure to perfection in just 4 hours, and even he, a martial emperor, had been awed by that flying dagger. What qualifications did Chun Tianan have to teach him? Nia Chongkong stifled his laughter to the point of discomfort, but to protect Li Yu's talent from being exposed, he had to endure it. Taking a few deep breaths to steady his voice, he said, "The Chun family head's kindness is appreciated. Li Yu can figure it out on his own." Li Yu said calmly, "Thank you, family head Chin, but I've more or less mastered it, so I don't need guidance for now." Chun Tianan shook his head inwardly. Young people are always so arrogant. Master it in just 1 night? A top-tier heaven-grade spiritual martial art. Did you even understand the first page of the meridian diagram? He didn't expose him, planning to step in later when Li Yu hit a wall, making his favor even more significant. "Then I won't disturb you any further. Li Yu, you're always welcome to visit the Chun family." With that, Chun Tianan picked up the kneeling Chun Feng and turned to leave the apartment. The door slammed shut with a bang. As soon as the Chun father and son left, Nia Chongkong's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous aura. He turned to stare at Li Yu. "The money's been received. Now let's get down to business." Nia Chongkong stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the Jingwu campus. "Last night, I interrogated that Shadow Blade assassin overnight. That guy's tough, but under my martial emperor's pressure and soul-searching secret technique, he still spilled some information." He turned around, his gaze fierce. "I've obtained the location of an important abyss cult base in the outskirts of Jing City. It's where they're hiding their supplies and a group of infiltrators targeting the capital. According to Shadowblade, the person in charge of that base is only at the peak martial spirit level." He fixed his gaze on Li Yu, his killing intent palpable. "How dare they provoke Jingwu and attempt to assassinate the special-grade freshman I personally approved?"
Nie Changkong growled deeply.
"This debt must be paid in blood." As he spoke, his eyes locked onto Li Yu. "Li Yu, do you want to join me in wiping out the abyss cult?" Li Yu looked up, his gaze firm, and nodded without hesitation. Yes, the enemy had already put a knife to his throat. How could he back down? On the path of martial arts, there's no retreat, only the resolve to root out threats completely. "Good." Nia Chongkong patted Li Yu on the shoulder. "You've got guts. Don't even think about leaving the apartment today. Stay here and fully comprehend the universal concealment technique. Grasp as much as you can. Tomorrow morning, you'll go with me as Li Yuan. We're going straight for the heart of the enemy." With that, Nia Chongkong turned and strode out, heading to the military headquarters to gather trusted subordinates, set up blockades, and ensure the success of the operation. The apartment was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a heartbeat. Li Yu stood in the center of the living room, holding the silver storage ring containing 100 billion in cash. His breathing gradually grew heavier. He turned around and walked into the quiet room, closing the heavy ironwood door and activating the soundproofing and defense formations. Black password boxes poured out like a waterfall from the storage ring, covering the floor, their lids automatically popping open. What met his eyes was a dazzling red, 10 trillion dragon coins piled into a golden mountain, nearly filling the entire quiet room. The air was thick with the rich scent of ink. Li Yu sat cross-legged amidst the pile of money, a fiery determination burning in his eyes. This wealth was enough to buy a small base, but to him it was merely numbers to convert into power. "System, recharge." His voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. "Recharge 10 million first." A flash of light passed, and the stack of bills on the left instantly transformed into ethereal light, dissipating without a trace. Ding! Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. Li Yu pulled out the gray jade slip that Nia Chongkong had just given him. Universal concealment technique. Inject all 10 million years of cultivation into it. The jade slip shattered into streams of light that pierced into his brow, pulling Li Yu's consciousness into a realm of still darkness, where time seemed infinitely stretched. This heavenly grade technique, known as profound and difficult to comprehend, revealed its perfect essence after being refined for millions of years. Concealment was not merely about suppressing one's aura, but about completely assimilating oneself into the environment and void. After 10,000 years, Li Yu successfully concealed the aura of 12,000 crystallized blood energy, his presence as calm as an ordinary person. After 1,000,000 years, his figure became elusive and undetectable. 5 million years ago, the technique underwent a qualitative transformation, allowing him to mimic the aura and attributes of any realm. The culmination of 10 million years of deduction.
Universal Concealment Technique achieved perfection.
Consciousness returning, Liu opened his eyes, a faint gray light flickering in their depths. After countless years of relentless effort, not only had he mastered the art of concealment, but he had also acquired a heaven-defying derivative skill, return to void. In this state, he could reduce his presence to the absolute minimum, perfectly concealing even the 12,000 units of source blood comparable to a martial emperor. The most terrifying part was that he could simulate the aura of inanimate objects, and even the aura of the abyss. The aura of the abyss. Liu's gaze grew heavy as he pondered. When dealing with traitors hidden within the upper echelons of the human race, disguising himself with the aura of the abyss was undoubtedly a trump card. But, Liu frowned slightly. He had never truly set foot in the abyss, nor had he ever encountered an actual abyssal creature. Although this abyssal aura was something he had deduced, he wasn't sure how authentic it was or whether it could deceive those abyssal fanatics. It was all just speculation. Tomorrow, I need to go to the abyss cult's stronghold. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Tomorrow would be the best opportunity to test the authenticity of this aura. Only there could he find the most genuine abyssal aura, allowing him to secretly observe, compare, and adjust. As long as he confirmed that this aura could pass for the real thing, this trump card would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable power. Continue. He didn't stop, his gaze falling on the terminal beside him. Yesterday, he had his eye on a mid-tier heaven-grade movement technique, Thunder Shadow Starlight Step, on the Jingwu Library Network. At the time, he didn't have the money and was worried he wouldn't be able to practice it if he bought it. So he didn't proceed. Now, things were different. He was fully stocked with ammunition. He opened the tactical terminal, connected to the internal network of Jingwu, and used the highest authority of a special-grade freshman. Without deducting any credits, a beep sounded, and the complete content of Thunder Shadow Starlight Step was immediately projected into the air. System, recharge another 10 million, he commanded. Buzz. 10 million in cash vanished instantly. Ding. Recharge successful. 10 million dragon coins deducted, converted into 10 million years of cultivation. Inject all 10 million years of cultivation into Thunder Shadow Starlight Step. Boom! His consciousness plunged into the void of deduction. Thunder and starlight fused, unleashing an ultimate sense of speed. This movement technique pursued the perfect combination of explosive power and agility. Liu kept running and leaping, traversing the void. Year 10,000 speed broke the sound barrier. Year 1 million steps synchronized with the frequency of thunder. Year 10 million boom, perfection achieved. His consciousness returned. Sitting atop a pile of cash, his entire body trembled, and his limbs were filled with a sense of agility. Thunder Shadow Starlight Step. Perfected. Special skill, Star Guide. Ignores inertia and air resistance, enabling silent teleportation over 100 meters. No sonic boom, no airflow, as if space folds, directly leaping from the starting point to the endpoint. Assassination. Escape. It's unbeatable.
Liu nodded in satisfaction.
Attack, defense, mental strength, stealth, movement technique, the pentagonal warrior was gradually taking shape. At this moment, 999,800,000,000 in cash remained around him. Liu took a deep breath, gazing at the sea of red, his eyes blazing with determination. System. Recharge everything, 90 billion. His voice echoed in the quiet chamber. Buzz. Accompanied by the command, a massive amount of cash evaporated. 90 billion in cash, enough to purchase a medium-sized base, vanished into nothingness. Ding! Recharge successful. Deducting 90 billion dragon coins, converting into 90 billion years of cultivation. The cold, mechanical system prompt exploded in his mind. 90 billion years of cultivation, a span of time as vast as the collapse of galaxies and the rebirth of the universe. Liu took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming sharply. Inject all 90 billion years of cultivation into the primordial void blood technique and martial arts realm. Boom! His consciousness was pulled into the endless, pitch-black simulation void for the 5th time. Here, time held no meaning. Vitality was the foundation of martial arts. No matter how dazzling the martial techniques, body movements, or mental strength, without immense vitality to support them, they were nothing but castles in the air. Only with abundant vitality could one fight 10 opponents at once. In the first year, he sat cross-legged in the void, the primordial void vortex spinning within his dantian, while 120,000 crystalline blood sources flowed like a slumbering black dragon. By the first millionth year, Liu opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, too slow. After 2 rounds of tenfold compression, the density of vitality within his body was already astonishing, yet he still felt the progress was insufficient. Now, even after Liu had painstakingly cultivated in the system's simulation space for 1,000 years, his vitality had only increased slightly. There were 2 reasons for this sluggish progress. First, his physical talent was extremely poor, and his martial aptitude was mediocre. With the shallow foundation of an ordinary person, he was forcing himself to operate the twice tenfold compressed, primordial void blood technique. Each cycle of operation felt as arduous as an ox pulling a cart. Second, and most critically, there were absolutely no cultivation resources here. No high-grade exotic beast blood, no spirit stones, and certainly no treasure pills or elixirs to rapidly replenish vitality. He could only rely on the most primitive breathing techniques, slowly extracting energy from the void to gradually strengthen himself. Poor talent, no resources, 1,000 years, only a trace of vitality gained. The first billion years, 10 billion years, 100 billion years, endlessly long, Liu was like an immortal statue, quietly suspended in the void. The Taishu vortex spun endlessly. 1,000 years added a bit of vitality, 1,000,000 years added 1,000 points, 100 million years added 100,000 points, and 10 billion years added 10 million points. By the 500 billionth year, the crystalline source blood in his body had accumulated to 50 million points. That pitch-black, almost tangible blood surged through his veins, roaring like thunder. The 900 billionth year. Boom! The deduction space trembled violently. 900 billion years of arduous cultivation finally bore substantial fruit. Liu's source blood surged by 90 million points, adding to the original 120,000, for a total of 90,120,000 points. But it wasn't over yet. Through this endless time, his understanding of the Taishu source blood art broke through to a new dimension even its creator could not reach. Beyond perfection, there is still a path. Third, compression. He suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a low roar that shattered the void. The Taishu vortex deep within his dantian went berserk, its rotation speed soaring 10,000 times. The terrifying collapse force directly pressed against over 90 million points of crystal source blood. Crack! Crack! Even the Taishu overlord body, which had undergone the baptism of secondary compression, emitted the sound of bones fracturing. Blood vessels burst, muscles tore apart and restructured. The excruciating pain penetrated deep into the marrow, but Liu gritted his teeth and endured it. He was well aware that the blood within his body was undergoing a dimensional transcending transformation. 90 million, 70 million, 50 million. The originally pitch-black source blood gradually faded in color under the pressure of the third tenfold compression. It eventually transformed into nearly transparent divine blood, radiating a dark golden, glazed luster. 30 million, 10 million, 9 million. Boom! When the blood value compressed to 9 million, all restructuring and metamorphosis were completely finished. Liu slowly stood up. Not a trace of aura leaked into the void, yet just by standing there, he caused the surrounding space to distort and ripple. 9 million, this was the ultimate product after 3 rounds of tenfold compression. Converted into the blood value of ordinary martial artists, it would be 9 million multiplied by 1,000, equaling 9 billion. 9 billion blood value, according to the martial arts realm classification of the Great Xia Kingdom. A martial lord's blood value surpasses 1 billion, while a martial saint's exceeds 10 billion. Liu's current blood value of 9 billion placed him just one step away from the martial saint realm, at the peak of martial lord. But this figure cannot be simply compared, because his blood is dark golden divine blood, compressed to the extreme 3 times. In terms of physical quality, blood density, and instantaneous explosive power, his combat strength is enough to rival an ordinary martial saint with 10 billion blood value. Even relying on the enhancement of the Taishu overlord body, close combat could easily tear apart an ordinary martial saint. Martial saints are the pinnacle pillars of the human race. Throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are only 2 publicly known martial emperors, and beneath them are dozens of martial saints guarding the abyssal frontlines. Liu, an 18-year-old freshman who had just entered university, managed to push his strength to the peak martial saint level within 2 days using 90 billion in cash. Consciousness returned to reality. In the quiet room, Liu opened his eyes, a flash of dark golden light flickering in his gaze. He raised his right hand and slightly clenched his fist. Bang! The air exploded in his palm, producing a piercing sonic boom. This power was incomparably formidable. Liu knew that if he encountered the assassin shadow blade with 600,000 blood energy now, he wouldn't even need to use his mental power. Just one breath with 3 compressed bursts of blood energy wind would be enough to shred the opponent's protective energy and body into fragments. Blood energy is sufficient. He loosened his fist, his gaze falling on the pile of cash beside him. Nearly 10 billion. This blood energy had already reached the martial saint realm, and his mental power was stable at the martial king level, sufficient for reconnaissance and ambushes. However, his primary offensive method, martial will, was still stuck at the forming shape stage. Without the support of ultimate intent, The power of 9 million units of dark golden divine blood could not be fully unleashed. Tomorrow, I must raid the abyssal cult's stronghold to fill in the last gap. System. Recharge 9 billion. Buzz. 9 billion dragon coins instantly vanished. Ding. Recharge successful. 9 billion dragon coins deducted, converted into 9 billion years of cultivation. Inject all 9 billion years of cultivation into spear intent. Boom. His consciousness was swept into the simulation void for the 6th time. In the endless darkness, Liu tightly gripped a gray-black spear, standing silently. The stages of spear intent were subtle, formless, forming shape, clarity, soul forging. In the first year, he thrust the spear forward, the gray-black destructive spear intent tearing through the void. The first millionth year, breaking through to the peak of transformation, with a crystal-clear spear heart, nothing remains unbreakable. Even without a spear, branches, grass, and air can all transform into destructive spears. The first billion years with deep and profound eyes. Clarity signifies complete mastery of technique and will, while soul forging endows the spear's intent with life. 50 billion years, the destructive intent of the spear in his hand began to stir, as if nurturing life. 90 billion years, a deafening roar shook the heavens. The spear transformed into a colossal gray-black dragon, tens of thousands of feet long. Its eyes were pupil-less, exuding an aura of deathly silence. The peak of soul forging was complete. After 90 billion years of deduction, the destructive intent of the 8 Desolations Annihilation Spear was shaped into a soul with an innate instinct for slaughter. With a single thought from Liu, the spear's soul automatically locked onto its target, never ceasing. His consciousness returned, and the air in the quiet room instantly distorted. He restrained his aura and performed the universal concealment technique, deeply hiding the martial saint level 9 million dark gold divine blood and the peak soul-forging spear intent. On the ground, the password-protected case still contained 980 million in cash. With a wave of his hand, he stored the money in his spatial ring for future use. Although his mental strength remained at the martial king level, combined with the spear intent and the power of his physical body, it was sufficient for support and reconnaissance. The money would be kept for upgrading his insights at any time, and he would continue pay to win once he earned more. Liu stood up, stretching his muscles that had tightened from the burst of energy, and calmly said, "Tomorrow, I'll join Ye Chongkong in attacking the abyssal cult's stronghold. Taking that place will surely yield great rewards. With the shadow identity of Li Yuan, I can take on billion-level bounties in the future, easily earning rewards to enhance my strength until I reach the summit." Nighttime, the new student apartments at Jingwu Academy. Liu washed away the day's fatigue and changed into clean, casual clothes. Just as he stepped into the living room, the doorbell rang. He used his martial king-level mental strength to scan, and the scene outside the door instantly appeared in his mind. He walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoxiao stood gasping for breath, holding a heavy steel spear. This top-tier heiress looked unusually disheveled at the moment. Her black training outfit was completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her fair skin. Her damp hair stuck to her cheeks, her face was drenched in sweat, and her chest heaved heavily. Clearly, she had just completed a full day of boxing training and had rushed back to the dormitory to grab her spear without even taking a shower, coming straight to find Liu.
Li Yugoslavia.
Lin Xiaoxiao panted, her cheeks flushed. Her bright eyes carried a mix of determination and a hint of expectation. "I'm here," Liu responded indifferently. "You promised me during the day that you'd teach me spear techniques," she said urgently. Looking at her in this state, Liu's gaze revealed a hint of helplessness. He knew this girl's obsession with becoming stronger was truly astonishing. "Come in," he said, stepping aside to make way. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully walked into the spacious living room, clutching her spear. She glanced at the clean floor, then looked down at her sweat-drenched clothes, biting her lip in embarrassment. "I'm afraid I'll dirty your floor," she said softly.
No problem, Liu declined.
He closed the door and walked to the center of the living room. "Give me the spear." Lin Xiaoxiao obediently handed over the 100-pound refined steel spear. It was something she had specifically chosen from the school's armory, a heavy spear suitable for beginners to practice basic force application. Liu took the spear with one hand, his fingers lightly pinching the middle of the shaft. The 100-pound steel spear felt as light as a toothpick in his hand. "The spear is the king of all weapons," he said steadily, his voice carrying a professional confidence. With a casual flick of his wrist, the spear's tip traced an almost imperceptible arc through the air. Blades and swords rely on heavy slashes, staves on sweeping strikes, but the spear is different. The essence of spear techniques lies in a single point. Liu turned, his deep gaze locking onto Lin Xiaoxiao. Channel the strength of your entire body, your blood, bones, and muscles, from the soles of your feet, up through your spine, and through your shoulders, elbows, and wrists, compressing it all into the sharp tip of the spear. Not a single ounce of strength wasted. That is the true essence of spear technique. Watch closely. He didn't use his blood energy, nor did he activate any spear intent. Using only the purest physical technique, he gave a slight tremor of his arm. With a hum, the heavy steel spear in his hand instantly transformed into a blur. The spear tip pierced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. A fierce current of air swept past Lin Xiaoxiao's cheek, slicing off a strand of her hair. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating. So fast, so precise. What shocked her even more was the indescribable sense of pressure emanating from Liu at that moment, like standing at the foot of a towering mountain, feeling an unparalleled sense of oppression. Although Liu used the universal concealment technique to mask his aura, his martial saint-level physique still invisibly exuded the presence of a superior. A spear strikes like a dragon, its force piercing through the tip. Liu withdrew the spear and casually tossed it back to Lin Xiaoxiao. Come and try, thrust straight. Lin Xiaoxiao fumbled to take the spear, took a deep breath to suppress the fluttering in her heart, gripped the spear shaft tightly with both hands, her gaze resolute. Ha! With a shout, she unleashed her energy and blood, thrusting the spear forward fiercely. With a bang, the air reverberated. The force was immense, but the spear tip trembled slightly, deviating half an inch from its trajectory. That's not right. Liu stepped forward. Standing beside her, he reached out and grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's front wrist. The warmth of his touch spread, and Lin Xiaoxiao froze completely. Her cheeks flushed red, even her ears turned crimson. Liu paid no attention to this and focused intently, saying, "Use your waist to exert force, channel the power through your spine to your shoulders, keep your wrist relaxed, and follow my strength." He adjusted the angle of her wrist and guided her hand forward with a sharp push. With a sharp sound, the spear instantly broke the sound barrier. The spear shaft remained perfectly straight, without the slightest tremor. A flawless straight thrust. Lin Xiaoxiao stared blankly ahead, completely unaware of how much strength she had used. The power of this thrust was far greater than her previous full-force attempt. Was this Liu's mastery of power? Did you get it? Liu released her hand and stepped back. Lin Xiaoxiao snapped out of her daze, feeling her wrist, which had been held by him, burning unbearably. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, I got it." Liu nodded and said coldly, "Practice the straight thrust tonight. Do it 1,000 times. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to go to sleep." Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head, pouting in grievance, but upon seeing Liu's stern face, she swallowed her protest. "Fine, 1,000 times it is. This lady isn't afraid of hard work." She gripped the spear tightly and practiced the monotonous straight thrust repeatedly in the spacious living room. Sweat dripped continuously, but her gaze grew increasingly determined and bright. Liu sat on the sofa, quietly watching this stubborn rich girl. His deep eyes revealed a faint trace of approval. He wasn't making her practice 1,000 times to be difficult. It was his responsibility. Spear techniques are killing moves, and half-hearted efforts would only harm her. Sweat continued to fall. Lin Xiaoxiao's arm began to tremble slightly, but with each thrust, her gaze grew more resolute. The night grew deeper. Tomorrow would be the moment to test the 900 billion cultivation points and launch the crusade against the abyssal cult. The living room of the Jingwu freshman dormitory was brightly lit. "Ah!" Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, gripping the spear tightly with both hands and thrusting it forward forcefully. Bang! The spear tip sliced through the air, producing a muffled sound. Sweat dripped from her fair chin, splashing onto the ground and bursting into tiny droplets. This was her 500th thrust. Her arm muscles began to spasm, and despite having 400 points of vitality, her stamina was rapidly depleting. Liu, sitting on the sofa, stared unblinkingly at her movements. Serious, stern, without a trace of relaxation. Under the gaze of such soul-piercing eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao's heartbeat quickened. Her cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was from exhaustion or embarrassment, the redness spreading all the way to her ears. She bit her lip, desperately trying to control her breathing. But every time she felt Liu's gaze fall on her shoulders, waist, or even her wrist gripping the spear, it was as if ants were crawling all over her body. The nervousness and shyness caused her movements to slightly falter. "Stop," Liu said coldly, breaking the silence of the living room. Lin Xiaoxiao froze, quickly retracting the spear, standing like a child who had made a mistake. her chest heaving as she gasped for air. What did I do wrong? She asked nervously, staring at Liu. Liu stood up, stepped in front of her, and frowned, saying, "Your movements are correct, and your exertion is decent. But—" He looked at the spear, his tone dissatisfied. "Too rigid. It's all form without capturing the essence." Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Divine essence? She understood in her heart that it referred to that kind of artistic conception. But how could artistic conception be so easy to grasp? Even senior students found it difficult to achieve, and she had only been practicing for 2 hours. It was simply impossible. Liu didn't say much, but he felt that continuing to practice like this was progressing too slowly and was a complete waste of energy. "Give me the spear." Lin Xiaoxiao obediently handed over the steel-long spear. Liu held the spear with one hand, a faint gray-black light flashing in his eyes. Buzz! An invisible and intangible yet mysterious fluctuation flowed from his palm into the spear. That was his spear intent. But he did not use the destructive attribute that could obliterate everything. Using the mental power of a martial king, he completely stripped away the violent killing intent from the spear, leaving only the purest comprehension of spear techniques. At the same time, he deliberately suppressed his realm to the threshold of form transformation, fearing that if it were too high, she might not be able to comprehend it. Even so, when this martial intent was infused into the steel spear, the originally cold and rigid spear shaft emitted a crisp hum, trembling slightly, as if life had been injected into it. "Take it." Liu handed over the spear. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out somewhat dazedly, and as her fingertips touched the spear handle, a silent thunderclap exploded in her mind. A warm, profound, domineering, and ancient intent flowed through the spear shaft into her palm, passed through her meridians, and directly surged into her sea of consciousness. This is... She stared wide-eyed in shock, her mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. "My spear intent," Liu said calmly. "Blind practice won't touch the core of spear techniques. Use your mind to sense it, experience the flow of this intent." Lin Xiaoxiao froze. Martial intent. This is the most core and private trump card in the eyes of martial artists, even 100 times more precious than martial techniques or cultivation methods. It is the extension of a martial artist's soul. Yet Liu had completely and unreservedly stripped away a trace of his martial intent and handed it to her. This meant he had exposed a part of his soul to her without any defense. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand holding the spear began to tremble. She could feel the intent flowing through her meridians, as if Liu's hands were gently caressing every inch of her bones from within, far more intimate and profound than physical contact. This was the fusion of souls. Focus. Liu frowned slightly, seeing her dazed expression, completely unaware of the storm raging in her heart. To him, this was merely an auxiliary tool to improve teaching efficiency. He walked up behind her, his hands hovering as they encircled her body. His left hand grasped hers on the gun barrel, while his right hand covered hers on the gun grip. Boom! The warmth of his palm settled over hers, and her mind instantly went blank. Behind her was Liu's broad and solid chest, radiating an astonishing heat even through their clothes. The faint, clean scent of him lingered around the tip of her nose. In her hands, she held the martial will that penetrated the soul. The double stimulation made this proud, wealthy heiress instantly go weak on one side, her face turning so red it seemed like it might bleed, her breathing rapid. "Straighten your back." Liu's cold and professional command, accompanied by his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, made her tremble all over. "Feel the spear intent flowing through the spear shaft. When I exert force, your vital energy and blood will follow the will." Thrust. Liu suddenly pushed forward with both hands. Lin Xiaoxiao had no time to react. Her vital energy and blood instinctively erupted, surging wildly in sync with the martial will. The steel spear shot out like a gray lightning bolt, tearing through the air and leaving a trail of white turbulence. This thrust was more than 10 times stronger than when she had practiced before. "Did you feel it?" Liu released his grip and stepped back half a step. Lin Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, holding the trembling spear, a light in her eyes that had never been there before. She felt it, that perfect control of power, the ultimate ecstasy of uniting will and body as one. I understand now." She turned to look at Liu, her eyes full of determination and gratitude. He was even willing to teach her the most precious martial will. She couldn't let him down. "Continue." Liu sat back on the sofa, his gaze resolute. "Yes." Lin Xiaoxiao turned around, discarded the distracting thoughts in her mind, tightly gripped the spear, and felt the intense will emanating from Liu. Her movements became increasingly precise and forceful. The living room was left with only the sharp sound of the spear slicing through the air. Meanwhile, deep underground in an abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of Kyoto. The air was cold and damp, filled with the pungent stench of blood and decay. This was the secret base of the abyssal cult in Kyoto. At the center of the underground hall stood a crimson altar made of piled white bones, emitting a dim, eerie glow. Several figures in black robes surrounded the altar, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. "Is the information confirmed?" asked a black-robed figure resembling a bishop, his voice hoarse and chilling. A hunched black-robed figure stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "It has been confirmed. A mole within the military has sent word that Vice Principal Nya Chongkong of Kyoto Martial Academy has secretly mobilized elite forces from the military. They are currently assembling on the outskirts and will launch a full-scale attack by dawn at the latest." The bishop sneered, ghostly green flames flickering under his hood. "Just as I expected. Shadow Blade was captured alive and couldn't withstand the soul-searching technique, revealing the location of our base. That old fox Nya Chongkong thinks he's caught our tail and plans to wipe us out in one fell swoop." He swept his gaze across the group, his tone cold and manic. "This is the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Have we confirmed the location of the human martial saints?" Another black-robed figure nodded. "Confirmed. Of Kyoto's 3 martial saints, 2 have been dispatched to guard the abyssal rift in the northern border, leaving only 1 stationed at Kyoto's central hub, unable to leave easily." He sneered. "When Nya Chongkong launches his offensive tomorrow morning, the abyssal formation at our base will release a strong wave of pollution, inevitably drawing the full attention of that martial saint, leaving him unable to focus elsewhere." Murderous intent flashed in the bishop's eyes as he swept his robe dramatically. "This decapitation strike must be swift." He turned to look at the center of the altar, where a bottomless black vortex radiated a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble. For this operation, the higher-ups have sacrificed 100,000 souls to forcibly tear through the dimensional barrier and summon a true demon saint to descend. The bishop's voice was filled with fanaticism. The black-robed figures in the hall collectively gasped, their bodies trembling. Demon Saint, a ruler in the abyss capable of rivaling the human martial saint, an embodiment of destruction. The bishop sneered. "Nya Chongkong does have some strength, but he is merely a martial emperor with blood energy exceeding 1 billion. He is no match for the Demon Saint. Even with the elite forces of the military, he can only be firmly trapped by the Demon Saint's aura in this suburban area." His sharp gaze pierced through the rock layers, directly targeting the Grand Academy at the heart of Kyoto. "We will take advantage of this perfect opportunity to bypass Nya Chongkong's blockade and infiltrate Jingwu." He suddenly pointed at the photo of the cold-faced young man on the holographic projection. "Liu. This genius named Liu is terrifying. At 18, he has mastered the gun intent in its transformation stage. His vitality surpasses 1,000, and his talent defies the heavens. If he grows any further, he will undoubtedly become a major threat to us. He must be eliminated." The bishop's voice echoed resolutely and decisively in the underground hall. "We will lead all the death warriors in the stronghold to infiltrate Jingwu and kill Liu. Find him as quickly as possible and tear him apart." The bishop raised his hands high, like a frenzied believer, shouting hoarsely. "Before the human race's martial saints gather, retreat forcefully with Lord Demon Saint through the teleportation array." His voice shook the heavens and the earth. "We must eliminate this unparalleled genius of the human race in the cradle with the fastest speed and the least cost. Kill! Kill! Kill!" In the underground hall, all the black-robed figures roared in unison, their murderous intent slicing through the air like icy blades. The night was deep. In the Jingwu freshman dormitory, Liu had just finished tonight's teaching session and saw off Lin Xiaoxiao, who was drenched in sweat and so exhausted her legs were weak. After closing the door, he didn't rush to rest but sat alone on the sofa, replaying the scenes of Lin Xiaoxiao practicing with the spear in his mind. His brows furrowed as he analyzed carefully. "Her exertion of force is still not pure. Although my gun intent guided her, her control over vitality remains at the beginner level of a martial artist." Liu was always pragmatic. Since he had agreed to teach her, he had to ensure results. "Tomorrow I need to change the training method. Can't just rely on straight thrusts. She needs to instinctively mobilize her vitality under extreme pressure." He stroked his chin and quickly devised a personalized special training plan for Lin Xiaoxiao before heading into the bedroom for a deep sleep. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaoxiao jogged back to her dormitory, clutching the heavy, refined steel spear. With a bang, she shut the door, leaning against the cold door panel, gasping for breath. Her violently beating heart had yet to calm down, and the sound of her heartbeat was particularly clear in the quiet room. She looked down at the spear in her hands. The shaft still faintly carried the martial intent that Liu had deliberately suppressed at the transformation threshold, and the lingering warmth was still unmistakably present. Her fingertips gently caressed the spear's shaft, but her mind flashed back to the scene in the living room earlier. Liu standing behind her, his broad and solid chest, his warm and powerful hands, and his low voice whispering close to her ear. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and her neck turned an alluring shade of pink. Her entire body felt soft and weak. That sensation of being forcibly guided and fused by his domineering intent was more intense than any physical contact. He even lent me his martial intent without any reservations for me to comprehend. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her red lips, her eyes shining brightly. Was this absolute trust? She clutched the spear that still carried Liu's aura tightly, feeling the warmth that was about to dissipate. Her mind was a little hazy, as if she were drunk.
Impossible.
I can't let him down. She shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to stay awake, clenched her fists in determination. Every day, every night, she would go find Liu to practice shooting, no matter how hard or exhausting it was. Even if he stared at her sternly, she would never give up. Early the next morning, a thin mist still shrouded the skies over Jingwu. The doorbell rang urgently. Liu opened his eyes, a faint dark golden light flashing briefly in his gaze before vanishing. He rolled out of bed with crisp, decisive movements. With his martial king-level mental strength, he could clearly sense the oppressive aura outside the door. It was the martial emperor-level powerhouse, Nie Chongkong. Liu walked to the entryway. Without opening the door, his body suddenly emitted gray ripples. The universal concealment technique was fully activated, and invisible ripples instantly enveloped his entire body. Accompanied by the faint sound of bones shifting, his face began to change. The youthful, delicate features elongated, his eyes became sharp and narrow, and his jawline turned cold and angular. In just a few breaths, his entire aura underwent a complete transformation, becoming sharp and domineering. Liu shed the youthful inexperience of a student, instead exuding the weathered and ruthless demeanor of someone who had fought on the edge of life and death for years. Except for someone like Lin Xiaoxiao, who knew him to his core, no one could recognize that this cold and stern young man was the freshman Liu. With a thought, he tightly sealed the 9 million units of dark golden divine blood within his dantian, releasing only precisely 120,000 units of crystalline blood energy through his meridians, the level of a grandmaster. Not a bit more, not a bit less. After completing this, Liu reached out and opened the door. Outside, Nie Chongkong stood in a black combat suit, his expression cold and stern. When the door opened, he was about to call out to Liu, but the words caught in his throat. With his martial emperor-level perception, the unfamiliar face, the cold and hard demeanor, and the precisely calibrated 120,000 units of Grandmaster blood energy all seemed completely incongruent. He scrutinized the young man repeatedly, almost doubting if he had knocked on the wrong door. This concealment technique. Nie Chongkong drew in a sharp breath, his gaze filled with complex shock. Flawless. Even I, a martial emperor, can't discern his true identity without using soul-searching techniques. This top-tier heaven-grade technique truly lived up to its reputation. What was even more astonishing was that Liu had mastered this technique, which even Nie Chongkong himself found intricate, to a level of near-perfect deception in just one night. Such talent was simply monstrous. Liu's tone was calm, deliberately lowering his voice. Vice Principal, from now on, call me Li Yuan. Nie Chongkong's expression showed satisfaction as he nodded. Very well, Li Yuan. Let's go. Time to take down the Abyssal Cult's headquarters. 10 minutes later, a black stealth fighter jet silently took off from the rear mountains of Jingwu, slicing through the morning mist and heading straight for the outskirts. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense and grim. Besides Nie Chongkong, seated in the main position, and Liu, now going by the alias Li Yuan, 4 other individuals in dark green military uniforms sat on either side. These 4 were elite martial kings that Nie Chongkong had summoned overnight, each battle-hardened and exuding a chilling, iron-blooded aura. However, when their gazes fell on Liu, all the killing intent vanished, replaced by kind smiles. Vice Principal, the burly martial king on the far left smiled as he sized up Liu. Is this the shadow you mentioned? He glanced at Nie Chongkong, his tone filled with concern. This young man's blood energy fluctuations have just entered the Grandmaster realm. We're heading to raid a top-secret abyssal cult base. Won't it be too dangerous to bring him along? Nie Chongkong nodded, looking at Liu with pride in his eyes. His name is Li Yuan, and his talent is exceptional. I'm bringing him along this time mainly to broaden his horizons. The 4 martial kings immediately understood. Someone personally nurtured by the vice principal was undoubtedly a future core combatant. Brotherly, just stick close to me when we get there. Another martial king patted his chest and laughed. The strongest in the base is only at the peak of the martial spirit level. With the vice principal, a martial emperor, personally overseeing, plus the 4 of us martial kings, there's nothing to fear. Just treat it as a sightseeing trip. Liu smiled and nodded, his narrow eyes, disguised by the universal concealment technique, as calm as an ancient well. Peak martial spirit? Did they really think that was the limit? His current strength far surpassed that, comparable to a martial saint. It seemed there wouldn't be much opportunity to act. Nye Chongkong noticed Liu's composed demeanor, his brows slightly furrowing, feeling that this young man might be underestimating the abyss. Li Yuan. Nye Chongkong's voice turned stern, echoing in the cabin. Don't underestimate the enemy. You may have talent, but this is your first real confrontation with the abyssal cult. You'll experience the aura of the abyss firsthand. He paused, his gaze fixed on Liu. Do you know what the most terrifying thing about the abyss is? Liu looked up.
Corruption.
Exactly, corruption. Nye Chongkong's eyes flashed with deep dread and hatred. The combat power of abyssal creatures may not be much stronger than beasts of the same level, but the abyssal aura they carry is a nightmare for all living beings. He tapped heavily on the armrest of his seat. That kind of corruption doesn't just erode the flesh, it pollutes the blood energy and corrodes the spirit. Once tainted by pure abyssal aura, it's like a malignant tumor clinging to your bones, spreading wildly along your meridians. Ordinary chi can't block it at all. The faces of the 4 martial kings in the cabin grew grim. They had all suffered from this before. Nye Chongkong fixed his gaze on Liu, his voice icy and sharp. Once the battle begins, you must never let any abyssal aura touch you, no matter what tricks the enemy plays. Even if the aura is faint, you must use overwhelming force to obliterate it from 10 meters away. Do you understand? Looking at Nye Chongkong's severe expression, Liu's heart sank. He hadn't expected the abyss's corruption to be so terrifying, even feared by martial emperors. What if, during the battle, someone accidentally gets tainted? After a moment of silence, Liu asked the most practical question. The air grew heavy. The scarred martial king gave a bitter smile and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Liu saw a large, ugly, sunken scar on the arm, the flesh appearing as if it had been gouged out with a sharp blade, exposing stark white bone. Nye Chongkong's tone turned icy. If you're tainted, draw your blade immediately. Cut off the contaminated flesh, skin, and even bone without hesitation. Sever the limb if necessary. No matter if you end up crippled, you must do it. Otherwise, the pollution will keep spreading, turning you into a mindless abyssal monster. This is the most brutal yet effective self-rescue method when facing the abyss. Liu nodded solemnly. I understand, Vice Principal. Nye Chongkong's expression softened slightly, but the gloom in his eyes remained. The reason I'm telling you this is because I've seen too many geniuses grow complacent, only to meet a tragic end under the abyssal pollution. His voice was low and oppressive. The terror of the abyss lies not only in its ability to turn people into monsters, but also in its absolute suppression during combat. Against ordinary beasts or martial artists, your talent might make you invincible at the same level. But against the abyss, don't even think about surpassing levels, let alone being arrogant. Pointing at Liu, his tone grew heavy. The abyssal aura corrodes blood energy and chi. When we attack monsters, the power is weakened by pollution, but when they attack us, we also have to divert attention to defend against the pollution. This shift in strength makes it nearly impossible for martial artists of the same level to defeat the abyss. Suppressing the abyss can only be achieved through overwhelming power at a higher realm or an absolute numerical advantage. That's why I'm personally leading the team this time and bringing along 4 martial kings. After hearing this, Liu's sense of vigilance surged sharply, tightening to the extreme. A genius invincible among peers, yet suppressed when facing the abyss? Liu understood that although he possessed the great perfection level Taishu Overlord body and Dark Gold Divine Blood tempered through 3 rounds of tenfold compression, these were merely theoretical strengths that had yet to be tested in real combat within the abyss. When the operation begins, I must maintain absolute focus, he warned himself internally. I must not give the opponent even the slightest chance to get close. If I can kill in one strike, I will not hesitate. The warplane sped through the clouds with intense killing intent, drawing closer and closer to the abandoned industrial zone on the outskirts of Kyoto. On the other side, in a secret underground base on the outskirts of Kyoto, in the spacious hall, blood-red light illuminated the surroundings. That scarlet altar, formed from countless white bones, was emitting a dark and piercing glow. The black vortex at the center of the altar expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. An indescribable and terrifying pressure was slowly emanating from the abyssal plane. The air was thick with black mist so dense it seemed almost solid. This was the true essence of the abyss. Even a trace of the escaping black mist caused the few massive gray rats lurking in the corners of the hall to instantly swell like inflated balloons. Bone spikes pierced through their fur wildly. Their eyeballs burst into scarlet ghostly light, leaving behind only frenzied, biting abominations. Not only living creatures, but even the dark moss on the walls withered and twisted upon contact with the black mist, turning into pools of pungent black liquid. All things decayed, life extinguished. The ritual is complete. An elderly man in a black robe knelt before the altar, his voice filled with fervor. But at that moment, the abyssal bishop at the forefront of the altar wore a grim expression, his ghostly green eyes under the hood flickering with rare panic. Clutching his chest, his heart pounded violently. What's going on? Why do I feel this operation will fail? This sudden and intense unease almost drove him to flee immediately. His gaze fixed on the terrifying phantom slowly descending above the altar, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Even Lord Demon Saint might die here today? Bishop, are you all right? A nearby high-ranking dark acolyte asked in a low voice. The bishop took a deep breath, shook his head, and forced himself to calm down. Stop overthinking. This cannot fail. His voice grew firmer as he declared loudly, this time, we only need to kill a freshman named Liu, an 18-year-old kid. No matter how talented he is, even if he can wield the formed gun intent, he's just a martial artist with a mere 1,000 points of vitality. The last time Shadow Blade failed, it was because Nia Chongkong secretly protected him. This time, Nia Chongkong has already been lured here by us. The Jingwu sect is defenseless internally. With a few of us martial spirits taking action, killing a martial master, what does it matter if there's even a martial king as his protector? He is doomed to die. The black-robed figures all nodded, their eyes fierce and filled with murderous intent. Killing an ordinary freshman was as easy as pie for them. The bishop turned to stare at the shadow on the altar exuding a destructive aura and shouted fervently. How could Lord Demon Saint possibly fall? He is an unparalleled powerhouse, on par with the human race's martial saints. The abyssal cataclysm. His voice echoed through the underground hall. Even if a human martial saint were to come, they couldn't possibly defeat Lord Demon Saint alone. In a battle of equals, the abyssal corruption of the Demon Saint holds an absolute advantage. Unless 3 or more human martial saints join forces, they could only barely hold him off and exhaust him to death. There's no way anything could happen to Lord Demon Saint. The bishop's reasoning was calm and forceful. This was precisely the confidence the abyssal cult had to stir up trouble in the outskirts of the capital. A single demon saint was enough to hold off the human race's top combat forces. They would then take the opportunity to infiltrate and eliminate the future hope of the human race. This operation, the bishop's unease vanished, replaced by a sinister madness in his eyes. They are in the dark, and we are in the light. The advantage is entirely in our hands. When Lord Demon Saint descends, he will hold Nia Chongkong and the human martial saint at bay. We will immediately use the teleportation array to infiltrate Jingwu. Quickly eliminate that kid named Liu. After completing the decapitation operation, we might even leave safely. High above, an invisible fighter jet hovered directly over the abandoned industrial zone. We've arrived.
Nia Chongkong suddenly stood up.
The blood energy of a martial emperor roared within him, the booming sound like rivers surging. He glanced coldly at Liu and the 4 martial kings. Remember, once we go down, don't waste words. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. The 4 martial kings simultaneously drew their blades, their aura imposing. Yes, their response was crisp and resolute. Liu stood behind Nia Chongkong, neither drawing his blade nor taking out his gun, yet his presence flickered like a ghost. Open the hatch, Nia Chongkong ordered. The rear hatch slowly opened, and cold wind instantly rushed in. He prepared to leap off the fighter jet and use the power of a martial emperor to shatter the ground base. However, just as the hatch opened, boom! The abandoned industrial zone suddenly exploded. A black pillar of light, 100 meters in diameter, tore through the thick layers of earth, erupting like a volcano and piercing straight into the sky. The abyssal aura materialized like a black tsunami, surging wildly in all directions, with the air emitting a piercing hiss sound. The vegetation within a few kilometers instantly withered and decayed, turning into black water. What's going on? Inside the cabin, a scar-faced martial king widened his eyes and exclaimed loudly. This aura was extraordinarily immense and malevolent, far beyond the scope of a martial spirit-level stronghold. If a martial king were to come into contact with it, they would instantly turn into a withered skeleton. Nia Chongkong's expression suddenly changed. His martial emperor perception penetrated the black light pillar and probed underground. A moment later, his heart suddenly tightened.
Abyssal formation?
No, that's not it. Sweat slid down his forehead, his voice hoarse and shocked. This pressure, it's definitely not a martial spirit. It's a demon saint. The abyssal cult is actually summoning a demon saint in the outskirts of Kyoto. The intelligence was wrong, fatally wrong. He had thought he was dealing with a martial spirit-level rat's nest. But what greeted him was a prehistoric monster capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The arrival of the demon saint is a disaster that would completely annihilate Kyoto. Retreat! Nie Chongkong didn't hesitate, unleashing the martial emperor's aura to shield the cockpit. Immediately pull up the fighter jet. Notify the military headquarters. Inform the martial saint guarding the central command. Quick! Chaos erupted inside the cabin. The faces of the 4 martial kings turned pale. Their battle intent stretched taut. A black pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the morning mist. A 1,000-foot-tall phantom rapidly solidified within the beam of light. The demon saint acted without hesitation, raising its massive hands slowly and pressing down fiercely. Boom! The abyssal domain descended, instantly solidifying the surrounding 10 kilometers of space like heavy mercury, sealing the heavens and earth. At the outskirts of the abandoned industrial zone, the elite military forces lying in ambush, ready to assist Nie Chongkong in closing the net, were met with a catastrophe. Violent abyssal black mist swept in like a tsunami. The military martial artists at the martial master and grandmaster levels didn't even have time to let out a single scream. The protective energy they prided themselves on was utterly powerless against the black mist, disintegrating instantly like fragile paper. Their flesh began to melt rapidly. Those with lower cultivation levels turned into pools of foul-smelling black liquid on the spot, dying instantly. Meanwhile, in the central command of Kyoto, a massive martial saint aura suddenly erupted violently into the sky. Abyssal presence? Could it be that the demon saint has descended? The martial saint stationed in Kyoto abruptly opened his eyes, filled with shock and fury. Without hesitation, he tore through the void and rushed toward the outskirts at full speed. Not only him, but the martial kings and martial emperors of the capital almost simultaneously sensed this suffocating malevolent intent, and they all soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light to rush to provide support. They were very clear, this was the aura of the abyss, the greatest mortal enemy of humanity. If it spreads to the urban area, tens of millions of innocent civilians will instantly turn into mutated monsters. In the high skies, stealth fighter jets emitted piercing metallic screeches under the oppressive force of the abyssal domain. Nie Chongkong's entire body ignited with martial emperor energy, desperately holding the cabin space together. His face was pale. This was not a cleanup operation. It was a death trap long set by the abyssal cult. The first thought in his mind was not about himself but about Liu, the one who had taken the alias Li Yuan, the unparalleled genius carrying the future of humanity. Nie Chongkong bit the tip of his tongue, forcing out a mouthful of blood to stabilize his faltering energy. He took out a silver metallic wristband and slammed it onto Liu's chest. This is the Military Science Academy's latest Sky Vault-class single-soldier battle armor. It can withstand martial emperor-level attacks and enhance your vitality and speed. His bloodshot eyes stared intently, his tone resolute. Put it on quickly. I will burn the essence of my martial emperor power to forcibly tear open a rift in the abyssal blockade. Take the chance to escape. Don't worry about anything else. And absolutely don't look back. Nie Chongkong's voice was hoarse, carrying a determination to die. Liu's talent was too extraordinary. He had to survive. The future of humanity must not be destroyed by the abyss. He still didn't know that Liu had already broken through, assuming Liu was still just a grandmaster-level youth. Against a demon saint, a grandmaster was almost certain to die. Liu did not panic. His eyes were deep, without a ripple of emotion. He used his martial king-level spiritual power like invisible tentacles to quietly sense the sealed space around him and the aura of the abyss. Black mist was corroding the fighter jet, attempting to seep into the cockpit. Liu's fingertips moved slightly, gathering a trace of dark golden divine blood, the essence compressed 3 times by tenfold. He flicked it lightly, sending it toward the wisp of black mist. Hiss! The black mist neither corroded nor emitted a foul stench. Instead, it evaporated instantly like a drop of water hitting a scorching iron plate, crushed into nothingness by pure power. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Liu's eyes. It turned out that the aura of the abyss was an extremely potent form of advanced energy. He looked at the 4 martial kings beside him, who were struggling to resist. Their protective energy was rapidly corroded and dissipated by the abyssal aura. Ordinary martial artists had too little vital energy and blood, slowly being devoured by the abyss. But he was different. His vital energy and blood had been refined 3 times into dark golden divine blood. Its quality and density far surpassed the corrosive limits of the abyss. Not only was it immune to contamination, but it could also completely crush it. This discovery gave Liu more confidence for the battle ahead. Stop daydreaming. Nya Chongkong roared, grabbing Liu's wrist and snapping a bracelet onto it. Buzz! The bracelet activated, and a silver light spread across his body like liquid metal, transforming into a sleek, form-fitting, and futuristic battle armor. Liu clenched his fist, ready to face the life-and-death trial that awaited him. The energy core inside the battle armor roared to life. Liu could clearly feel his strength, speed, and perception surging across the board. At this moment, a sudden great upheaval occurred. The 1,000-foot-tall phantom of the demon saint above finally fully materialized. Those massive eyes, like blood moons, coldly stared at the resilient fighter jet below. The demon saint let out a cold laugh, without any flashy moves. It simply raised a colossal black hand, large enough to cover the sky, and slammed it down fiercely. Boom! Space itself collapsed madly under the force of the strike. The palm imprint, formed from terrifying abyssal demonic energy, descended like Mount Tai, bringing a suffocating sense of despair, directly targeting the fighter jet. Liu's eyes narrowed. The dark golden divine blood within him instantly boiled, and he prepared to draw his gun to counterattack. What are you doing? A large hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. It was Nye Chongkong. In the eyes of this martial emperor burned flames of despair and determination. Wait for the breakout! Nye Chongkong roared, his voice shaking the heavens. He flung Liu behind him and soared into the sky himself. Great wilderness, sky-splitting slash. Nye Chongkong poured all his strength into unleashing his most powerful technique, even igniting the essence of the martial emperor. A blade light hundreds of feet long surged upward, slashing fiercely at the colossal black hand. Inside the cabin, the four martial kings simultaneously unleashed their strongest techniques in coordinated defense, roaring in fury. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted. The fighter jet was instantly torn into pieces by the shockwave. Nye Chongkong's blade light only managed to block for half a second before shattering with a thunderous crash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Only then did he barely manage to fend off the fatal blow. The four martial kings fared even worse. They were blasted hundreds of meters away. Even more terrifying was the abyssal demonic energy that scattered and clung to them like poison. Ah! The scar-faced martial king screamed in pain. The flesh on his left shoulder, upon contact with the black mist, immediately rotted into foul-smelling pus. Slash! Without hesitation, he swung his blade backward, cutting off the contaminated flesh in one swift motion. Blood sprayed wildly, utterly brutal. This is the price of the abyss. In midair, Liu steadied himself, feeling the surging power transmitted from his battle armor. Nye Chongkong and this set of battle armor might be able to contend with the demon saint. The battle armor was left to him by Nye Chongkong. High above, the demon saint looked down with contempt at the human martial artist struggling like ants. Cruel mockery flashed through its ghostly green eyes. Dare to resist? Interesting. Then I shall turn you all into nourishment for the abyss. The demon saint sneered coldly, slowly raising its hand. The abyssal domain within a 10-kilometer radius instantly boiled violently, countless black mists madly converging into its palm. The world completely darkened, an aura terrifying enough to make a martial emperor despair and cause heaven and earth to lose their color gathered in the palm of the demon saint. Abyssal death strike, great black sky, abyss of 10,000 calamities. This was a devastating strike, capable of draining all vitality within a 100-mile radius, not only aiming to annihilate all human martial artists, but also to completely bury this land, turning it into an irreparable abyss of death. On the ground, Nye Chongkong stood up, covered in blood. He stared intently at the black sphere of destruction in the sky, which was continuously expanding, his eyes filled with despair. Couldn't be stopped. Even if a martial saint descended, they would never dare to directly confront this long-accumulated ultimate attack of the demon saint. But he suddenly turned his head, looking toward Liu, who was clad in silver battle armor not far away. Liu must not die. Liu! Nye Chongkong let out a beast-like roar, as if on the brink of death. The last remnants of his martial emperor's blood and energy burned away in an instant, transforming his soul and life force into the purest form of power. He did not choose to attack the demon saint, nor did he attempt to block the impending ultimate strike, because it was utterly meaningless. He gripped his battle blade tightly with both hands, and with the final strike fueled by his burning life, he fiercely slashed at the abyss's sealing barrier. Break for me! A slash was unleashed. The void trembled. The barrier sealing the abyssal domain was forcibly split open, creating a crack just wide enough for one person to pass through. Run! Run! Nya Chongkong let out a piercing roar, like a dying beast. He burned the essence of his martial emperor power, exhausting the last ounce of his life force to carve out a narrow fissure, barely enough for one person to escape, in the iron-hard abyssal domain. This was a sliver of hope left for Li Yu. However, clad in silver battle armor, Li Yu remained motionless. He stood there quietly, gazing upward at the black sphere of destruction above him, which was continuously expanding. It was the great black sky, abyss of 10,000 tribulations, a cataclysmic strike capable of annihilating everything, descending with suffocating pressure. What are you waiting for? Nya Chongkong, covered in blood and eyes blazing with fury, desperately stared at the motionless Li Yu, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He was losing his mind. He had risked everything to protect this last hope of humanity. Yet the young man before him stood there in a daze. Just as Nya Chongkong prepared to forcibly use his soul power to hurl Li Yu into the crack, the situation changed. Li Yu moved. He didn't turn to flee but slowly raised his right hand. The great perfection-level universal concealment technique within his body was suddenly lifted. The invisible barrier that had been suppressing his true strength shattered instantly. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying surge of vitality erupted within Li Yu's body like an ancient volcano awakening after millions of years. Dark golden divine blood roared through his veins, emitting a thunderous rumble akin to the sound of rolling thunder. The surge of vitality shot skyward, transforming into a dark golden pillar of light that pierced through the heavens above Li Yu's head. That pillar of light was scorching, domineering, and incomparably heavy. The surrounding abyssal black mist evaporated into nothingness upon contact, leaving not a trace of sound. 9 million. A full 9 million vitality points were exposed without reservation in this sealed realm. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. In midair, Nya Chongkong, who had been prepared to close his eyes and accept death, suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes, his eyeballs nearly bulging out of their sockets. He stared fixedly at Li Yu, his mind completely blank. 9 million? His voice trembled, his worldview utterly shattered. How could this be possible? Just 2 days ago, the report stated that Li Yu's vitality was only 1,000. This morning at the apartment entrance, he had only displayed 12,000 vitality. And now, at this critical moment of life and death, Li Yu had erupted with 9 million vitality. Martial Spirit Realm. Just one step away from Martial King, the peak of the Martial Spirit stage. You brat! Nya Chongkong's throat was dry, and his heart surged with waves of shock. You're so abnormal that it defies all logic. An 18-year-old at the peak of Martial Spirit. This was nothing short of monstrous. Under normal circumstances, Nya Chongkong would have laughed heartily, feeling proud that humanity had produced such a peerless genius. But this was no ordinary situation. Before him stood a demon saint capable of destroying heaven and earth. Only 9 million blood energy. Nya Chongkong roared in despair within his heart. 9 million was, after all, still at the martial spirit level. As the vice principal of Jingwu Academy and a martial emperor with blood energy exceeding 100 million, he himself could only barely split open a crack to block a single strike from the demon saint. You brat! No matter how abnormal or unique your blood energy is, facing the demon saint's fatal blow is nothing but suicide.
Li Yugoslavia.
Fall back now! Nya Chongkong roared hoarsely, trying to rush forward to shield Li Yu. But it was already too late. In the sky, the massive black sphere of light descended with destructive momentum, crashing down fiercely. At a distance of less than 100 meters, the abyssal storm violently tore the ground and buildings into powder. At the critical moment, Li Yu made his move. No words, no unnecessary actions. He clenched his right hand lightly. Roar! A thunderous roar, like the ancient dragon's cry, exploded in his palm. A gray-black long spear instantly condensed into form. This was no ordinary manifestation of blood energy, nor was it a simple release of willpower. This was a colossal gray-black dragon, tens of thousands of feet long, composed entirely of pure destructive intent. The giant dragon coiled around the spear shaft, its gray dragon eyes lifeless and dim, sending shivers through the soul. Soul-forging spear intent. Moreover, this was the pinnacle of soul-forging spear intent. This spear intent truly possessed the soul of destruction. The moment it formed, the surrounding abyssal domain, which was as solid as iron, began to tremble violently and crack. Even the space controlled by the demon saint seemed to fear this pure destructive force. 8 desolations unite. Li Yu coldly uttered 4 words. He gripped the gray-black long spear tightly with both hands, and the 9 million strands of dark golden divine blood within him poured unreservedly into the spear shaft through the meridians of his supreme void overlord body. The gun barrel roared violently. The dark golden divine blood and the gray-black soul of destruction completely fused at this moment. Liu raised his head, his deep and transparent eyes reflecting the falling black light sphere. He thrust his spear forward. Abyss of annihilation. There was no thunderous explosion, no tearing winds, only a thread-thin yet infinitely profound gray-black beam of light eerily shot out from the tip of the spear. This beam of light rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into an absolutely silent black hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Faced with this black hole, all matter was devoured, and no energy could escape. Boom! The abyss of annihilation and the great black sky, abyss of 10,000 calamities, the two ultimate destructive forces, collided mid-air. There was no sound, as all noise at the collision center was completely swallowed. The void twisted into a massive vacuum zone. The Demon Saint's ultimate death strike, capable of engulfing 100 miles, was instantly shattered and torn apart like a tomato crushed by a meat grinder upon encountering the abyss of annihilation, disintegrating in an instant. The violent residual energy transformed into a sky full of black abyssal currents, spreading madly. Though this aura dispersed, it still carried an extremely potent contaminating force, ensuring death wherever it landed. Liu frowned deeply, his left hand pressing down forcefully. He channeled a portion of his dark golden divine blood power, equivalent to that of a martial saint, instantly condensing it into a massive dark golden protective barrier, shielding Nie Chongkong and the 4 severely injured martial kings. Sizzle. The black mist surging from all directions, like moths to a flame, was immediately evaporated and purified by the divine blood's power, leaving not a trace of contamination. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The twisted vacuum in midair gradually calmed down. On the ground, the dark golden protective shield was eerily silent. Nie Chongkong was completely stunned. He stood there motionless, still maintaining the posture of wanting to rush forward to protect Liu. Yet he resembled a statue frozen in time. What just happened? It felt as if thousands of giant beasts were trampling through his mind. Years of martial arts knowledge had completely collapsed. You only have 9 million blood energy? You're a martial spirit. The power Liu had just unleashed was not only on par with but even surpassed his own, as a martial emperor with blood energy exceeding 100 million. No, it could only be described as absolute domination. His demonic saint's ultimate strike had been shattered by this kid with a single spear? How could 9 million blood energy achieve such a feat? Nie Chongkong stared intently at the long spear in Liu's hand, around which a gray-black dragon was coiling. What was the meaning behind that spear intent? At school, Liu had only displayed form transformation spear intent. But just now, that gray-black dragon exuded an absolute stillness, roaming as if it possessed an independent soul. That was clearly the legendary soul-forging spear intent realm. Soul forging is the pinnacle of spear intent, where a true soul is imbued into the intent, a realm even martial emperors struggle to achieve in their lifetime. And yet, this 18-year-old freshman had silently succeeded in soul forging. What was going on? Nie Chongkong's mind was in turmoil, his mouth wide open, emitting meaningless ji sounds, yet unable to utter a single word. He wasn't the only one stunned. The 4 nearby martial kings, who had been in despair and awaiting death due to their injuries, were also dumbfounded. They stared at the figure in the sky, clad in silver armor like a descending deity, then looked down at the dark golden protective barrier beneath their feet that completely isolated the abyssal aura. The 4 iron-willed martial kings had tears in their eyes. Wasn't it supposed to be just a grandmaster? Wasn't this supposed to be about bringing him out to let the younger generation gain some insight? How did it turn into this kind of monster? He shattered the Demon Saint's ultimate move with a single spear thrust. The 4 martial kings were so shocked they couldn't find words. This combat power was several times more terrifying than the vice principal. After the shock subsided, the 4 finally breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing. They all turned to look at Nie Chongkong in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Vice Principal, the one-armed martial king with a scarred face spoke with trembling voice and tears in his eyes. We understand now, so you were the real trump card all along. You deliberately said he was just a grandmaster to mislead the abyssal cult. We never expected you to secretly cultivate such a terrifying, peerless expert. Thanks to you, we didn't die here. The 4 simultaneously knelt down, their eyes filled with such reverence it seemed as though water might drip from them. Nie Chongkong stood there, looking at the 4 kneeling martial kings, his emotions complex and helpless. Trump card? Farsightedness? Secret cultivation? He roared internally. I had no idea. I don't care if he's a monster or not. If I had known, I'd have been hiding in the back shouting, 666. But faced with the worshipful gazes of his subordinates, he took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to deny it, and with a composed expression, hands behind his back, he feigned an enigmatic demeanor and nodded lightly, saying, basic operation, no need to overreact. Stand up. The four martial kings, hearing this, admired him even more, thinking the vice principal truly lived up to his title, remaining calm and composed even in the face of catastrophe, exuding extraordinary poise. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the 1,000-foot-tall phantom of the demon saint had lost all its previous mockery and cruelty, replaced by intense shock and fury. Its enormous blood moon-like eyes locked onto Liu with unwavering focus. The human race actually harbors such a monster. The demon saint was alarmed. This power didn't have an overwhelming amount of energy, but the dark golden energy was absurdly high in quality, compressed into hundreds or thousands of layers, completely resistant to abyssal corruption. Even more terrifying was that the spear intent could shatter its 10,000 tribulations abyss. When did the great Xia kingdom produce such a monster? The demon saint's expression turned grim. I must stall him or the mission will fail. D. The demon saint roared furiously, its massive body moving as the surrounding abyssal black mist transformed into hundreds of mountain-thick black tentacles, launching a ferocious attack on Liu from all directions. Each tentacle was both poisonous and powerful, capable of instantly killing a martial king. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Liu did not retreat, his eyes flashing with fierce battle intent. Come on! He gripped his spear tightly, and the 9 million strands of dark golden divine blood within him boiled like lava, surging through the meridians of the Taishu overlord body. He charged head-on against the sky full of black tentacles. The spear shadows sliced through the air, explosions echoing continuously, as Liu's figure swiftly maneuvered among the tentacles. His speed was astonishing, relying on the perfected level Thunder Shadow Star Step to evade inertial resistance. With every movement, a tentacle was severed. The abyssal corrosive black mist that touched his dark golden protective energy instantly dissipated, unable to breach his defense. The demon saint grew increasingly panicked, unable to believe that he was being suppressed by an ordinary human, who seemed as insignificant as an ant. No matter how ferocious the attacks or how sinister the abyssal secret techniques, the opponent did not dodge, even thrusting his spear straight forward. The deathly stillness within the spear's intent pierced the demon saint's soul with pain. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The demon saint roared in fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The abyssal creatures continuously mobilized dark energy, repairing the severed tentacles wave after wave, attempting to wear down Liu through attrition. Meanwhile, Liu, facing the demon saint's relentless attacks, maintained the composure of a martial king-level mental state to calmly assess the situation. Although he could suppress the demon saint, the opponent's massive size and astonishing regenerative abilities meant that completely killing it would require a significant amount of time. Below, Nye Chongkong and 4 other martial kings were still trapped within the dark golden protective energy barrier. Not only did Liu have to maintain the barrier to protect them, but he also had to engage in fierce combat with the demon saint, dispersing his strength. If the abyssal formation suddenly malfunctioned, these severely injured patients would become a liability. I must get them out first. Liu's eyes narrowed. After severing another dozen tentacles, he used the recoil to leap into the air, his dark golden divine blood surging. Break! He gripped the spear with both hands, unleashing peak soul-forging power, and thrust it toward the abyssal ceiling wall. Crack! Amid the crisp sound, the sturdy ceiling wall was pierced, creating a massive hole dozens of meters wide, allowing sunlight to pour in. Liu steadied himself without looking back, fending off the demon saint's attacks while using his mental energy to transmit a message to those inside the protective barrier. Retreat! Go through that hole. Inside the protective barrier, Nye Chongkong froze. He looked up at Liu's godlike figure and then at the hole above him. Me, retreat. As the deputy principal of Jingwu Academy, a martial emperor powerhouse, and the commander of the expedition, being told to retreat first was almost unbearable.
Li Wan.
He gritted his teeth, forcing his severely injured body upright. I can still fight. I will never leave you behind. Before the words were finished, Liu's cold voice rang out again, decisively interrupting. Leave quickly. If you stay here, you'll only be a burden. Inside the protective chi shield, it was as cold as stagnant water. Everyone exchanged glances, too afraid to even breathe. Nye Chongkong froze, his mouth twitching. Not performing well. He, a dignified martial emperor, was seen as a liability in Liu's eyes. His heart churned, almost causing him to spit blood. Those words stung more than the demon saint's earlier attack. But when he glanced at his own nearly depleted vitality and the four martial kings who could barely stand, he had no choice but to admit, Li Yu was right. If they stayed, they would only be a hindrance. Vice Principal, the one-armed martial king cautiously spoke. We should retreat. Don't make things worse. The words make things worse felt like knives stabbing into his heart. Nye Chongkong gritted his teeth, his face turning red as he forced out a single word. Retreat! With 4 injured soldiers in tow, he charged into the opening Li Yu had created without looking back. Without them, Li Yu could finally fight with his full strength. In the abyssal domain, the demon saint roared, its massive body blotting out the sky, tentacles flailing wildly.
Himan Amt D.
After confirming Nye Chongkong's safe retreat, Li Yu withdrew all his defensive energy. No longer needed. 9 million strands of dark gold divine blood surged as he activated the perfected Thunder Shadow Starlight Step, instantly vanishing from his original position, ignoring air resistance, ignoring inertia. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the massive blood-red eyes of the demon saint. Abyss of Annihilation, the gray-black spear, carrying the destructive aura of a soul-forging peak dragon, suddenly thrust forward. The demon saint was shocked and immediately swung its tentacles, summoning a thick abyssal black mist shield to block in front. Screech! The shield, as fragile as paper, was instantly pierced by the spear tip, directly stabbing into the demon saint's eyeball. Roar! The demon saint let out a miserable scream, frantically waving its tentacles, trying to crush the lightning-fast insect before it. But Li Yu's figure flickered and disappeared again. Not only was his spear technique unparalleled in speed, his eyes instantly turned transparent, and a deep, explosive wave of martial king-level spiritual power erupted. Formless, god-slaying, a 3-inch-long transparent flying knife condensed in the void, bypassing the abyssal energy surrounding the demon saint's massive body, directly slicing into its sea of consciousness. The soul-splitting agony caused the demon saint to freeze, nearly falling into unconsciousness. What on earth is this thing? This kid is clearly a martial spirit, yet his vitality is more terrifying than a martial saint's, and now his spiritual power is this strong too. Is this a human? It's even scarier than an abyssal monster. The outskirts of the abandoned industrial zone. Nye Chongkong and the others stumbled to the ground in disarray, gasping for breath. They looked up at the domain in midair, shrouded in abyssal black mist. Inside, the deafening roar and the shrill, piercing screams of the demon saint echoed. The black mist churned violently, occasionally torn apart by gray-black gun flashes or transparent blades, piercing straight through the domain. Nye Chongkong swallowed hard, his throat tightening. What level of power does this kid even have? Isn't this level of abnormality a bit too outrageous? He had initially thought that Li Yu's 9 million blood energy could at most hold off the demon saint for a while, hoping for the arrival of a martial saint to rescue them. But now, it seemed this wasn't just holding off. It was a one-sided massacre, beating the demon saint into submission. Vice Principal, the one-armed, scar-faced martial king looked pale, yet his expression was filled with shock and fervor. Brother Li Yuan, what realm is he even at? His combat power is even more ferocious than yours. Nye Chongkong's mouth twitched, his face flushing red. More ferocious than me? Remove the word more, and it's a complete domination, okay? But he couldn't say it, so he could only clasp his hands behind his back and pretend to be unfathomable. Ahem. Li Yuan's strength is naturally clear. Otherwise, how could I feel at ease letting him go in there alone? At this moment, several powerful auras suddenly tore through the sky. Boom! 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 Several martial emperor experts with blood energy exceeding 1 billion descended like meteors. Leading them was a one-eyed elder with a burly figure and a blind left eye. Vice Principal Lei Qianjue of Modu Martial University. Old Nye. Lei Qianjue landed, his gaze fixed intently on the churning abyssal domain. Feeling the terrifying pressure, his face changed drastically. What's going on? The abyss cult scum actually summoned a demon saint in the outskirts of Kyoto? He looked at Nye Chongkong, who was covered in blood. Who's fighting the demon saint inside? Has martial saint Hua arrived? Nye Chongkong remained silent, opening and closing his mouth, unsure how to respond. Should he tell him that the one inside is a freshman who just started college? Lei Qianjue could explode with anger just thinking about it. Beside him, scar-faced martial king couldn't help but puff out his chest and respond, his tone full of pride. Principal Lei, the one fighting the demon saint inside isn't martial saint Hua. It's our Principal Nye's trump card, Brother Li Yuan. Lei Qianjue paused for a moment. Li Yuan? Never heard of him. What's his level? Scar-faced Martial King swallowed hard. His voice loud. Martial spirit. His vitality value is approximately 9 million. Instantly, the surrounding air froze, and an eerie silence fell. Lei Chenjue widened his only remaining right eye. The martial emperors behind him were also stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Lei Chenjue laughed in anger, grabbing the collar of the scarred Blade King. A martial spirit with 9 million blood energy? Fighting the demon saint inside? That's a demon saint with over 10 billion blood energy, carrying its own abyssal domain. Even if I went in myself, I wouldn't be confident of winning. Lei Qianjuerord. The uncertainty is about escaping. It's not about whether they can fight or not, but whether they can get out alive. He pointed at the abyssal domain ahead, which was continuously erupting with deafening booms. Tell me, how could a martial spirit dare to go in and fight a demon saint, and still come out alive? The scarred Blade King, held by his collar, refused to back down. Principal Lei, I'm not lying to you. It's not a back-and-forth fight. It's a complete one-sided crushing. You can sense the situation inside for yourself. Lei Chenjue snorted coldly and released him. Closing his single eye, he cautiously extended his emperor-level perception into the abyssal domain. In the next moment, his entire body trembled as he sensed an extremely pure and utterly destructive spear intent. It was ferocious and domineering, but what was even more terrifying was that the spear intent carried a horrifying spiritual force that made his very soul tremble. This, a martial spirit, can counter a demon saint. Lei Chenjue's eye shot open, and he gasped in shock. What kind of monster is this? He turned to look at Nie Chongkong, his face full of astonishment. Old Nie, where on earth did you dig up such a freak from Jingwu? Nie Chongkong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky with an air of aloof invincibility. But inwardly he cursed. I want to know too. He really is a freak. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, the sky suddenly trembled violently. A vast and unparalleled pressure descended, causing the air in the abandoned industrial zone to instantly solidify. A towering figure stepped out of the void, nation-guarding martial saint, Hua Jinshan. Dressed in a gray robe, his presence was as imposing as a mountain. Even without deliberately unleashing his blood energy, just standing there, he resembled an insurmountable ancient peak. Greetings, Martial Saint Hua. All the martial emperors and martial kings knelt in unison, their expressions filled with respect. Hua Jinshan nodded lightly. Rise. With a casual wave of his hand, several black-robed figures, their bones shattered and bodies limp like mud, were thrown at Nie Chongkong's feet. Agents of the abyssal cult, Hua Jinshan said in a deep voice. They tried to infiltrate Jingwu while the demon saint caused a commotion in the outskirts, but I stopped them.
Nie Chongkong frowned. Infiltrate Jingwu.
For what? Hua Jinshan snorted coldly. What else? To kill that newly admitted special-grade freshman of yours. Li Yu. Hearing this, even the battle-hardened Hua Jinshan revealed a rare look of shock. He thought to himself, I never expected a freshman to make the Abyss cult invest so heavily. This level of influence is truly terrifying. He decided that once everything was settled, he must personally meet this Li Yu. As soon as the words were spoken, Nie Chongkong's heart gave a fierce jolt. Hua Jinshan clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the turbulent abyssal domain ahead. This is a diversion tactic, using the demon saint to hold off the experts from the capital, all to kill a freshman. He shook his head, a hint of admiration in his tone. It seems Li Yu from Jingwu is truly impressive, to make the abyssal cult so wary that they'd spare no expense to eliminate him. A promising talent. Old Nie, you must protect him. Nie Chongkong remained silent, looking at the dead undercover agent on the ground, then at the roaring abyssal domain, his lips twitching soundlessly. Protect him? What a joke. The abyssal cult has racked their brains to set up this formation, all targeting Li Yu. And Li Yu? He's currently inside, treating the demon saint they summoned like a punching bag and beating him senseless. Nie Chongkong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He knew that if he lost control, not only would the abyssal cult collapse, but even the martial emperors and saints present would lose their composure. At this moment, Lei Chenjue snorted coldly. Li Yu? That freshman who comprehended the spear intent of transformation. Decent talent, but that's about it. A trace of disdain flashed in Lei Chenjue's single eye. Old Nie, don't think that just because Jingwu recruited a genius, you can overshadow our Mo. He provoked. This year's National Freshman Exchange Competition, our Mo's Shen Wudao, with his innate fiend body, will show his true strength in the arena, far more impressive than that Li Yu. Nie Chongkong replied indifferently. his gaze carrying a hint of pity, as if he were looking at a fool. Exchange competition?
Li Yugoslavia participating.
Lei Chenjue truly had no idea that the maniac currently using the demon saint as a punching bag was the very same Liu he claimed would be defeated in the exchange competition. If he knew, he might flee overnight carrying a train, and even break Shen Wudao's legs to prevent him from walking into certain death. Hua Jinshan ignored Lei Chenjue's provocation. As a martial saint of the Great Xia Kingdom, his perspective was naturally extraordinary. He turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the abyssal domain, his brows furrowed. Old Nye, who exactly is inside? His voice carried evident confusion and shock. There shouldn't be any other martial saints in the capital, right? But this battle's intensity not only completely suppresses the demon saint, the quality of that dark golden blood energy even shocks me. Hua Jinshan took a deep breath. When did the Great Xia Kingdom produce such a terrifying peerless expert? Is this an external reinforcement you brought? All eyes at the scene instantly focused on Ye Chongkong. Lei Chenjue, the martial emperors, and even Hua Jinshan were staring at him, waiting for an answer. Nye Chongkong remained silent for a moment, his mind racing. Should he honestly admit that the person inside was actually Liu, a freshman who had just enrolled?
Impossible.
This kid's talent is so monstrous that even the abyssal cult came to assassinate him. Not only has he comprehended the spear intent of transformation, but his blood energy has reached 9 million dark golden divine blood, allowing him to instantly kill grandmasters and even withstand the demon saint. If this information were revealed, it would shock the entire Great Xia Kingdom and even the entire abyssal existence. The secret must be kept, even from the martial saint of the nation. He took a deep breath, facing Hua Jinshan's piercing gaze, his expression calm, his chest puffed out, hands behind his back, his face exuding composure and inscrutability. Holy warrior Hua, his voice was steady. The person inside is not an outsider but my student, martial spirit realm named Li Yuan, exceptionally gifted. The scene was deathly silent, with a cold wind sweeping through the abandoned industrial zone. Hua Jinshan's face froze completely as he stared at Nye Chongkong, his eyes filled with absurdity and confusion. A student at the martial spirit realm could pin down and pummel a demon saint with blood energy surpassing 10 billion? And you call that exceptional talent? This is simply defying the heavens. He roared inwardly, thinking to himself, I, a dignified martial saint, a pillar of the nation, am actually inferior to the student? Am I just a perfect background character? Taking a few deep breaths, Hua Jinshan barely suppressed the urge to slap Nye Chongkong. Pointing at the abyssal domain, his voice trembled. Old Nye, are you sure he's just your student? Nye Chongkong's expression remained unchanged as he nodded firmly. Of course, I personally taught him. Meanwhile, the battle within the abyssal domain was nearing its end. The massive body of the demon saint was riddled with holes, several of its tentacles severed and scattered across the ground, dissolving into foul-smelling black water. The black mist it had prided itself on was completely evaporated under the intense heat released by Liu's 9 million dark gold divine blood. The demon saint's face was filled with frustration and sheer terror. It was questioning its very existence. The demon saint's blood-red eyes, like crimson moons, were now brimming with despair. What kind of monster is this? Physical attacks couldn't harm him. His body was harder than abyssal black iron. Abyssal corruption had no effect. The opponent's blood energy was of such high quality that it evaporated the corruption instead. Mental attacks were a death sentence. That transparent flying dagger swept through, and the demon saint felt as if its very soul was being torn apart. No! The demon saint roared in despair. It was terrified. The dignified abyss demon saint was actually so scared by a human martial spirit that it lost control. Escape. Its massive body shrank abruptly, attempting to tear through space and flee back to the abyssal plane. Trying to leave? Liu's cold voice echoed from the void. He stood midair, his silver battle armor spotless as new, his eyes icy and brimming with killing intent. Abyssal domain. The demon saint's entire body trembled. Fear surged from its very bones, completely overwhelming it. It stared fixedly at the young man in silver armor. The other did not pursue, merely floating in the air. But a terrifying force capable of tearing apart heaven and earth was condensing in his palm. Liu's gaze was cold and emotionless as he slowly raised his left hand. Buzz! A 3-inch transparent flying dagger faintly appeared in the void. Heaven-tier supreme spiritual martial art. Perfected. Formless, god-slaying slash. Right hand tightly grips the gray-black long spear. The destructive spear intent at the peak of soul-forging transforms into a towering gray-black dragon, roaring thunderously. Boom! The transparent flying dagger turned into a stream of light and pierced the black dragon's forehead. The ultimate spiritual power of the martial king level, and the peak soul-forging spear intent fused under the powerful dominion of Liu Jiu's 9 million dark gold divine blood. The spear's body flashed with a bright sharpness, and the surrounding space silently disintegrated. No airflow, no radiance, only a deathly stillness as if time had stopped. The demon saint sensed the arrival of death. It knew clearly that once the spear was thrust, its physical body, chi, and soul would be obliterated, leaving nothing behind. No! The demon saint let out a miserable scream, burning all its abyssal essence. Its massive body instantly shrank, transforming into pure abyssal energy, crashing fiercely into the void above its head. Lord Demon Emperor, save me! The piercing howl tore through the dimensional barrier. Boom! Above the abandoned industrial zone, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds, but space being torn apart by an incomparably powerful force. A 10,000-foot black fissure spanned the sky. From the depths of the fissure, the absolute darkness caused souls to collapse. Immediately, a massive hand covered in dark purple scales, with nails as thick as pillars, slowly extended. A pressure surpassing martial saints and towering over all beings swept in like a tsunami. Demon Emperor, the true ruler of the abyssal plane. Outside, the crowd watching the abyssal domain suddenly fell into panic. Retreat! National Martial Saint Huixinshan's face changed drastically, a flash of horror in his eyes. He suddenly stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. The vast martial saint's blood energy within him erupted fully, transforming into a massive golden shield to protect the crowd. Bang! The demon emperor lightly pressed his hand, and Huixinshan's golden shield instantly cracked, shattering like glass. Ugh! Huixinshan was shaken, spewing blood as he flew thousands of meters away. Even a martial saint couldn't advance a single step. The martial emperors and martial kings behind were swept away by the aftermath. Nie Chongkong, Lei Qianjue, and others didn't even have time to react before being blasted dozens of meters by the shockwave. The demon emperor's massive hand slammed fiercely into the ruins of the abandoned industrial zone, the sound of bones breaking echoing continuously. Lei Qianjue's right eye revealed extreme despair and fear. The abyssal passage had been forcibly opened. It's over. The capital is finished. Nie Chongkong, covered in blood, struggled to climb out of the ruins. His eyes fixed tightly on the demon emperor's giant hand that blotted out the sky, his face twisted. He knew that with the demon emperor's arrival, neither Liu nor the combined elite forces of the Great Xia Kingdom could possibly resist.
Li Yuan, Ratrat.
Nie Chongkong roared, his voice tearing through his lungs. Retreat now! Within the abyssal domain, the demon emperor's oppressive force was almost entirely focused on Liu. The surrounding space seemingly locked, so heavy it was suffocating. Any martial spirits or even grandmasters would have already had their bodies collapse into blood mist under this pressure. But Liu did not retreat. He still hovered in midair. Despite the silver battle armor of the celestial sky level groaning under the pressure and his bones grinding and cracking violently, there was not a trace of retreat in his deep eyes. Retreat? Where to retreat? The demon emperor had locked onto his aura. Turning away would only lead to death. The only way out was to kill. Liu looked up at the terrifying giant hand pressing down. The 9 million strands of dark golden divine blood within him boiled, his Taishu overlord body operating at full power. Dark golden flames broke through the oppressive force, igniting his body with divine blood flames. He gripped the ultimate killing spear infused with spiritual power and spear intent, and instead charged toward the enemy. Facing the sky-covering giant hand and the fleeing demon saint, Liu unleashed his full strength and thrust his spear forward. Suddenly, the world fell silent. There was no explosion, only a transparent beam of sharp light piercing through space like the scythe of death, erupting from the spear tip, cutting through the distance, and shooting straight into the sky. Bang! The sharp beam collided with the demon emperor's hand, as if a mortal body were engaging in a direct battle with the ruler of the abyss. The gray-black dragon of destruction condensed on Liu's spear shattered, and the spear's soul fragmented into countless points of light. Even his celestial-grade battle armor cracked and broke under the aftermath, scattering silver shards. But the strike was not entirely blocked. The transparent beam infused with the martial king's spiritual power forcibly split open a crack in the palm of the demon emperor's hand, then slashed downward toward the demon saint. No! The demon saint let out a desperate howl as the transparent beam pierced through his battered giant body. His soul was shredded, and his physical form crumbled like a sand sculpture weathered for millennia, disintegrating into black ash that scattered across the heavens and earth. Before the demon emperor's eyes, Liu had killed the demon saint under the oppressive force of the abyss ruler. The demon emperor roared in fury, its anger shaking the stars and shattering the constellations. This ruler of the abyss had been humiliated by a mere human who killed its subordinate right in front of it and even injured a fragment of its projection. The giant hand suddenly twisted, attempting to crush Liu. But with the demon saint's death, the abyssal formation that served as a coordinate and sacrificial offering instantly collapsed. The violently torn abyssal passage lost its energy support and began to contract and close rapidly. The laws of the plane struck the demon emperor's hand like countless bolts of lightning, forcing it to retreat to the abyss after a furious roar. The pitch-black rift closed in an instant, and the sky returned to clarity. The abandoned industrial zone fell into dead silence, with a gentle breeze stirring the black ash scattered everywhere. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the devastated land once more. In mid-air, as the dust gradually dispersed, a lone figure hovered quietly. Liu gasped heavily, the dark golden divine blood within him nearly depleted. The silver battle armor on his body was already damaged, revealing the black, sweat-soaked bodysuit underneath. The spear in his hand had shattered into fragments. Yet he still stood tall, his posture unyielding. The sunlight shone on his resolute and cold face, leaving the survivors below with the image of a war godlike, heroic figure. In the distance, several off-road vehicles bearing military insignias sped toward him. Before the vehicles had even come to a complete stop, several battlefield reporters from the military, armed with long and short cameras, tumbled out and rushed forward. They were originally tasked with filming the news of Nye Chongkong eliminating the cult stronghold. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the outskirts, they witnessed that awe-inspiring scene just now. Quick! Start filming! Oh my God! Click! 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 Flashlights all focused on that broken yet incredibly powerful figure in the air, frantically pressing the shutter. In mid-air, Liu hovered quietly. The damaged Sky Vault-class battle armor emitted a faint metallic scraping sound in the breeze. He lowered his head and looked at his slightly trembling hands. The wounds at the base of his thumbs quickly healed under the powerful regenerative ability of the Taishu Overlord body. But Liu's brows furrowed tightly. Not strong enough. The battle just now seemed effortless. But in reality, it was extremely perilous. Facing the demon saint, he could crush his opponent. But when the massive palm of the demon emperor tore through the void and descended, he truly felt the suffocating threat of life and death. It was an absolute suppression at the level of life itself. If he hadn't acted decisively, using his martial king-level mental power to fuse with the pinnacle spear intent to pierce the demon emperor's palm and kill the demon saint first, he would undoubtedly have been the one to die today. Realm is too low. Liu pondered silently in his heart. 9 million dark gold divine blood sounds terrifying, with strength close to a martial saint, but ultimately he was still just a martial spirit. Facing the true cross-dimensional projection of the abyssal sovereign, the fight was already extremely difficult. To sweep through everything in this world filled with killing intent, he must become stronger and keep spending money. But the problem is, where will the money come from? The 10 billion compensation from the Qin family had already been squandered last night. The assets in the storage ring are less than 1 billion. This amount of money is merely a drop in the bucket compared to the breakthroughs ahead that require hundreds of billions or even trillions of years of cultivation. A fiery gleam flashed in Liu's eyes. This time, no matter what, I must find a way to raise money when I return. I saved 4 martial kings from the military, rescued Vice Principal Nye Chongkong of Jingwu, and even killed an abyss demon saint right in front of the nation-guarding martial saint. With such achievements, asking for trillions of resources wouldn't be excessive. Perhaps even, Liu stroked his chin, a bold idea forming in his mind. Why not ask the military or Nye Chongkong directly, to see if they could grant me a money-printing factory? Printing money for oneself to spend. Unlimited top-ups. Unlimited deductions. As long as the printing machine keeps running, the fastest way to elevate vitality to the martial emperor level, or even surpass it. The moment this thought emerged, Liu could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath. The 9 million dark golden divine blood within him continued to surge wildly, exuding a tangible and terrifying oppressive force. He no longer activated the universal concealment technique to restrain his aura. There was no need. His trump card had been revealed, and his combat power had been displayed to the fullest. Continuing to hide it would seem pretentious. Moreover, he was now using the identity of Li Yuan. The more terrifying his strength appeared, the more mysterious his background seemed, and the more confidence he would have when asking for resources. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he planned to secure a massive amount of resources. Li Yu's figure flickered and slowly descended from the sky. The outskirts of the abandoned industrial zone were as silent as death. Only a few military reporters in the distance were frantically pressing their shutters. The click-click sounds incessant. Everyone else held their breath. He stepped onto the charred ruins, the faint sound of cracking echoing. He said nothing, simply standing there quietly. But the oppressive force of 9 million dark golden divine blood swept across the area like a Category 10 hurricane. The overwhelming dominance pressed down heavily, carrying with it the ultimate stillness of death left behind after slaying the demon saint. The 4 martial kings from the military who had followed Nya Chongkong out all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the young man before them. Although they were battle-hardened veterans who had fought countless times against abyssal monsters, they instinctively felt a deep reverence emanating from the depths of their souls when facing this young man clad in tattered battle armor. In the martial world, the strong are revered, an unchanging rule since ancient times. Vice Principal of the Martial Academy, Lei Chenjue, swallowed hard, his single eye fixed on Liu, unable to conceal the shock in his gaze. "Quam martial saint," he said hoarsely, turning to look at Hua Xinshan. "What exactly happened just now?" The demon emperor clearly descended, and the abyssal passage was forcibly opened. Why did the demon emperor retreat? Lei Chenjue, a martial emperor with top-tier strength, had been blown away the moment the demon emperor's pressure emerged. He hadn't been able to see the core events clearly. All he saw was the demon emperor's massive hand reaching out, followed by Liu soaring into the sky. Then, the demon saint fell and the abyssal passage closed. Everything happened too quickly, too unbelievably. As Lei Chenjue asked his question, all the martial emperors and martial kings perked up their ears and turned their eyes to Hua Xinshan in unison. This martial saint of the great Xia, the pillar of the nation, remained silent for a long time, his gaze complex, filled with shock, disbelief, and a sense of bewilderment as if he had just witnessed the birth of a myth. Half a minute later, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, his voice resonating through the ruins. The demon emperor retreated because the coordinate was gone. He pointed to the dissipating abyssal black mist in midair. The demon saint was both the coordinate and the sacrificial offering for this abyssal passage. Once the demon saint died, the passage naturally collapsed. Lei Chenjue was stunned. But how could the demon saint die? It was personally protected by the demon emperor's hand. Hua Xinshan turned to him, his gaze profound. Because it was killed. He pointed to Liu not far away, each word resounding with force. Martial spirit realm withstood the supreme pressure of the demon emperor's cross-realm projection head-on. Right under the abyss sovereign's nose. One shot, forcefully slaying the demon saint. Boom! This statement exploded like a nuclear bomb, shaking the hearts of all martial emperors and martial kings. They swallowed hard, their hair standing on end, staring at Liu as if he were a monster. Is this reasonable? Is this even possible? A martial spirit has tens of millions of vitality, while a demon saint's vitality exceeds 10 billion. The gap between the two is enormous, akin to an ant versus an elephant. Not to mention, the demon emperor is suppressing from above. Any martial emperor would struggle to stand under the demon emperor's pressure, let alone forcefully slay a demon saint. Yet this young man named Liu, before them, actually withstood the demon emperor's pressure and instantly killed a demon saint? Lei Chenjue trembled all over, his single eye filled with shock, his worldview completely shattered. Where on earth did this peerless genius come from? When did the great Xia kingdom hide such a monster? He was utterly convinced, admitting his inferiority. As the vice principal of the Magic Martial Academy, a martial emperor with blood energy exceeding 1 billion, he had seen countless geniuses. But today, for the first time, he felt there was always someone better out there. Looking at the cold and stern-faced Liu, exuding an aura of killing intent, Lei Chenjue suddenly thought of the top-tier genius Shen Wudao, recently recruited by the Magic Martial Academy. Born with a killing physique, terrifying blood energy, a source of pride for the Academy's leadership, and their secret weapon for this year's freshman exchange competition. Just moments ago, he had been boasting in front of Nya Chongkong about teaching the freshmen from Jingwu Academy a good lesson. But now he was shaking his head furiously in his mind. What lesson? There was no comparison at all. He secretly compared Liu and Shen Wudao, unable to calm the shock in his heart. If Liu wasn't some hidden powerhouse secretly cultivated by Nya Chongkong over the years, yet the reality was that this formidable individual before him was merely a freshman who had just entered university. That realization sent a bone-chilling shiver through Lei Chenjue. A freshman, yet possessing 9 million units of dark gold divine blood, mastering the pinnacle of soul-forging spear intent, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a demon emperor and slaying a demon saint. If he were to participate in the National Freshman Exchange Competition, what competition would there even be? The freshmen from other schools might as well just step onto the stage and admit defeat outright. The Magic Martial Academy's pride, Shen Wudao, if he dared to show even a hint of his edge in front of Li Yuan, probably wouldn't even need to draw his spear. Just the oppressive force of the dark gold divine blood would be enough to crush Shen Wudao's so-called killing physique into pulp. If that were truly the case, the entire Magic Martial Academy, and even all the martial arts universities across the nation, would have no choice but to bow down completely. There would be no room for resistance. Thinking of this, Lei Qianjue let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Looking at Li Yu's face, which appeared weathered and ruthless after being disguised by the universal concealment technique, he secretly felt fortunate. This aura and decisiveness absolutely resembled a veteran monster who had licked blood off the blade for years. Or perhaps the ultimate weapon secretly cultivated by the military. It was absolutely impossible for him to be that freshman from Jingwu University. That freshman named Li Yu, no matter how talented, was just a fledgling who had just stepped into the realm of martial artists. How could he possibly possess such earth-shattering power? Lei Qianjue turned to Nie Chongkong beside him, his tone carrying envy and a hint of bitterness. Old Nie, your Jingwu University really hit the jackpot, hiding such a trump card. But thankfully, this guy is your secretly cultivated ace, not a freshman you recruited this year. He patted his chest. Otherwise, for this year's exchange competition, we at Mo might as well forfeit directly. Hearing this, Nie Chongkong was completely petrified. His hands were tightly clasped behind his back, his nails almost digging into his flesh, and he was on the verge of losing his mind from frustration. Lei Qianjue's narrow escape demeanor made him feel as if a million alpacas were stampeding through his heart. He was dumbfounded. No one could believe that the peerless killing god before them, who had faced the demon emperor head-on, slain the demon saint, and shocked the entire audience to the point of numbness, was actually that freshman Li Yu, the at most a martial artist. Would be taught a lesson in the exchange competition rookie that Lei Qianjue spoke of was actually this very person. Nie Chongkong's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he almost wanted to shout out loud, "Old Lei, your Shen Wudao is nothing compared to him," but he couldn't say it. To protect Li Yu from being targeted by stronger members of the Abyss cult, for the future of the Great Xia Kingdom, this earth-shattering secret had to be kept buried deep inside. Even if it caused internal injuries, he had to put on an air of profound mystery. Clearing his throat, Nie Chongkong suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly, "Old Lei, don't belittle yourself. Your Shen Wudao from Mo is also very impressive. The exchange competition, after all, is about participation." Lei Qianjue immediately flared up. Though he was shaken by this peerless killing god, hearing Nie Chongkong's condescending tone ignited his competitive spirit. "Cut the crap." He glared with his remaining right eye and snorted coldly. "Old Nie, I admit that the trump card of your Jingwu is terrifying, I concede, but that's a separate matter. Your freshman Li, you may have decent talent and can comprehend the spear intent of transformation, but our Shen Wudao from Mo, with his innate fiend body, is absolutely stronger in same-level combat. Don't think that just because you have Li Yuan, you can act all high and mighty. This year's exchange competition, Missouri Wu will still take first place. We'll see the truth on the arena." As soon as Lei Qianjue finished speaking, Nie Chongkong was once again stunned. On the outskirts of the abandoned industrial zone, Lei Qianjue was still boasting about Shen Wudao's prowess. Nie Chongkong struggled to suppress his laughter, turning his face to the side for fear of bursting out laughing. At that moment, the nation-guarding martial saint, Hua Jinshan, ignored Lei Qianjue's chatter. Hua Jinshan turned around, his step steady, and slowly walked toward Li Yu, who was gradually descending. This elder, who had stood at the pinnacle of martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom and guarded the abyssal defense line for decades, now gazed at Li Yu with no trace of seniority's arrogance toward a junior, only an unprecedented solemnity. It was the gaze directed at the future pillar of Great Xia. Li Yu landed on the ground, his silver sky vault, class battle armor already severely damaged. Hua Jinshan stopped 3 steps away from him, neither speaking much nor putting on airs. With a solemn expression, he carefully tidied the dust-covered gray robe with both hands. Then, in front of all the martial emperors and martial kings, this pillar of Great Xia brought his legs together, straightened his back, and performed the highest-level ancient martial military salute of Great Xia to the young man named Li Yuan. The right fist clenched tightly, struck the chest, producing a dull thud that echoed through the desolate ruins. Hua Jinshan lowered his head, his voice steady and powerful. "The fate of 20 million citizens of the capital rests entirely on your single shot today, sir. If not for your intervention, the demon saint would have descended, the capital would have been destroyed, and it would have turned into a living hell. This bow on behalf of the people of the capital, Hua, thank you, sir, for slaying the demon." As his words fell, the air instantly froze. Lei Qianjue, who had been chattering incessantly, abruptly fell silent, his single eye widening in disbelief as he stared at Huijinshan, a martial saint bowing to a martial spirit, and doing so on behalf of 20 million citizens of the capital with the highest ancient martial military salute. If this news spread, the entire martial arts world would be in an uproar. But Lei Qianjue only froze for half a second, took a deep breath, and cast aside his arrogance and astonishment, finding the gesture entirely appropriate. In Daxia, anyone who risks their life for the people deserves the highest respect. Everyone present was well aware of the terror of the demon saint. If the abyssal domain were to spread, not only would ordinary citizens perish, but even these martial emperors and martial kings would have no chance of survival. It was this young man before them who, under the pressure of the demon emperor, fired a shot that shattered this catastrophe. Without hesitation, Lei Qianjue dropped to one knee, struck his chest with his right fist, and performed the highest military salute. "Thank you, sir, for slaying the demon." Nie Chongkong followed immediately, dropping to one knee with a solemn expression. The 4 martial kings of the military, who had just been rescued from the abyssal domain, knelt together with tears in their eyes, their voices like thunder. In an instant, within the abandoned industrial zone, the top combat forces of Daxia all bowed to a young man in tattered armor. Liu stood there, looking at the kneeling Huijinshan and the martial emperors and martial kings, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He did not evade but calmly accepted, because he knew that in this battle he truly deserved this honor. "You all overpraise me," Liu said calmly, reaching out to help Huijinshan up. "Each fulfills their duty, that's all." Huijinshan straightened up, his eyes full of admiration, possessing unparalleled strength yet remaining humble and composed. This young man is destined for greatness. "All right." Huijinshan turned around, regaining his authoritative demeanor, and waved to the martial kings behind him. "Seal off the area immediately. Clean up the battlefield and eliminate all traces of abyssal aura. We must not allow any contamination to spread." "Yes." The 4 martial kings promptly obeyed and began organizing the aftermath. Huijinshan turned back to look at Liu and Nie Chongkong. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Li Yuan, young friend, come back to the capital with me. You have achieved extraordinary feats. The great Xia Kingdom will surely reward you generously." Half an hour later, in the deepest and most classified conference room, 1,000 meters underground at Kyoto Martial Arts University. The surrounding walls were forged from deep-sea meteorite iron, capable of isolating the detection of martial saints. Inside the room were only Huijinshan, Nie Chongkong, and Liu. Liu removed his damaged silver armor and changed into a clean black combat uniform. Huijinshan sat at the head seat, his expression solemn. With a flip of his wrist, the situation was about to unfold into a new chapter. A black crystal the size of a fist, radiating an unsettling energy, quietly landed on the table. Huijinshan pushed the magic core toward Liu and said, "This is the magic core left behind after the death of the demon saint." Although the demon saint's body was completely destroyed by Liu's gun intent, this magic core, which contains the abyssal essence, was preserved. Liu's gaze tightened as he sensed the immense and pure energy contained within the magic core. Huijinshan said seriously, "This is the spoils of war from your personal defeat of the demon saint. It rightfully belongs to you." He continued to explain, "You might not know the value of this magic core. On the underground black market, a high-grade martial king level magic core can sell for tens of billions. This one is demon saint level, worth at least 1 trillion. And moreover, it's a priceless treasure. No one would dare to set a price." 1 trillion. A fiery glint flashed in Liu's eyes. The price made his heart tremble. He had just been worrying about not having enough money to deduce his realm, and this magic core seemed like a gift from heaven. As long as he sold it and converted it into cash to recharge the system, his cultivation could leap forward by 1 trillion years, and his dark gold divine blood would undergo another qualitative transformation. Suppressing his inner excitement, he reached out and stored the magic core in his storage ring. "Thank you, Marshal Saint Hua." Huijinshan waved his hand. "This is what you deserve. Plus, there's an additional reward from the military." He glanced at the damaged silver battle armor beside Liu. "The Sky Vault-class armor you wore earlier was destroyed while resisting the pressure of the Demon Emperor. After all, it's mass-produced equipment and can't withstand your current combat intensity." His tone was bold. "The military has decided to make an exception and equip you with a set of Nation Guarding-class battle armor." This news startled Nie Chongkong, who was standing nearby. Nation Guarding-class battle armor. This top-tier equipment is only worthy of Legion commanders guarding the Abyssal Front or Martial Emperor-level figures. Throughout the entire Great Xia Nation, there are only 50 sets in existence, all crafted from high-grade exotic beast bones and rare metals, making them extremely precious. Nie Chongkong couldn't help but ask, "Marshal Saint Hua, Li Yuan's identity is still confidential. Directly issuing nation-guarding class armor, aren't you afraid of traitors among the higher-ups noticing? Hu Jinshan snorted coldly. Afraid of what? Slaying the demon saint and saving the capital irrefutable evidence. I, Hu Jinshan, guarantee that anyone who dares oppose can come and try. He looked at Li Yu with a serious expression. Battle armor is a life-saving trump card for high-level warriors. Nation-guarding class armor not only defends against a martial emperor-level strike, but also doubles your combat power. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. Doubling his combat power was indeed tempting. But Hu Jinshan's next words left him stunned. However, Hu Jinshan's voice deepened. Armor is ultimately just a transitional tool. What truly determines the outcome of a nation-destroying war isn't battle armor, but mechas. Mechas? A flash of surprise appeared in Li Yu's eyes. Since crossing over, he had heard of martial arts, vital energy, and battle armor, but never had the nation-guarding martial saint mentioned the term mechas. Hu Jinshan straightened up, hands clasped behind his back, his tone filled with fervor and reverence. That's right. Mechas are the true beasts of war. Battle armor can double a warrior's combat power, he said, pointing at Li Yu. But a top-tier mecha can increase combat power tenfold. Tenfold. Li Yu's heart raced. 9 million dark gold divine blood. 10 times that is 90 million. Coupled with his perfected martial skills and the soul-forging spear intent, the destructive power unleashed by his combat strength is simply unimaginable. However, Nie Chongkong shook his head with a bitter smile and continued, Li Yuan, you're still far from being able to handle mechas. Mechas are too expensive, he sighed. The materials used to build mechas are all the rarest treasures from the abyss or the meteoric iron from the 9 heavens starfall. The more challenging part is the forging technique. Ordinary blacksmiths simply cannot handle these volatile energy materials. Only the top master craftsmen of the Great Xia Kingdom are qualified to work on mech blueprints. Hu Jinshan nodded in agreement. Even this set of national-level battle armor to compensate you was something I had to use my special privileges to requisition from the military treasury. As for mechs, I can't make such promises lightly. However, I can help you apply to the Supreme Command. With your achievements this time, you will definitely have the opportunity to own a mecha in the future. Hu Jinshan's gaze was serious as he added, there's a saying in the martial arts world. Only the battle armor and mechas you forge yourself will perfectly match the flow of your own vital energy. It's said that a god-level mecha with soul compatibility can amplify a warrior's combat power 100-fold. Li Yu's breathing grew heavier as he listened. Then why doesn't everyone learn forging themselves? He asked. Hu Jinshan and Nie Chongkong exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. It's not that simple. Forging requires talent and time. You also need to spend a lot of time studying material science, energy circuits, and array inscriptions. For an ordinary warrior, even a lifetime of training wouldn't be enough to master forging. Practicing martial arts is already like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Spending too much time on forging would only delay breakthroughs in martial arts. That would be putting the cart before the horse. A major taboo in martial arts. Hu Jinshan patted Li Yu on the shoulder, his tone heavy. Your talent is unparalleled. Right now, the most important thing is to focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the martial saint realm as soon as possible. Don't waste your time on something like forging. The equipment you need will be fully provided by the military. The conference room fell silent in an instant. Hu Jinshan and Nie Chongkong stared at Li Yu with anticipation. They thought that such rewards, coupled with the promise of future mechas, would excite any warrior. However, Li Yu remained silent for a long time, staring down at the table, his thoughts racing. Waste of time? Impossible to balance? That was the thinking of ordinary people. For him, as long as he had money to recharge the system, not only could he master forging techniques, but he could even refine the Creator's laws to perfection with billions of years of cultivation. What he lacked most was never time. It was money. As long as he had sufficient funds, he could personally forge an invincible mecha with 100-fold amplification. National-level battle armor was already so expensive, and mecha materials were even more astronomical in price. This meant that if it could be converted into cash, the amount would be unimaginably vast. Li Yu raised his head, his gaze resolute, and looked at the expectant faces of Hu Jinshan and Nie Chongkong. Marshal Saint Hua, Principal Nie, he said calmly. I'm a bit materialistic. I like money. He pointed to the unreleased national-level battle armor and the elusive mecha quota. These rewards and the armor, can they all be converted into cash and directly transferred to my account? In an instant, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Hu Jinshan's hand froze midair while holding his teacup, and Nie Chongkong's rack suddenly collapsed, his eyes almost popping out. The two stared at him as if he were an alien, their minds buzzing. converted into cash. Are you crazy? National-level battle armor isn't something you can buy with money. It represents identity, status, and is a life-saving trump card. You, a peerless killing god capable of slaying demon saints, are actually ignoring top-tier divine equipment that can suppress a nation. And then you tell us you prefer money? What do you need so much money for? To buy ribs? Huo Jinshan's mouth twitched. In his lifetime, he had encountered countless geniuses. Some sought techniques, some sought divine weapons, and others sought official positions. But someone who outright wanted to cash in the nation's treasures? This was a first. The atmosphere in the top-secret conference room instantly froze, lifeless and heavy. Huo Jinshan's hand holding the teacup stiffened mid-air, the tea rippling due to his tense muscles. Nie Changkong's rack, which he had just picked up, fell with a loud crash, his eyes bulging as if a magic core could directly smash through the table.